Just last month, the woman was an ordinary white-collar worker who was overwhelmed by overtime work and almost died suddenly. But who would have thought that she now possesses billions in assets? She can make Wall Street tremble with just a flick of her finger. A single, casual remark from her could even temporarily halt the conflict between the Jewish and Persian nations, who were on the verge of war, and bring them to a peaceful reconciliation. Her name is Sang Ian. The turning point came when she quit her job and opened a small, unassuming supermarket at home. But she never expected that this supermarket would start sending customers from different dimensions every midnight. At this moment, a young man with a blood-stained face, dressed in fine clothes, stood leaning on a sword, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at everything before him. Is this hell? Are you Yama, the king of hell? Here to take me to be reincarnated. He stared at the person before him, looking completely dazed. But this king of hell was carrying a rose-pink broom. Something just didn't seem right. Sang Ian rolled her eyes. Is this what your hell looks like? It has everything you need? If it really is, I want to go too. Lu Zexu was speechless. She added, also, I'm a woman. This is my home, not some kind of hell. As they spoke, Sang Ian approached, casually picking up a frying pan from the kitchenware area, using it as both a weapon and a shield, cautiously on guard. Lu Zexu barely managed to stand, cupping his hands in a salute. Thank you for saving me, young lady. I will repay you handsomely. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lost his balance and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Sang Ian took 2 steps back in fright, looked at the frying pan she was holding, and then at the fallen boy, looking completely bewildered. What kind of new type of staged accident is this? Although she didn't have any bad intentions, she still quickly went upstairs to get the first aid kit when faced with a living person who had fainted and did some simple disinfection, hemostasis, and medication. She laboriously dragged the person to the small lounge next to the stairs to settle them in, then cooked some white porridge in the rice cooker before going to study the side entrance of her own supermarket. She held up a frying pan and tentatively touched the halo of light. The pan could easily pass through, but she herself could not touch it. She angrily pounded on the doorframe. Are you still my door? A pot can get through, but I can't? Am I not even as good as a pot? The door didn't respond. Undeterred, she continued pounding. Others can come into my house as they please, but I, the homeowner, can't get out. Is that reasonable? The door still didn't respond. She sighed, changing her approach from patting to touching, muttering under her breath. What if a bad person comes in so easily? Just when she thought she was still getting nowhere, an aged voice suddenly rang out. The gate of life will not allow those with malicious intent to enter. If a visitor harms the owner, they will immediately disappear. Sang Ian immediately became alert, gripping her frying pan tightly and looking around. Who? What are you doing in my house? What's going on with this door? So many questions. If you want to know, then focus on doing business. It's getting late. The old man needs to rest. Sang Ian couldn't help but kick the doorframe. Were you just playing tricks? Sigh. A woman beating an elderly man late at night. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Sang Ian froze instantly, immediately backing away and bowing 90 degrees to express her apology. This Lifegate not only could talk but also understood internet slang, clearly not someone to mess with. She immediately regretted that she had hastily pieced together a side door from old wood to save money, and now it had practically come to life. She sighed, turned and went back to the lounge, picked up the self-heating hot pot, and started eating. While eating, she sized up the boy on the bed. He looked no more than 11 or 12 years old. His long sword was exceptionally sharp. His hair ornament was pure gold inlaid with agate, and the jade pendant at his waist was made of the finest mutton fat jade. Thinking of Shuman's words, do business well, Sang Ian couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. This young man was clearly a little lamb delivered to her door. Lu Zexu was awakened by the rich aroma. The night was quiet, but his stomach was growling loudly. He clutched his stomach, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a crown prince, he had never smelled such an enticing aroma before, especially since he hadn't eaten for a full 12 hours. Sang Ian glanced at him and said casually, Don't look, you won't get any even if you do. Although Lu Zexu felt it was impolite, he couldn't help but say, I can pay with silver. This, made Sang Ian's heart flutter. She brought him a bowl of soft, sticky white rice porridge and handed it to him. Just don't eat for free. Injured people can't eat hot pot. They can only drink porridge. Lu Zexa came from a noble family and had never eaten such a simple meal before. But he couldn't help but keep looking at the fragrant hot pot. Seeing this, Sang Ian brought over eggs, pickled vegetables, ham sausages, chocolate, and a bottle of cola, saying with a smile, "You've definitely never eaten these before." She planned to feed the person first and then slowly take advantage of them. At first, Lu Zexu didn't think much of it, but when the egg entered his mouth, he noticeably quickened his pace. These seemingly ordinary foods had flavors he had never experienced before, and their peculiar packaging broadened his horizons. He looked around. The room was brightly lit, but outside it was pitch black. These unfamiliar sights shocked him. He quickly finished his bowl of porridge, then took a sip of cola. The strange taste made him stop thinking and ask, "What is this? Where am I?" Sang Ian explained with a smile, "This is cola, and this is a supermarket. You can treat it like a general store. You could buy anything as long as you have money." Lu Zexa looked at the first aid kit and asked, "Can I buy the medicine you use for me too?" Sang Ian was slightly taken aback, realizing that he was very perceptive, and then asked in return, "Do the general stores in your area sell medicine?" Lu Zexu was a little embarrassed. "I've never been there." Sang Ian looked sympathetic and casually asked about his daily life. When she heard his schedule of waking up at 3 a.m. and resting at 9 p.m., she was shocked. Getting up at 3 a.m. and going to bed at 11 p.m.? You'll die of a sudden. She even complained that the crown prince and the emperor were too miserable. Lu Zexu had never heard of such a statement before, and couldn't help but ask, "Is being an emperor really that miserable?" Sang Ian analyzed with confidence that he had to work from dawn till dusk, handle government affairs, and was also at risk of assassination, and even be blamed for natural disasters. These words completely overturned Lu Zexu's understanding. He was stunned for a long time, and actually felt that there was some truth to them. Sang Ian looked longingly at him. It would be so nice to be a carefree prince. You're free and don't have to worry about anything. Only a fool would want to be an emperor. Lu Zexu fell silent. These past years have been like walking on thin ice, beset by enemies both inside and outside. Now, reflecting on it all, he felt a sudden, profound realization. He solemnly thanked her. "Thank you for your guidance, young lady." Sang Ian, however, was completely bewildered. She had only made a casual remark. Seeing the light shining in his eyes, she vaguely felt that she might have led him astray. Lu Zexa took off his jade pendant and handed it over. "I didn't bring any silver, so I'll exchange this for it." Sang Ian stared at the warm, smooth mutton fat jade, her eyes lighting up. She was secretly delighted. This was a valuable piece. She waved her hand without any politeness. "We have plenty in the shop. Take whatever you like." Lu Zexu had never bought anything himself before. In the past, he only needed to give an order, and someone would bring it to him. This time, he was particularly excited to shop on his own. He aggravated his wound as soon as he got out of bed, but he didn't care at all. Seeing that he was young and injured, Sang Ian simply pushed the shopping cart and accompanied him, explaining things as they went, showing great thoughtfulness. Of course, not entirely because of the mutton fat jade pendant. Soon, she heard a series of exclamations from Little Sheep. "This is actually salt? So white and so fine? The salt in my little kitchen is all bluish," he exclaimed incredulously. Upon hearing this, Sang Ian immediately began filling the car with salt, sea salt, lake salt, rock salt, low-sodium salt. She grabbed whatever she could find, leaving nothing out. "This is sugar? Sugar can be this white." Lu Zexu was even more shocked. The maltose he ate was always brown. Sang Ian immediately copied what she had just done, loading all kinds of white sugar, brown sugar, and rock sugar into the car. She simply led him to the snack area and threw in all sorts of things. Hard candy, soft candy, fruit candy, chocolate, and marshmallows. Lu Zexu couldn't resist joining in, getting more and more enthusiastic as he pretended. Sang Ian couldn't help but remind him, "Eating too much candy will cause cavities. Remember to brush your teeth. You probably don't have the technology to replace baby teeth where you are, right?" Lu Zexu looked at the half cartload of candy and felt a little embarrassed. As the crown prince, he had always been restrained and didn't want to be accused of indulging in pleasure. This was the first time he had let his emotions out like this. Sang Ian didn't understand. What's so shameful about eating candy? Don't all children love to eat it? Lu Zexu immediately straightened his back. "I am not a child. I'm already 12 years old. In 3 more years, I will be able to get married and enter the court." Sang Ian was immediately taken aback. Married at 15? She looked shocked. Lu Zexu, on the other hand, became smug. I'm already old enough to arrange a marriage. Looking at his smug expression, she couldn't help but tease him. Then you're not far from the life of an emperor who's busy to death. Lu Zexu was taken aback, then changed the subject. As long as you brush your teeth diligently, it'll be fine, right? Sang Ian casually stuffed the entire toothbrush and toothpaste set into the car, including all the different brands, and reminded him to change them every month to avoid getting sick. The two then raided the toiletry section, taking all the soap, shampoo, and shower gel, quickly filling the car. She then went to push a second car back. When they returned, Lu Zexu was standing in the stationery section, holding a pen like a calligraphy brush, writing awkwardly. Sang Ian couldn't help but correct his pen grip, even writing her own name as a demonstration. Lu Zexu followed the instructions and quickly discovered that this pen was more comfortable to use and allowed him to write faster, which surprised him. Isn't it useful? Sang Ian asked with some pride. He nodded in agreement, and then, without waiting for her recommendation, began loading boxes of pens and notebooks into the car, not even sparing A4 paper. Truly a scholar, he was utterly powerless against such things. By the time he started taking the paints, the car was already full. Sang Ian, standing to the side, munching on chocolate, reminded him, "How are you going to get all this back? You're still injured." Lu Zexu froze, the reality instantly pressing down on him. He was still being assassinated, unaware of the situation outside, and uncertain whether he would return alive. The young man lowered his head, his expression somber, filled with suppressed loneliness. Sang Ian looked at him and sighed softly. "You can leave your things with me for now, and come back to pick them up when you're safe," she offered. Lu Zexu asked, "What if there's no next time?" She remained silent. Lu Zexu smiled bitterly. "I fell off a cliff to get here. I might be facing an assassin's knife as soon as I step outside." Sang Ian didn't offer any more comfort. Instead, she turned and walked towards the outdoor area, picked up her backpack, and began packing it, demonstrating how to use it as she did so. A compass, flashlight, rope, lighter, folding knife, water bottle, and various foods. Mineral water, sausages, biscuits, self-heating rice, and beef jerky were all prepared. She had also thoughtfully included salt, sugar, a pen and notebook, as well as a complete set of first aid supplies, repeatedly instructing him on how to use them, afraid he might misuse them and cause an accident. Finally, she brought a blanket, tied it to the bags, and handed him both bags. "Did you remember everything I just said?" Lu Zexu nodded. Sang Ian looked at him, her tone serious. "Don't place your hope of survival on others. Live as hard as you can." She smiled slightly. "Perhaps we'll meet again." Since his mother's passing, no one had ever cared for him like this. Lu Zexu's eyes reddened, and he gripped his bag tightly, his voice trembling but firm as he said, "I will live." The next second, the colorful lights on the side door of the supermarket suddenly lit up, and Sang Ian quickly put the hiking backpack on his back. Lu Zexu felt his body lose control, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at the bottom of the cliff. Immediately afterward, 2 shopping carts were thrown over as well. When he came to his senses, the rainbow gate had vanished, and the text on all the items in the carts had instantly become a blur. On the other side, Sang Ian clapped his hands, looking smug. "I can't get through, but the items can't? I'm really smart." An aged voice suddenly rang out. Indeed, a cunning and shrewd businessman. Sang Ian rolled her eyes at the side door and retorted directly, "Slander. The transaction was consensual. How was I shrewd? You left behind that great sword." Sang Ian was taken aback, looked at the long sword by the door, and scratched his head awkwardly. "Would you believe me if I said I forgot?" The only response was a cold laugh. She was a little annoyed. "Will that little fat sheep come again? If he doesn't come, are you planning to sell the sword?" Sang Ian directly picked up the sword and banged on the door frame. "If you slander me again, I'll smash you." "Smash it all you want. I don't have to fix it anyway." Sang Ian sneered. "Then I'll replace the door right now." The door, however, remained unperturbed. "I can bring you money, fame, and status. Are you willing to give that up?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Sang Ian called to have the door replaced. "Old Wong, the side door is no good. Replace it with a stainless steel one today. Make sure it's sturdy, and don't let anyone in." The life-saving door, implying something, was speechless. She hung up the phone, didn't even look at it, grabbed her sword, and went upstairs. She hadn't slept all night, and staying up any longer would be unbearable. Seeing that she was serious, Shengmin panicked. Don't go. I can protect you too. These customers only appear between midnight and early morning, and they can't leave. They won't hurt you. Sang Ian didn't stop, instead rushing upstairs even faster. Shengmin continued. You can make a lot of money from them. She replied casually. No matter how much money you have, you'll still die in the end, won't you? Then she jumped into bed and burrowed under the covers, wrapping herself up completely. Shengmin paused. Then his tone suddenly turned amused. That's not necessarily true. A head immediately popped out from under the covers. If you put it that way, I'm not sleepy anymore. I can connect to various dimensions. You can trade with guests from the cultivation world and interstellar realms, and longevity and health can be achieved. Sang Ian remained outwardly calm. Can we meet tomorrow? Shengmin fell silent. She immediately understood that this was just empty promises and sneered. This level is far inferior to my former bosses. By trading more and accumulating energy, you can unlock higher planes. Hearing this like a carrot dangling in front of her, Sang Ian immediately retreated back into bed, ignoring it. Shengmin hurriedly added, the cultivation world has longevity pills and youth-preserving flowers. In the interstellar world, there are gene potions that can enhance both beauty and lifespan. Aren't you tempted? The only response was a steady snoring. Shengmin fell completely silent, for the first time wondering if he was just incredibly unlucky. Meanwhile, inside the blankets, Sang Ian's bright eyes shone, and he clenched his fists secretly. This deal was a sure thing. At least he didn't have to worry about dying suddenly. She didn't agree immediately, but it was a negotiation tactic. Holding her tongue was the only way to get better terms. She slept until noon, but the door to her life had endured 7 agonizing hours, terrified someone would dismantle it. Seeing her awake, it immediately spoke. You can tell me anything you're unhappy about. Sang Ian's lips curled into a smile. This was exactly what she was waiting for. Sang Ian ate the leftover white rice porridge from last night for lunch, complaining, these working hours are too hellish. Can't they be a little more normal? Lifegate explained helplessly that the flow of time differs across planes, and the passage can only be opened during this specific time period. She glanced at him and asked if it could be adjusted, but was directly refused. She could only change the conditions. She quickly made a new demand. Since it was a transaction, she, as the supermarket owner, had to have the right to screen customers and to conduct a secondary screening of customers who had already entered the supermarket. Shengmin immediately agreed, her tone even a little anxious, as if afraid she would change her mind. Sang Ian also readily responded that it would be a pleasure to cooperate. At this moment, the side door lit up with 7 colored lights again, and the words closed for business appeared. She put down her chopsticks and added with a smile, let's open the door in Little Sheep's bedroom tonight. Shengmin looked completely bewildered, not understanding her meaning at all. Sang Ian, however, explained matter-of-factly that since she could screen guests, she needed to make it easy for the target to enter. She continued to add insult to injury. If the door is at the bottom of a cliff, how can people get in? The optimal solution is to open it near them. Her tone was gentle, but she was pressing him relentlessly. Shengmin then realized it had been tricked. The so-called screening of customers had been extended to determining the location of the door. This meant she could control the number of transactions, a privilege it had never shared before. Sang Ian, however, remained unhurried, leisurely reminding, if you don't agree, I can terminate the cooperation. Old Wang is coming to dismantle the door soon. These words clearly carried a threat, and Shengmin, feeling extremely aggrieved, could only compromise in the end. Agreed. I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, a new functional area appeared at the side door, allowing control over the delivery location. Sang Ian watched all this with satisfaction, a smile playing on her lips. But in her heart she was thinking, little fatty, please don't die, the great sword is still with her. In the desolate area at the foot of the cliff in the Great Liang Dynasty, Lu Zexu was being hunted down. Reluctant to abandon his supplies, he found a cave and painstakingly carried them inside, intending to retrieve them later. After cleaning up his tracks, he realized he had left his sword at the supermarket, but he didn't care. Without that supermarket, he would have fallen to his death long ago. He relied on a compass to orient himself, surviving alone in the wild for the first time. Wild animals howled in his ears, and assassins lurked in the shadows. His life was constantly in danger. He ate chocolate when hungry, drank water when thirsty, took medicine when feverish, and rested in a safe place wrapped in a blanket at night, changing his own dressings and bandages. From initial chaos to later skillful maneuvering, he survived these 3 days entirely thanks to his backpack. He was lucky. He encountered no wild animals or assassins. But not entirely lucky either, as no guards came looking for him. Another night fell, and though his clothes were tattered, he found a cave and started a fire to warm himself. A match ignited easily, prompting him once again to marvel at the wonder of these objects. As he warmed himself by the fire, munching on a sausage, his mind raced with the situation. 5 days had passed since the assassination attempt. Someone should have been looking for him by now. As they pondered, voices suddenly came from outside the cave. Some said he had already fallen to his death. Others thought he should have starved to death long ago, even if he wasn't. And still others suggested retreating. But the leader coldly said, "We want to see him alive or dead." Lu Zexu instantly became alert, immediately extinguishing the fire and tying the blanket back into his backpack, ready to flee at any moment. But the cave only had one exit. He could only pray that his attackers wouldn't discover it. However, the footsteps grew closer. The assassins had clearly found the cave. "Brother, the fire just went out, and there's a ghost here." Before the man could finish speaking, a blinding beam of light suddenly shone in, startling him so much that he screamed on the spot. The cave instantly descended into chaos. No one had ever seen such a bright light before, and fear gripped them all. Some even lost their grip on their swords. "Are we going to be punished for killing too many people?" someone asked, their voice trembling as they unconsciously shrank into the crowd. Assassinating the crown prince angered the heavenly court. This must be the heavenly army coming to take us away. The more outrageous the story became, the more agitated the crowd grew. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Zexu quietly retreated and ran towards the cave exit. The leader immediately noticed and shouted angrily, "Shut up! What ghosts and spirits? Someone is clearly playing tricks. Chase him." Lu Zexu turned off his flashlight and ran desperately through the dark forest. His wounds reopened, and his face and neck were scratched by tree branches, leaving bloody marks. A cold wind howled, his breathing became heavy, his legs felt like lead, and his strength was slowly draining away. But he had only one thought: to survive. "If I can live, whoever wants to be the crown prince can have it." He gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air. His ears twitched, and he abruptly rolled to the ground. The 2 arrows grazed past him and embedded themselves deeply in the tree trunk. He had no time to feel relieved. This pause allowed the assassin to quickly close in. Lu Zexu switched on his powerful flashlight again, waving it wildly at the group. The assassin instinctively closed his eyes, giving him a brief chance to escape. "Don't struggle, you can't escape," the leader sneered, raising his hand to throw a string of darts. Lu Zexu dodged left and right, but slipped and tumbled down a hillside, where he was stopped by a large tree. He struggled to his feet, only to be met with a gleaming blade. His heart sank. He was probably really going to die this time. It was a pity that the things in the cave would be useless to him now. Just as the blade was about to strike, a long sword suddenly blocked the attack, sparks flying. "Protect the crown prince. Capture the assassin." The imperial guards arrived in time. The situation instantly reversed, and Lu Zexu escaped death. Everyone crowded around to check on the injuries. After searching for 5 days and 5 nights, they finally found the crown prince, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. During those 5 days, the atmosphere in the palace was tense. The crown prince's fate was unknown, the emperor was furious, and even the commander of the imperial guards was punished. If they still couldn't find him, these guards would also face punishment. Lu Zexu didn't need to worry about what happened next. He only needed to focus on recovering. The crown prince was rescued, but undercurrents were stirring within the palace. Some lamented the failed assassination attempt, while others harbored resentment. The imperial concubine's reaction was particularly noticeable. She smiled upon hearing the news, but nearly tore her handkerchief to shreds. "The crown prince is seriously injured. The imperial physicians have all gone, but we don't know if he can pull through," a palace maid whispered a reminder. A glint of joy flashed in the imperial concubine's eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a worried expression. "Take that old ginseng and go visit the crown prince." She knew in her heart that with injuries like this, he might not survive. When she arrived, the princes had already gathered, each with a worried expression, putting on a very good show. The emperor asked in a deep voice, "How is he?" The imperial physician knelt down and reported, "The crown prince has serious external injuries and a high fever. If the fever can be brought down, he will be fine. Otherwise, it will be dangerous." The emperor's face darkened. "I only want the result. The crown prince must be all right, or you will all be buried with him." Everyone knelt down and obeyed. Outside, the people had different thoughts, but all wore the same worried expression. The imperial concubine stepped forward and gently comforted him. "The crown prince is very fortunate and will surely turn the tide. This century-old ginseng might come in handy." The emperor nodded. "You are very kind, imperial concubine." Several princes echoed her sentiments, offering medicinal herbs, all hoping to impress the emperor. Inside the room, Lu Zexu was half awake and half asleep, but he heard the conversation outside clearly. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If he could see that door again, these good things might be able to be exchanged for even more rare items. The emperor surveyed the crowd, his gaze deep and serious. "Shenhong, this matter is entrusted to you. Find out who's behind it all. Your humble servant obeys." Shenhong looked weary, but dared not slacken his efforts. The crown prince was his sister's only child. He absolutely could not let this matter slip away unresolved. On the way back, the imperial concubine could no longer hide her joy. If the crown prince died, her son would have a chance to ascend the throne. Many others shared this view. But Lu Zexu was different. He truly did not want to be the crown prince. Lu Zexu's perception had been completely overturned by Sang Yian. Her words seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him, and he no longer wanted to live that kind of life where he had to get up earlier than the chickens and go to bed later than the dogs. However, he didn't want to die. His treasures were still hidden in the cave. After everyone left, he secretly swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and 1 fever reducer when the imperial physician wasn't looking. At that moment, he was incredibly grateful. If Sang Yian hadn't prepared a backpack full of things for him, he would have been dead long ago. In his dazed state, he even began to plan for the future. Once he recovered, he would definitely visit the general store outside the palace and experience true freedom. With the assassin captured and the crown prince seriously injured, the atmosphere in the entire palace was tense. Several princes summoned their advisors overnight to discuss the possibility of the crown prince's death, as they would have a chance to vie for the throne. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the crown prince's demise. On the first day, the prince had a persistent high fever and remained unconscious, as if he might die at any moment. On the second day, although his fever subsided, he remained unconscious and unable to eat. On the third day, however, he began to wake up and was even able to eat. Everyone gradually realized something was wrong. On the 5th day, the crown prince was able to get out of bed and walk around, and his appetite had returned. The imperial concubine and the princes looked at each other in dismay. All their plans had instantly fallen apart, and they could only wait for news of their departure back to the capital. Meanwhile, General Shenhong's investigation into the assassination attempt has run into a predicament. The 2 remaining survivors claim to have seen divine light protecting them and heavenly soldiers and generals, their accounts sounding both plausible and utterly absurd. Shenhong was caught in a dilemma, holding the confession. In the end, he reported the truth and brought the assassin before the emperor for personal interrogation. To everyone's surprise, the assassin's account was even more exaggerated, shocking the entire hall. The emperor sneered, "Do you think I'm so easily fooled?" The atmosphere in the hall plummeted, and everyone fell silent. The assassin kowtowed repeatedly, insisting that his story was true and even claiming that the crown prince was protected by a celestial being. These words filled the crowd with even greater fear. The emperor was in the prime of his life, yet rumors circulated that the crown prince was protected by immortals, a highly sensitive claim. The emperor remained indifferent, uttering only one sentence: "Those who assassinate the crown prince shall have their entire families executed." The fate of the 2 assassins was sealed, and the hall fell silent once more. Afterwards, the emperor went to the crown prince's palace. He had visited him daily for days, but the prince had not yet regained consciousness, and though he was anxious, he did not show it. However, upon entering the palace, he was stunned. There was no one serving him, and the crown prince was sitting on the bed, eating a food box with his mouth greasy. Although his face was pale, his spirits had clearly recovered. Lu Zexu was also somewhat surprised, not expecting the emperor to come so suddenly. He had long been tired of drinking plain porridge, so he dismissed the servants and secretly ate the last box of self-heating rice in his backpack, only to be caught in the act. In the past, he would have been terrified and begged for forgiveness, but his mindset had changed. He didn't even get out of bed, only casually saying, "Greetings to Father Emperor, please sit wherever you like, I'll finish eating first." After saying that, he continued to eat. This scene stunned even the emperor. The usually strict, self-disciplined, and respectful crown prince had become so casual, even less fearful. Lu Qingtian frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, "Have you injured your brain?" "What?" Lu Zexu was stunned, and the beef in his mouth fell out. He never expected that his usually wise father would say such a thing. The emperor also realized that something was wrong, and quickly changed the subject. "The assassin said that you were able to escape danger because you had the help of a deity and even saw divine light. Is this true?" His gaze was piercing as he stared directly at the crown prince, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire room. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zexu choked and coughed, aggravating his wounds and causing a sharp pain in his chest. Daquan reacted quickly, patting his back and offering him tea, which helped him catch his breath. Lu Qingtian frowned and said, "I only asked a question. Why the fuss?" His tone then changed, becoming full of magnanimity. "Even if there really are gods protecting you, it is a blessing for our great Liang." In the past, Lu Zexu would have been extremely grateful, but now he quickly waved his hand and took out a powerful flashlight from the backpack on the inside of the bed. "Father, don't listen to their nonsense. This is a flashlight for lighting." He was about to demonstrate, but the daylight was too strong to see the effect. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grabbed a blanket and draped it over Lu Qingtian's head. Everything went dark. Then a flashlight beam illuminated the prince's face, revealing a somewhat sinister expression. Lu Qingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was almost frightened. The instigator, oblivious to everything, excitedly introduced, "Isn't it bright? It's even better at night. It can shine very far." Lu Qingtian gritted his teeth. In broad daylight, what kind of behavior is this? After being reprimanded, Lu Zexu didn't care, casually lifting the blanket and saying, "Then we'll see tonight." This attitude made Lu Qingtian feel stifled. He secretly wondered. The crown prince had always been cautious and courteous, but now, after the assassination attempt, he seemed like a completely different person. Lu Zexu had already lowered his head and continued eating his self-heating rice, the aroma filling the air, completely ignoring the emperor beside him. Lu Qingtian was so angry he laughed. Since his ascension to the throne, no one had ever dared to ignore him like this, so he simply remained silent, waiting for the crown prince to bow his head first. The atmosphere in the room instantly became oppressive, and Daquan didn't dare to even breathe. Having served the emperor for many years, he could naturally tell that the emperor was angry. But Lu Zexu was completely oblivious. He had long since let go of his obsession with vying for favor and the throne. The taut string in his heart had loosened, and he only wanted to live as he pleased. After a brief standoff, Lu Qingtian, his stomach growling from the aroma of the food, suddenly made a gurgling sound, appearing quite embarrassed. Daquan immediately chimed in, "Your Majesty has not yet eaten. Shall we serve the meal?" Lu Qingtian was about to agree, but then stared at the crown prince's food and asked, "What is this?" "This is the only box of self-heating rice left." Lu Zexu pulled out a sausage, chocolate, and an egg. "These are delicious too." Lu Qingtian should have been cautious, but seeing that he was clearly reluctant to part with the food while pretending to be generous, Lu Qingtian became interested and picked up a piece of chocolate and took a bite. Lu Zexu's heart was bleeding. That was the last piece. Lu Qingtian, however, found it increasingly delicious, his brow gradually relaxing. Daquan, standing to the side, was utterly shocked. The emperor had been poisoned before and rarely ate outside food afterward, yet now he had unhesitatingly eaten what the crown prince had offered. Seeing the chocolate being eaten, Lu Zexu immediately sped up his rice eating and then tore open a sausage and devoured it, afraid it would be snatched away again. Lu Qingtian saw through his thoughts and also quickened his pace, taking the egg. The two of them went back and forth, their behavior somewhat childish. Daquan lowered his head to hide his surprise. He had never seen the emperor like this before. The father and son's expressions and movements were remarkably similar. This meal became a rare moment of warmth. In the past, Lu Zexu cherished the time he spent with his father, yet it always eluded him. Now that he had decided to give up everything, he had gained this brief moment of intimacy, which felt somewhat ironic. He gave a slight, bitter smile. After finishing his meal, Lu Chengtian asked, "Is this how you survived?" Lu Zexu nodded. "Without these, I fear I would have already lost my life." Lu Chengtian's gaze darkened. "These things are unprecedented. Where did you obtain them from at the bottom of the cliff?" Lu Zexu naturally couldn't tell the truth, and even if he did, his father, the emperor, wouldn't believe him given his suspicious nature. He only replied half-truthfully, "After I fell off the cliff, I was rescued by someone. That person seemed to be a merchant from a foreign land. Seeing that I was seriously injured, he left behind a package and took the jade pendant." Lu Qingtian frowned slightly. "Foreign merchant?" He wanted to ask more, but Lu Zexu didn't answer. After finishing his meal, he lay down and closed his eyes, looking like he was already asleep, clearly not wanting to say anything more. Lu Qingtian stood there, speechless for a moment. Being ignored twice in one day by the same person felt like a challenge to his authority. But he couldn't bring himself to wake his seriously injured son. Daquan had expected the emperor to be furious, but to his surprise, Lu Qingtian simply turned and left, even taking the flashlight from the bedside table with him. Daquan hurriedly followed, but his heart was filled with unease. The emperor's attitude towards the crown prince was clearly not as cold as it appeared. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Lu Qingtian's face darkened. All the servants in the crown prince's courtyard give them 20 strokes of the cane. Their master is seriously ill, yet no one is there to serve him. This is utterly outrageous. If they commit another offense, leave no one alive. At the command, cries of anguish immediately filled the courtyard. Lu Zexu, however, opened his eyes inside the room, clearly having been feigning sleep. He noticed the empty space beside his bed and frowned. His flashlight was gone. Hearing the screams outside, he quickly got up. He could ignore others, but Fulu was someone his mother had left him, and he couldn't stand idly by. In the courtyard, Fulu was lying on the torture bench, anxiously shouting, "Your Highness, you mustn't. Disobeying the imperial decree is a grave crime." The executioner also smiled obsequiously and advised, "Please, Your Highness, don't make things difficult for this servant." Lu Zexu, however, appeared relaxed, his eyebrows raised in a haughty manner. "I'm going to make things difficult for you all, aren't I?" With that, he helped Fulu down. Someone shrieked, "Is Your Highness defying the imperial decree?" Lu Zexu smiled. "Yes, do you dare to hit me?" His words silenced everyone, and no one dared to make a move. He seemed to have completely let go of his inhibitions, abandoning his feigned gentleness and humility, and directly led the person back into the house. None of the servants in the courtyard dared to stop him. The news quickly spread throughout the palace, and everyone discussed it, believing the crown prince was courting death. But unexpectedly, instead of punishment, another rumor emerged. The crown prince was protected by a celestial being. The rumors spread far and wide, with some even saying that his escape from death was entirely due to the intervention of a celestial being. This was tantamount to divine intervention, further solidifying the crown prince's position. Several ambitious princes were furious, and the imperial concubine even smashed porcelain all over the room. But Lu Zexu paid no attention to any of this. On the contrary, he lived a remarkably comfortable life. The medicine Sang Ian gave him was extremely effective. He no longer had a fever, and his wounds healed rapidly. He spent his days reading storybooks and playing with crickets. His only regret was probably the lack of chocolate and self-heating rice. On the eve of his return to the palace, he remembered the things hidden in the cave, so he found his uncle, Shun Hong, and asked him to retrieve those treasures, mix them into his luggage, and bring them back to the East Palace. Sang Ian's small supermarket business was SOSO, mostly frequented by neighbors and students. Everyone thought the store wouldn't last long, but she wasn't worried at all. Without sales pressure, no overtime, no bosses, and no complicated interpersonal relationships, she had plenty of time every day and lived a relaxed and carefree life. She used to work 996 hours a day and had almost no time for herself. Now, she can finally do what she loves: singing, painting, playing the piano, and photography, and she's slowly trying them all. Things she didn't have the opportunity to learn as a child, she can now gradually make up for. She's even started practicing calligraphy again, spreading out rice paper and copying from videos, writing with great enthusiasm. One day, as she was practicing her delicate, small, regular script, an aged voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Aren't you worried about not having any customers for a week?" Sang Ian didn't even look up, her tone lazy. "Hey, Lao Men, why do you always want me to work overtime all night? Do you know how high the probability of sudden death is from staying up all night?" This development completely exceeded Sheng Min's expectations. In the past, the hosts, having tasted the sweetness of interdimensional trade, couldn't wait to open their doors every night and make money every day. If they didn't have any customers for a few days, they would actively request to increase customer traffic, and the host could then make demands accordingly. But Sang Ian completely defied expectations. Not only was she in no hurry, she leisurely practiced calligraphy and hummed tunes every day, not even bothering to glance at it. In the end, it was Xing Min who couldn't hold back and took the initiative to ask why, only to find out that she simply didn't want to stay up all night and was afraid of dying suddenly. The more Xing Min thought about it, the more frustrated it became. In all these years, it had never encountered such an outrageous host, and it had been defeated in every confrontation. Unwilling to give up, it tried to persuade Xing Min again. "If you don't have any customers, your little supermarket will starve sooner or later." Sang Ian put down her pen and laughed easily. "How could that be? A jade pendant is enough for me to live a life of comfort and ease." Xing Min then remembered the mutton-fat jade pendant and was speechless for a moment. It was originally just meant to give her a taste of the good fortune, to get her hooked and make things easier later. Normally, after experiencing a windfall, who wouldn't want more? But Sang Ian was satisfied with just one jade pendant and had no desire to continue trading and making money. Undeterred, Xing Min continued to coax. "As long as you keep trading, there are plenty of jade pendants like these. You can make more money and live a better life." Sang Ian casually replied while tidying up her brush and ink. "I'm doing just fine now. I have no worries about food and clothing, and I'm free. I'd rather not work overtime all night." She added, "Even if I don't die from overwork, I'll go bald." The gate fell silent. This path was now closed. Sang Ian sneered inwardly. Trying to outsmart her? She's still too green. For years of experience in the workplace had taught her nothing of such petty tricks. She changed into casual clothes, jeans with a mint green shirt, white sneakers, and a high ponytail, looking fresh and capable as she headed out. She had thoroughly researched the jewelry market in the city over the past few days and had a good understanding of the grades and prices of mutton fat jade, which gave her the confidence to sell the jade pendant. After all, making a purchase without any knowledge could easily lead to being ripped off. The journey from the urban village to the city center was quite long, taking nearly 2 hours on the subway alone. She wasn't in a hurry, killing time by watching videos, and arrived quickly. Even on a weekday, the city was bustling with people, and the long-lost vibrancy of daily life lifted her spirits considerably. She walked into the Thai Phuc jeweler's store on the street, where gold jewelry, diamonds, and jade were displayed in dazzling array. She then realized that this was the first time she had ever seriously browsed a jewelry store. Before, she was always busy with work, and when she went shopping, she only bought clothes and shoes, never paying attention to these things. She strolled around casually, a little skeptical of the large gold chains and bracelets. Don't they feel heavy wearing them every day? Finally, she stopped at the jade section and began to examine them carefully. Jade bracelets generally start at 5 figures, with most reaching 6 figures, and the onlookers clearly had greater purchasing power. Sang Ian wasn't among them, but she didn't mind. The absence of people actually made it easier for her to check the prices. The jade pendants were not numerous in style, and the prices ranged from 4 to 6 figures, with the highest being 6 figures. After looking around, she felt she didn't have enough information, so she proactively asked, "Are these the only jade pendants in the shop?" The saleswoman assumed she thought it was too expensive and politely offered to recommend different price ranges. Sang Ian explained, "Do you have any of even better quality? Like mutton fat jade?" This surprised the saleswoman. She hadn't expected this ordinary-looking girl to be talking about top-grade jade. But her professionalism compelled her to smile and remind them, a mutton fat jade pendant starts at 8 figures. They're usually kept in a safe, not displayed. 8 figures? That's great. Sang Ian's eyes lit up instantly, clearly excited, leaving everyone around her stunned. She then asked, "Can I take it out and have a look?" The saleswoman had no choice but to ask the manager for help. The manager immediately judged that she couldn't afford it and politely declined, saying that it was only available to gold card members. Sang Ian understood and was about to explain her purpose when the manager suddenly greeted her warmly. "Fourth master, please come in. We have a newly arrived mutton fat jade pendant. Its color and craftsmanship are excellent." Sang Ian subconsciously turned her head, and upon seeing him, she was instantly stunned. The reason was simple. This man was excessively handsome, like a thug in a suit, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long legs accentuated by his trousers. He wore a gray striped suit with a white shirt buttoned to the collar, his Adam's apple slightly prominent, exuding a cool yet sexy aura and a restrained, almost ascetic air. His gait was composed, his every move radiating a powerful presence. Sang Ian recognized immediately the oppressive aura of a seasoned business leader, a presence that made it difficult to look him directly in the eye. The surrounding guests all avoided looking at him, but Sang Ian's gaze was almost glued to him. She had always been attracted to good-looking people since she was a child, and even as a baby, she would only let good-looking people hold her. This was the first time she had ever seen such a handsome man in real life, especially his captivating eyes, which seemed to be gazing at her with deep affection. The man walked past her, leaving a faint scent of sandalwood. Sang Ian immediately elevated him to number 1 on her list of male gods, even surpassing the previous top male stars. Jiang Huijing's trip was to find a top-grade mutton fat jade pendant for an international jewelry exhibition. This was already the 5th shop he had visited. The Jiang family has a long and distinguished business spanning multiple fields, including jewelry, antiques, and tea ceremony, holding a very high position in China. This jewelry exhibition is intended to showcase Chinese style to the world. However, a problem has arisen with the jade pendant. The existing finished products, in terms of both craftsmanship and quality, do not meet his standards. He will not allow compromises. "Fourth master, please come in. This jade pendant will surely satisfy you," the manager said solicitously, leading the way. Although Sang Ian was captivated by the man's beauty, she didn't forget her business and immediately followed. She had a feeling that this deal could make a fortune. But as soon as she reached the corridor, she was stopped. "This is the gold car member area. Please move outside." Just as the person was about to enter, she suddenly raised her voice. "Manager, I'm also interested in the mutton fat jade pendant. May we take a look together?" The manager looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, this piece already has a buyer." Sang Ian looked directly at Jiang Huijing's back and said casually, "Fourth master, would you mind joining me?" The corridor fell silent instantly. Jiang Huijing recognized her at a glance as the girl who had been staring at him earlier, but ignored her. His assistant stepped forward to stop her, saying, "Madam, Mr. Jiang doesn't wish to be disturbed." Sang Ian glanced at her assistant, then smiled and sighed. "That's a real pity." The assistant replied expertly, "There's nothing to regret. Our CEO, Jiang, isn't someone anyone can just chat up." Sang Ian shook her head. "What I mean is, your CEO, Jiang, will regret it." The assistant was taken aback, his expression full of disbelief. Sang Ian continued, "He'll be disappointed in less than 5 minutes." The assistant raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. Sang Ian took out her phone, speaking seriously. "Add him on WeChat, give him a chance to make amends." The assistant sighed. "Changing targets so quickly? You just failed and you're already switching to me." Sang Ian was speechless. Does asking for contact information always mean you're trying to pick someone up? It could also be to discuss a collaboration. The assistant glanced at her and directly refused. "Nice tactic, don't use it next time." He turned to leave after saying that, but Sang Ian grabbed him. "I'll give you one more chance. Maybe you can get a bonus." The assistant was speechless and pulled away, saying, "There's no need for that." Watching him leave, Sang Ian sighed. He has no luck with money. He doesn't even take opportunities that are offered to him. The assistant overheard this and rolled his eyes inwardly. He had just reached the door, and before he could even push it open, the door opened first, and Jiang Huijing walked out. The assistant subconsciously glanced at his watch. Less than 5 minutes had passed. His expression changed, and Jiang Huijing asked calmly, "What's wrong?" The assistant immediately recounted what had just happened. On the other side, Sang Ian was about to go to another store when she was surrounded by several customers. You're too daring. That's fourth master. I don't even dare to look at him, and you dare to talk to him. He's known for not being interested in women. Don't be sad. Sang Ian thought about it seriously for a moment. Maybe good looks can be deceiving. As soon as she finished speaking, the others suddenly fell silent and frantically gave her meaningful glances. Sang Ian didn't notice and added in confusion, "Don't you guys think he's a little too handsome?" Sang Ian was silently commenting on Jiang Huijing's appearance, and the more she thought about it, the more outrageous it became. She even started fantasizing about him unbuttoning his shirt, a typical behavior of someone obsessed with good looks. Just as she was lost in thought, a slightly cold voice suddenly came from behind her. "Want to know?" She subconsciously replied, "Of course," but when she turned around, she met Jiang Huijing's calm, peach blossom eyes and froze instantly. Caught red-handed by the person in question, she forced herself to remain calm and forced a smile to explain, "I was just admiring a beautiful woman. I didn't mean anything by it. I hope Mr. Jiang doesn't mind." Jiang Huijing raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "Your hobby is quite unique." Sang Ian immediately retorted, stubbornly calling lust love of beauty, and even convincing herself to justify it. Ignoring the other person's oppressive gaze, she simply cut to the chase. "I heard that President Jiang wants top-grade mutton fat jade, and I happen to have a piece here." Upon hearing this, both the assistant and the store manager were stunned. They had just said they wanted to buy, and now it was a sale. Jiang Huijing remained calm, simply stating, "My time is precious." Clearly, he didn't want to be used as an excuse to approach them. Sang Ian didn't waste any words. She took out the jade pendant from her bag, hooked the string with her finger, and handed it to him. "Then hurry up and take a look." This decisive attitude surprised him. After the group moved to the VIP reception room, Jiang Huijing carefully examined the jade pendant. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. The jade was bright white and translucent, and the carving was exquisite. A reclining dragon was lifelike, clearly the work of a master craftsman. It was indeed a rare and exquisite piece. Meanwhile, Sang Ian had long since put aside the handsome man and the transaction, and was now enthusiastically looking around the luxurious reception room, making no attempt to hide her excitement or show any sign of unease. Jiang Huijing observed this, a slight tremor running through her heart. Despite her ordinary background, she lacked the usual reserve, instead displaying a frank and generous demeanor, a contrast that held some interest. Coming to her senses, Sang Ian asked, "Is President Jiang satisfied?" Jiang Huijing, however, inquired first about the origins of her lineage. She was prepared, directly invoking the ancestral claim and even mentioning her Manchu-bordered yellow banner background. Jiang Huijing didn't delve into the matter, simply saying, "Name your price." Sang Ian, however, handed over the pricing power to him, saying, "I don't know the market rate. Whatever you say goes." He reminded her with a half-smile that she might be taken advantage of, and she blurted out, "I can't help it. Lust makes me lose my mind." As soon as she said that, the room fell silent. Realizing she had misspoke, she quickly tried to smooth things over. "I trust your character and believe you'll give me a fair price." The atmosphere eased. Jiang Huijing answered decisively, 20 million. Sang Ian agreed, almost without hesitation. The price was reasonable, and more importantly, it meant she would achieve financial freedom. After the contract was signed and the payment was received, she was in high spirits and left decisively. The manager praised the fair price repeatedly, while the assistant remarked that she had been blinded by his good looks. Jiang Huijing glanced at him and asked indifferently, "Are you sure you got into Tsinghua University on your own?" The assistant was completely bewildered, not yet realizing what crucial information he had missed. "Mr. Jiang, that young lady made you bid because you're handsome?" The assistant, still puzzled, could only ask. Jiang Huijing toyed with the mutton-fat jade pendant, recalling the bold young lady, and smiled faintly. "She was testing me." The assistant was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "A test? What is she testing you for? To see if you're suitable to be a husband?" He immediately regretted his words. Meeting Jiang Huijing's cold gaze, he immediately admitted defeat. "Uncle, I was wrong." As a result, he was punished and ordered to submit the intangible cultural heritage exhibition plan by tomorrow. Lu Xiao looked distressed, but still refused to give up. "Then what exactly is she testing? Isn't it just a one-off deal?" Jiang Huijing replied calmly. "How can you be sure it's only once?" She calls herself a princess. She might not only have this one good thing. If she tries to lower the price this time, will she still sell to us next time? His gaze was calm, clearly indicating that he had already thought it through. Lu Xiao, however, did not believe him. The Qing dynasty is over. Where did this princess come from? I think she's just lusting after you and trying to fool you. Jiang Huaijing glanced at him. Do you think she'd sell at a low price? Lu Xiao paused, then realized that the other party hadn't promised a deal. He suddenly understood. So she actually knew your identity all along, and everything she said just now was an act? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly shut up. Jiang Huaijing's eyes darkened slightly. Investigator. She knew I wanted the jade pendant, and then she just happened to show up. It's too much of a coincidence. Lu Xiao immediately became serious. Don't worry. Leave this to me. On the other side, Sang Ian looked at her bank account balance and felt completely overwhelmed. 20 million. She had never seen so much money before. She had once dreamed of quitting her job for 50 million. Now, although it was less, it was still enough for her to live her ideal life. She had already made a list, and her most urgent task was to buy a vehicle capable of hauling goods. After all, the supermarket might be dealing with customers from another world in the future. She went straight to the dealership, intending to buy a minivan, but found they didn't have any. All they had were sedans, SUVs, or MPVs. The salesperson explained that minivans have poor safety and many restrictions, so fewer and fewer people are buying them, and they're gradually being phased out. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Isn't this team leader Sang? I heard you quit your job to open a supermarket. The visitor was none other than her former colleague and rival, Kong Chao. Back then, they competed fiercely for performance, and she won more often than she lost, yet he was the one who got promoted. The reason was quite practical. She was reaching marriageable age, and the company felt her energy would decline. This was also one of the reasons she left the company. Sang Ian smiled faintly. It is quite hard work, not as hard as a white-collar worker like you. Kong Chao felt comfortable hearing this and had just smiled when she heard her continue. No need to clock in, no need to work overtime, no performance pressure, and you can play on your phone anytime. You have so much free time that you don't know what to do with it. It's really too hard. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room became subtle. The salespeople nearby couldn't help but show envious expressions, but Kong Chao's face froze. He sneered and retorted, "What's the use of freedom? The real problem is not making money. Who buys a minivan these days? Can you even make money running a supermarket?" These words struck a nerve with Sang Ian. She hated it when people looked down on her choices. She turned to the salesperson and said, "I'll take that one." Her tone was decisive. The salesperson immediately excitedly led her to the payment counter, but Kong Chao scoffed. What's she pretending for? What kind of car could she possibly afford? Not long after, a brand new Mercedes-Benz MPV drove out of the dealership. Kong Chao froze, speechless. This car cost at least 700,000 yuan, and it was a model he had always wanted to buy but couldn't afford. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why would she buy this car if she owns a supermarket?" The salesperson calmly replied, "To haul goods." Kong Chao fell silent, his composure completely shattered. Who uses a 700,000 yuan car to haul goods? Sang Ian, on the other hand, was in high spirits, gripping the steering wheel and enjoying the smooth feel of the new car, while also keeping the upcoming purchasing plan in mind. Along the way, Sang Ian practically treated pharmacies as supply points. Every time she passed one, she would go in and stock up buying cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, and even nitroglycerin pills. In addition to these, she also took all sorts of plasters, disinfectants, bandages, and nutritional supplements like vitamins and calcium tablets. She even targeted the warehouse, leaving the pharmacy staff dumbfounded. When it came time to pay, the total came to 70,000 yuan, leaving the shop owner stunned. She had almost emptied the entire store. This kind of clearance shopping was something he had never seen before. On the way back, the newly bought car was packed full, with neatly stacked medicine boxes in the back seat and trunk, and even the floor was piled with loose medicine boxes. It was a complete haul. The only thing that made her feel fortunate was that although the roads in the urban village were narrow, cars could still drive in smoothly. There was a vacant lot in front of the supermarket where she could park. However, this place was originally used by the barbershop next door to dry towels. As soon as Sang Ian got out of the car, she went into the shop to say, "Uncle Wong, that space outside needs to be cleared. I need to park." When Wang Detsai saw her new car, he was immediately surprised. "Shaoan, your business is so good. You've even bought a Mercedes." As he spoke, he quickly tidied up the clothes rack. Sang Ian smiled and gave a perfunctory reply before parking the car. Just as she opened the roller shutter door, Wang Detsai poked his head out again to remind her, "This shop is changing hands. You'd better put up a railing on that spot so the new owner doesn't take it." She nodded her thanks. She had lived in this area for 4 years. The neighbors were friendly and welcoming, much more comfortable than those cold, impersonal neighborhoods. As soon as she entered the shop, Shengmin's voice began its incessant chatter. "Doing business with other worlds is incredibly profitable. You only took on one prince, and you've already made a fortune. Give me a few more, what can't you buy? Luxury homes, expensive watches, even it got more and more outrageous, practically painting a picture of her entire future." Sang Ian opened the freezer, unscrewed a bottle of cola, took a sip, and said slowly, "You're in such a hurry, which means this is very important to you." The gate of life fell silent. It did indeed need to generate energy through trade to repair itself. Sang Ian walked to the side door and said casually, "I'll stay up all night, but you have to promise me one thing." "What's wrong?" Shengmin immediately became alert. "It's too much trouble to clean my 120 square meter supermarket. You take care of the first floor cleaning, and I'll serve customers." She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As soon as she finished speaking, the side door opened and closed by itself, as if it had been angered. "You've gone too far." Her voice exploded. Sang Ian immediately changed her tune, her face serious. "That's true. It's not appropriate for an old person like you to clean. I'll go to bed early then, and I'll clean it myself tomorrow." Upon hearing "go to bed early," Shengmin panicked instantly. If she didn't stay up late, where would the guests come from? It hurriedly asked, "How did you know I could clean?" Sang Ian blinked. "I didn't know. I just said it offhand. But I know now." Shengmin was completely speechless. The next second, the words "one-click cleanup" appeared on the side door. Sang Ian pressed the button, and the entire supermarket instantly looked brand new. All the dust gone. Even the tiles looked brighter. Her eyes lit up. "Old man, this is so useful." From now on, she only needed to clean the second floor, making things so much easier. Upon receiving the compliment, Shengmin immediately became smug again. "I'm a sliver of hope left by heaven. What's this little thing?" He also didn't forget to keep making empty promises. "Once I recover, even more amazing things are coming." Sang Ian nodded perfunctorily. "Don't worry, I'll definitely receive any guests." After saying that, she started organizing the warehouse, moving boxes of medicine inside. The small warehouse, only a dozen square meters, was quickly filled up, and the rest could only be piled up in the lounge next to the side door. Seeing her diligently preparing the goods, Shengmin finally felt some comfort. At least she genuinely intended to do business. But the next second, it suddenly realized. It used to be in control, but now it was begging her to entertain customers and clean up afterward. Thinking of this, Shengmin completely collapsed, wishing he could just be struck by lightning. Sang Ian could see that the light from the side door was much dimmer at this moment, and she could even vaguely sense a feeling of giving up. She couldn't help but laugh. "Old man, it can't be that bad, can it? Are you trying to make me think more positively?" Shengmin said weakly. Sang Ian smiled even more broadly. "No, I mean, this is just the beginning." Shengmin was stunned, and a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart. After firmly grasping the key to survival, Sang Ian wandered around the supermarket, starting to make serious plans. She has always been methodical in her work, a trait she's maintained since childhood, and she never regrets her mistakes, even after experiencing them. This time, opening a small supermarket is also her long-term business strategy. Urban villages are densely populated and diverse, with local residents, tenants, and warehouse workers all mixed together, which should be a good place to do business. She initially chose to open her shop here because of the cheap rent and the familiar environment. But after opening, she found that business was far from what she expected. Very few customers enter the store each day, and most of them only buy snacks and drinks, with the turnover often less than 300 yuan. If things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before they close down. She quickly found the problem. There were too many convenience stores here. There's a store every few steps. Although they're small, they have all the daily necessities you need, so people naturally buy from the nearest store, and no one wants to make a special trip to her slightly larger supermarket. In addition, Young people are used to online shopping and will not go to the store unless they urgently need it, which makes her business even more dismal. However, Sang Ian was not discouraged. She always dealt with problems instead of running away from them. She walked back and forth between the shelves and quickly came up with an idea to adjust the product mix. Since we can't compete with ordinary products, we should offer products that others don't have. She set her sights on otherworldly goods, planning to attract customers by leveraging their scarcity. But the problem is also obvious. The store is already full, and there is no space to add new products. She immediately jotted down the plan in her notebook. Second, expand the store to develop real business. The first point is to prepare a warehouse specifically for dealing with transactions in the other world. Without hesitation, she set her sights on the barbershop next door that was up for sale, intending to buy it and connect it with the property. As soon as I walked over, I heard people inside discussing prices. The buyer negotiated a price down to 800,000 yuan, arguing that the house was old and needed renovation. Wang Datsai stubbornly insisted on the 850,000 yuan price, creating a tense atmosphere. The real estate agent chimed in, also taking a jab at Sangyian Supermarket, saying business was bad and it wouldn't last long. She stood at the door, raising an eyebrow, clearly displeased. She walked in carrying a few apples, interrupting the atmosphere with a smile, chatting with Wang Datsai while observing the situation. The agent is still trying to persuade them to lower the price, saying that 800,000 is already a very good price, and it will be even harder to sell if they delay any longer. Wang Datsai was clearly wavering, but he was reluctant to give up the 50,000 yuan price difference. Seeing this as an opportunity, Sang Ian immediately offered to help him raise the price. The buyer, however, became impatient and directly belittled the house, even using her supermarket as an example, saying that doing business in that place would inevitably lead to losses. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just then, Sang Ian said calmly, "I'll buy it." The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. The buyer sneered, thinking she was a shill and questioning whether she could afford to pay. Sang Ian, too lazy to waste words, directly asked, "Would you buy it for 850,000? When the other party refused outright, she immediately turned to Wang Datsai and said, "Then sell it to me. I'll pay in full." This left even Wang Datsai stunned. While the buyer was still mocking her for acting, Sang Ian had already picked up the contract, urging her to sign and make payment, and even said that the transfer of ownership could be completed tomorrow. Wang Datsai took the pen without really understanding what was going on. An hour later, the contract was signed and the 850,000 yuan was deposited into the account. The buyer and the agent stood by, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 16, The Crown Prince insists on becoming my little brother. The buyer looked at his real estate agent friend. "Didn't you say that if a competitor shows up during a house viewing, it's usually a scam? How come? He actually bought it." The agent was equally bewildered. How was I supposed to know that a Chung Yao Jin would suddenly appear and intercept us halfway through? As the sun set, Sang Ian held the contract, very happy. The expanded storefront, it was ready. "Wait, you haven't paid the agency fee yet." The agency blocked their way. Sang Ian rolled her eyes at him. "What agency fee? Did you send me? This is a deal between Uncle Wong and me. It has absolutely nothing to do with you." The agent was dumbfounded. This person really had nothing to do with him. What about his agency fee? That's nearly 20,000 yuan. If I had known, he wouldn't have been so greedy for the buyer's benefits and helped lower the price. This is a huge loss. The agent was filled with regret. "However, thank you for the contract you prepared in advance," Sang Ian said sincerely. "Real estate agent, you can shut up now." He was even more heartbroken. The buyer was equally unwilling and angrily exclaimed, "Where the hell did this unexpected troublemaker come from?" Sang Ian stopped and turned around with a smile. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a small supermarket owner you mentioned who's going to go bankrupt sooner or later. This barbershop just happens to meet my need to expand my business. Could it be that his investigation results were wrong? Is opening a small supermarket still very profitable? Otherwise, why don't he open one and give it a try?" Asterisk. With one matter resolved, Sang Ian ate a bowl of Lansau noodles near her home before heading back. She slept soundly until midnight when she heard an old voice shout in her ear, "Time to receive guests." Sang Ian, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up, feeling a buzzing in her head. It took her a full 2 minutes to come to her senses. Sang Ian, still half asleep, came downstairs in her flip-flops. Revenge. This is pure revenge. You're such a grown-up. How can you still be so petty? She yawned with her mouth open, and tears welled up in her eyes from exhaustion. I'm not trying to be mean, but why can't you just say what you need directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush and play mind games? I hate it when people try to trap me. I'm just asking you to clean up, so you should be grateful. Xingmin fell into deep thought. As soon as Sang Ian went downstairs, she saw Lu Zexu, whose face was rosy. Little fatty. Oh no, little prince, we meet again. Lu Zexu was equally overjoyed. Sister, I never thought I'd see you again. Sang Ian asked in surprise, sister? If he were a modern person, she wouldn't be shocked by his title. But this is a prince from a feudal society. Lu Zexu blushed slightly, somewhat embarrassed. I have no brothers or sisters. You are the first person to plan for me. If it weren't for what you prepared for me last time, I would have died long ago. I understand, this is a little prince who lacks love. Even if you call me sister, you still have to pay for what you buy, Sang Ian said, feigning seriousness. Lu Zexu was overjoyed, his eyes even turning a little red. I have a sister now. That's wonderful. Sang Ian picked up her shopping basket and collected spicy strips, potato chips, chocolate, pickled chicken feet, and a sugary drink to treat her godbrother. The two of them started chatting casually. Sang Ian was shocked to hear that he had decided not to be the crown prince. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. There's nothing good about being an emperor. You have to get up earlier than the chickens, sleep later than the dogs, and work harder than the oxen. It's not worth it at all. Lu Zexu explained. Sang Ian became anxious. Brother, don't you know that throughout history, deposed crown princes have never had a good ending? They were either stabbed to death or imprisoned. Lu Zexu was well-versed in history books. Don't worry, father is in his prime. If I am deposed in the next few years due to insufficient ability or moral failings, at most I will be sent to a fiefdom and never return to the capital. It's not as serious as you say. Children in ancient times were precocious. This child was only 12 years old and already planning for his future. Sang Ian patted him on the shoulder. Since you've made up your mind, then do it according to your own wishes. Life is only a few decades long, so you should make sure you live comfortably. Lu Zexu nodded in agreement. He was gnawing on a pickled chicken foot, his eyes watering from spiciness, looking rather pitiful. At this moment, he does resemble a 12-year-old child. Thinking of him alone in the perilous palace, Sang Ian couldn't help but remind him. I think even if you don't become the crown prince, you should find a powerful backer. That way, when the emperor deposes you, someone will be there to plead for you and prevent your fate from becoming too tragic. Lu Zexu thought for a moment. Then let's go to the Empress Dowager. I lived in her palace for a period of time when I was a child. Sang Ian's eyes lit up. The last palace intrigue winner. Very good, not bad at all. With an elder in the palace protecting you, you don't have to worry about other concubines whispering in your father's ear. Lu Zexu started to shed tears. Because his mother had died early and his father favored the imperial concubine, who was always trying to undermine him and make things difficult for him, he was often punished and scolded and suffered a lot. He could do nothing. In a vast palace, he was all alone. No one protected him, and no one helped him. I'll prepare some things that women like for you, and I guarantee you'll make a strong impression on the Empress Dowager. Sang Ian immediately got up, pulled the cart, and started picking up goods, throwing in whatever she saw. Face masks, lipsticks, hand creams, lipsticks, eyebrow pencils, foundation, perfumes. Then she patiently taught Lu Zexu how to use them, and even personally demonstrated how to do makeup in the middle of the night. No one else could do that except her. This was the first time Lu Zexu had ever witnessed modern cosmetic surgery. Makeup. His shock dispelled his earlier sadness. Sang Ian's makeup skills are top-notch. She naturally has a baby face and looks like a junior high school student. People who don't know her age always think she's a young girl. After makeup, she becomes a fashionable and sophisticated beauty. No woman can resist beauty. Take these things home and study them slowly. When you present them to your grandmother, she will definitely be happy. Lu Zexu was still in shock. This is too amazing. Sang Ian glanced at the time. It would be 5 o'clock in an hour. She had spent too much time putting on makeup. You won't be here for long. I told you last time that your jade pendant could be exchanged for all the goods here. Now it should be convenient for you to take it, right? Lu Zexu quickly refused. It's just a jade pendant, sister. You don't need to take it to heart. Besides, you saved me, and that's enough for me. What an honest child, Sang Ian thought to herself. Then go and pick out whatever you like, take whatever you want. From now on, this door will be in your bedroom, so you can easily come and go and move things. Chapter 17, it actually wanted to take over my body. Lu Zexu pushed the cart to the snack section. When Sang Ian returned from the lounge with 2 carts of various commonly used medicines, the snack shelves were already empty. It's not an exaggeration. It's truly empty. They didn't even leave her a single hawthorn roll. Meanwhile, Lu Zexu was going in and out of the side door like a diligent little squirrel, carrying goods to the bedroom again and again. Sang Ian was speechless. There's so much stuff. Do you even have room for it? I'm not going over there. You'll have to take care of it yourself. Lu Zexu poked his head out from the side door, carrying a food box. Sister, take a rest first, and try some of the palace snacks. I can handle all of this by myself. Sang Ian didn't stand on ceremony. She had never tasted desserts made by the imperial chef before. Lifting the lid of the food box, on the first layer of the plate were 9 light pink plum blossom-shaped pastries, beautiful and delicate. Sang Ian was almost reluctant to take a bite. This wasn't just a pastry. It was practically a work of art. She took out her phone, adjusted the lighting and camera position, and started snapping photos. It has to be said that her photography skills are absolutely terrible. She only succeeds because the pastries themselves are so beautiful. She brought out the plum blossom cake, and on the bottom layer were 5 mung bean cakes shaped like peonies, all stacked together, equally exquisite and delicious. I took another series of photos from food boxes to plates to pastries until I had enough for a 9-grid photo collage and then posted it on my WeChat moments. Others release their poison late at night, but she releases it in the early morning. The plum blossom cake was soft and fluffy with a light plum blossom fragrance. It was very lightly sweet and not cloying at all, which was exactly what she liked. The mung bean cake is soft and fluffy with a subtle mung bean aroma and tastes so much better than the one sold in stores nowadays. Sang Ian was originally a little hungry, but after eating this plate of pastries, she no longer felt hungry at all. Then she heard a sound of swallowing. Shengmin was so hungry he was practically drooling. He hadn't tasted food for 1,000 years since the previous host passed away. Sang Ian looked at the side door in surprise. Besides Lu Zexu, who was like a busy little bee carrying snacks in and out, there was also an old man with a white beard floating on the side door. An old man with a white beard, swallowing his saliva frantically. Good heavens! Sang Ian was so startled that she dropped the mung bean cake in her hand. She had assumed that the gate of life was a piece of wood that had endured millions of years and possessed 800 minds. But little did she know that it was actually an old man. Sang, actually, I can coexist with the host, and I will not do anything harmful to the host. The key is to appeal to their emotions and reason with them. Sang Ian listened in a daze. My previous host and I had a symbiotic relationship, which allowed me to enjoy various delicacies and experience different kinds of entertainment. The gate of life is a crazy hint. Sang Ian suddenly realized, I get it. You just want to eat, drink, and have fun. Shengmin didn't refute it. Heaven knows, he had been holding back for thousands of years. He finally found a host, but this little girl was too difficult to handle. Its methods for dealing with other hosts were completely ineffective against this person. Instead, it was outsmarted by her and ended up working as a cleaner in a supermarket. That's more like it. Let's get straight to the point and stop with all the weird tricks. Can't we all be more sincere? Sang Ian twisted open a bottle of mineral water, tilted her head back, and took a sip, finally feeling full and satisfied. So you agree? The old man's voice was filled with excitement and joy. If he had known things would be this easy, he wouldn't have gone through so many complicated procedures. Sang Ian smiled faintly, narrowing her eyes, and stretched out her index finger to pinch out a small section of it. However, in return, you have to do me a small favor. Gate of life. It knows. How could this little girl be so easy to talk to? How could she possibly suffer a loss? Tell me, what do you want to do now? The word again is very spiritual. From the moment Sang Ian decided to change the products in her small supermarket and sell specialties from another world, she had a concern. What would she do if outsiders investigated the source of her products? Furthermore, her purchasing and shipping processes are also worth investigating. If someone wanted to investigate, they would definitely be able to find some clues. She also has such a strange door here, which will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Now that the gate of life has run right into the line of fire, she would feel she would be doing herself a disservice if she didn't enslave it. I don't want outsiders to discover the secrets here, whether it's me buying or selling goods. You've had so many hosts, you should have a way to solve this problem, right? Upon hearing this, Shengmin heard a joy in the aged voice. So that's what you're worried about. Then you can rest assured. No one will find any problems. No matter who investigates, they will only find normal logical procedures. That is the meaning of my existence. Sang Ian looked completely bewildered, not understanding at all. Please speak like a human being. Shengmin immediately adopted an air of superiority and began to explain the intricacies of the matter in detail. In reality, all the goods sold from the supermarket to this other world would have corresponding real buyers in modern society. However, these are all disguised by the life gate, and everything is compliant and legal. Even with the most advanced technology, no problems can be detected. Sang Ian seemed to be thinking, then if I sell otherworldly goods in the supermarket, you should be able to handle that too, right? She started counting on her fingers. For example, you can handle my supply channels, partners, and even the transportation process flawlessly, right? The gate fell silent. It's not that it can't, but rather that it has never encountered such a host in all these millions of years. Some things from the other world can fetch astronomical prices in modern society. Previous hosts could become incredibly wealthy simply by selling these items. No host would ever sell items from the other world in a supermarket. Products that can be sold in supermarkets are definitely not expensive, so you won't make much money. It's also time-consuming and laborious, a thankless task that no host would do. Sure enough, this host is too bizarre. Seeing its silence, Sang Ian sighed. I used to think you were very amazing and admired you a lot, but now it seems you're nothing special. How could the gate of life withstand this? It's not impossible, but that would come at a different price. We must keep her under control. Otherwise, if it continues to reside in her body, won't it be exploited by her? Before it could even state its conditions, Sang Ian smiled broadly and offered very considerately, I understand everything. Don't worry. As long as you take care of these things, I will give you an extra big treasure to ensure you are never lonely and can enjoy a blissful life every day. It has to be said that Shengmin was extremely tempted. Heaven knows that during its 1,000 years of silence, what it found most unbearable was loneliness. The two parties reached an agreement to execute the deal immediately upon its completion. Shengmin was envisioning a wonderful life after it took in Sang Ian's body, enjoying all the delicacies of the world. Meanwhile, Sang Ian was already asking Lu Zexu what high-quality, low-priced items he could sell in bulk. Chapter 18 Kid, you're dead. Lu Zexu, who had just finished carrying snacks, was covered in sweat. He glanced at the handkerchief he was using to wipe his sweat and suddenly remembered something. Sis, wait for me. Sang Ian glanced at the digital clock on the wall. It was almost 5 o'clock. If Lu Zexu couldn't come back in time, she didn't know when he would come again. Then she heard a huffing and puffing sound. She quickly stood at the side door and peered inside, but her head hit the cold, icy light directly. She had forgotten that she couldn't get through. Then she saw a large wooden crate first emerge from one corner and then slowly pushed out of the door. Lu Zexu had really exhausted himself today. By the time he pushed the large wooden box in, he was bent over, panting heavily, and his chest and back were soaked with sweat. He opened the wooden box, almost blinding Sang Ian. The box was filled with bolts of cloth. Under the light, the brightly colored silk looked exceptionally beautiful. Sister, these have been piling up in my storeroom for a long time. I am the only master of the Eastern Palace, and we can't possibly use all of these fabrics. They're just taking up space. I can use this space to store snacks. Lu Zex's plan was extremely thorough. When Sang Ian touched it, the texture was smooth and fine, even better than skin. It was clearly the finest silk. She remembered that she had just said it was high quality at a low price and sold in bulk. Seeing this box of fabric, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Don't you have some kind of misunderstanding about what high quality at a low price means? Lu Zexu smiled sincerely. For me, these are truly the best value for money. This is just a small part of it. These are not my allowances, but rather the rewards my father gave me during the new year, as well as gifts from the concubines in the palace when I was a child. Anyway, I have accumulated a lot. Sang Ian was certain that if these materials were available now, countless people would flock to them. If she put them out in her small supermarket, would she still worry about not having customers? Lu Zexu took out a small box from the wooden box, his fair face slightly flushed. This is a gift for my sister. I saw unfinished paper and a calligraphy brush on my sister's desk, so I guessed that she had a habit of practicing calligraphy. There's a calligraphy copybook and the 4 treasures of the study in there, just like the ones I usually use for practicing calligraphy. I hope my sister will like them. There were even gifts. The things used by princes are naturally the best. Sang Ian looked at the boy standing in front of her, who only reached her chest. Whether someone is sincere or not can be seen from whether they are truly caring and attentive to you. She never mentioned that she had a habit of practicing calligraphy. He genuinely cares about her and truly treats her like an older sister. He wasn't joking. Sang Ian took the box and gazed into his dark eyes. Thank you. I like it very much. She worriedly instructed. You must be careful to stay safe while you are alone in the deep palace. You are the crown prince, and until your father deposes you, you will be a living target. If you're determined not to become the crown prince, then you need to do 2 things. Seeing her so serious, Lu Zexa couldn't help but become serious as well. Which 2 things? First, you must maintain good relations with your powerful competitors to ensure that none of them will kill you, the deposed crown prince, if they ascend the throne in the future. Secondly, earn more money. Even if you get along well with your brothers, don't put your life in the hands of others. If you have enough money, you can simply run away if a danger arises that you can't handle. I don't know how many countries there are in your country, but here, there are many countries on the other side of the ocean. As long as you have enough money, you can set sail and explore them on your own. For the first time, someone offered him advice and strategies not for fame, fortune, achievements, or the rise and fall of his family, but simply so that he could live a carefree and joyful life. Lu Zexu felt a warm glow throughout his body. Although his father didn't like him, his sister did. Sister, I know. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If you go back like this, you'll probably be dead on the spot. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. This was the first time that the Gate of Life had communicated with anyone other than Sang Ian. In the past, when it communicated with Sang Ian, it always did so within the array it had set up, where no outsiders could hear it. But this time, it appeared directly on the side door and lifted the restriction on Lu Zexu, allowing him to hear and see as well. Lu Zexu was stunned by the sudden scene. Sang Ian, however, was already used to its presence and quickly asked, "What do you mean? Did someone assassinate him in his palace?" The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. I don't know if there are assassins lurking in his palace, but if he just goes out like that, the door will kill him. Sang Ian was puzzled. What? She looked at it warily. You don't mean to kill me or steal my goods, do you? The white-bearded old man was so angry that his beard began to tremble. I'm not a bandit or robber. None of your things matter to me. Why would I kill and rob? Lu Zexu had come to his senses. He moved a few steps closer to Sang Ian, feeling safe enough, before asking, "Did I do something wrong?" The white-bearded old man glanced at him. Humph. It's not too late to realize your mistake. Lu Zexu immediately cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "Please enlighten me, sir. My existence is essentially a transaction. Under this rule, I must also protect my host from harm. If a customer harms my host, that customer will be eliminated." Harm? Hurting his sister? Lu Zexu's brain immediately started working at lightning speed. Before Sang Ian could figure out the secret, he picked up the sword that had been left there last time and handed it over with both hands. Sister, even brothers should keep clear accounts. The reward I gave this time was indeed a bit too little. You don't need to return this sword. It can be used to offset the debt. Sang Ian immediately understood and took the sword directly, saying, "This great sword looks very valuable. It should fetch a good price." After their performance, both of them secretly looked up at the white-bearded old man. With a flick of its sleeve, it said, "Time's up, go back." Lu Zexu flew forward uncontrollably and finally disappeared into the colorful halo of the side door. The supermarket returned to quiet, except for the box of fabric on the floor, the small box containing the 4 treasures of the study on the small table, and the large sword in Sang Ian's hand. Sang Ian was so frightened by what she just witnessed that her back was soaked with sweat. Even if she were incredibly brave, she couldn't possibly remain unmoved by someone's life or death. Only after the danger was over did she feel a chill and her body felt uncomfortably wet and slippery. "Come on, explain." Sang Ian was seething with anger, and even her words were laced with rage. Chapter 19, The Supermarket will definitely lose money if you do this. There's no need to explain. The door has its own rules for measuring value. There's no gift relationship between you and the customers from another world. even if it's voluntary on both sides. This is the first rule of the transaction. Rule number 2. Payment and goods must be settled immediately. There are no credit or escrow arrangements. Payment and goods must be settled in a single transaction. What you did today, allowing the other party to move the goods freely because of previous promises, is absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, the aged voice sounded even more cold and ruthless. Sang Ian understood that the safest way was to exchange money for goods. If the customer is eliminated for violating the transaction rules, what about me? What punishment will I receive? This is the most important issue. She hadn't realized before that there was such a thing as punishment. The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. You'll just be weak for a day or two, but it's not fatal." That old man is indeed cunning. He didn't reveal a single word about such an important matter. She could imagine that if she violated the rules of the transaction and her body became inexplicably weak, and then Xingmin appeared and made some strange demands, she would probably actually agree. Sang Ian ground her molars hard. If she could, she really wanted to bite them. Xingmin seemed completely oblivious, looking at her expectantly. "Now it's my turn, isn't it? It's simple. I only need a drop of your blood, and then I can reside in your body." Sang Ian gave a perfunctory smile. "I was scared by the punishment you mentioned. I need a rest now. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it after I wake up. The door to life I've been waiting for all night." Sang Ian took a few steps, then stopped and turned to instruct, "Also, don't forget your job." The student was completely bewildered. What was her job? Its primary function is to ensure the smooth operation of transactions. What other primary functions does it have? Then it looked at the messy floor from all the moving and understood. It was still a cleaner at the supermarket. Sang Ian upstairs had already fallen asleep, while Xingmin downstairs let out a deep sigh. How did it end up doing cleaning? Asterisk. Sang Ian woke up again at noon, after being woken up by knocking on the door downstairs. Wang Ditsai was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Every time he woke up, he would take out his phone, log into his bank account, check his account balance, and confirm that his house had really been sold and that it wasn't a dream. He got up early in the morning, eager to complete the transfer of ownership as soon as possible to put an end to this matter. Little did they know, the supermarket was not open at all. Wang Ditsai checked the time. It was only 6 o'clock. People were just leaving for work, and the breakfast shops were already open. For a supermarket, this time might be a bit too early. At 7 o'clock, Wang Ditsai went to the supermarket again, but it was still closed. He told himself that it was better not to be too impatient and to wait a little longer. When it was 8 o'clock, Wang Ditsai looked at the white roller shutter door and then at the small shops along the street nearby, which were already open for business. He thought that young people probably liked to sleep in, so it was understandable that the supermarket opened a little late. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, Wang Ditsai was as punctual as a clock. Every time he came, he could only see the closed white roller shutter door. No matter how much he wanted to find an excuse or reason for Sang Ian, he couldn't find one. Even at midnight, when most breakfast shops were about to close, the supermarket still showed no sign of opening, and the phone was switched off. Wang Ditsai suddenly wondered if something had happened to Sang Ian, which was why she wasn't open for business. So he started banging on the door. While banging on the door, she called out, "Shaolin, Shaolin, are you home? Do you need any help?" 5 minutes later, the roller shutter door, which hadn't been opened all morning, finally started moving. Sang Ian's hair was messy and looked like a bird's nest from sleeping. She was wearing flip-flops, a short-sleeved shirt, and a skirt, and rubbing her eyes with one hand, clearly just waking up. "Uncle Wang, good morning." Wang Ditsai looked at the sun in the sky, somewhat speechless. "Shaolin, it's already noon. If you get up any later, it'll probably be afternoon." Sang Ian was also helpless. "I worked overtime last night and only went to sleep this morning." Wang Ditsai understood somewhat. It's really not easy for a young girl like you to run a supermarket. You have to do all the moving and shipping yourself. Why didn't you call me when you were moving goods at night? Don't let your Uncle Wang's age fool you. He's definitely stronger than a young girl. You've been working overtime, which has ruined the whole morning's business. When are you going to break even? Wang Ditsai was very worried. This is truly a wonderful misunderstanding. However, Sang Ian couldn't explain why this situation would become the norm in the future. The thought of always having to work overtime late into the night made her feel very unhappy. Upon hearing that the property was to be transferred, Sang Ian immediately went back to pack her things. She had intended to grab a piece of bread to eat on the way, But when she saw the empty shelves, she realized that the little prince had taken all the snacks from the store. There weren't actually many snacks left in the small storeroom, so she had to have them delivered. Another item has been added to my to-do list for today. The transfer of ownership went smoothly, but it will take more than a week to get the new property certificate. However, this will not stop Sang Ian from contacting the renovation team to do the work. It's a 2-story building, over 140 square meters. She plans to renovate it and use it specifically to sell various specialties from another world. When she was renovating her small supermarket, her budget wasn't very large, so she opted for a minimalist style. There was no design involved. She just painted the house white, replaced the floor tiles, bought a batch of shelves from the secondhand market, and installed surveillance cameras and spotlights. Most of her money was spent on buying this 2-story building and stocking up on goods. Now that she has enough funds, she can renovate her hair salon properly. After all, she still needs these products to attract customers and boost the business of her small supermarket. As for the second floor where I live, it was completely unfurnished before. All I had was a bed to sleep in. Now I need to tidy it up a bit. After all, she's rich now. She earned all of this by working overtime late into the night, so she couldn't let herself suffer. With this in mind, Sang Ian began looking for a renovation company with excellent designers. She was sitting at the cashier, communicating with the renovation company on her computer screen, when she saw Wang Datsai standing sadly on the roadside with a suitcase in his hand. Sang Ian quickly went out. "Uncle Wang, what's wrong? You're going to live with your son to retire soon. Shouldn't you be happy? My son is dying. The doctor said there's no hope." Wang Datsai's eyes reddened. "He's been with me all these years. Who knew he wouldn't survive one illness?" Upon hearing this, Sang Ian immediately took out her phone. "Uncle Wang, don't be discouraged. Maybe the hospital misdiagnosed him. Your son is still so young. Let's go to other hospitals. Let's go to big hospitals. Let's go to Beijing. I'll help you make some contact information." Wang Datsai waved his hand and wiped away the tears on his face. Dr. Huang is a doctor in Beijing. He is the most authoritative doctor in the field of birds. If he says there is no hope, then there is no hope. Sangyan. Birds? Why does this sound so off? Chapter 20 today is another day of fooling the golden finger. A taxi stopped by the roadside, and Wang Datsai picked up the birdcage. "Shaoan, do Uncle Wang a favor and bury in the park. I can't stand this." As he spoke, tears welled up in the eyes of the man, who was over 50 years old. Sang Ian saw a bright green parrot lying limply at the bottom of the cage. So, it turns out it was his pet parrot that was going to die, not his real son. What can Sang Ian do? I had no choice but to agree. Wang Datsai was on his way to the airport. The taxi turned and disappeared down the street, heading into the distance. Another old man has left this place. Sang Ian just watched quietly. The streets here are narrow, and the houses stand facing each other on both sides of the street. There are black utility poles standing by the roadside, and various lines intersect in the air. Some of the lines even have freshly washed clothes hanging out to dry. Along some routes, a few sparrows perch, quietly watching the pedestrians and vehicles passing by. Under the distant sycamore trees, several children chased each other, their laughter echoing through the air. An elderly man with white hair sat on a bamboo chair under a tree, gazing at the end of the street, perhaps waiting for someone to return from a long journey. I wonder which store is playing old songs from the 80s and 90s. Looking back, the clouds block the way home. Looking back, thorns abound. Tonight, there will be no more cherished dreams. The dreams we once shared, to whom shall I now tell them? Every day, new people move in, and every day, people leave. Some people moved in with great joy, hoping to settle down in this city. Some people couldn't wait to escape, heading towards the more spacious, brighter, and more prosperous places they longed for. Only the old houses on both sides of the road and that thick sycamore tree remain unchanged, no matter who comes or goes. This is just a small corner of Anqing, but Sang Ian likes it very much. She carried the birdcage back to the supermarket. Shengmin was already impatient and began to angrily berate Sang Ian as soon as he saw her. "Do you even have any sense of contractual obligation? We agreed that I could live in your body, so why are you making such a fuss now that it's all happening?" Sang Ian wasn't afraid at all. She rubbed her ear with one hand and calmly said, "Keep your voice down, it hurts my ears." Gate of life. Shengmin was even angrier, like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. "You must give me an explanation. The parasitic formation must be completed today. Sang Ian plopped down on the swivel chair at the cashier's counter. She pointed to the dead parrot and smiled. It's done. This is the body I found for you. Shungmin stared in disbelief at the emerald green parrot. Then came an even louder roar. You? What? Are you playing jokes? Sang Ian stretched out her little finger and dug into her ears, which were buzzing from the vibration. Sensing its anger, she immediately soothed it. Calm down, calm down. This thing is tens of thousands of years old. Why is it so impulsive and easily angered? The white-bearded old man reappeared above the side door, panting heavily with anger. I meant someone who lives on you, not a bird. How can a person break their word? Sang Ian blinked innocently. I never agreed to let you live on my body. Think about it carefully. Did I explicitly say anything like let you live on my body? But when I asked you if you agreed, you immediately set conditions for my help. Look, I never said I allowed you to reside in my body. Sang Ian said seriously. The white-bearded old man was so angry that he wanted to kick her out of the supermarket, that cunning host. Enraged, it roared. What conditions are you offering me if you don't agree? Although you can't live on me, I can still grant your wish. Sang Ian pointed at the dead parrot and began to make up a bunch of nonsense. If you were to reside in my body, at most you would only be able to enjoy what I eat. If you come across something you are particularly interested in or really want to eat, but it happens to be something I don't like, then you won't be able to eat it. You would still be restricted by me and wouldn't be free at all. Look, if you lived on this parrot, you could not only enjoy delicious food, but you could enjoy it without any restrictions, doing whatever you wanted. The white-bearded old man seemed to be thinking deeply. That seems to make sense. Sang Ian continued to deceive. There's another point. If you were to reside in my body, you could only go wherever I go. And I'm a homebody. I really like staying at home. The outside world is so big, you wouldn't be able to appreciate it properly. But if you live inside this parrot, the parrot can fly, and you can roam freely in this vast world. Go wherever you want. How wonderful. The white-bearded old man's eyes lit up. He was clearly very interested. It really is excellent. That wasn't all. Sang Ian added, and the most important point is that parrots can talk. Tell me, in all these tens of thousands of years, besides talking to your host and customers from other worlds, who else have you communicated with? If you were to reside in my body, wouldn't your life be exactly the same as it has been for the past tens of thousands of years? Wouldn't you get tired of it? Life needs some changes. After you live inside the parrot's body, you will never feel lonely again. You can chat with whomever you want, whether it's a bird or a person. The white-bearded old man was overjoyed. His earlier anger was nowhere to be seen. Parrot, parrot, the parrot is it, he exclaimed. Seeing that things were almost over, Sang Ian sighed and looked aggrieved. Old man, I've worried myself sick over you, and you still misunderstand me as breaking my promise. I'm so heartbroken. The white-bearded old man felt a little guilty. It was my fault. Sang Ian immediately seized the opportunity. Then shouldn't you make it up to me? The white-bearded old man nodded repeatedly, completely unsuspecting. Of course. Sang Ian was secretly delighted, but immediately began to complain. Look at me. I have to restock every day, and I have to stay up late at night to serve customers from the other world. I really can't handle it all by myself. The white-bearded old man waved his hand. That's easy. Leave it to me. I'll help you with restocking and replenishing the goods from now on. The little figure in Sang Ian's mind had sparkling eyes, and she clenched her fist with one hand. Yes. Objective achieved. After working as a cleaner in a supermarket, Shungmin has now become a stock clerk in the supermarket. That way, all she has to do is handle the checkout. Sang Ian looked at the little parrot in the cage, thinking, when Shungmin can talk, that cashier. Seeing the smile that suddenly appeared on her face, the white-bearded old man frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 21, Are all small-minded people like this? In the supermarket, Sang Ian and the white-bearded old man looked at each other in bewilderment. I used to coexist with the host, residing in the host's body through an array. Others can't do that. Sang Ian was very confident. If it doesn't work for humans, it doesn't mean it doesn't work for animals either, right? The white-bearded old man still lacked confidence. You don't understand. The only thing I'm connected to in this world is my host. I can't forcibly interfere with others, let alone reside in their bodies. If I harbor any ill intentions, I'll disappear immediately. Sang Ian reassured her. First, this is a parrot, and a parrot that has already passed its lifespan. It's not a human. Secondly, this is still my parrot, not someone else's. It's my property. You and I have a contractual relationship, so it's also your parrot. You can live on it without any problem. The white-bearded old man was convinced by her. That seems to make some sense. Then Sang Ian continued, if anyone thinks that what you did violated the rules, then he is a stupid idiot who is not thinking straight. The white-bearded old man was so frightened that he looked up at the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap struck the bright, sunny sky. The sudden roar was enough to frighten a child to tears. Without saying a word, the white-bearded old man took a sliver of blood from the parrot and disappeared into the living room. Sang Ian had already run out of the supermarket when the thunder started, and the owners of several shops along the street did the same. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today, so why is it thundering? A middle-aged woman complained. That thunder was loud enough. Maybe someone did something heinous and angered the heavens. These were the words of the old woman with a full head of white hair who was sitting under the sycamore tree. Sang Ian felt inexplicably guilty and turned back to the supermarket. Surely God wouldn't be so petty. Shut up. A bright green parrot flew towards us, its voice clear and melodious. It was clearly a fine bird. Sang Ian shook his head and sighed. Can't we even speak the truth now? The little parrot stretched out its left wing and slapped it over her mouth. Please, have mercy on me and let me live a few more days. Sang Ian blinked, only then realizing that the life-saving gate had been successfully opened. She happily grabbed the little parrot with both hands, curiously touching its wings, head, and even tail. She didn't miss a thing. She had never kept a parrot before. This parrot was entirely emerald green, with a pale yellow ring around its head and neck, and 2 bright red streaks at the tips of its wings. It was a very beautiful parrot. It's probably because it's sick that it has some bald patches on its chest and top of its head. However, she believed that things would get better soon. After all, this was no longer just a parrot, but a life gate that had existed in the world for millions of years. How could a young girl like you lay hands on an old man like that? The parrot flapped its wings, becoming increasingly arrogant, trying to break free from Sang Ian's control. Sang Ian didn't care about anything else. She held the parrot's small body with both hands and raised it to eye level. Her bright eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. Old men, we used to have a contractual relationship, but now you're my pet, and I'm your master. The little parrot stared at her with its mouth agape and its eyes wide open, feeling shocked and realizing it had been tricked again. How could my seniority have been reduced so much in the blink of an eye? Feeling the parrot in her hand instantly become docile, Sang Ian's baby face broke into a bright smile. But don't worry, I'm a very kind and tolerant owner. As long as you don't destroy the house, hurt people, disturb the neighbors, and are hygienic and polite, I will not restrict your movements. The parrot turned its head, its rebellious nature crystal clear. You're making it sound so real. How can you possibly control me? Sang Ian bent her index finger and stroked the parrot's little head gently, saying casually, I can chat with God. The thunder just now sounded pretty good. The parrot immediately recalled the scene when it was first born, when it was chased and struck by lightning because of its playfulness. That feeling was so wonderful that it never wanted to experience it again. Having lived for millions of years, the Lifegate General perfectly embodies the principle of being flexible and adaptable, even proactively touching Sang Ian's finger with his head, displaying an obedient and adorable demeanor that is incredibly cute. Holy crap, who could withstand this? Feeling the soft, smooth texture of the spot where it was being rubbed, Sang Ian happily petted the little parrot, enjoying the joy of having a pet. To celebrate, Sang Ian went to a small restaurant on the street and ordered braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and a soybean and pig's feet soup. I cooked rice in a rice cooker myself, and then placed 2 cans of soda that I just took out of the refrigerator on top. A person and a bird sit facing each other, looking quite festive. The creature jumped around happily on the dining table, completely oblivious to how many years it had been since it had tasted the deliciousness of food. Sang Ian held up a can of Coke and said with a smile, Come on, Lao Min, congratulations on your rebirth. The parrot, however, turned its head, spread its wings, pointed at the cola, and said heartily, Why drink beverages? This is the time to drink alcohol. Sang Ian can't drink alcohol, so she waved her hand and said, There's plenty at the supermarket downstairs. Take whatever you want to drink. The little parrot flapped its wings and flew away. Then, less than 2 minutes later, it flew back up with a small shopping bag in its 2 paws. Inside the shopping bag was clearly a bottle of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor. I never expected that Lao Min was actually an alcoholic. She opened the bottle cap, poured a little half a cup, and pushed it towards the parrot. Before she could even touch the cup, the little parrot had already lowered its head and started drinking it down. Sang Ian finally understood that what was being celebrated or not was completely unimportant. No one could stop an old man who had been starving for thousands of years from eating. Originally, Sang Ian considered the parrot's size and took a small portion of each of the packed dishes, repackaged them, and prepared them specifically for the parrot. Little did anyone know, this parrot was a generous one. It left the food in its plate for Sang Ian and started eating directly from its original food container. Looking at the meager amount of food on the plate, and then at the parrot devouring it with gusto, did Sang Ian have some misunderstanding about birds' stomachs? She will never be able to look at the word small appetite again. Perhaps Sang Ian's gaze was too direct, because the parrot, who had finished the last piece of braised pork rib, looked up at her. If you can't eat it, don't force yourself. I can help you out. After all, wasting food is shameful. As soon as the words were spoken, the parrot spread its wings, ready to rush towards the plate. Sang Ian reacted quickly and immediately picked up the plate, saying, "I haven't eaten yet. You don't need to make me feel awkward." The parrot retracted its wings, looking somewhat disappointed, which made Sang Ian both laugh and cry. "I told you that's enough. No parrot eats like you. Don't overeat. If you go to the vet and they notice something's wrong with you, you're doomed." The little parrot raised its head, stretched out one wing, and waved it with an air of arrogance, saying, "Don't worry. No one will notice anything unusual about me." Seeing this, Sang Ian didn't say anything more. She quickly finished her meal and continued communicating with the renovation company. As for the gate of life, it has already flown out and is now running rampant. Chapter 22 Life is more important than work. Sang Ian's communication with the renovation company is not going smoothly. She opened her phone, ready to consult her good friend. When the other party learned that she was planning to open a small supermarket, they wanted to introduce her to a decoration company. However, at that time, Sang Ian's budget was not enough to afford that level of decoration, so she refused. Now that she has a sufficient budget, she can work with the other party. To everyone's surprise, Sang Ian was startled by the 99 message notifications in her moments as soon as she opened WeChat. She doesn't seem to have done anything lately. What's wrong? She opened her WeChat moments and realized that it was her 9-grid photo of snacks that she posted in the early hours of the morning that had angered many people. Some people were drooling with envy. Some were furious at her for posting such tempting food late at night. Some inquired about her recent life, but most asked where they could buy such beautiful pastries. The most bizarre thing is that some people even took a liking to the plates and food boxes used to serve the snacks. Sang Ian selected a few close friends to reply to, then commented uniformly, "Specially made by the court, bestowed by the crown prince." A grinning emoji followed. She found Wu Nan in her starred friends list, and just as she was about to send a message, he called her. "Wow, you got through so quickly this time. How's business lately? If you need any help, just let me know. Don't keep it to yourself." Sang Ian didn't stand on ceremony. "I really need help, Nan. Could you help me contact that renovation company you mentioned last time? My little supermarket needs some renovations." Wu Nan readily agreed. "That's right. Don't worry. I'll contact you right away." The airport's announcement urging passengers to board came through the loudspeaker, and Sang Ian quickly reminded her, "Take care of your health. You know, health is the foundation of everything. Don't overwork yourself. Don't worry. After your accident, I want to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and you saw how much medicine he prescribed. I've been drinking it every day. Okay, that's all for now. The plane is about to take off. Let's get together after I rest." Sang Ian wanted to give a few more instructions, but the other party had already hung up the phone. Woonan has been a workaholic since childhood and is definitely the #1 person in the fierce competition. Whether it's studying or working, she's never afraid of hardship. With just that kind of tenacity, she's already the deputy manager of her department after only 4 years of work. Thinking back to the last time they went to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor together, Sang Ian opened her photo album and found the prescription the doctor had given her. She planned to buy some Chinese medicine from the doctor when the little prince came next time. The Chinese medicine from the Imperial Medical Academy must be more effective than modern Chinese medicine, right? Sang Ian opened her small notebook and wrote this down. She had just finished writing when a small truck pulled up in front of the supermarket. Boss, delivery. A man in his 40s walked in carrying a cardboard box. Brotherly, you could just put it on the ground. Okay. This is to replenish the snack shelves in the store. The supermarket has a wide variety of snacks, and Brotherly is only responsible for a few brands. However, Sang Ian was worried that the snack shelves would be emptied frequently, so she ordered more this time. 10 1-meter square cardboard boxes were piled up at the supermarket entrance. It was right around the time people were leaving get off work, and the neighbors couldn't help but congratulate them when they saw it. Shaoan, it seems your business is doing quite well. That's right, bringing in so much stock at once. It's obvious business is good. Sang Ian looked at everyone with a smile. It's all thanks to everyone's care. But actually, I was worried that business wouldn't be good at first, so I didn't dare to order too much stock, which is why it sold out so quickly. If I didn't order more, it would save Brotherly from having to keep coming over to deliver the goods, right? Mr. Sang, what are you saying? No matter when you need the goods, just give me a call, and I'll deliver them to you immediately. Li Gang wiped the sweat from his face with a brown towel hanging around his neck, and smiled with a simple and honest expression. Sang Ian settled the payment, but did not immediately deliver the goods. This was Shungmin's job. It was time for her to practice calligraphy. She quit her job, so she could enjoy life and try all sorts of things she liked, and she wouldn't miss her daily calligraphy practice time because of things like stocking up on goods. Although she had studied calligraphy for a while when she was a child, Sang Ian still practices every day by following her calligraphy teacher's live stream. However, today's live stream is different from usual. Zhao Xuhuai is 70 years old this year and is a famous contemporary calligrapher. He has long been retired, but he is still very active after retirement, and he goes live every day to teach netizens how to write calligraphy. Over the past few years, the number of fans in a live broadcast room has reached 70 to 80,000, and many people practice calligraphy with the old man to cultivate their character. Sang Ian only recently became a fan of calligraphy, but he particularly likes this humorous and witty old man. He also loves the old man's calligraphy, which is unrestrained, bold, and sharp. It's really cool. In today's live stream, instead of teaching everyone how to start a stroke, how to apply force, or some simple strokes as usual, Mr. Zhang explained the tools used in calligraphy. On a long solid wood desk, a row of calligraphy brushes hung, clearly props for the explanation. In addition, there are 4 inkstones for ink sticks, and most impressively, a row of Xian paper. Sang Ian entered the live broadcast room a little late. The old man's explanation had already reached the last step. The best inkstone is undoubtedly the Duan inkstone, which can be said to be the top of the 4 famous inkstones in my country. It has been the best in the world for more than 1,000 years, and is still highly regarded today. The old man held up a brand new inkstone with both hands and brought it close to the camera. Look, everyone, this Duan inkstone has captivated and fascinated countless people throughout history because of its excellent stone quality, which is both hard and soft, and its rich and colorful natural stone patterns. Moreover, this Duan inkstone is dense and solid, warm and smooth like jade, and the carving technique is also exquisite. It grinds ink silently, does not freeze when filled with water, and can be ground with breath without damaging the brush. It also produces ink quickly. Many literati and scholars in history have loved it very much, such as Ouyang Xiu and Su Dompa. In ancient times, Duan inkstones were extremely precious, and the imperial court would even set up special officials to supervise and prohibit the private collection and production of them. It can be said that apart from being expensive, it has no other drawbacks. The old man carefully put down the inkstone in his hand. However, there are many kinds of Duan inkstones. The cheap ones cost 6 figures, and the expensive ones cost 7 figures. But very few people use them, not even great calligraphers. These are all treasures passed down from our ancestors, and most people collect them. The live stream chat was flooded with comments at breakneck speed. Most of the time, I gained more knowledge, or perhaps it was because poverty limited my imagination. There are also some funny ones like, is someone as poor as me really suited to learning calligraphy? The atmosphere in the old man's live stream was always relaxed and full of learning energy. The longest-serving student has been learning calligraphy from the old man for 3 years. This kind of popular science session is held every 6 months and is specially prepared for new fans who join a live stream. Longtime fans are familiar with the following procedures: the writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones I just mentioned are all extremely expensive. They're antiques with a collection value far exceeding their practical value. We don't need these for everyday use. Next, we'll connect with a few lucky fans to see what they usually use and help them avoid some pitfalls. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat room became even more lively. It's here. It's here. The part I've been waiting for the most is here. Pick me. Pick me. I really have to be picked. It's so rare to have teacher Zhao personally guide me. I, the devout woman, am willing to sacrifice 10 pounds of my own fat to pray that I may be chosen. Then I'll take 20 pounds. Ladies in front, I've said you can stop now. In an instant, all sorts of bizarre ways of praying flashed through the live stream. Sang Ian was watching the excitement when she saw herself being selected. Chapter 23. This young lady's family must be rich. Congratulations to Sang for not working today. She is very lucky to be the first fan selected in tonight's live stream. If you want to talk to me about calligraphy and painting, please turn on your camera. If you mind, we can give the opportunity to other fans. Zhao Xuhuai is a very tolerant old man who greatly respects the privacy of his fans. This was the first time Sang Ian had been randomly selected in a live stream. When she was working, she spent most of her free time watching short videos and rarely watched live streams, except when her crush was live. Having practiced calligraphy for so long, she really wanted to get some guidance from a renowned teacher, so she immediately turned on her camera. However, since it was her first time using it, she was a little unfamiliar with the process. After clicking to turn on the camera, she moved closer to confirm. Is this how it is? It should be on, right? The more than 80,000 fans in the live stream were immediately overwhelmed by the beauty filter. Sang Ian has always had a baby face with delicate and pretty features and big eyes. She has been jokingly called half of her face since she was a child. She looked at the camera with such confusion, and there was always a sense of innocent naivety about her. God knows, after 4 years in the workplace, she had already honed 800 cunning tricks. Seeing the barrage of comments praising the beautiful girl, Zhao Xuhuai quickly steered the conversation back on track. It's on. It's on. Everyone, stop staring at the girl's face and don't forget our business. The comments section improved a bit. It wasn't all filled with pictures of beautiful women anymore. Sang Ian quickly adjusted the camera angle, aiming it at the cashier. Seeing that nothing was prepared on the cashier's counter, she immediately explained, I entered the live broadcast room a little late today. I usually practice calligraphy with the host every day. As she spoke, she opened the wooden box that Lu Zexu had given her the night before. The dark purple sandalwood box gleamed with an antique luster under the lamplight. It is carved with orchid patterns, which is extremely elegant. The box was about the size of an A4 sheet of paper and 50 centimeters thick. As soon as Sang Ian took it to the cashier, it immediately took up the camera in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, this wooden box is really high-end. It looks like rosewood, but it could be the lighting that makes it hard to see clearly. I know nothing about sandalwood, but the orchid carving on the lid is very vivid. It's obviously not the kind of rigid machine carving. It's definitely hand-carved. Got it. To sum it up, it boils down to one word: expensive. Fans commented on the wooden box, and Zhao Xuhuai also stared at it. Unlike others, he had always been very knowledgeable about these antiques, and he could almost immediately tell that the wooden box was definitely made of sandalwood. The thought of the little girl using a sandalwood box to store things and then just casually leaving it aside made him feel a pang of heartache, even though the thing had nothing to do with him. This was also the first time Sang Ian had opened the wooden box, and she didn't know exactly what was inside. On the top shelf were 4 different calligraphy brushes, which she took out one by one. The feel of the pen in her hand was very different from the calligraphy brushes she usually bought for 9.9 yuan each on Pinduoduo. She casually picked up a very ordinary dark color calligraphy brush, brought it close to the camera, and the tip of the brush was very clean, without a trace of ink, clearly a new brush. Sang Ian explained, this set of calligraphy tools was a gift from a friend, and today is the first time I've opened it. I originally planned to use it to practice calligraphy with the teacher today, but I didn't expect the live stream content to change today. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Zhao Xuhuai suddenly raise his voice. Move the pen a little closer to the camera. Bring the pen closer. I want to see the pattern on it. Sang Ian did as instructed. She not only brought the pen closer, but also thoughtfully moved it in slow motion from one end of the pen to the tip, trying to make sure all the fans in the live stream could see it clearly. This calligraphy brush looks somewhat similar to what teacher Zhao just described. Brother, I also think it looks a bit like it. You two aren't the only ones who think it looks like it. I also think this looks a lot like a Xian brush. No way, no way. I remember teacher Zhao just said that a good Xian brush costs 6 figures. Who's so rich that they would use a Xian brush to practice calligraphy? Okay, confirmed. This girl's family is rich. Seeing the rapidly flashing comments, Sang Ian quickly explained, this young lady doesn't come from a wealthy family. She only owns a small supermarket. This was a gift from a friend, not something I bought myself. After carefully examining the brush, Zhao Xuhuai said, write a few characters and let me see. Sang Ian liked this, and she agreed to turn on the camera so that the teacher could give her some pointers on calligraphy. Then we'll have to wait a moment. I haven't ground the ink yet. She opened the second layer of the wooden box and found an even smaller rectangular wooden box inside. Sang Ian felt a little embarrassed, feeling like it was like a nested doll, a bit of a waste of everyone's time. Please forgive me. This is my first time driving this too. As she spoke, she opened the wooden box, revealing 8 ink blocks of different shapes inside. There are 4 pieces, each carved with a plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum motif. There are 4 pieces, each engraved with a scene of ancient city life, a scene of Tsongshan Mountain, a scene of boating on the river, and a scene of gardens. It can be said that all 8 pieces of ink were exceptionally exquisite, leaving the fans in the live stream stunned. Even Sang Ian, who was seeing them for the first time, was amazed. Although she knew that the young prince's expenses were at the very top of the pyramid, she still found it hard to imagine until she saw it for herself. What should I do? I'm a little reluctant to use it. Zhao Xuhuai's laughter rang out. Then let's not use it yet. Let us appreciate it first. I understand. Sang Ian took the phone directly, brought it close to the ink stick, and carefully picked it up to show both sides. Then she discovered that there were words on the back of the ink stick. Upon seeing the handwriting, not only Zhao Xuhuai, but also the other fans couldn't sit still. We are all calligraphy enthusiasts. Although our writing may not be that good, we have developed a keen eye by following calligraphy masters like Zhao Xuhuai for so long. Beautiful calligraphy. Zhao Xuhuai first praised loudly. Sang Ian also felt that the calligraphy was very elegant and could not be written by an ordinary person. The ink stick was clearly the work of a master. She was itching to try it herself. Then, many fans in a live stream saw the camera move away from the inkwell, and the owner of the inkwell had opened the 3rd layer of the wooden box, where 2 inkstones were neatly placed. Sang Ian knew that this was the Duan inkstone that Zhao Xuhuai had introduced at the end. Not to mention Sang Ian, even the fans in a live stream recognized them. The reason is simple. These 2 inkstones truly showcase the characteristics of Duan inkstones. Is this the Duan inkstone that the host just mentioned, which costs at least 6 figures and at most 7 figures? Am I seeing things? Upstairs, you're not mistaken. It really is a Duan inkstone. I've been a fan of the streamer for 3 years, and I can confirm it. If it really is a Duan inkstone, then here's the question. If it was a gift from a friend, and the inkstone is so expensive, what about the brush and ink stick from earlier? Stop talking. Stop talking. I just want to know what kind of paper the young lady used. Chapter 24, What Sweet Dreams Are You Having? Sang Ian didn't keep them in suspense and directly opened the last layer, which contained a thick stack of white papers. However, this white paper was different from the Xian paper that everyone uses now, because under the light, she could vaguely see some dark patterns. She carefully took out a sheet and examined it closely in the light. It wasn't her imagination. In addition to the curtain pattern, there were indeed some brighter lines and patterns. She moved her hand slightly and changed the angle. Sure enough, the pattern on the paper changed. Sang Ian was immediately amazed and couldn't help but sigh that the creativity of the ancients was truly remarkable. Because of the lighting, only Sang Ian could see this scene. The fans in the live stream had no idea what she was doing. However, Zhao Xuhuai was an exception. As a master calligrapher and a connoisseur of antiques, he is an expert in this field. This paper looks very beautiful. You may not be able to see it clearly, but it has some intricate dark patterns, which are particularly exquisite. As Sang Ian spoke, she held the paper up to the light to find the right angle. Only then did the fans in the live stream realize that they were all storytelling enthusiasts. Seeing such beautiful paper, the chat became active again. What type of Xian paper is this? Raw Xian paper? Cooked Xian paper? Or semi-cooked Xian paper? Which store bought this Xian paper? It's so beautiful. I want some. I searched on Taobao and found a very similar one called water pattern shin paper. It's not expensive, so you can buy it and give it a try. While everyone was discussing, saying Ian had already ground the ink, laid out the paper, and picked up his pen to write. Wait a minute! Zhao Shuhuai suddenly stood up and shouted to stop him. You'd better not use this kind of paper. Just use the paper you practice with. This paper is so good. It has a lot of collectible value. Saying Ian shuddered in fright, and the ink almost dripped onto the paper. Zhao Shuhuai was even more terrified than she was. Such fine paper. If it really was as he suspected, it would be such a waste if even a drop of ink got on it. Sang Ian is a very obedient person. She also felt that it was a waste to use such good paper to practice calligraphy. She took out the shin paper she usually bought online, laid it out again, and started writing the small regular script that she had been practicing all along. Zhao Shuhuai stared intently at the tip of the brush, barely noticing the character Sang Ian was writing. Zhuge brush. This must be Zhuge brush, he exclaimed excitedly. Sang Ian entered the live broadcast room a bit late and missed Zhao Shuhuai's segment on brushes, ink, and paper. She only listened to the tail end of the segment. But she didn't know that the other fans who listened to the whole thing did. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. It's actually Zhuge bai. I remember the host just said that Zhuge brush is a famous ancient brush, extremely precious, priceless, and even now, it can only be seen at auctions. I just remember the streamer saying that top quality shin brushes can cost 6 figures. So this girl must be rich. Is it possible that the streamer misread it? After all, it's just a video, and we haven't seen the actual items. Otherwise, even if someone is incredibly wealthy, just practicing calligraphy would cost them tens of millions in brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Oh my god. Suddenly, I feel like I'm not worthy of learning calligraphy. I'm a poor wretch. I'm not worthy. Hee hee. It seems the streamer has started making money too. This is obviously a routine, all prearranged. The streamer endorses this fan, and then the next step is to trick the rich fans in the live stream into buying. This comment caused quite a stir. People come to the live stream to learn calligraphy and cultivate their character, not to buy things. The rhythm of the live stream was immediately thrown off course. I was naive. I thought that a respected old gentleman like the live streamer wouldn't follow the path of those internet celebrity live streamers who start selling goods as soon as they have a lot of fans. Now it seems that the end result of live streaming is selling goods. It's not that you can't sell goods, it's just that other live streamers only sell a few thousand yuan worth of goods at most. But this live streamer is asking for 6 or 7 figures right from the start. Isn't that a bit too greedy? Hey, you rich folks in the group, be careful. Don't be so easily fooled. You think everything the streamer says is right, good, and you all want to buy. Zhao Shuhuai has been live streaming for many years, and this is not the first time he has encountered such large-scale defamatory remarks. He is very open-minded and does not take these remarks to heart at all. My live stream is just for learning calligraphy and promoting the culture passed down from our ancestors. Everyone is free to come and go. As for selling these goods, I can't bear to use these good things myself. They're all my favorites. How could I possibly sell them? Sang Ian also noticed this wave of trolls, and she quickly explained, please don't misunderstand. These writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were gifts from friends, and I will not resell them. There are no endorsements, tricks, or product promotions whatsoever. Sang Ian smiled and said, stop dreaming, wake up. How could such a good thing possibly fall into your lap? The writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in my house can all be called antiques. These things left by our ancestors are gone with each use, and you can't buy them even if you have money. What is your relationship with Teacher Zhao? Why do you go to such lengths to connect you with him and help you get such a great item? Sang Ian leaned closer to the camera and said sarcastically, some self-deluded fans can stop fantasizing. These writing implements are not something you can own. Damn, that makes so much sense. I can't even argue with it. Zhao Shuhuai smiled gently and explained earnestly, the streamer can't be held responsible for the fans' actions. I completely agree with you not selling to them, but I think selling to me is still an option. Sang Ian was both amused and exasperated. This development was something she hadn't expected. Teacher Zhao, this is really not allowed. Zhao Shuhuai was very persistent, saying, name your price. Teacher Zhao, this isn't about money, Sang Ian said helplessly. Zhao Shuhuai, that's a problem of not having enough money. Sang Yanchokit. Shouldn't scholars be aloof and regard money as dirt? Why does this guy's asking price sound so extravagant? The entire live stream audience watched as this old man and young boy exchanged words. Zhao Xihuai is a renowned calligrapher, highly respected in the calligraphy world. His willingness to lower himself and stand on equal footing to berate a junior surprised the fans in the live stream. Sang Ian is not short of money now. These are all gifts that Lu Zexu specially gave her, and she will not sell them for money. When an elderly person shamelessly begs to buy something, Sang Ian really can't handle it. You can't hit a smiling face. Just when Sang Ian couldn't take it anymore, the parrot that had been running wild outside finally returned. This was the first time Xingmin had ever enjoyed such freedom, and the bird was overjoyed. It swooped down and landed directly on Sang Ian's shoulder. I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Is there any meat? The bright green parrot appeared in the live stream and immediately begged for food, instantly drawing the attention of the viewers. Chapter 25, The Drama Queen Parrot. There is meat, but it's mine, and it has nothing to do with you, Sang Ian said subconsciously. The little parrot immediately tilted its head, opened its round eyes, and even spread its wings in shock. You eat meat and fish while I eat coarse food and wild vegetables. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sang Ian's heart was as hard as iron. I'm a supermarket owner now, a capitalist in a way. When have you ever seen a capitalist with a conscience? The little parrot got so angry that it flew off her shoulder and onto the cashier's counter, pacing back and forth. Meat, I want meat. Even a roast duck isn't enough. She was mindful of the camera and earnestly reminded her, you are a parrot. Meat is not on your diet. You can only eat vegetables. The little parrot suddenly froze on the spot, slowly turning its head, its pupils dilated in shock, and even its voice rose an octave. Vegetarian? Sang Ian found it amusing. She tried hard to suppress her laughter and nodded seriously. Yes, vegetarian. Splat! The little parrot collapsed onto the table, as if to say, then I don't want to live anymore. How about giving it some shredded meat? Zhao Xihuai suggested, looking at the little parrot with pity. Upon hearing this, the little parrot moved its head, tilted it, and secretly glanced at Sang Ian, waiting for her answer. Sang Ian's attention was drawn to the live stream, and the style of the comments had changed. They're all so cute, I just want to pet them. Or they would praise the little parrot for being clever and quick-witted. Some have even started consulting about bird training methods. More and more fans are asking about the parrot's breed, price, and where they can buy it. This was Sang Ian's first time raising a parrot, and it was her very first day. She had no idea what these issues were. She gave a few perfunctory replies and immediately took the opportunity to end the broadcast, saying, my little darling is back. I need to spend some time with him. Thank you so much for your guidance, Teacher Zhao. Goodbye, everyone. After saying that, she quickly turned off the camera and breathed a sigh of relief. However, everyone's enthusiasm remains undiminished. After all, who doesn't love a cute, adorable, and talking pet? Sang Ian had no idea that a single live stream connection would not only make her famous, but also give her little parrot a bit of a sensation. Some amazing fans cut out the video of the little parrot wanting to eat meat and posted it on a short video platform, where it became incredibly popular. Although Zhao Xihuai was still broadcasting live, his mind had already wandered to the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone that Sang Ian had just shown. Even if you can't have it, it's always good to see it with your own eyes. Meanwhile, Xingmin was still working hard to prepare his dinner. It fluttered its wings around Sang Ian, who was practicing calligraphy, and kept muttering, why can't we eat meat? You didn't say that before. Sang Ian didn't even look up, concentrating entirely on practicing her calligraphy. You can eat it, but it's best to do it when no one's around. Don't forget, you're a parrot now. The gate understood, stopped flying around, and landed directly on the computer screen at the cashier. That means you can eat it in private, but not in public. Sang Ian nodded. In modern human society, it's best if you don't act so different from others. It will save you a lot of trouble. After saying that, she dipped her pen in ink and glanced at the little parrot perched on the screen. She saw it pacing back and forth on the edge of the screen. Should we have roast duck, fried chicken, or steak tonight? She suddenly realized that the life gate had only been residing in the parrot's body for half a day, and she had already felt helpless far too many times. She pointed to the large pile of cardboard boxes by the door. You should get to work. Following the direction of her finger, The little parrot, caught off guard, fell off the screen and landed on the cash register with a thud. Isn't this a bit too much? It struggled to lift its head. Sang Ian praised. Not much at all. Look how capable you are. You can handle cleaning with just one click. Loading goods is a piece of cake for you. The little parrot perked up again after being praised. Okay, then I want fried chicken for dinner. No problem. The little parrot raised its head and emphasized, I want a whole one, the kind I'll eat myself. Sang Ian glanced at it. You're really clever. The little parrot was already engrossed in its wonderful life of playing PUBG, chattering away nonstop, completely oblivious to what she was saying. Fried chicken for dinner. Fried chicken for dinner. Awesome. They're having fried chicken for dinner. Sang Ian, having reached her limit, shouted, Get to work. You're not eating until you finish. Then she felt a breeze on her arm, and the little parrot had flown into its cage and landed steadily on a branch inside. This is the bird cage left by Wang.Tsai, and inside are various documents for the little parrot. After seeing the documents, Sang Ian realized that the little parrot was an Amazon parrot, which required a permit to be kept privately. It was clear that Wang.Tsai had put a lot of effort into raising it. Sang Ian hung a hook on the side door of the supermarket and hung the birdcage directly on it. Shengmin liked this position very much, as it was close to its main body and could save energy. Similar to the one-click cleaning, for the first time, Shengmin added a one-click loading button on the side door. Sang Ian watched as the side door was enveloped in a hazy, multicolored light. When the light disappeared, another function appeared in the corner. In the blink of an eye, the once empty shelves were now neatly organized. Even the other somewhat messy shelves have become much tidier. After witnessing it firsthand, Sang Ian couldn't help but give a thumbs up toward the side door, exclaiming, Amazing! Then she saw that the parrot, which had been full of energy, was now slumped at the bottom of the cage, showing that what had just happened had taken a huge toll on it. Sang Ian quickly put down his pen and ran over, extremely worried. Old man, what's wrong with you? The little parrot's eyes darted around, its body went limp, and it immediately looked even more listless than before, its voice becoming much weaker. Sigh, I'm so hungry, one fried chicken might not be enough. Sangyan, okay, you can have mine too. I'm really worried that all the food has been wasted on the dogs. Is it really worth it for a piece of fried chicken? While the two of them were waiting for their takeout, Jiang Huijing and his team, who were attending an international jewelry exhibition, had just gotten off the plane. The exhibition was a great success. Whether it was the antique-style hairpins, the elegant jade bracelets, or other gold and silver jewelry with intricate craftsmanship, they all made a strong impression at the jewelry exhibition. However, the most outstanding piece was the exquisitely carved mutton fat jade pendant, its white and translucent surface shimmering with a milky luster. Coupled with a lifelike reclining dragon, it left visitors in awe. Chapter 26. Even the donkeys in the production team aren't as capable as me. An international jewelry exhibition brought great attention to jewelry with strong classical Chinese charm on the international stage, enhancing Jinlu Pavilion's international standing. It also allowed foreigners who had never been to China to truly appreciate China's long history and culture. Each piece of jewelry exhibited at Jinlu Pavilion draws inspiration from mainstream jewelry styles of various dynasties throughout history, and each has its own unique story. The ultimate goal of Jianghuai Scenic Area is to promote China's traditional culture to the world and export its culture through jewelry exhibitions. During the jewelry exhibition, the sales figures alone doubled the bonuses for all employees of Jinlush. Not to mention, they also made an appearance in front of Jiang Huijing, allowing Jinlush to stand out among the many industries under the Jiang Group, and their future will definitely be bright. Jiang Huijing gave all the accompanying employees a holiday. They had been traveling for days and working overtime abroad for a long time. This was a reward for the employees. Everyone likes paid leave. Although it's just a small favor from capitalists, the bonuses and holidays already make workers excited and happy, and their loyalty to the company skyrockets. With a 3-day holiday, Lu Jiao was already looking forward to his wonderful nightlife. God knows how exhausted he has been these past few days. To put it simply, even the donkeys in the production team would have to admit defeat when they saw him. Finally, I have a day off, so I should relax and unwind. Lu Jiao had already taken out his phone, ready to call his buddies to go to a nightclub. Jiang Huijing spoke up. What are you going to do? Let's go have some fun. Lu Jiao answered instinctively. Jiang Huijing frowned slightly. Have all the preliminary preparations for the intangible cultural heritage exhibition been completed? Lu Jiao was slightly taken aback, then pointed to the other employees who had already called for a ride home. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days of paid leave? Jiang Huijing said calmly. I'm talking about employees of Jinlu Pavilion. Are you one? Lu Jiao looked incredulous. No, uncle. All the employees get a break, but your nephew doesn't? Jiang Huijing remained calm, quietly looking at him. The boss hasn't even rested yet. Are you sure your assistant should rest? Lu Jiao had a long face. I said, President Jiang, fourth master, my dear uncle, we've been working nonstop for so many days. Don't you feel tired? You really need a break. Even if you're a work machine, you still need rest and maintenance, right? Jiang Huijing gave him a meaningful look. You should spend your time instead of partying. You should exercise more. If you can't even handle this level of work intensity, you're really not up to par. Lu Jiao immediately objected. He straightened his back, making himself appear even more upright and energetic. A man can't say no. I can do it. Just tell me where you're going. Jiang Huijing immediately gave Zhao Xuhuai's address. I also know about this contemporary calligrapher, Lu Jiao. The Jiang family has passed down the art for generations, and members of the Jiang family are exposed to it from a young age. Even those who do not like traditional culture have had the experience of being forced to practice calligraphy by their elders since childhood. When this calligrapher was young, he was the calligraphy teacher of the younger generation in the Jiang family. Although Jiang Huijing is of a higher generation, he is the old man's youngest son, not much older than the nephews in the family, and naturally learned from him from a young age. Jiang Huijing's calligraphy is very good. Although it is not as good as that of Master Zhao, it has already developed its own style. Its strokes are sharp, and its momentum is imposing. If he hadn't taken on the responsibility of managing the Jiang family business, he might have become an outstanding calligrapher. Jiang Huijing always respected Zhao Xuhuai, but because he was busy with work, they rarely met. So as soon as he received his call, Jiang Huijing rushed over. On the way, Jiang Huijing carefully looked at the materials in his hand. The A4 printing paper was already slightly curled. Obviously, the director had looked at this material countless times. Lu Jiao glanced at the girl in the rearview mirror. President Jiang, is there anything wrong with that girl's background? Jiang Huijing has a photographic memory. This information includes all of Sang Ian's information from birth to the present, down to her test scores, who her deskmate was, and every job she handled after starting work. Jiang Huijing's gaze fell on Sang Ian's photos, but his thoughts had already flown far away. In his mind, he recalled the image of the girl who had boldly struck up a conversation with him in the jewelry store that day, even saying that beauty could be deceiving and that she wanted to see his collarbone. In this written form, he witnessed the growth of a girl, who was also a girl who had once teased him. This is also a novel experience for Jiang Huijing. Uncle, you don't have a crush on that girl, do you? In private, Lu Jiao became much more unrestrained. Jiang Huijing unlocked his phone and said casually, She's 26 years old this year, older than you. It's not my fault. Her appearance is just too deceptive. With her baby face, big eyes, and long eyelashes, you could put her in a school uniform, and she would look perfectly natural in high school. When Lu Jiao first saw Sang Ian's information, he was also shocked by her age. I investigated her information myself, and I didn't see anything wrong with it. The jewelry store incident last time was probably just a coincidence. Jiang Huijing watched the short video intently. This segment showed Sang Ian opening the wooden box and displaying the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Teacher Zhao contacted me this time because of Sang Ian. Lu Jiao was taken aback. How did this young girl get involved with Teacher Zhao? She runs a small supermarket to make a living now. Teacher Zhao is retired and stays at home. He plays chess in the park when he has nothing to do with her. Jiang Huijing reminded her. She just earned 20 million yuan from us. She could live very well, even without running a supermarket. Lu Jiao didn't take it seriously. Buying a car, buying a house, renovating, stocking up on goods, she'll probably squander that 20 million in no time. She won't even be able to make a living. Uncle, you know, she's a top student who graduated from a 985 university, and her work resume is impressive. Why would she be so foolish as to open that damn supermarket? Aren't there plenty of supermarket owners losing money these days? If Sang Ian heard this, she would definitely jump up and down and argue with him. Jiang Huijing is also not optimistic about starting a supermarket business, believing that with the increasing maturity of online shopping, physical supermarkets have little future. He was also very puzzled by Sang Ian's decision. However, he did not agree with Lu Xiao's assessment. When the two arrived at the Zhao family home, Zhao Xuhuai had already finished his live stream. To put it simply, ever since Zhao Xuhuai saw Sang Ian display the 4 treasures of the study, his mind has been elsewhere, and his attention has been completely elsewhere regarding the live stream. The calligraphy set had him itching to get his hands on it, and if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have called the Zhonghua scenic area so late at night to ask them to come over. There were some things he needed Jiang Huijing to confirm for him. After all, the latter was an expert in antiques. Chapter 27, Were you a crow in your past life? Zhao Xuhuai felt a little guilty when he learned that Jiang Huijing had just returned from abroad and hadn't even gone home before being summoned by him. Huijing, look at the mess I've made. I got too excited. When facing his teachers, Jiang Huijing is humble and gentle. Coupled with his somewhat retro suit, he evokes the image of a modest gentleman, as gentle and refined as jade. Teacher, you're too kind. If what's shown in the video is indeed the lost art of watermark paper, then I should thank you. When it came to serious matters, Zhao Xuhuai put aside all his guilt, turned on the video, and began to analyze things carefully with Jiang Huijing. Watermark paper was a famous type of paper from the Tang dynasty, also known as floral curtain paper. When viewed against the light, this type of paper reveals shiny lines or patterns in addition to the natural grain. The purpose is to enhance the paper's inherent beauty. The Palace Museum houses Li Jinzhong's letter from the same year, from the late 5 dynasties and early Northern Song dynasty. It is the earliest known example of watermark paper in the world, displaying a translucent water ripple pattern. The Hamma Post by Mi Fu, a painter from a Northern Song dynasty, features a pavilion pattern amidst clouds and is made of more complex water pattern paper. With the changing dynasties and the development of history, the art of watermark paper has been lost. And the cultural treasures submerged in the long river of history are not limited to water pattern paper. With the rapid development of the times and the constant emergence of new things, these things left by our ancestors, if not paid attention to, protected, and passed on, are very likely to be forgotten by the world in the end. Jiang Huijing has always been committed to protecting, inheriting, and developing China's traditional culture, hoping that these shining cultural treasures will endure for generations to come, rather than disappearing into the long years. On the way here, Jiang Huijing had been thinking that if it really was Tang dynasty water pattern paper, it would mean that the art of making water pattern paper had not been lost, and that there were still people who knew how to make this kind of paper. This is absolutely a huge discovery. Whether it's investment, protection, development planning, or applying for intangible cultural heritage status, he can help with all of these. It is exciting in itself that contemporary people can use watermark paper to learn about this history. The old man and the child watched this video repeatedly in the living room, almost to the point that they wore it out. The other 3 pens are uncertain, but the one on display is definitely a Zhuge pen. These 2 inkstones are Duan inkstones, and this box of ink sticks looks like Huizhou ink. Although we can't be sure if it's from the Song or Ming dynasty, it's definitely an ancient ink stick. Jiang Huijing was an expert, and he quickly came to a conclusion on the 3 items, but he hesitated when it came to the paper. Although he had seen the watermark paper exhibited in the museum, the calligraphy on it made up the vast majority of the image, and he didn't really remember the paper itself very clearly. Can you confirm that it's watermark paper? Zhao Xuhuai asked. Jiang Huijing shook his head. It's hard to judge without seeing the actual product and just watching the video. Zhao Xuhuai felt a little regretful. I wonder where that fan who isn't working today is. It would be great to see her in person. It would be even better if I could buy some items from her. Jiang Huijing chuckled. You don't lack those things. Isn't it because I want to collect them? This was the only hobby Zhao Xuhuai had. Jiang Huijing didn't say anything more. He also liked collecting, especially old objects. He even had a private collection, but it was never open to the public. Let me check first, and I'll let you know once I confirmed it. Jiang Huijing never procrastinated. The next morning, he went to the urban village where Sang Ian lived. The area is full of old houses, the streets are narrow, and there are various repair stalls that have disappeared from the city, repairing bicycles, shoes, and umbrellas. In addition to these, there are key duplication, trouser hemming, and even tailor shops that make clothes to order. Those things that gradually disappeared from the city are still thriving in this urban village. Old songs were playing on the street. All of this gave Jiang Huijing the illusion that he had traveled back to the 1980s or 90s. Lu Xiao drove around the urban village for a while and asked around among the neighbors before finally finding Sang Yian's house. Won't it lose money to open a supermarket in a place like this? Lu Xiao asked the burning question after getting out of the car. Cursing my supermarket to lose money first thing in the morning. Are you a crow reincarnated? Sang Yian had just finished her 5-kilometer morning run. Her face was covered in sweat, her hair clung to her cheeks, and her bright eyes were filled with anger. Anyone who hears this before even entering their home after a morning exercise would be unhappy. Lu Xiao was a little embarrassed and sincerely explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm really worried about you. You're just a young girl who doesn't work and lives off the small supermarket. What if the supermarket loses money? Wouldn't all the money you've worked so hard to earn go down the drain?" Sang Yian casually wiped the sweat from her face with a light blue towel hanging on her shoulder, a sly glint in her eyes. "Oh, so you're investigating me?" Lu Xiao pursed his lips. He was indeed quite perceptive. Sang Yian raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. "Fourth master, you've gone to so much trouble to investigate me. Is there something you're thinking of me?" Lu Xiao immediately recalled their first meeting, when the girl drooled over his uncle's physique and wanted to see his collarbone. He quickly explained, "No, he didn't. Don't overthink it. President Jiang is not interested in women, and he certainly wouldn't have any feelings for you." Sang Yian looked at the Jianghuai scenery behind him, facing the sunlight, which made his deep facial features even more handsome. He was dressed in a sharp, light gray suit, with each button fastened meticulously, exuding an air of asceticism. He was slowly walking toward her. Sang Yian met his smiling peach blossom eyes. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye was truly to her aesthetic liking. The chibi-style figure in her mind was already staring at her with hearts in its eyes. Fortunately, she managed to maintain her composure. "I never expected that fourth master's hobbies would be so unusual. He actually wants to become a monk." Jiang Huijing was working on documents in the car when he got out a step too late. Of course, this didn't stop him from hearing his silly nephew's words clearly. Assistant Lu was just joking. His expression remained unchanged, calm, and composed. He merely glanced at Lu Xiao out of the corner of his eye, showing no emotion whatsoever. However, Lu Xiao had a bad feeling. This time, it's probably not something that can be resolved with just a plan. "Miss Sang, I heard you have a set of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones that are very valuable to collectors. I'm very interested in these. Would you mind taking a look?" Jiang Huijing got straight to the point. Sang Yian smiled faintly, hands in his pockets. "Fourth master, our relationship isn't at the point where we can appraise personal collections, is it?" Lu Xiao frowned, disliking her attitude. "Don't try to act innocent after getting the benefit. In the business world, who doesn't want to have a good relationship with our CEO, Jiang? Now that President Jiang has taken the initiative to come to your door, that's something most people would beg for. Don't take this for granted." Sang Yian laughed. This special assistant had clearly not experienced the harsh realities of society. She'll teach him today what the wickedness of society is. Chapter 28 was Fourth Master's soul possessed? Sang Yian shuruk. What do you mean by all this? I'm not in the business world. Lu Xiao was slightly taken aback and subconsciously pointed to the supermarket. Didn't you start your own business? With your little supermarket, it will definitely close down in less than 6 months. I advise you to be nicer to our general manager, Jiang. He is a business genius. As long as he lends a hand, he can definitely turn the impossible into reality. Whenever Jianghuai scenery is mentioned, Lu Xiao showers it with compliments as if they were free. Sang Yian realized that he was just a mindless fan of Jiang Huijing. Her expression was calm. "Oh, then can your CEO, Jiang, get my small supermarket listed on the stock exchange?" His expression was contorted, and even his voice became much drier. "Well, you have pretty lofty ideals, huh?" Sang Yian didn't think there was anything wrong with her goal at all. She blinked innocently. "Isn't that what you said? Fourth Master is a business genius. If I set my goal too low, wouldn't that be underestimating Fourth Master's abilities?" If Lu Xiao still can't see that Sang Yian did it on purpose, then he really is a fool. To be honest, ever since he started working for Jiang Huijing, everyone, whether colleagues or business partners, has treated him with utmost respect. This was the first time he had ever met someone like Sang Ian who not only disregarded him, but also mocked and questioned him. His expression was very unpleasant. Sang Ian said casually, "So, no matter how talented or powerful Fourth Master is, it has nothing to do with me." She stepped forward, stopping in front of Lu Jiao, her smile fading. "So, put away your superior attitude. I have no demands of you, Mr. Jiang. We are equals. I have no obligation to be grateful or inferior to your Mr. Jiang when he comes to my door." Lu Jiao snorted lightly, instinctively retorting, "Liar, aren't you after sex?" Jiang Huaijing couldn't listen anymore and said, "Shut up." To everyone's surprise, Sang Ian burst out laughing. "What you said seems to make some sense." He said helplessly, "Stop teasing him. Xiaolu has only been working for a short time and hasn't encountered any setbacks yet, so he's a bit arrogant. He was a little impolite just now. Please forgive him." Looking at that handsome face and meeting his affectionate eyes that seemed to look at even a dog with deep affection, Sang Ian subconsciously blurted out, "Since the beauty has spoken, we should naturally listen to her." There was a moment of stillness in the air. Lu Jiao glanced at Sang Ian, a knowing look on his face. "You really did have lustful thoughts about my uncle and intended to do something wicked." Sang Ian really wanted to give herself a good slap. She was used to talking nonsense in the fan group, and when she saw someone with good looks, she couldn't hold back her words and just blurted them out. She was about to explain when Jiang Huaijing laughed instead, twirling the Bodhi seed on his wrist. "Since that's the case, now that the beauty wants to admire your collection, is that all right?" Sang Ian was stunned. She truly hadn't expected that someone would say something like that just to see the writing implements in her hands. Where's the Fourth Master's style? Where's President Zhang's prestige? Not only was Sang Ian shocked, but even Lu Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Had his uncle been possessed by someone else? How dare you say such a thing? You know, when we were kids, anyone who called him a little beauty would get punched. Everyone in the family of the same generation has been beaten and kicked by my uncle. Gradually, his family stopped talking about his good looks. As he grew older, his appearance became more and more outstanding, and his features became more refined. When he first took over the Jiang group, there were people who talked about his appearance behind his back, and the comments were filthy. He doesn't even dare to think about what happened to those people. To avoid trouble caused by his appearance, Jiang Huaijing always wears a suit, usually in cool colors. He is usually serious and unsmiling, with an intimidating and unapproachable aura. Given Jiang Huaijing's current status, influence, skill, and cunning, no one dares to bring up his appearance anymore. However, in Anqing, you really can't find another person like Sang Ian who dares to flirt with someone to their face. Most importantly, Jiang Huaijing was very cooperative. Lu Jiao was genuinely shocked. His uncle's attitude towards this little girl was clearly different. Could it be that my uncle's old house is on fire, just like an iron tree blooming? Lu Jiao watched the two of them walk into the store side by side. Then he thought that Sang Ian was only 1 year older than him. If the two of them really got together, wouldn't that mean that he would have to call a little girl Annie in the future? Just thinking about that scene gave Lu Jiao goosebumps. He quickly followed. Since they came specifically for the 4 treasures of the study, and she had already let them in, she decided to get straight to the point. The entire first floor is filled with supermarket shelves with only 2 tables. One is the cashier counter at the entrance, and the other is a small square table by the side door. Looking at Jiang Huaijing, a well-dressed and domineering business elite, and then at her own ordinary little supermarket, Sang Ian felt a little embarrassed. "My place is rather basic. You can choose between the cashier counter and the square table by the side door. Is there a difference?" Lu Jiao complained. Then he received a warning look from Jiang Huaijing. When he looked at Sang Ian, he smiled gently and said, "Either is fine." Finally, following the principle of proximity, Sang Ian chose the cashier counter. She had finished practicing calligraphy the night before, and all her belongings were in the cabinet under the cashier counter. Seeing the wooden box shimmering with a soft purple light, Jiang Huaijing raised an eyebrow slightly. "It really is a princess. This sandalwood box is extremely precious. You just casually use it to store things. If a collector who loves sandalwood sees it, he will definitely be heartbroken. Although I really am a princess, this was a gift from a friend." Sang Ian took the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to the cashier's counter so that Jiang Huaijing could see them clearly. Jiang Huaijing glanced at it and knew that his judgment yesterday was correct. "Your friend is really generous. All of these are worth 8 figures, and he just gave them away like that. Sang Ian casually remarked, brothers in the underworld are all about loyalty. Jiang Huijing, who had just been carefully examining several calligraphy brushes, couldn't help but twitch his lips after hearing this. What was with this bandit-like aura coming from the front? God knows if Sang Ian was telling the truth. Lu Zexu really is the brother she has taken in, and since they are both involved in interdimensional trading, her description is accurate. Where did you get this paper? Jiang Huijing's voice suddenly rose. Chapter 29, What the Beauty Said Was All True. Sang Ian pretended to be casual. I've already said it. It was a gift from a friend. What friend? What's their name? Where do they live? Do you have their contact information? Jiang Huijing asked a whole bunch of questions in one breath. This question left Sang Ian completely stunned. Looking at her baby face with her big, round eyes filled with confusion, like a lost little lamb, he couldn't help but smile slightly. A beautiful woman's smile, especially a genuine smile, not the perfunctory social smile you see in a business setting, is truly stunning. Sang Ian, a self-proclaimed face value enthusiast, was completely mesmerized. Jiang Huijing noticed her expression, but his smile deepened. I was too impatient. For the first time, Sang Ian felt that her family's supermarket was far too rudimentary. It's really a bit of a waste for someone as handsome and extraordinary as Jiang Huijing to sit at a simple cashier's counter. A man like this should sit in a low-key yet luxurious office. That's the kind of setting that suits him. Sang Ian admired the stunning beauty up close, but the words she uttered were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, chilling her to the bone. I understand what you mean, but you may be disappointed. The art of watermark paper has indeed been lost. Jiang Huijing understood her unspoken meaning. These are your friend's collections, not that anyone else can produce watermark paper. Sang Ian nodded and patted the sandalwood box. These are all from his collection. He knew I was practicing calligraphy, so he gave them to me. This is the most reasonable answer. Jiang Huijing had also considered this possibility. Although he was disappointed, he had encountered such disappointment too many times, and he was used to it. Promoting China's traditional culture is a long and arduous task, especially for those traditions that have been lost, which are even more difficult to restore. After experiencing it many times, Jiang Huijing was only slightly disappointed for a moment when he heard that the art of water-patterned paper had been lost. Soon, he came up with a solution B. I really like this set of writing implements. Name your price, and I won't haggle. Sang Ian immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest, making a big X. Don't even think about it. I won't sell. Jiang Huijing stared at the beautiful water-patterned paper, clearly unwilling to give up. You have so many brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. You can just part with a portion of them. Sang Ian shook her head firmly. How can I exchange a gift from a friend for money? It's all about friendship. How can it be measured in money? Jiang Huijing raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye becoming even more alluring and seductive. Didn't we say that since the beauty has spoken, we should listen to her? Cough, cough, cough. Sang Ian choked on her own saliva. She couldn't outdo him. She specifically searched online and found that the fourth prince was serious, composed, abstinent, strict, difficult to approach, and traditional in his style. Could it be that all the information circulating online is false? Uncle, we can't go that far for a set of writing materials. Really, we can't. Why would we resort to using a honey trap? After being shocked, Lu Xiao quickly offered some words of comfort. Sang Ian nodded in agreement, his attitude more serious than ever before, even ignoring the beauty around him. That's right, that's right. Although she's indeed a sucker for good looks, she still has her own principles. Seeing the little fox, who had been baring its teeth and claws, become docile in a second, Jiang Huijing's smile deepened. Judging from the size of your small supermarket, you should need a suitable warehouse, right? Sang Ian's eyes lit up. Fourth Master is indeed a business genius. He has only been in the store for a short time, but he has already figured out the key to the problem. Jiang Huijing knew he had made the right move. I'll help you find a warehouse that's close to home, large in area, and easy to transport. Sang Ian nodded once for every sentence he spoke. She desperately needs a warehouse right now. Otherwise, how can she trade goods with customers from another world? Sang Ian immediately grabbed a stack of rippled paper and handed it to Jiang Huijing with both hands, saying generously, "We're all friends. Thank you, Fourth Master, for helping me solve the warehouse problem." Lu Xiao blinked. Had he missed something? Why did the atmosphere between the two of them change? Is making friends really that easy? Didn't you say that these writing implements were all about friendship? How come you gave them away for a warehouse? Isn't your friendship a bit too light? Lu Xiao turned to look at Sang Ian, speechless. Sang Ian spoke nonsense with a straight face. I'm not doing this for a warehouse. I just want to make friends with Fourth Master. Lu Xiao snorted. Then let's add each other on WeChat. If we're friends and don't even have each other's contact information, that's just too fake, isn't it? Sang Ian immediately took out his phone, opened WeChat, and waved it. Fourth Master, would you like to scan this? Hee. My uncle's WeChat isn't something just anyone can add, so don't waste your time. Before Lu Xiao could finish his sarcastic remark, the two had not only added each other on WeChat, but had also started exchanging messages. Seeing the renovation company's staff arrive, Jiang Huijing then led Lu Xiao away. As soon as Lu Xiao got on the bus, he started talking nonstop. Uncle, you've changed. Aren't you always indifferent to women? What's wrong with you today? Even for the sake of the watermark paper, you don't have to resort to such tactics. Jiang Huijing's forehead veins throbbed as he heard this. If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. Why are you getting angry now? Am I wrong? Didn't you see how all lovey-dovey you were just now? Lu Xiao was utterly heartbroken. And another thing, with your WeChat account, adding someone is as difficult as launching a rocket. You actually took the initiative to scan it today? If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Jiang Huijing raised his hand and rubbed his temples. If this wasn't his nephew, he would definitely lose his job immediately. By the way, Uncle, what were you thinking, buying property in this kind of urban village? There's no prospect of development here, is it? Or are you waiting for demolition and compensation? Lu Xiao asked in confusion. I don't own any businesses here, Jiang Huijing said expressionlessly. So you said you'd give Sang Ian a warehouse. Lu Xiao asked in surprise, then frowned slightly. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to deceive a young girl? Jiang Huijing laughed in exasperation. Your next task is to find a warehouse that meets the requirements here and complete the transfer procedures as soon as possible. Lu Xiao was shocked and wished he could slap himself for talking nonsense. Now, look what's happened. I have to work overtime again. An intangible cultural heritage exhibition was already keeping him busy enough, and now he has to find a warehouse too. Why is it that when you two become friends, it's the bystander who gets hurt? Jiang Huijing didn't see Lu Xiao's disapproving look. He was intently browsing Sang Ian's WeChat moments. When he saw the 9-compartment box of pastries, he couldn't help but mutter, could this really be a princess? Chapter 30, the renovation team, has arrived on site. Su Shui is the company's design director. The projects he undertakes are all in the millions, and he frequently wins awards in various interior design competitions at home and abroad. It can be said that he is the face of the entire renovation company. His schedule is hard to book, so his assistant was quite surprised that he had taken on a project in an urban village. When the two arrived at their workplace and saw the house they were about to be in charge of, they were even more surprised. This is just an ordinary 2-story building in an urban village. Judging from its appearance, it must be over 20 years old. It's really too old. The 2 floors together are only about 140 square meters. If you want to renovate them properly, the cost will not be low. However, the assistant thinks that in this location, there is absolutely no need to renovate. It's an urban village with no surrounding amenities. There's a new campus of a comprehensive university within 5 kilometers. Whether you're looking to live there or invest, there's not much point in renovating it. In fact, after wandering around the area, Su Shui also felt that there was really no point in decorating the houses here. With this money, it would be better to buy a new house. Sang Ian had already explained her needs here. Director Su, I want to build a supermarket here, selling some unique products, and I want an overall modern Chinese style. Is that possible? Of course it can be done, but the renovation costs will be higher, especially in terms of soft furnishings. The materials used will be more expensive than for modern, pastoral, or minimalist styles, Su Shui cautioned. Sang Ian had naturally looked into this as well. She smiled and suggested, you guys provide the design drawings for the interior decoration. I'll find an experienced craftsman to customize it, and you'll be responsible for the installation. I'll pay for the design fees and the installation labor costs. Is that all right? Su Shui raised an eyebrow. He had met clients with similar requirements before, most of whom wanted to save on their budget. However, using inferior materials for the soft furnishings would affect the overall effect. It might even make the overall style seem incongruous. Su Shuai only agreed to take on this project because of Wu Nan. Looking at the young girl in front of him, he reminded her, "You are Wu Nan's sister, so we are considered family. Wu Nan calls me Brother Su, so I have to help her handle this matter well. Although our company charges the highest fees in the industry, the quality is also top-notch. If your issue is due to budget constraints, I can offer you a discount." Sang Ian's idea was to have Lu Zexu find artisans from the Imperial Household Department to make it. Artisans who could enter the Imperial Household Department and serve the royal family would definitely have excellent craftsmanship. But he said it was on sale. Sang Ian was very tempted. Although she was not sure of money now, she had come from a poor background, so she should save money wherever she could. She asked with a smile, "If I don't order the interior design from you, can I still get a discount?" This tendency to take advantage of opportunities is exactly like Wu Nan's. He laughed out loud. "Sure, of course I can. I'll give you a 10% discount." Sang Ian's eyes lit up. "That's great." The subsequent negotiations went very smoothly. Measurements were taken and a design plan was developed. Sang Ian only specified the style and explained that it was going to be a supermarket. The rest were suggestions from Su Shuai. It has to be said that there's a reason why he's the design director. Su Shuai is not only insightful and creative, but also incredibly efficient. 2 days later, 4 design drawings were produced, and they were detailed drawings that even included soft furnishings and furniture. Sang Ian was unaware that Su Shuai had taken on 3 consecutive new Chinese-style renovation projects before accepting this job. He has made no fewer than 20 similar design drawings. Based on the supermarket's area and purpose, he has revised and modified his previous designs so that they could be used directly. Sang Ian didn't have any difficulty making choices. She immediately took a liking to a design that was grand in style and classically elegant. This was the first time Su Shuai had encountered such a straightforward client. There are no many demands, no need to delete or revise the design drawings, and no need to haggle over the budget. Drawings completed, contract signed, initial payments received, materials delivered. Other clients typically get things done in as little as half a month, but this client didn't even get a week. With such a worry-free client, Su Shuai wished he could come here every day to supervise the work. Such an easygoing client is a rare breed these days. The houses in the urban village are densely packed, and the renovation here will definitely affect the neighbors, especially those who run shops nearby. Sang Ian has some emotional intelligence. The supermarket has everything, so she picked up some fruit, canned goods, or drinks and gave them to all the neighbors around her. Most of the shop owners here are local residents. Sang Ian is young, and her business doesn't compete with theirs. She's also very polite, delivering things to their door. Naturally, no one has any objections to her because of the renovation. Every household said that if she needed anything, she should just ask anytime and not hesitate to ask. Sang Ian was naturally very happy. Relationships are built over time. She had lived here for 4 years and knew every shop in the area very well. Sometimes when she works late, the beef noodle shop owner always saves her a bowl. The owner prepares the first jianbing, Chinese crepe, for her every morning as she goes to catch the bus or subway. Even the stationery store owner, knowing she liked all kinds of notebooks, would bring her various new products when he went to restock. The warm neighborly relations were also the reason why Sang Ian decided to stay here and open a small supermarket. The last shop is a tailor shop at the end of the street, but nowadays not many people come here to get their clothes made. The shop only takes odd jobs, like changing zippers, making 4-piece bedding sets, curtains, and sofa covers. There's only one owner in his 60s who's incredibly skilled at using a sewing machine. Sang Ian is one of the few people who has worn formal attire in the store, and she knows that the owner's craftsmanship is absolutely top-notch, and the workmanship is beyond reproach. She carried 2 cans of milk powder for middle-aged and elderly people and 2 boxes of canned yellow peaches, all of which Chunny liked. Tell me, is it easy to run a supermarket? I've noticed that business at your store isn't good on weekdays, and now you're starting to deliver door to door. How can you do business like this? Chun-Yi took off her glasses, looking quite helpless. Sang Ian put the things directly into the inner cabinet. I'm going to be doing this for almost 2 months, which is too much of a disturbance to the neighbors. I'll go and say hello first, so that no one will have any complaints about me in the future, right? That makes sense, but Chun-Yi felt a pang of heartache thinking about all the things she had given away. You can deliver it to other people, but why are you delivering it to me? Our houses aren't even next door, so no matter how loud it is over there, it won't affect me. Sang Ian affectionately linked her arm with hers. Isn't that because I need your help? I just got some good fabric, and I want to make a few cheongsams. I know you usually have a lot of odd jobs here, so I just wanted to cut in line. Chun-Yi glanced at her. You're making excuses to send me things again. Why would I turn down a business that's offered to me? Don't worry, I'll make sure it looks beautiful. Sang Ian immediately stood up straight and stretched out her arms so that Chun-Yi could take her measurements. The best thing about custom-made items is that they fit perfectly. Chun-Yi has made clothes all her life, so taking measurements is very quick for her. The fabric for making cheongsams is very particular. Let me see what kind of fabric you have. If it's not suitable, I'll go to the market and find you a suitable one. Her children were not around, and Sang Ian would visit her every few days. Once, she suddenly fell ill, and if Sang Ian hadn't happened to come over, found her, and taken her to the hospital, she might have died long ago. From then on, Chun-Yi treated her as a junior member of his family. Sang Ian was able to buy the small supermarket because Chun-Yi helped to make the connection. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Chapter 31. My father must have some serious illness. Sang Ian took the person home directly and took out the 8 bolts of silk that Lu Zexu had given her. When Chun-Yi was young, he was a key member of a state-owned textile factory, and he was in contact with fabrics most of the time. She didn't even need to touch it. Just by looking at the color, she knew it was a rare and high-quality material. Aunt Chun, which one do you think suits me best? Sang Ian asked. Chun-Yi stared intently at the 8 bolts of fabric, carefully picked one up with her hand, feeling the smooth, delicate texture under her fingers, and said with a smile, Make them all. Make 8 sets. 1 set a day so we can change them. Although she really wanted to try cheongsams that could be both fresh and elegant or charming and alluring, 8 sets seemed a bit too many. Moreover, she also plans to sell these silks in the supermarket to attract customers to her small shop. Seeing her hesitation, Chun excitedly persuaded her, Listen to me, it would be a real waste if these brocades weren't made into cheongsams. With your great figure, cheongsams are the most suitable for you. Yin brocade. Sang Ian didn't know much about fabrics. She only knew it was silk, but she didn't know the specific classifications. Yes, this material is clearly yin brocade. Its color is bright and lustrous, resembling clouds in the sky. The brocade pattern is gorgeous and varied. Most importantly, the pattern and color of the material are different when you observe it from different angles. Whenever fabrics are mentioned, Chun-Yi is very confident, knowing all about the different types and characteristics. She pulled out a section with plum blossom patterns and showed it to Sang Ian from different angles. It was snow white, silver white, light pink, pale pink, and pink. It was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. This fabric doesn't look like it came from a large machine. It looks more like it was woven by an experienced craftsman. Chun-Yi said subconsciously. Sang Ian was shocked. As expected of someone who had spent his whole life dealing with fabrics, he could even distinguish between hand-woven fabrics and machine-made ones. Don't worry, I promise I won't ruin your fine fabric. You know, back in the day, my specialty was making cheongsams. Chun-Yi was itching to make clothes. She had been a tailor all her life, and her favorite thing to do was make clothes. However, fewer people asked her to make clothes now, and even if they did, they were all formal wear. She hadn't tried on a cheongsam for many years. Sang Ian thought that if she wanted better fabric, she could barter with Lu Zexu, so she agreed to Chun-Yi's suggestion. Chun-Yi moved with incredible speed, immediately going home to get special scissors, and quickly cutting each of the 8 bolts of cloth into a section according to Sang Ian's figure. Aunt Chun, there's no rush. We don't need to work overnight. It'll hurt your eyes, Sang Ian quickly advised. I know. You're so young, yet you're more talkative than an old woman like me. Chun-Yi waved his hand casually, full of energy, and moved with lightning speed, looking as if he couldn't wait to get to work. With one hand in his pocket, Sang Ian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, women still need to focus on their careers. Look, I'm all energized now. So, you should look at fewer handsome guys and focus more on your career. The little parrot flew in through the window and landed directly on Sang Ian's shoulder. Working overtime and staying up late is too dangerous and can easily lead to sudden death. It's better to do less work and just do it once every 10 days or half a month like now. Sang Ian now goes to bed early and gets up early every day. She runs 5 kilometers every morning to exercise. During the day, she runs her shop, supervises construction, practices calligraphy, and admires her idol's stunning good looks in her fan group. She finds this regular life very good. Come on. The little parrot suddenly spread its wings and cried out in surprise. Has there been no trade for so long? Sang Ian glanced at it, puzzled. Long? It's not that bad, is it? Besides, don't you know how long it's been since you opened the door? The little parrot looked up, stared blankly at the ceiling, and began to reflect on itself. Having suddenly gained its freedom, it has been flying around and enjoying delicious food these past few days. In addition, Sang Ian gave it a big treasure, a tablet, which it can watch cartoons every day. Life couldn't be more comfortable. It was so happy every day that it forgot its job. It shook its head violently. No, it had to get to work as soon as possible. It had almost used up the energy from the previous 2 transactions. Deal, let's deal tonight. The little parrot flew back into its cage in a flash, while 2 more distinct black claw marks appeared on Sang Ian's white short-sleeved shirt. Looking at the freshly made paw prints, Sang Ian gritted her teeth. If you get my clothes dirty again next time, I'll roast you. The little parrot shuddered. Gah, an unemployed, stay-at-home woman is roasting a cute parrot at home. What's the reason behind this? Sang Ian sighed and rubbed his forehead. Old men, can you spend less time on Weibo, forums, and Jihu? The little parrot tilted its head, its beady eyes full of confusion. Why? Sang Ian said coldly. You'll become stupid. It stepped onto the branch in the middle of the cage, turned its whole body around, faced the side door, and only exposed its rear end to Sang Ian. It wasn't just Xingmin who missed the transaction. The young prince of Daliang, Lu Zexu, also did. During this time, he lived a life of great success and indulged in all sorts of reckless behavior in the palace. No need to get up early for class. No need to do homework. No need to practice riding and archery. I slept in until I naturally woke up, had breakfast, and then took a stroll outside the palace to experience the lives of ordinary people in the capital. Make friends with some interesting young people, attend poetry gatherings and literary events. Listening to music together in a brothel, drinking together on a pleasure boat, and spending lavishly in a silver shop. That's pure bliss. Every day, I would eat snacks bought from the supermarket, and then take cosmetics bought from the supermarket to the Empress Dowager's palace to sit for half an hour and chat with her. He had the Empress Dowager smiling every day, and even if the emperor were to reprimand him, the Empress Dowager would speak up for him. Lu Zexu discovered that after he let go of his longing for his father's love, his life became enjoyable every day. Everything was progressing as he had predicted. An imperial censor had already warned him that he was behaving improperly, spending his days indulging in pleasure, lacking ambition, and unworthy of the title of crown prince. He had thought his father would take this opportunity to depose him from his position as crown prince. He had even started taking stock of his treasury and dreaming of a wonderful life free to roam the skies. To his surprise, the memorial was kept in the palace and never issued, leaving him with nothing but disappointment. However, he was shocked when he took stock of his storeroom. He didn't have much cash on hand. Most of it consisted of medicinal herbs, silks, jade, books, and his mother's private savings. If he were really deposed, banished from the capital, and randomly thrown into a poor fiefdom, how would he enjoy life? My sister is right. We need to have money in our hands. For several days, Lu Zexu pondered ways to make money, and finally, he came up with a good idea. Chapter 32, The Young Prince. This censor isn't quite capable. Lu Zexu knew his current status. No matter what he did, countless people were watching him. If he wanted to make money, he still needed to find outsiders to handle it. This person cannot be associated with the crown prince, nor with his maternal grandfather or uncle's family. Since it is to be done in secret, it is natural to find someone with a clean background. Fortunately, he frequently left the palace to travel during this period, so he didn't come away empty-handed. Hearing that he was looking for a capable manager, everyone recommended various candidates. It's fair to say that these fellow acquaintances had an exceptionally wide network of connections, and the people they recommended all had outstanding abilities. The shopkeeper was quickly chosen. He was a middle-aged man whose family had been in business for generations, but whose fortunes had declined and who needed to support his family. Lu Zexu had no business experience whatsoever. After hiring a head manager, he simply provided the money. Everything from buying shops and decorating them to hiring people was entrusted to this head manager. Although he always kept his identity hidden from the outside world, he also had his own people, all of whom were left to him by the empress before her death and were extremely loyal. If they weren't so bad at management, Lu Zexu wouldn't have bothered to find outsiders to be managers. However, having these people as supervisors is more than enough. As it turned out, Lu Zexu's judgment was excellent. The shopkeeper was capable, and more importantly, honest and kind. He wasn't the kind of person who would embezzle the owner's money. Lu Zexu's idea for a business was simple: sell soap, bar soap. The first time he went to the supermarket, those two items took up a lot of space in his two shopping carts. When he left the palace, he secretly had these treasures he had hidden in the cave brought back, and now they came in handy. Fangfectuan opened soon. Soap and bar soap were novelties here, and the shopkeeper, being a shrewd businessman, experimented with the effects of different soaps and bar soaps before reprocessing them. A large bar of soap was cut into 6 equal pieces and placed into a wooden box with exquisite carvings. This small piece alone cost 1 tael of silver. And this is already the cheapest price at Fangfectuan. Those with a fragrance are more expensive. However, all of these pale in comparison to soap. Soap can be used to cleanse the face and bathe, and with its subtle fragrance, the price has been driven up to 10 taels of silver for a small bar. It's clearly an item that ordinary people can't afford. But it doesn't matter. The capital city is full of wealthy and powerful families, noble gentry, and high-ranking officials. The wealth accumulated by these families is more than the national treasury. It was only 10 taels of silver. In these people's eyes, it was nothing at all. They used something unique, something of status, something of prestige. If I can use it, but you can't, then you're inferior to me. This competitive mentality led to Fangfectuan's phenomenal success as soon as it opened. If the shopkeeper hadn't been so restrained in selling, with so little inventory, they wouldn't have had anything left to sell in just 2 days. The shop's current popularity will only last for 5 days. Fangfectuan had only been open for 5 days when news of its soaps and scented soaps had already spread throughout the capital. As everyone knows, the newly opened Fangfectuan only sells 2 kinds of goods: a bar of soap, which is especially useful for washing clothes and bedding. It's a small bar. Just apply it to the clothes and scrub them a few times, and the clothes will look brand new, saving a lot of effort compared to usual. After drying them in the sun, the washed clothes have a light, fresh fragrance, which is wonderful. The soap, whether for cleansing the face, bathing, or washing the hair, is an excellent product. It not only makes the skin smooth and the hair clean, but also has a light fragrance. Ladies and young ladies from noble families all love it. For a time, ladies from aristocratic families considered it a status symbol to be able to use soap because there was no way to buy it nowadays, even if you had money. Some wealthy and prestigious families, concerned with appearances, would confront the shopkeeper directly, offering to pay a premium for a bar of soap. The shopkeeper, left with no other option, even opened the shop's warehouse, only to find that the manufacturing process was too difficult and complex, and there was no soap in stock. Even if the king of heaven himself came, the store would be out of stock. As soon as the playboy from the aristocratic family left, the shopkeeper went to see Lu Zexu. To avoid attracting attention, Lu Zexu also bought a mansion, and the manager would come directly to report any matters that came up to him. In the pavilion in the courtyard, Lu Zexu ate potato chips while admiring the lotus flowers in the pond, and was in a very good mood. Before leaving the palace, his 7th brother, born to the imperial concubine, told him with a worried expression that the censor had impeached him again, and many ministers in the court were already dissatisfied with him, with some even calling for the removal of the crown prince. Looking at his 7th brother, who was half a head shorter than him, who was clearly overjoyed but pretended to be worried, Lu Zexu found it amusing. Instead of panicking or getting anxious, he was somewhat disappointed. I hope the censor can put in more effort and work harder. Every time it's all talk and no action, and there's no result. Isn't that a waste of time? Upon hearing this, the 7th prince stood there dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Thinking of his silly appearance, Lu Zexu was even happier, and he even ate his potato chips faster. It seems he'll have to work overtime. Otherwise, who knows when his father will finally depose the crown prince. Master, we're out of stock. If we don't get new stock soon, those young masters and ladies from wealthy families will tear Fangfei pavilion down. Despite saying that, the shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. He really chose the right employer. His first business venture was so easy. The shop was doing well, so he received a lot of bonuses, and he had a lot of face when he went out to socialize. Lu Zexu had expected business to be good, but he never imagined it would be this good. He was extremely happy to see the account books and banknotes brought by the shopkeeper. However, when it came to the source of goods, Lu Zexu stroked his chin and said, "Tomorrow, come again tomorrow." The shopkeeper was overjoyed, not expecting to be able to replenish the goods so quickly. He felt even more that he had chosen the right employer. Although the employer was young, he was very capable. Lu Zexu wasn't sure if the door would appear again tonight. These past few days, he had been staying up past midnight to go to sleep, hoping to go to the supermarket again. However, every day ended in disappointment. During this time, he collected many items that young ladies from aristocratic families liked, just waiting to present them to his sister. He also looked into the goods his sister mentioned last time that could be sold in large quantities, and even bought a lot of them. It can be said that everything is ready, and all that's needed is the final push. I just don't know when the door to his bedroom will be opened again. Chapter 33, It's Good That There's One Less Tyrant. Lu Zexu's purpose in leaving the palace this time was to check on a new shop. Now that he sees his shop making a fortune every day, he can return to the palace with peace of mind. The Eastern Palace today is very different from the Eastern Palace of the past. In the past, the decorations in this palace were mainly grand and elegant. As the crown prince, he could not afford to be extravagant. Otherwise, he would be criticized for indulging in pleasure, being extravagant and unfit for great responsibilities. Now it's different. He can decorate his palace however he wants and put whatever ornaments he wants in it. He just likes to enjoy life and wants to use the best things, so what? He neither exploits the people nor embezzles or accepts bribes. Those things are just things in his warehouse. Why leave them unused and let them gather dust in the warehouse? Jade paving the floor, incense burning at exorbitant prices, and curtains made of the rarest Lingxiao gauze. This has become the norm in the Eastern Palace. The entire Eastern Palace is now a haven of wealth and luxury. As General Shen Hong stepped into the East Palace, he instinctively stepped back. He must have entered the East Palace the wrong way. Otherwise, how could he have seen such luxurious furnishings? His nephew is always frugal, self-disciplined, humble, and polite. How could he be so extravagant? Therefore, it must be his fault. It must be his fault. Shen Hong closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and immediately opened them again, stepping back into the Vermilion Gate. The result was exactly the same as what we had just seen. Shen Hong stood frozen in place. The facts were right before his eyes, and now there was no room for him to continue making excuses. He had just returned from a military camp when he heard that the crown prince was extravagant, unambitious, and idle all day long. He even stopped going to the study and was truly unfit to be the heir apparent. He thought his nephew had been framed, which is why he didn't even have time to go home and went straight to the Eastern Palace to meet with his nephew and discuss countermeasures. Little did they know that upon entering the East Palace, they would witness such a scene. His mind went blank for a moment, and he didn't know what to do. When did his little nephew become such a different person? "Uncle, why aren't you going in? What are you doing standing at the door? Have the people in the palace been neglecting you?" Lu Zexu held a large, jet-black cat in his arms, gently stroking its back. Judging from his practiced movements, he must have raised this cat for a long time. Shen Hong frowned slightly. "Your Highness, when did you start keeping cats?" Lu Zexu stretched out his index finger and teased the black cat's chin. The black cat rubbed affectionately against his finger, and the two looked very harmonious. "I've always wanted to raise one, but I was afraid that my father would not like it and that the court officials would have something to say, so I have not taken any action." Shen Hong became increasingly puzzled. "Then why raise it now? Aren't you afraid now?" Lu Zexu smiled, but it wasn't the gentle and humble smile he had before. Instead, it was a more unrestrained and radiant smile. "Because I no longer want to be the crown prince, I am naturally not afraid." Shen Hong frowned even more deeply this time. He cautiously looked around. The emperor disliked the crown prince and did not pay much attention to the crown prince's affairs. The crown prince lost his mother at a young age, and no one in the palace cared about him. In addition, the princes above him were all getting older and naturally had their own ideas. In this Eastern Palace, who knows how many spies there might be? If this gets out, it will undoubtedly become another major point of contention. "Your Highness, please do not speak recklessly." Lu Zexu didn't say anything more and enjoyed the pleasure of petting the cat. This fluffy little thing is so soft and cuddly in your arms, and it even acts all cute and affectionate. It's impossible not to love it. He deeply regretted why he had been so insistent on gaining his father's approval and favor, instead of following his own desires sooner and raising such an adorable kitten. The two went into the study one after the other. Lu Zexu leaned back in his chair, his posture languid, constantly stroking his fur. He looked every bit like a spoiled brat, completely different from the well-mannered, humble, and upright prince that Shunhong remembered. "Uncle, you and grandfather should make plans early. I will definitely be crippled. You must not let me affect you." Shunhong was puzzled. With the support of the Shun family, even if the emperor dislikes you, as long as you don't make any mistakes, that position will definitely be yours. Lu Zexu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I'm not as confident as you. My brothers are no pushovers. There's only one supreme position, and I don't want to waste my energy fighting them for it. It's too exhausting." Shunhong remained silent. Since ancient times, royal families have been ruthless, and the struggle for the throne has been filled with bloodshed. Without the Empress Dowager's support, the young nephew is certainly at a disadvantage compared to the other princes in the competition for power. In addition, the emperor's dislike for the crown prince was something that was generally known to all the ministers in the court. The struggle for the throne is bloody and fierce. Until the very last moment, no one knows the final outcome. If my nephew retires while he's ahead, protects himself wisely, and lives a long and healthy life, there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, the Shin family wasn't so fixated on the position of the emperor's brother-in-law. If it weren't for the fact that his elder sister left early, leaving his young nephew all alone in the Eastern Palace, and the Shin family hadn't worried about his future, the Shun family wouldn't have expanded their influence in the military over the past 10 years. Now that his nephew doesn't want that position and wants to withdraw from the power struggle early, the Shun family will lose their immense wealth, but they will also be much more relaxed and safer. Even if you don't want that position, you don't have to ruin your reputation like this. Wanting the throne is difficult, but not wanting it is easy, isn't it? Seeing his nephew being forced into this situation, Shunhong was furious and didn't even care about the proper etiquette in his speech. Lu Zexu didn't care at all. Only someone who truly cares about you would get angry over something like this. "Uncle may have misunderstood something. I genuinely like these things, but I'm not doing it to ruin my reputation." "All right, if that's really the case, then you shouldn't be emperor. The world will be rid of one tyrant." Lu Zexu has now completely let himself go. Even though he saw through his thoughts, he didn't care. Instead, he reminded him, uncle and grandfather should make plans as soon as possible. The two have reached a consensus. Shunhong received a series of messages in a short period of time and was anxious to go back and tell his father. Little did he know that as soon as he stepped out of the study, he was bumped into by Fu Lu. "General, please forgive me. General, please forgive me. I was blind." Fu Lu hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "So impulsive. What happened? Why are you so flustered?" Shunhong was somewhat confused as to why his sister would leave such a useless servant to her nephew. "Your Highness, General, the Crown Prince has contracted the plague." Fu Lu hurriedly reported. "The prince's residence has been sealed off. Imperial physicians have been sent there in droves, and I hear the situation is not good." Chapter 34, The Plague. I want to go and see. The eldest prince has long since left the palace and established his own residence. Moreover, his mother is an old servant from the prince's former residence and is now one of the 4 consorts, holding a very high position in the harem. The eldest prince had been training in the army since he entered the court, and his martial arts skills were extraordinary, making him very popular with the generals in the army. Given that the emperor disliked the crown prince, some ministers in the court supported the eldest prince. In fact, it's not just the eldest prince. The second and third princes also have their own supporters. Although the fourth and fifth princes haven't made any explicit statements yet, no one knows whether they are biding their time or not. After all, there are never any innocent and harmless members of the royal family. Now, the most formidable contender among these princes has contracted the plague. Lu Zexu jogged back to his bedroom, and not long after, he jogged out again. Shunhong stared blankly as he went in and out, wondering what he was doing. Let's go take a look at my elder brother's residence." Lu Zexu flicked his sleeve and was about to leave the palace. Shunhong immediately stepped forward, stretching out his long arm to stop him. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate. The first prince is suffering from a plague." "An epidemic, that's a plague, it's contagious." Fu Lu also knelt down with a thud, grabbing Lu Zexu's robe with one hand and trying to dissuade him. "Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered the crown prince's residence to be sealed off. Apart from the imperial physicians, no one can enter. Even if you go there, You won't be able to enter the mansion. Lu Zexu was not surprised that his father would issue such an order. Throughout history, epidemics have never been a trivial matter. If no treatment can be found, the virus can spread rapidly, eventually leading to deaths in city after city. The epidemic is currently occurring in Beijing, and if it is not controlled properly, it could very likely lead to irreversible consequences. The wisest course of action is to nip danger in the bud. I just don't know if, once the epidemic in my elder brother's residence gets out of control, his father, the emperor, will order everyone in the prince's residence to be killed. After all, the most effective and safest solution is to completely eliminate the source of transmission. Lu Zexu's thoughts were racing, but he didn't insist on going to the first prince's residence. Shen Hong and Fu Lu both breathed a sigh of relief. This is a pandemic. If you get infected, you might lose your life. Has any news come from your residence, elder brother? Lu Zexu asked. Fu Lu was a master at gathering information, so his presence to report on the situation meant he had already thoroughly investigated the matter. The Imperial Medical Academy has diagnosed this epidemic as typhoid fever. People in the first prince's residence are all experiencing weakness, loss of appetite, chills, cough, sore throat, cold extremities, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. I have heard that more than 100 servants in the first prince's residence have died in just these few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Zexu frowned deeply. Why is it so serious that I only just received the news? Fu Lu bowed and clasped his hands. I heard that at first it was not certain that it was an epidemic. Later, most of the servants in the mansion fell ill. Only then did the steward of the first prince's mansion realize that something was wrong and report it to the first prince. However, the eldest prince was also ill at that time. Upon hearing of this incident, he summoned the imperial physician for treatment. It was only then that it was diagnosed as an epidemic. The situation was discovered too late. I heard that many people in the capital have already been infected with the epidemic. Now the prefect of Jingzhou is leading people to move these patients to the outskirts of the city. Lu Zexu frowned even more deeply. Why would an epidemic break out in the capital, a city of great importance? And how did my elder brother get infected? Fu Lu cautiously looked at Shen Hong. I heard that the plague first appeared in the camp outside the capital. In an instant, Shen Hong and Lu Zexu's expressions changed. Shen Hong covered his mouth and nose with one hand and quickly retreated out of the palace. He had just returned from the camp in the suburbs of the capital. He deeply regretted coming to the East Palace today. Although he felt no discomfort, one can't be too afraid of the worst-case scenario. What if he really gets sick and infects his nephew? Hurry and summon the imperial physician. Lu Zexu immediately shouted, and he subconsciously stepped forward to check on Shen Hong's condition. But Shen Hong raised his hand to stop him. Your Highness, you must go back immediately. Fu Lu, sweep the entire East Palace inside and out 3 times with boiling water, without the slightest carelessness. And your Highness's clothes, take them off immediately and burn them. If anything happens to His Highness, you should know the consequences. Shen Hong's voice was steady and powerful, and he arranged everything in the shortest amount of time. Fu Lu did not act immediately, but only started moving after seeing Lu Zexu nod. He was a member of the Eastern Palace, and only the Crown Prince could order him to do things. Uncle, don't be nervous. I just came back from outside the palace. I might have already been infected. Besides, we've been talking here for a while now. If I were going to get infected, I would have already. There's no point in avoiding me now. As Lu Zexu spoke, he had already walked up to Shen Hong, showing no concern whatsoever about possibly getting infected. The imperial physician quickly came over and took their pulses. As soon as they took his pulse, his expression changed. Lu Zexu and Shen Hong were not stupid. They immediately saw the problem. I also contracted the epidemic. Shen Hong said in a deep voice that he was not afraid of death, but he was worried about implicating his nephew. The imperial physician bowed and said, General, you are in good health and are skilled in martial arts. This injury is only in its early stages. With proper medicine and care, you will surely be able to overcome this calamity. Shen Hong didn't care about that right now. He suppressed his panic and said, Let's take a pulse for His Highness the Crown Prince. Fu Lu and Shen Hong stared intently at the imperial physician, who was under immense pressure, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. The person in question was completely oblivious to the matter and paid no attention to it whatsoever. Lu Zexu wasn't unafraid of death. Rather, he was confident because he had 2 boxes of commonly used medicines on him, He survived the last dangerous fall off the cliff, so this is just a seasonal epidemic. He believed that he could definitely pull through. The imperial physician stopped, his expression relaxing. Your Highness is blessed with good fortune and has no signs of the epidemic. It's just that you're not getting enough sleep. Your Highness, staying up late is taking a toll on your health. Your Highness, I will prescribe a calming soup to help you sleep peacefully. Lu Zexu knew what was going on with him. He had been staying up late every night, waiting for that door that was filled with 7-colored light. How could he get enough sleep? Falu, immediately seal off the East Palace. From now on, no one may enter or leave the East Palace. Have someone inform the Emperor that an epidemic has broken out in the East Palace. Shenhong immediately stopped him. Your Highness, this is not appropriate. I shall leave the palace immediately. This is the safest course of action. Lu Zexu shot him a sharp glare. Safe my ass. Now that you've left the East Palace, how many people will you encounter along the way? How many people will you let contract the plague? Shenhong naturally understood this principle. However, if we stay, it may endanger your Highness. Lu Zexu ignored his nonsense and directly moved Shenhong to a side courtyard, leaving only 2 eunuchs to serve him. Of course, he also kept the imperial physician behind to treat Shenhong's illness. Although he was a doctor, he had come into contact with Shenhong, and staying was the safest option. Lu Zexu thought his arrangement was extremely reasonable, but little did he know that in less than a quarter of an hour, the imperial guards had surrounded his eastern palace. Chapter 35, Running a supermarket, is still hard work. Lu Zexu had always known that his father disliked him, but he never expected that his father would actually order the confinement of the Eastern Palace. Is this because they are worried that he will leave the palace and spread the epidemic? Lu Zexu gave a cold laugh. Confined to his quarters, so be it. He never intended to go out anyway. Lu Zexu was unaware that upon hearing that the crown prince's palace was plagued by disease, Lu Qingtian flew into a rage, smashing the teacup to pieces. He even cut his finger on the teacup, causing it to bleed profusely. In the imperial study, servants knelt on the floor. Investigate. Why is there an epidemic in the Eastern Palace? How is the crown prince currently? Your servant obeys the decree. Because of the epidemic, the palace was in a state of panic. Everyone knew how serious the plague was, and whether one could recover once infected depended entirely on fate. Now that both the eldest prince and the crown prince are suffering from the plague, the imperial concubine is overjoyed. If both of them die, the chances of her child ascending the throne will greatly increase. But her joy didn't last long before she heard that the emperor had almost emptied the imperial hospital of all the good medicinal herbs, sending 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old lingji mushrooms to the Eastern Palace and the first prince's residence. Other palaces followed suit and sent their own. Despite her reluctance, the imperial concubine cut off a piece of flesh and took out ginseng that the emperor had recently bestowed upon her from her private treasury and sent it out. She tried to tell herself that she should just consider it money to save these 2 people's lives. That's right. Even the imperial concubine, who always loved money more than anything, still felt her heart bleed as she watched the 2 old ginseng roots about to leave. Lu Zexu looked at the flowing medicinal herbs and smiled. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? His warehouse might not be big enough to hold everything. Otherwise, I could send some to my sister. You might get double the snacks in return. Looking at the yard full of medicinal herbs, Lu Zexu ate 2 extra bowls of rice that evening. The atmosphere in the East Palace, which had been tense, was relieved to see that the crown prince was in good health and the servants were in a good mood. The epidemic struck fiercely, and even a martial artist like Shen Hong began to experience high fever, abdominal pain, cough, vomiting, and diarrhea at night, making his condition extremely critical. The imperial physician prescribed a medicine, and the servants brewed bowl after bowl of it, but it had no effect whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Lu Zexu took the medicine and wanted to go to the side courtyard, but Falu knelt on the ground, hugging his leg, tears streaming down her face, and wouldn't let him go. Your Highness, the general has a royal physician, and you don't know anything about medicine, so there's no use in going there. You must take care of yourself. If anything happens to you, the general will be very worried. Lu Zexu held the medicine in his hand. He couldn't see the situation, so he didn't dare to give it to his uncle. Besides, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Go to the side courtyard and keep an eye on things. If anything happens, inform me immediately. Fu Lu was overjoyed and wept. This servant will go right away. Right away. Lu Zexu returned to his bedroom and quietly waited for midnight. Sang Ian was told by Xingmin that she would have to work overtime tonight, so she closed the shop early and went to bed at 8 o'clock. Otherwise, tomorrow during the day, with the renovations next door and all the clanging and banging, she won't be able to sleep even if she wants to. At 12 o'clock, the side door flashed with colorful light, and Lu Zexu entered the supermarket 3 times. Right in front of them was Sang Ian, who was covering her mouth with one hand and yawning. Take whatever you want to buy. Don't be shy. Lu Zexu felt as if he had met a savior and told everyone about the epidemic. Sister, do you have any medicine that's effective for this? Sang Ian's mind cleared up immediately. She wasn't a doctor, but she had experienced the pandemic firsthand and had learned a lot about it over the past 3 years. There was a period when the topic of ancient plagues was hotly debated online, and she was one of those who observed it. According to the young prince, the epidemic in his area should be typhoid fever, and the most effective treatment for typhoid fever is antibiotics. You wait. Sang Ian went to the small storeroom in the back and picked and chose. The last time he went to the pharmacy, he spent nearly 100,000 yuan, but this time he only picked out 4 boxes. It was an hour later when she brought over 4 cardboard boxes of medicine. After all that commotion, her chest and back were soaked with sweat. Besides that, masks and disinfectants are also essential, but unfortunately, none of these stores had any. Last time, she was so focused on buying medicine that she didn't even think about these things. You'll have to buy that separately. Fortunately, she bought a car and has access to a 24-hour pharmacy. Some pharmacies don't have these, so I'll have to go buy them. You can browse around the store and see if there's anything else you want to buy besides medicine. Don't be shy. Just take whatever you want. I have something to ask you for help later. After finishing speaking, Sang Ian took her phone and car keys and left. Lu Zexu was overjoyed when he heard that someone needed his help. His sister has helped him the last few times, and now it's finally his turn to help his sister. Anshin was very quiet at 1 a.m., with very few cars on the road. Sang Ian accelerated to the maximum speed and drove directly to the vicinity of the nearest hospital. She remembered that there were many pharmacies near the hospital. It might be the night shift. The clerk had a variety show playing on her phone, but she was already dozing off. 10 boxes each of medical masks and disinfectant, and 2 boxes each of cephalosporin and azithromycin. The shop assistant was still a little confused. Sang Ian repeated herself, and the shop assistant looked at her suspiciously. We've all relaxed restrictions here, haven't we? We don't need to stock up on masks and disinfectant anymore. Sang Ian just smiled and didn't explain. Please hurry up. The clerk immediately went to the small storeroom behind the pharmacy, muttering to himself as he went, Is there going to be another large-scale outbreak? I haven't heard anything about it. Fortunately, the store has enough stock. Since the outbreak of the epidemic, the store has always had a sufficient supply of masks and disinfectant. The goods that arrived yesterday were all taken away without even needing to be unpacked. There just weren't enough cephalosporins and azithromycin. Sang Ian went to 2 more nearby shops and only drove back after she had filled the car to the brim, with even the passenger seat piled high with boxes. A whole car full for less than 60,000 yuan. Moving goods into the store is another arduous task. Lu Zexu couldn't leave the supermarket, so she had to come by herself. After unloading the truckload, Sang Ian was so exhausted that her legs were trembling, her arms were twitching involuntarily, and her hair on her forehead was matted and soaked with sweat. She walked to the shelf, panting, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and sipped it slowly. Your stamina isn't great either, the little parrot complained, perched on a branch. Sang Ian rolled her eyes at it. I run 5 kilometers every morning, and you're saying I'm not physically fit? Didn't you say that all I have to do is trade with guests from another world? You didn't say I also have to do physical labor. The little parrot swooped down and landed on the square table by the side door, strutting around proudly, saying, Who told you you're just a novice supermarket owner? Experienced supermarket owners will have stocked up on enough goods in advance, so they don't have to rush to buy more and can't even hire a delivery worker. Being mocked like that, Sang Ian grabbed the parrot's small body and retaliated by scratching its little head. If you say that again, I'm not going for a walk tomorrow. The little parrot immediately became obedient and shifted the blame, saying, Why hasn't that 4th master sent you the warehouse yet? That man is so untrustworthy. Sang, you can't become that kind of person. We promised to go out and play tomorrow, and we absolutely have to go. You can't go back on your word. You're so clever. Where's my brother? Why can't I see him? Sang Ian changed the subject. Chapter 36, the third deal. I'm here. Lu Zexu huffed and puffed as he slowly pushed a wooden box out of the side door. Putting everything else aside, just looking at how sweaty he is, you can tell that the box is quite heavy. The key point is that one box wasn't enough. 5 more of the same boxes were pushed in one after another. After finishing, Lu Zexu plopped down on the box, too tired to move. Both of them were exhausted, covered in sweat, and looked disheveled. Taking the opportunity, Sang Ian began to explain how these things should be done, especially the ratio of disinfectant, which cannot be wrong. Another point is how to take different antibiotics. Finally, she added, you can't just take medicine indiscriminately. Everyone's constitution is different, and the effects of medicine are also different. Some people are allergic to these drugs and may even die from taking them. Whether you take medicine or not is your decision. Unfortunately, given the conditions in ancient times, there was no way to conduct allergy tests. Once an allergic reaction occurred, with the medical level of that era, it was very likely that the patient could not be saved. Sister, I know. Everyone has their own fate. When the epidemic broke out in the capital, even if they didn't take the medicine, they would still die in the end. Now that we have such good medicine, it gives them hope for life. Lu Zexu understood this point very well. Seeing this, Sang Ian stopped worrying. Can you remember all that I said? I'll just write you a note instead. Lu Zexu quickly stopped her. No need to trouble yourself, sister. The text here will turn into a mess when it gets to me, and I won't be able to see it. Sang Ian looked at the little parrot on the square table. What's going on? The little parrot, who was secretly eating sunflower seeds, immediately turned its head to the side upon hearing this, stretching out a wing to block the view. That's a lower level plane. Text can't be transmitted over here. All right, there's nothing else we can do but use the little prince's brain. Sister, these are what I've collected in the capital these past few days. The young ladies in the capital all love them. As he spoke, Lu Zexu opened the top wooden box. Inside were various embroidered handkerchiefs and embroidered sachets. There are elegant light colors as well as bright colors, and no two embroidery patterns are the same. There are various flowers such as plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, as well as birds and beasts, and even single characters. The embroidery is clearly the work of a top-notch embroiderer. Sang Ian squatted down beside the boxes, picking them up one by one and looking at them with obvious delight. Lu Zexu had already opened the second box. These are all kinds of jewelry I saw when I was browsing the jewelry store. They're the most sought-after pieces in the capital. As he spoke, he opened the various small boxes in the box one by one. Basically, each piece of jewelry had its own individual box. The box dazzled the eye under the light. Sang Ian only recognized jewelry, such as ingluo, earrings, hairpins, hair ornaments, hair sticks, rings, and bracelets. She didn't even recognize the others, let alone know how to wear them. It is considered top tier not only because of its exquisite design, but also because of the expensive materials used: gold, silver, jade, coral, and pearls. Even in ancient times, buying so many of these would have cost a fortune. Just when everyone thought that was the limit, Lu Zexu started rambling on, revealing a huge box at the very bottom. Once the box was opened, the entire room was truly illuminated. There's only one of these phoenix crowns. I snatched it from the son of the Grand Secretary. You can use it when you get married in the future. Speaking of this, Lu Zexu felt a little proud. Sang Ian was stunned by the magnificent and exquisite phoenix crown before her. The main body is made of gold, with cloisonne flowers. The stamens are adorned with pearls, and the patterns on the petals are extremely realistic. It is truly a masterpiece. This is the wisdom of the ancients. Sis, this box is full of all kinds of paper. I'm not going to class anymore, so I have more paper than I need. I gave you some of it, and I also have some calligraphy practice books that I recently collected. You can pick the ones you like to practice. This is the third box. The fourth box contained 8 bolts of silk, each with a different color and pattern than the previous 8. Sister, make some more clothes for yourself, or give me your measurements, and I'll have the Imperial Clothing Bureau make them for you. Sang Ian was immediately brought back to her senses by the exquisite phoenix crown. She quickly found the measurements Chun Yi had taken for her and read them out. She had always wanted to have a set of period costume photos taken, but she never had the time. If there were ready-made clothes for her to wear, she could just find a photographer. Make sure it looks good, Sang Ian instructed. Don't worry, The palace servants in the imperial wardrobe are all very skilled, Lu Zexu said with a smile. The last box contained medicinal herbs. No, why are you giving me so many Chinese medicines? The first few boxes were all things girls like, but these medicinal herbs aren't part of that category. Oh, this was sent by father and the ladies of the palace. My storeroom is already full. This is quite valuable. I was worried that the first few boxes wouldn't be enough to cover all the things I bought. Lu Zexu emphasized the pronunciation of buy. Sang Ian immediately received the hint. During the last transaction, he was almost killed by the door because the items Lu Zexu gave him were insufficient to pay for what he wanted to buy, and in the end, he was saved by the great sword. She looked at the little parrot that was still stealing food, stretched out a finger, and scratched its little head. Can these boxes cover all this? I can take some more things from the supermarket, the little parrot said. Lu Zexu then remembered the soap and bar soap. All right, sister, I opened shop in Beijing that specializes in selling soap and bar soap. Business is booming, but we can't keep up with demand. Right now, the shop is out of stock. That's easy, Sang Ian waved his hand. The shelves are over there. Go get them yourself. I'll go check the warehouse. All the stock is yours. There really wasn't much stock left in the warehouse. There was only one box of each item. There was no way around it. Her warehouse was simply too small. I'll go get another batch tomorrow, specially prepared for you. Keep an eye out for handkerchiefs, sachets, and fabrics. The renovations next door are finished, and I'll be opening soon. Sang Ian said. Lu Zexu pushed 2 shopping carts, naturally agreeing to such a request with ease. Now, there's another problem. My shop still needs a batch of furniture. I have the blueprints here. I originally planned to have you take the blueprints back and have someone make them, but I can't get the written information from here to you. Sang Ian had already started thinking about whether she should discuss it with Su Shuai when she saw him tomorrow, and let him take care of the interior design as well. To everyone's surprise, Lu Zexu had already started memorizing the blueprints. What's so difficult about this? I can just memorize it. Sang Ian. Memorize it? Looking at the stack of blueprints in my hand, I wonder if it's even possible for a human to memorize them all. Lu Zexu can see things very quickly and remember them very quickly. Sister, don't worry, I have a photographic memory. Sang Ian. This skill is so enviable. Chapter 37, I just wanted to give him some medicine. Why is it so difficult? At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zexu returned to his bedroom. Despite the boxes of things scattered around his bedchamber, he quickly grabbed a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and wrote down the blueprints he had memorized and the instructions for using the medicine. However, the Crown Prince's palace is currently under lockdown and the blueprints cannot be sent out. Everything must wait until the epidemic subsides. By the time he had hidden all the things he bought from the supermarket, it was time for breakfast. He sipped his thin porridge and asked, "Any news from the side courtyard?" "How is the general?" Fulu glanced at his face and replied cautiously, "2 servants in the side courtyard who were serving medicine have also contracted the plague. The general has a persistent high fever and has started to talk nonsense. He vomited 6 times last night and couldn't eat breakfast this morning. The imperial physician said that if the high fever doesn't subside, it will be dangerous." Upon hearing this, Lu Zexu lost his appetite and jumped up, ready to go to the side courtyard. Fulu knelt down in front of him, blocking his way. "Your Highness, you really can't go. This epidemic is raging. If you get infected, wouldn't that benefit others?" "You're right." Lu Zexu turned and walked towards the bedroom. Fu Lu was very pleased that His Highness the Crown Prince was still able to listen to advice. Little did anyone know, Lu Zexu returned. He had just forgotten to wear a mask, so he took a box and handed it over, saying, "Each servant in the side courtyard should wear one. Don't take them off, or you will be beheaded." Yes. Fu Lu would unconditionally obey Lu Zexu's orders as long as they did not endanger his own safety. Lu Zexu picked up 2 bottles of disinfectant and told them the dilution ratio. Also, have his servants clean the entire East Palace with this. This servant will take care of it immediately. Watching Fei Fulu's departing figure, Lu Zexu breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and left the palace, heading to the side courtyard. Shunhong's condition was much more serious than Fu Lu had described. He looked much older after just one night apart. He lay sickly on the bed, breathing weakly, as if he might die at any moment. Upon seeing the Crown Prince approach, the imperial physician was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. "Your Highness, how could you, a person of noble birth, come to such a filthy place? If His Majesty were to find out, what would become of him? Lu Zexu didn't take it seriously and casually handed a mask to the imperial physician, saying, "Father won't care about such trivial matters. Fu Lu hasn't arrived yet, and the masks haven't been delivered." The imperial physician put on a mask just like Lu Zexu, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "Your Highness is wise. Covering your mouth and nose like this will reduce the possibility of the epidemic spreading." Lu Zexu wasn't shameless enough to accept the praise. "How is the general?" The imperial physician's face immediately darkened. "This humble official is not skilled enough. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Lu Zexu clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, but he didn't really take it out on the imperial physician. "You've been working hard all night. Go and rest first." The imperial physician bowed and took his leave. When Fu Lu arrived, he saw that his prince had already gone to Shun Hong's bedroom. He was so frightened that he trembled all over and sat down on the ground with a thud. Then she let out a shrill cry. "Your Highness, how could you?" "Shut up." Lu Zexu suddenly turned around and said sternly, his voice imposing and terrifying, so much so that Fu Lu was too scared to say a word. Because of this shout, Shun Hong, who had been in a deep sleep, opened his eyes. When he saw the figure in front of the bed, he immediately became anxious. He struggled to his feet, but his body was too weak. He could only wave at him and managed to utter a few words with difficulty. Go quickly." Lu Zexu sat down by the hospital bed instead. "Uncle, don't worry. I'm wearing a mask, so I'm not that easy to get infected." Shin Hongkai ignored his explanation. He paused, his voice still urgent. "If anything bad happens to you, how am I supposed to explain this to my sister?" Lu Zexu helped him up and chuckled softly. "Uncle, I'll say the same to you. If something happens to you in my palace, I won't be able to explain it to the Empress Dowager." As he spoke, he took out the medicine he had prepared beforehand from his pocket. "Uncle, your condition is not good. The imperial physicians are helpless against the epidemic. This is a new medicine that may save you, or it may send you to meet your maker sooner. Whether or not to eat is up to your uncle." Shenhong didn't even ask any questions. He took out the 2 pills from his hand and swallowed them without using any water. Lu Zexu thought that his uncle would think things through carefully when faced with life and death, but he didn't expect his uncle to be so decisive. Seeing his surprised expression, a faint smile appeared on Shun Hong's sickly face. "If you don't eat, you'll die, cough cough. If you eat, there's still a chance of survival. This choice isn't difficult to make." "That makes sense." Shin Hong remained uneasy. "Let's go back." Lu Zexu readily agreed and immediately summoned a young eunuch to serve him. Seeing that he was wearing a mask, he was quite satisfied. After leaving the bedroom, he saw that the servants in the side hall had already swept and cleaned the entire area as he had requested. Although the smell was a bit unpleasant, his sister said that this would reduce the spread of the epidemic. Fu Lu hurriedly went to Lu Zexu's side. "My lord, general, you've seen it yourself. You'd better leave here quickly. This is really not a good place." Lu Zexu ignored him and asked, "What about those 2 servants who contracted the plague?" "The situation in the side room is a little better than that of the general, but it's not good either." Fu Lu knew everything about what was going on in the side room. Lu Zexu walked towards the side room, saying, "Give them some good food. This servant will take care of it immediately." Fu Lu was about to leave when he remembered something and paused. "Your Highness, those 2 servants are not worth your attention. You are of noble birth, but Before he could finish speaking, Lu Zexu covered his mouth. "Shut up. Who's a master, you or me?" What else does Fu Lu dare to say? I had no choice but to hurry up and get on my business. After Lu Zexu went in, he simply put the medicine into 2 teacups. The servants usually drank boiled water and had no tea to drink. By the time Fu Lu had someone bring the food over, the pills had completely dissolved in the water. The 2 men lay on the communal bed, already unconscious from the fever. "Give them some water first, then they can eat," Lu Zexu said. The 2 servants deftly fed him the water from the teacup, little by little. Lu Zexu left after seeing this. He wasn't sure if the medicine would be effective against the epidemic. Only if it was effective could he buy it in large quantities with his sister. Thinking of the population in the capital, the camps in the suburbs, and the eldest prince who had contracted the epidemic earlier, Lu Zexu lowered his eyes and pondered deeply. He didn't have much time left. Chapter 38, This Crown Prince, is hard to understand. Lu Qingtian was extremely worried about the epidemic in the capital. At this critical juncture, the simultaneous outbreaks of the epidemic at both the first prince's residence and the Eastern Palace only compounded the already dire situation. Upon hearing the report that the crown prince had not contracted the plague, Lu Qingtian was finally relieved. He immediately ordered Lu Zexu to move to another palace to prevent him from contracting the plague. Lu Zexu didn't want to leave the East Palace. His uncle was still here. Although he had taken medicine, no one knew the exact situation. He needs to keep a close eye on things to feel at ease. In the past, he would have immediately carried out any order from Lu Qingtian and strive for perfection in order to gain Lu Qingtian's approval. But now he's done so many things that are outwardly compliant, but inwardly defiant. Isn't that just disobeying orders? He's doing it with great ease now. The chief eunuch, De Quan, personally went to the Eastern Palace to deliver the imperial edict. He expected that the crown prince would be grateful upon receiving the edict and would immediately leave the Eastern Palace. After all, one only has one life. Staying in a place where an epidemic is breaking out is too dangerous. Only by leaving the Eastern Palace can one's life be guaranteed. If His Majesty had known from the beginning that it was not the crown prince who was suffering from the plague, he certainly wouldn't have allowed the imperial guards to surround the Eastern Palace. Now that things are clear, the person was brought out immediately. However, De Quan did not expect that the crown prince would be unwilling to leave the Eastern Palace. The reason given was even more incomprehensible. They said they were worried that without a master in the palace, the servants wouldn't do their best to treat the general. Snap! Lu Qingtian smashed the teacup in his hand. Womanly compassion. Shen Hong is a grand general of the court. How dare the imperial physicians not do their best to treat him? De Quan bowed, unsure whether to continue. The emperor was already furious enough. If he heard what was to come, he would be even angrier. Lu Qingtian glanced at him coldly. What are you looking at? What did that bastard say? De Quan immediately knelt down. Your Highness the Crown Prince went to see General Shun this morning and had some contact with him. However, Your Majesty need not worry. This servant asked the imperial physician, and Your Highness took precautions. He also examined Your Highness and found that Your Highness has not contracted the epidemic. Lu Qingtian's expression was displeased. Why don't I usually see him being this close to his maternal family? De Quan realized that the emperor was angry with the crown prince, since the emperor was most concerned about the issue of maternal relatives. Your Highness has hit the emperor where it hurts. Your Majesty, the crown prince also said that it is permissible for him to leave the Eastern Palace, but he cannot be prevented from returning at any time. After all, General Shun is still receiving treatment in the palace. After De Quan finished speaking, he kept his head down, looking at the ground, not daring to look at Lu Qingtian's face for fear of incurring the emperor's wrath. The imperial study was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere had long since become stagnant, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Suddenly, De Quan heard a soft laugh. Since he wants to freely enter and leave the East Palace, let him have it. I want to see what absurd things he can do at a time like this. De shuddered, feeling that the emperor's smile was more terrifying than when he wasn't smiling. Your servant obeys the decree. Lu Qingtian felt that since returning from the hunt, the crown prince seemed like a completely different person. At first, he was injured and wouldn't go to the imperial study to study. After all, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and the imperial physician also said that he should rest more at this time. However, once he stopped reading in the imperial study, he never picked it up again. The crown prince seemed to have completely forgotten about studying. Not only that, he frequently left the palace to wander in the city, making friends with all sorts of people, whether they were scholars or ordinary vendors. He could go up to them and chat for a while, enjoy a boat trip on the lake and admire the lotus blossoms, then ride a horse through the streets. The silversmiths spent lavishly, and the pleasure boats reveled all night long. It was so unrestrained and carefree. It can be said that he did everything he had never done before. The memorials impeaching him piled up high. Lu Qingtian had intended to take some time to properly educate his subjects, but then an epidemic broke out in the capital. The reason for moving him to another palace was to save his life. Who would have thought that this scoundrel would not only disobey the imperial decree for the sake of his uncle, but also dare to make demands on him? Lu Qingtian sat before the dragon desk, his gaze deep and thoughtful. The Shun family's prestige and influence in the military were simply too great. The next emperor must not have such a powerful maternal relative. Lu Zexu didn't bother to think about Lu Qingtian's thoughts. After receiving the news that he could freely enter and leave the East Palace, he immediately left the palace. Of course, he was also accompanied out of the palace by cartloads of wooden boxes. This was carefully selected by Lu Zexu, mostly containing disinfectant and masks, with 2 cartloads of soap and bar soap mixed in. On the way, they quietly dropped out of the group, changed carriages and boxes in a deserted alley, and went to the mansion that Lu Zexu had bought in the capital. The shopkeeper had been waiting for this batch of goods since early morning. Even though an epidemic has broken out in the capital, we can't let up on making money, can we? Lu Zexu then took a large quantity of masks and disinfectant to the first prince's residence. The gates of the crown prince's residence were tightly shut, and the officials guarding outside were dumbfounded when they saw Lu Zexu. It should be noted that since the eldest prince was diagnosed with the plague, not a single person has come to visit him. Of course, this could also be because the emperor ordered the first prince's residence to be closed, with only entry and exit permitted. However, if they were truly worried about the crown prince's situation, they would certainly try to find out some information. He stayed here the whole time, but no one even asked about the crown prince's situation. Of course, this is understandable. After all, it was an epidemic, and if you were not careful, you might die from it. Life is only once, and everyone, no matter who they are, should cherish it. It's not worth risking your life for a message or a word of concern. Besides, the eldest prince has contracted the plague, which may disqualify him from the throne. In this way, in the eyes of those powerful ministers, the eldest prince had completely lost his investment value. He had no merit in supporting the emperor and could not lead his family to a higher level. So why would they take the risk? But at this moment, His Highness the Crown Prince actually arrived. They came under the guise of visiting the eldest prince. The officials in charge of the garrison were truly baffled. Everyone said that the eldest prince was a strong contender for the throne. Now that the eldest prince had contracted the plague, shouldn't the crown prince be the happiest? With one less competitor, his position as crown prince should be more secure. So why is he coming to visit at this time? Please don't say that the crown prince is here to put on a show of brotherly affection and respect to boost his reputation. This might be possible if the eldest prince hadn't contracted the plague. After all, no one would risk their life to gain reputation that offers no real benefit. Not only did the officials not understand Lu Zexu's actions, but the eldest prince also didn't understand them, nor did the well-informed officials in the capital. And even Lu Qingtian, who was reviewing memorials in the palace, didn't understand them. Chapter 39, I really just want to find a powerful backer. Lu Zexu didn't care what these people thought. As soon as he entered the prince's mansion, he immediately summoned the steward and ordered him to distribute masks and thoroughly disinfect the entire prince's mansion. These past few days, the entire mansion has been being cleaned and sprinkled with hot water. When the steward heard that this stuff was very effective in stopping the spread of the epidemic, he was so grateful that he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. All right, do as I say. Remember, do not touch your eyes, mouth, or nose with your hands, and wash your hands frequently. Pay special attention in the kitchen. I'm going to check on my elder brother. The steward's eyes welled up with tears. It's true what they say. True friendship is revealed in times of trouble. The eldest prince has been ill for so long, and not a single person has come to visit him. All that has come to the mansion are some medicinal herbs. Joke. Does their crown prince's residence really lack those medicinal herbs? It was His Highness the Crown Prince who cared about the first prince. Despite his own safety, he personally visited the residence and brought so many supplies to combat the epidemic. The steward was almost in tears. He was about to raise his hand to wipe them away when he remembered the crown prince's instructions. He sniffled and forced the tears back. Listen up, all of you. Servants from each courtyard, come and collect this disinfectant. Make sure you clean every single spot in your courtyard. Yes. The steward went to the well himself, and Lu Zexu left some people behind to teach them how to mix the ingredients. The servants in the first prince's residence got to work in a flurry of activity. The eldest prince's condition is very bad, and only the head of the Imperial Medical Academy has the ability to keep him from dying so far. Looking at the eldest prince lying on the bed, his eyes were sunken, his face was sallow, and he was coughing incessantly. The maidservant carefully fed him medicine, but he still drank very little and vomited up most of it. Seeing this, Lu Zexu said, I never thought that my royal brother would be so delicate. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Zan opened his eyes and was truly shocked to see the person standing in front of the bed. Your Highness, cough cough. You really, cough cough. You overestimate me. In order to investigate the illness, you risked your life. Lu Zexa laughed. His older brother was as sharp-tongued as ever. He nodded in agreement, his tone earnest. There's no other way. My eldest brother is just too outstanding. Among all my brothers, only he holds military power. I wouldn't feel at ease if I didn't come and see for myself. Upon hearing this, the maidservant who was feeding the medicine was so frightened that her hand trembled, and with a crash, the entire medicine bowl spilled onto Lu Zan. This servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die. Please forgive me, master. The young maid was so frightened that she knelt by the window and kept kowtowing. Lu Zexu frowned slightly. Clumsy as a mule. You can't even serve your master properly. What use are you? However, he was still quite sensible and wouldn't mistreat other people on their own turf. All right, why don't you go find some clean clothes for the crown prince to change into? I'll go right away. Knowing that her life was spared, the little maid immediately got up and ran out of the room to fetch her clothes. Only Lu Zexu and the first prince remained in the room. Cough, cough, cough. Now it's just the two of us. Your Highness, what does your Highness want? What do you want? You don't need to pretend anymore. Lu Zan forced himself to stay alert and said with a self-deprecating laugh. Lu Zexu immediately took out the medicine he had prepared beforehand, sat down on the bedside, and said in a low voice, This is a new medicine that may be effective against the epidemic, but may also cause you to die directly from this one pill. Whether you take it or not is up to you, brother. For a moment, Lu Zan was stunned. He had no connection with His Highness the Crown Prince, so why did he risk his life to deliver the medicine under these circumstances? If he wanted to die, he wouldn't have needed to take such a risk. After all, contracting the plague was basically a matter of life and death. He could have just sat at home and waited for news. If it's to save myself, impossible. They all want that supreme position. The fewer competitors there are, the greater their chance of succeeding to the throne. The Crown Prince had no reason to save him. Lu Zan didn't know what Lu Zexu was planning, but survival is an instinct, so he swallowed the pills. Lu Zexu stared intently at him, waiting for his reaction. As it turned out, Lu Zan was lucky. He was not allergic to the drug. Lu Zexa laughed. Big brother, I risked my life to deliver this medicine to you. If you ever become emperor, you'll have to look after your little brother. Is there something wrong with His Highness the Crown Prince's mind? Lu Zexu kept chattering. Big brother, as long as you recover, I think there's a good chance you'll succeed to the throne. After all, you're the eldest son of the emperor, and the only one among all your brothers who controls military power. If you achieve a few more military merits in the future, you will determine the hearts and minds of the people. Lu Zexu felt that his analysis made a lot of sense. Finally, he emphasized again, if you ascend the throne in the future, even for the sake of the brotherhood, I showed you by risking my life to deliver medicine to you today, you should take better care of your younger brother. At the very least, please spare my life, right? What's wrong with you? Lu Zan was so shocked that he didn't care about respect anymore. Lu Zexa blinked, then suddenly realized he had forgotten something. Oh, didn't I tell you that I don't want to be the crown prince anymore? And I certainly don't want to be the emperor. All right. He was certain that the crown prince did indeed have a problem with his mind. All 7 brothers coveted the throne. How could any of them not want to be the crown prince or the emperor? That's absolutely impossible. Lu Zan didn't believe him at all. The crown prince must have had other motives for saving him. Lu Zexu sighed deeply, feeling quite helpless. In this world, no one believes you if you tell the truth. Lu Zan thought to himself, isn't the problem that your truth is too unbelievable? Just remember what I said, brother. Whether it's true or false, you'll find out in the future. Anyway, if you ascend the throne, you'll have to protect me. Lu Zexu waved to him. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Take good rest, and take good care of yourself. I'm still waiting for you to look after me. Watching Lu Zexa leave like that, Lu Zan fell in a deep thought and couldn't help but wonder if what the crown prince said was true. But why? Lu Zexu was quite melancholy after leaving the first prince's residence. In this world, it's too difficult to curry favor with powerful figures. However, my sister's right. It is necessary to curry favor with the powerful. Since I don't want to be an emperor who works himself to death, I have to make sure that the one who ascends the throne can't kill me, the deposed crown prince. Come early tomorrow. I need to latch onto this big brother's coattails. After leaving the crown prince's residence, Lu Zexu went to the outskirts of the capital and the manor in the north of the city where all the plague patients in the capital had gathered. By the time we finished our trip, we had used up all the disinfectant and masks. As for the drug, he didn't have anyone try it. After all, too many people would be suspicious, and he hadn't figured out how to explain the origin of this new drug to outsiders. So, when no one was looking, he simply poured the rice into the large iron pot and water vat, leaving the fate of who lived and who died to chance. Even so, his drug inventory has been dwindling, and he doesn't know if the gate will even open at midnight today. Did my sister manage to buy enough medicine, masks, and disinfectant? Sang Ian naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. After Lu Zexa left, she only slept for 3 hours and got up at 8 o'clock to drive to buy medicine. Little did she know, she would run into Lu Jiao, who was coming to her shop as soon as she stepped out, which directly delayed her big shopping trip. Chapter 40. A Miscalculation. Summer in Anqing dawns very early. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky, and the sunlight was so bright that it could dazzle the eyes. The sycamore trees along the roadside are lush and leafy, and sunlight filters through the palm-sized green leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Heaven knows, Lu Jiao had been waiting under the tree for almost 2 hours. In order to find a suitable warehouse, he's been working tirelessly these past few days, running back and forth between the company, urban villages, and intangible cultural heritage exhibition venues. My uncle really went too far this time. He didn't even have time to drink water or go to the toilet. In just a few days, his dress pants have started to fall down. He still made time to come and help Sang Ian with the property transfer today. He had a lot of things to do today, and to save time, he specifically inquired about the opening hours of some supermarkets. Normally, small supermarkets open at least 6 a.m. in the summer. He originally planned to solve the problem as quickly as possible during the supermarket's opening hours, and then go straight back to work, which would be plenty of time. He got up very early. The distance from his home to the urban village was not short. Even if there was no traffic in the morning, it would still take an hour to get there. He left home at 5 o'clock and arrived at the urban village a little after 6. The breakfast shops and convenience stores around were all open, but the small supermarket was not open at all. He watched as the urban village came alive, with shops opening one after another, and people going to work or school. The small urban village was filled with the warmth of everyday life. However, the small supermarket he was waiting for still had its shutters tightly closed, showing no sign of opening. As the sun rose higher and the weather grew hotter, Lu Jiao's mood became increasingly impatient. I checked my watch again. It was already 7 o'clock. Most of the office workers have already left, and in a little while, even the school children will be gone. However, the small supermarket remained stubbornly silent. Lu Jiao paced back and forth under the sycamore tree, constantly checking his watch. If this continued, he might not have time to oversee the setup of the intangible cultural heritage exhibition this morning. Young man, are you waiting for Songjia's supermarket to open? The stationery store owner asked casually as he carried toys out. Yes, I need to talk to the shop owner about something. Do you know when the shop opens for business? Lu Jiao asked. The stationery store owner smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Shaoan's little supermarket is very unpredictable. Sometimes it opens at 7 or 8 in the morning, sometimes at noon, and sometimes it doesn't open at all. Well, it seems this person who opened the supermarket wasn't even thinking about making money. Sure enough, rich people have confidence. Lu Jiao gritted his teeth, took out his phone, and called her again. It's still switched off. He had never seen anyone turn off their phone for such a long time. What use is this phone to her? Is Sang Ian a normal person? Lu Jiao is really going head-to-head with Sang Ian today. He wants to see how long Sang Ian can sleep. I've never seen anyone sleep like that. That's why, just as Sang Ian was about to go out, she saw Lu Jiao, dressed in a suit and tie, with his arms crossed and looking at her with an unfriendly expression. Sang Ian doesn't sleep much. She just used cold water to force herself to wake up, and her eyelids are still heavy. As soon as you open the door, you're met with a stern-faced doorman. Her morning grumpiness kicks in, and she says, my supermarket doesn't need any security guards. You can ask other stores. Security guard? Lu Jiao laughed in exasperation. Look at the time. Look at the other shops on the street. They've been open for ages. Your little supermarket is only opening now. How much business have you missed? With your business practices, how can you not lose money? You can criticize her, but you can't criticize her small supermarket. Sang Ian immediately became unhappy, her big eyes flashing with anger. But with her baby face, the aggressiveness instantly decreased. With your vision and mentality, I guess your current position is the peak of your career, and there's no possibility of further development. I don't know how you got the position of special assistant to the president of John's group. Is Fourth Master's judgment of people really that bad? What does it mean to hit the nail on the head and kill with one blow? That's it. If they weren't family, it would be very unlikely that he would become his uncle's special assistant based solely on his current abilities. But honestly, why did I have to argue with a little girl? Lu Jiao stopped chatting with her and got straight to the point. The warehouse has been found. It's right behind your supermarket. I'll show you the way, and then we'll go to complete the transfer procedures. Behind the small supermarket, across a narrow alley, was a row of warehouses. Initially, Sang Ian did consider the row of warehouses, but the landlord only wanted to collect rent and did not want to sell the property. In addition, these warehouses had already been rented out, so even if Sang Ian wanted to rent them, there was no way to do so. Actually, this urban village is close to the highway, so it's a very popular place to use it as a warehouse. Because of its unique location, renting out warehouses here is actually more profitable than renting out houses. She didn't know what method Fourth Master used to take over this row of warehouses for his own use, but she was certain that this row of warehouses did not belong to Jiang Huijing last week. Now that Lu Jiao can come over with a property certificate to transfer ownership, it's clear that the other party must have only acquired the warehouse in the last few days. Thinking back to how she tried to negotiate with the boss, but he remained unmoved. Now he casually acquired the largest warehouse right next to her supermarket. She thought to herself, he really is a capitalist. It has to be said that money makes things easier. Looking at the large warehouse of more than 500 square meters in front of me, it has been cleaned up and divided into two parts from the entrance. On one side, there are rows of stainless steel shelves, and on the other side, there's an open space, obviously for placing some larger items. There's also a small cart in the warehouse, used for hauling goods. It can be said that the other party has considered things very carefully. What pleased Sang Ian the most was that all she had to do was open a back door in the small storeroom of the supermarket, and the warehouse was right there after passing through the alley. In the future, she can store some goods in this large warehouse. If customers from another world want a large amount of goods at night, it will be more convenient for her to move them from the warehouse at night. After the transfer is complete, this warehouse will be entirely yours. Lu Jiao handed over the warehouse key. Sang Ian gladly accepted, as it was the reward she deserved. Lu Jiao had already arranged everything in advance. The two went to the real estate bureau and got everything done in less than 10 minutes, with all the green lights on their way. As she left the real estate bureau, looking at the keys in her hand, the golden keys gleaming brightly in the sunlight, Sang Ian was in a wonderful mood. She never imagined that one day she would own 3 properties. It's all thanks to the little prince. She had to help him get through this major crisis of the epidemic. Although Sang Ian resigned, she still had some connections after being exploited by the company for 4 years. After leaving the supermarket, she posted on her WeChat moments, requesting to purchase large quantities of medical masks and medical disinfectant. If we were to buy these things from pharmacies, we wouldn't know how many pharmacies we would have to visit to get enough. It's more appropriate to buy them directly from the factory. After all, producing these 2 products is much simpler than producing medicines. During the pandemic, many factories in China purchased mass production lines to alleviate the demand for masks among the Chinese people. It's been 3 years since the pandemic started, and demand has stabilized. The sales of newly opened mass factories are probably not as good as they were at the beginning. It was entirely feasible for her to make large-scale purchases at this time. Chapter 41, Don't Be Afraid. I'm here. Sang Ian opened her WeChat moments, where the comments were varied. Some people think she switched to the medical device field, while others think she joined some procurement unit. In short, everyone is trying to find out about her new job. Some people asked her what she needed a large quantity of masks and disinfectant for, and whether she had any inside information. The most outrageous thing is that there were also congratulatory messages for her return to the workplace. Congratulations were offered, along with words of comfort, to console her for her failure in her first business venture. Sang Ian was both amused and exasperated. Everyone says that WeChat Moments is all-powerful, but now it seems that her WeChat Moments is not all-powerful at all, but rather bizarre. However, it wasn't entirely without any gains. A colleague at the company who was on good terms with her directly sent her a WeChat account. Chun-Li, this is my classmate. His family bought a mass production line during the pandemic. The masks and disinfectant that our company gave us when we went to work were all purchased from him. You can talk to him about it. Sang Ian directly sent a little person bowing in thanks emoji. Supermarket owner saying, thank you so much, Sister Chun-Li. I'll treat you to a big meal while you rest. Chun-Li, what a disgrace. I'm waiting. Sang Ian immediately added him on WeChat, and the request was accepted instantly. It should be said that Chun-Li had communicated with the other party beforehand. The other person's surname is Huang. He is a rich second generation, and he speaks very frankly. I heard she wanted 1 million masks and a ton of medical disinfectant, and they even gave her a discount. The other party readily agreed to Sang Ian's request to send over a portion of the goods today, and things went incredibly smoothly. Sang placed large orders for the remaining medicines, as long as they could be bought online. She wasn't sure how large the epidemic would become on the young prince's side, or how long it would last. For the rest of the time, Sang Ian drove between various pharmacies, transporting goods to the warehouse truckload after truckload. She was like a hard-working little bee, shuttling between the pharmacy and the warehouse, as her account balance continued to decrease and the various medicine boxes in the warehouse were piled high. By evening, some of the ordered masks and medical disinfectant had arrived. A truck was parked in front of the supermarket, and workers were carrying boxes into the store. Neighbors, seeing this, couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of goods did you bring in this time? With so much, can you sell it all? Sang Ian held a small fan in her hand, fanning herself as she answered, they're just some random little things. The place next door is under renovation, right? Once it's finished, I'm going to put them there to sell. Then you have to be careful with the quantity, don't order too much. We're in an urban village. Business can't compare to in the city. You don't want to end up with a lot of unsold goods. Sang Ian nodded. That makes sense. Seeing that Sang Ian had taken his advice, the other party left satisfied. In just the time it takes to eat dinner, almost everyone in the area knew that the boxes of goods being sold that evening were new stock that the small supermarket had received, and that they would start selling them once the renovations next door were finished. It could be said that this was exactly what Sang Ian wanted. That way, when the small supermarket expands, she can start selling silk or embroidery, and no one will be surprised where she got the stock. At midnight, Lu Zexu appeared on time. Both of them looked exhausted. Lu Zexu was exhausted from the epidemic in the capital, while Sang Ian was tired from purchasing goods. The epidemic was a matter of life and death, and the two of them had no time for idle talk and immediately began the transaction. Lu Zexu had already cleared out all the servants from the courtyard, so no one would notice if there were any more things. In addition to medicine, masks, and medical disinfectant, Sang Ian also bought hand sanitizer, all of which were purchased for various supermarkets at high prices without any discounts. Although the number is rather small compared to the population of the capital, it's still better than nothing. Sang Ian demonstrated how to use the hand sanitizer, saying, anyone who has been in contact with patients or stayed in areas where patients gather should use it, as these people are the most susceptible to infection. Lu Zexu watched intently, deeply moved. It was his first time experiencing an epidemic, and seeing people constantly falling and dying filled him with immense fear. If it weren't for the supermarket and his sister, he would probably be living in constant fear like the common people in the capital, let alone daring to go to the first prince's residence to curry favor. Sang Ian then took out plastic gloves. This quantity is even smaller. If you're going out, it's best to wear them to minimize the risk of contracting the epidemic. Lu Zex's eyes were red. At this moment, although he was dressed in fine clothes and looked incredibly wealthy, he was looking down at his gloves, looking somewhat pitiful. Sang Ian sighed deeply, stepped forward and gave him a warm hug, gently comforting him. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Just 5 words were enough for Lu Zexu to break down, and tears streamed down his face. He never cried when he was scolded by his father, the emperor from childhood to adulthood. He didn't cry even though he was framed. He didn't cry when he was misunderstood. He stubbornly straightened his back, concealing the loneliness and helplessness in his heart, and faced everyone with unwavering resolve. Those 5 simple words gave rise to a powerful force within him. He was not alone. He was protected. Sang Ian raised her hand and gently patted his back, coaxing him softly. You see, I have everything here. Do whatever you want. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can still provide logistical support. Lu Zexu calmed down and revealed a big smile. His long eyelashes were still wet with tears, making him look somewhat comically cute. "Thank you, sister." Sang Ian gently ruffled his hair ornament and smiled tenderly. "No need to thank me. This is a normal transaction, and I even made a profit from it." Time was too rushed, and Lu Zexu didn't have time to choose items that his young mistress liked as payment. He simply took out a box from the rewards he had received in previous years. Without a word of warning, the person at the exit of the gate indicated that there were enough medical supplies to cover this batch. The first time, the two didn't wait until 5 a.m. before the door was forcibly closed and the transaction ended. Lu Zexu had to deal with the epidemic, and Sang Ian was also tired after a long day and had to continue purchasing the next day. Both of them need sufficient sleep and rest. Before leaving, Sang Ian gave him a worried note. "Although there is medicine for the symptoms, you must also take care of yourself. Health is the foundation of everything. As long as you're healthy, you can always make a comeback. Don't overwork yourself." Lu Zexu regained his energy and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Although I don't want to be the crown prince or the emperor, as long as I am the crown prince of Liang, I will protect the people of Liang. But I won't play with my body. I still want to travel all over Daliang and enjoy the scenery." Watching the young prince disappear through the side door, Sang Ian was slightly taken aback. He was only 12 years old, yet he already possessed such responsibility and commitment. Given time, he would surely become a good emperor. She felt a little guilty. Am I letting down the people of Daliang? They could have had an emperor who loved his people dearly. Feeling full of energy, the little parrot flapped its wings and said, "Relax for now. The fate of the great Liang has not been adversely affected. What if it has a negative impact?" Sang Ian had a bad feeling. The little parrot leisurely munched on sunflower seeds, saying, "That depends on how tough your luck is." Chapter 42 Tricks on the Little Parrot. Doesn't your conscience hurt? "Old man, if you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'll roast you," Sang Ian threatened, grabbing the little parrot by the wing. The little parrot said calmly, "Getting angry ages you faster, so you better not get so angry." Sang Ian smiled. "I've had roasted pigeon, but I've never had roasted parrot. Brush it with honey, sprinkle some cumin powder and chili powder, and it should taste pretty good." The little parrot shuddered and immediately explained, "Actually, it's not that serious. The life gate is used for trading. Its essence is to leave people a glimmer of hope. This is for good. But if the transaction brings misfortune to the other world, causing it to decline, such as from peace to war, from a peaceful and prosperous era to a time of war and widespread suffering, then, as the host of the gate of life, you will suffer different levels of punishment depending on the severity of the disaster." Sang Yan understood. To put it bluntly, things could only get better, not worse. "What kind of punishments are there?" she pressed. The little parrot tried hard to recall what punishments its previous hosts had suffered. Misfortune, being struck by lightning, physical weakness, body aches, shortened lifespan, and so on. Sang Ian, "Shortening my lifespan?" She gritted her teeth, grabbed its two small wings with both hands, and angrily rebuked, "Didn't you say that cooperating with you would bring fame and fortune, wealth and glory, beautiful women around, and the pinnacle of life? How can it be such a thing as shortening one's lifespan?" Sang Ian was furious. That old man was too cunning. God knows, she was worried about working overtime and dying suddenly. So she quit her job and decided to open a small supermarket to save her life. Little did I know, it's now even more dangerous than working overtime. When the little parrot was placed on the table, it felt dizzy. Don't worry, I'm watching. I won't let you sell anything you shouldn't. As long as you listen to me, there won't be any problems." Sang Ian now has zero trust in it. "You should clean up and organize the shelves. Also, given that your act of concealment almost caused irreparable consequences, you'll be eating vegetarian food for the next month." The little parrot suddenly looked up, leaned back, and was utterly shocked. "No, how can we not eat meat?" Sang Ian's attitude was firm. "I'm informing you, not discussing it with you. We must teach the old man a lesson, otherwise, who knows if something like this will happen again." The little parrot scurried over to her side, spread its wings, and clung to her fingers, eagerly saying, "I can punish you. Look how tired you are carrying goods into the warehouse today. I can help you organize the warehouse." The chibi-style figure in Sang Ian's mind was already cheering with excitement, but on the surface, she showed no sign of it and was actually quite hesitant. Seeing that there was a chance, the little parrot continued to persuade. Look at your warehouse. It's 500 square meters. That's huge. It's too hard for you to move all the goods by yourself. I'll help you organize the warehouse, and that will save you a lot of trouble. If you punish me by not eating meat, you'll only save some money. But if you punish me by making me organize the warehouse, you'll benefit greatly. Can't you even figure out such a simple calculation? Sang Ian glanced at it. Since you love working so much, I'll reluctantly agree. From now on, you'll be in charge of organizing the warehouse. Okay, don't worry. No problem. Exciting, crisp, and melodious. The little parrot flew around happily in the supermarket. Sang Ian was already holding onto the stairs and walking towards the bedroom on the second floor. Looking at her trembling legs and arms, she couldn't help but feel relieved that she had finally handed over the work in the warehouse. From now on, she could just focus on buying. The sellers will load the truck, and she will drive the truck into the warehouse, unload, and sort the goods. Days like today, when she's so tired she can't even lift her arms, should never happen again. The old man, who had been tricked, was happy that he had kept his meat for 3 meals a day and didn't realize that anything was wrong. It just goes to show that there's always someone better. With sufficient logistical support, Lu Zexu immediately got busy. Every morning, he would take a stroll in the side courtyard to check on Shan Hong, leave him some medicine, and then leave the palace to visit the first prince's residence to see his new favorite. Please don't die. Lu Zhan's condition was more serious than Shen Hong's, but correspondingly, the effects were more and more obvious. First, his high fever subsided, his abdominal pain stopped, and he was able to eat. The situation improved so quickly that the head of the Imperial Medical Academy was overjoyed and almost wept with happiness. He knelt down with joy and shouted, "God bless Daliang. Daliang is saved. Since the medicine he prescribed could cure the eldest prince, it could certainly cure other patients as well." Lu Zhan hesitated, then said, "It's not the medicine you prescribed that's effective. It's the crown prince's medicine that's effective." Lu Zexu, standing to the side, nodded in agreement, sincerely echoing, "The dean is right. The dean's medical skills are indeed superb. Now that my elder brother's health is gradually improving, there is no need to keep so many imperial physicians here. The camp in the suburbs of the capital and the estate need you all more." At this point, the chief physician led all the imperial physicians to the camp on the outskirts of the capital and the village north of the city. Lu Zhan dismissed his attendants before asking, "Your Highness knew that the head physician's medicine was useless, so why did you agree with him just now?" Lu Zexu glanced at him and said, "If the Academy Chief's medicine is really useless, my brother wouldn't have even had time to wait for me to come and beg for his help. He would have already gone to the underworld." Lu Zhan thought about it and realized that it made sense. "How much of this medicine does your Highness have left, and when does your Highness plan to use it to help the people?" he continued to ask. Lu Zexu smiled slightly and said, "Brother, you can wait here at the manor. The COVID-19 outbreak in Beijing is becoming increasingly severe. Every day, new patients with the plague are brought to the village north of the city. Many doctors from the capital are here, and even the imperial physicians are busy here. However, some doctors have also contracted the disease." In an instant, panic gripped the village, and everyone's spirits sank lower and lower, feeling that there was no hope left. The more desperate one is, the more fearful one becomes. The more fearful one is, the more extreme one becomes. Some of the milder cases in Zhuangzi even attempted to break free. Fortunately, there were soldiers guarding the area who stopped the riot by the patients in time, preventing the epidemic from spreading further. Even so, the news had already spread, and the capital was filled with anxiety and unease. People were being brought in batches, and the epidemic was getting worse. To resolve this matter, the imperial court collected medicinal herbs for various regions and issued an imperial edict to recruit skilled doctors, offering a reward of 1,000 taels of gold to anyone who could cure the epidemic. However, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, and the epidemic situation in Beijing is changing every day. In this situation, 2 places attracted the attention of the entire capital city. First, the residence of the first prince. It's unclear when exactly, but the first prince's residence stopped taking corpses out. You should know that the servants in the first prince's residence died in batches, and every night they were carried out in batches. Could it be that everyone in the first prince's residence has died? Before such speculation could take shape, news arrived that the eldest prince had fully recovered. Chapter 43 Rumor Spread. The crown prince's recovery brought hope to all the people suffering from a plague. For some reason, as the eldest prince recovered, rumors spread throughout the capital that the eldest prince possessed the aura of a dragon and was protected by heaven, which was why he was able to recover from illness and even from a plague. Moreover, it is said that the first prince contracted the plague for the sake of the people. Without the first princes leading by example, the plague might have been on a larger scale and the situation more severe. If that were the case, the number of patients suffering from the plague would be far greater than what a single village north of the city could accommodate. The entire capital city may fall. The immortal, moved by the crown prince's love for his people and his concern for the common folk, bestowed divine medicine upon them to help those suffering from the plague. The eldest prince recovered because he took this miraculous medicine. In just one night, the rumor had spread throughout the capital and was even beginning to spread outwards. Of course, how many people will believe it is unknown. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, the people who contracted the epidemic and their families believe these rumors without a doubt. Some people believe that the crown prince is simply trying to take advantage of this special time to spread such rumors in order to consolidate his position, boost his reputation, and elevate his standing among the people. They think his intentions are truly sinister. Some stubborn and old-fashioned censors especially thought so. When Liu Zhan attended court for the first time after his recovery, he was met with a joint impeachment from numerous censors. Your Majesty, the crown prince has taken advantage of the epidemic to spread rumors and mislead the public, disregarding the lives of the people and trying to win their hearts. His intentions are despicable, and we beg your Majesty to punish him severely. Imperial censor Zhu was over 60 years old, with a full head of white hair. He was upright and honest, and had served 3 emperors. He was highly respected among scholars, and even Liu Chengtian had to give him some face. Otherwise, if this stubborn man were to actually stage a deathbed remonstrance in court, he would be remembered in history, but the emperor himself would not have a good reputation. Liu Zhan naturally knew his temper, so he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Father, this rumor has nothing to do with me. I have been recuperating in my residence, and my mansion is only for entering and not leaving. I don't even know if I can survive, so how could I have the energy to spread these rumors? I beg your Majesty to investigate thoroughly and clear my name." The old imperial censor Zhu sneered. According to the crown prince, the people's admiration, love, and trust in the city are all spontaneous. They now desperately want to create a replica of you and worship you every day because they believe you can save them from their suffering. They believe you have a divine medicine, and it has nothing to do with you. This is utterly absurd. Does the first prince think all the officials in the court are 3-year-old children? The ministers looked at each other, then at each other, and finally their gazes settled on Liu Zhan. Everyone felt a pang of regret, thinking that the eldest prince had made a terrible mistake. Why choose to grind reputation now, when the pandemic is so severe? Isn't this just making things worse? Liu Zhan felt like he was in a situation he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He was even more wronged than Do. The epidemic is a matter of great importance to the nation. The crown prince has deceived the people this time. I beg your Majesty to punish him severely. Imperial censor Zhu spoke with a firm and resounding tone, declaring in one sentence that Liu Zhan must be punished today. Liu Qingtian's face was grim, like a dark cloud pressing down on him, and his temples throbbed with anger, his heart burning with rage. Chapter 44 The young crown prince is quite cunning today. Just as a blame was about to be placed on Liu Zhan, Shan Hong, who had recovered, stepped forward from among the court officials. Your Majesty, the rumors are true and have nothing to do with the first prince. The first prince truly possesses a miraculous medicine, and I can testify to that. I was able to escape death thanks to the first prince's medicine. Liu Zhan was completely bewildered. Shan Hong was a military general and also the crown prince's uncle, so he was naturally on the same boat as the crown prince. The eldest prince suffered, while the crown prince benefited. Smart people know how to choose in this situation. The wisest course of action would have been to remain on the sidelines and watch from the sidelines, but Shan Hong stepped forward instead. Not only did they step forward, but every word they spoke was sincere, heartfelt, and utterly genuine. Shan Hong bowed to Liu Zhan, Your Majesty, I was able to escape death and save my life this time, all thanks to the first prince's medicine. If it weren't for the first prince, I would probably be reincarnated by now. Lu Xan's expression was numb. General Shun, I never expected that a military general like you would be such a good actor. Boss, is this true? You really have a cure for the plague? Lu Qingtian immediately grasped the crux of the matter. As the emperor of a country, he didn't care about the rumors in the capital. The most important thing right now was the epidemic. Lu Xan panicked. No, I didn't. Don't listen to General Shun's nonsense. Lu Xan appeared calm on the surface. Your Majesty, I only obtained some by chance. I didn't take it seriously before. These pills are different from the ones we usually take. If it weren't for this epidemic, I wouldn't have known that this medicine had this effect. Very well. In that case, I will entrust this epidemic to you. Once the epidemic is resolved, I will reward you handsomely. Your subject obeys the decree. The dreaded epidemic finally had a specific person in charge. Previously, only the prefect of the capital was in charge, and the prefect of the capital had no experience in dealing with epidemics. The most timely thing he did was to gather all the patients in the capital and move them all to the manor in the north of the city. Then he gathered doctors and worked with the imperial physicians to treat him. Apart from that, he couldn't do anything else. During this period, he couldn't eat and lost a lot of weight in just a few days. Too many people have died, but he was powerless to stop it. Now that the matter has been taken over by the eldest prince, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The prefect of the capital breathed a sigh of relief, and the pressure on his shoulders shifted to Lu Xan. As soon as the court session ended, Lu Xan took the imperial edict and stormed into the Eastern Palace. He had barely recovered when he was given a task that the entire court was watching closely. If you do it well, it will not only be a great achievement, but you will also become famous and go down in history. But if you don't do it well, you'll be labeled as incompetent. Therefore, even though everyone knew this was a job that could earn them credit, no one in the court dared to step forward. Lu Xan didn't want to take on this task. Not because he was worried about being seen as incompetent, but because he genuinely didn't understand this area and didn't want to endanger so many lives. Little did he know, the more he tried to avoid something, the more problems would come his way. Lu Xan thought of the culprit, who had been walking with an imposing and aggressive air all the way. He was determined to confront Lu Zexu, but to his surprise, as soon as he entered the East Palace, he saw Lu Zexu sitting by the window, embroidering a purse with an embroidery needle in one hand. Lu Xan never expected to see such a scene in the East Palace. He must have seen it wrong. That must be it. How could His Highness the Crown Prince possibly imitate that woman's mannerisms and stay at home embroidering? He even rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things or hallucinating. However, even after rubbing his eyes until they were red, the scene before him remained unchanged. He even saw Lu Zexu holding up an embroidery hoop, asking the little palace maid beside him for advice. Lu Zexu noticed the newcomer and exclaimed with delight, "Big brother, take a look. How's my embroidery?" Lu Xan used all his strength to identify the unidentified object and sincerely praised. This foal is embroidered so lifelike. Although it is done by a beginner, it is very spirited. Lu Zexu looked helpless. "Brother, this is a peony. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on any longer." Blindly praising him is too difficult for him. "Never mind your purse for now. Just now in court, was it you who instructed General Shun?" Lu Xan directly changed the subject and got to the point. "No need to thank me. Don't be so polite. I already said I have high hopes for you, so it's only right for your uncle to speak up for you." Lu Zexu acted all magnanimous, leaving Lu Xan speechless. He took a deep breath, his hand gripping the imperial edict so tightly it cracked, and gave him a weary smile. "Thank you so much." Lu Zexu smiled and waved his hand. "Big brother, just remember in your heart, after you ascend the throne, don't forget your good little brother." He ground his teeth hard. "So what am I supposed to do now? I'm not afraid of being seen as incompetent. I'm worried about so many people in the capital. If things go wrong, even more innocent people will die." Lu Zexu raised his hand and patted Lu Xan's shoulder, confidently saying, "How could that be? You have a miracle drug. You can just give the patient the medicine directly. Whether they live or die depends entirely on their fate. Now that things have come to this, what doesn't Lu Xan understand? You're the one who spread the rumors in the capital?" Lu Zexu nodded. Otherwise, why would Father Emperor entrust such a serious matter as the epidemic to a military general like you? Lu Zhan remained silent. He had underestimated the crown prince before. At only 12 years old, he had managed to outmaneuver the entire court, including himself and his father. His cunning was extraordinary. Lu Zexu tried his best to hug the leg to the bottom. Big brother, I have prepared the miracle medicine for you. When you leave later, take it with you. There is also disinfectant and masks on it. If you don't know how to use them, just ask your steward in a manner. Lu Zhan reminded him. I just said in court that I obtained this miraculous medicine by chance. But now I'm taking away cartloads of medicine from you. Do you think all the officials in the court are blind? Lu Zexu looked completely innocent. Who knew this box contained a miracle drug? I announced to the public that these were gifts to thank my elder brother, thanking him for the medicine, which saved my uncle. I only have one uncle, and you are his savior. Of course, my gift of gratitude cannot be meager, don't you think? Lu Zhan remained expressionless. When did I deliver medicine to General Shun? Do you think anyone would believe you just by saying that? Why not? Lu Zexu retorted. At the time, I made a big fuss, personally going to your residence to ask for medicine, even though my elder brother's residence was sealed off. Lu Zhan's lips twitched. If he hadn't been the person involved, if he hadn't been the one who received the medicine, he might have actually believed it. Thinking back to that time, when his younger brother had started planning everything, and everyone was part of the scheme, Lu Zhan realized how foolish he had been to think the crown prince was incapable of great responsibility. He had believed himself to be superior to the crown prince and more deserving of the throne. For the first time, Lu Zexu felt a small sense of respect for his younger brother. Chapter 45. You really are my good brother. Big brother. With these miraculous medicines, it's only a matter of time before the plague is brought under control. Once the plague is over, Father will definitely bestow great rewards upon you, and you'll surely be guaranteed a kingship. At that time, you'll be even closer to the position of crown prince. With such achievements, you will have a good reputation among the people. Others who want to compete with you for the throne will have to think twice. Lu Zexu chuckled and dreamed. I don't ask for anything else. I just want you to take the throne and save my life. If possible, give me a fiefdom so I can leave the capital and see the world. Seeing that longing look on his face, Lu Zhan couldn't help but remind him. Have you forgotten that you are the crown prince of the Eastern Palace? Stop thinking about those unnecessary things. Lu Zexu suddenly realized, you reminded me that people need to be compared to each other to show who is better and who is worse. Lu Zhan, suddenly I have a bad feeling. As it turned out, his intuition was quite accurate. After returning to his residence with the gifts of gratitude from the crown prince, Lu Zhan immediately devoted himself to solving the epidemic. In the outskirts of Beijing and the village north of the city, all the patients were given one. At first, some people were hesitant to eat it, worried that there might be something wrong. However, Lu Zhan appeared in person, and everyone knew that the eldest prince had contracted the plague. Now that they saw him fully recovered, everyone ate it much faster than ever before. With the right medicine, the protection of masks and disinfectant, and the help of imperial physicians to handle the emergency, the condition improved very quickly. Especially the soldiers in the army, whose physical condition is generally better than that of civilians, and who are young, strong, and healthy, recover faster. Although some people did not survive due to drug allergies or severe illness, the number of deaths decreased significantly. During this period, Lu Zhan basically ran between the camp on the outskirts of Beijing and the village north of the city, leading by example. Soldiers and civilians alike praised him highly for this. As more and more people recovered, Lu Zhan's reputation for virtue spread far and wide, and he was deeply loved by the people. Every day, people spontaneously bring vegetables, eggs, grains, and fruits to the front of the first prince's residence, which shows the first prince's current popularity among the people. In contrast, the crown prince's reputation was not so good. The eldest prince was busy treating the people. He was either listening to music and watching dances in his mansion, or he was ordering the imperial household department to make furniture and the imperial clothing bureau to make clothes, and these were women's clothes. He was a frequent sight in the capital city, often seen buying jewelry at gold shops one day and fabrics at silk shops the next. It can be said that Lu Zexu himself is characterized by being idle, uneducated, extravagant, pleasure-seeking, and lacking ambition. The last time imperial censor Zhu impeached the eldest prince, he failed. Instead, He gave the eldest prince an opportunity to shine and make a great contribution. This time, he changed his target of impeachment to the crown prince. His impeachment was full of quotations and arguments, and his words were sharp and incisive. In the court, his words were powerful and resounding. Anyone who heard this would think that the crown prince's behavior was improper and that he was unworthy of the position of the Eastern Palace. Lu Qingtian was in a good mood because he saw that the epidemic was almost over. More and more people were recovering, and the lives of the people in the capital were gradually returning to normal. However, Zhu Yusher's impeachment completely ruined his good mood. The other princes were initially excited when they saw Lu Qingtian's anger. If this move could really bring down the crown prince, they wouldn't have to feel bad watching the first prince's glory in court. If the crown prince is deposed, they will all have a chance to take the crown prince's position. Once imperial censor Zhu started, the officials who supported the other princes seemed to have been put on hold, and they all stood up to echo imperial censor Zhu. That really mobilized half of the court. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought that the crown prince had done something that would anger both heaven and man, which was why he was being condemned by both the people and the government. The solemn court assembly suddenly turned into a rally to denounce the crown prince. Lu Zhan's brows were so furrowed that they could kill a mosquito. This was the 5th time he had looked at the ranks of military officers. What's the story between Shen Hong and the Duke of Jinghua? These officials are clearly targeting the crown prince. So how come this father and son remain unmoved? Are they really the crown prince's maternal uncle and maternal grandfather? Lu Zhan couldn't help but ask a profound question. Seeing the ministers arguing back and forth, and knowing that if this continued, they would be condemned by everyone, and even his own supporters were speaking out, Lu Zhan couldn't sit still any longer. We really still have to rely on him. Father, His Highness the Crown Prince is still young and needs the wise guidance of your Majesty and the Grand Tutor. Moreover, His Highness has been diligent and hard-working since childhood and is quick-witted and eager to learn. However, recently, he has occasionally acted inappropriately. I believe that he must have been influenced by the servants around him, who have not taken good care of him. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, the other official from the First Prince's faction, who had originally intended to take advantage of the chaos and add fuel to the fire, secretly withdrew their tentacles that had already been extended to test the waters, and were greatly alarmed. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively. I never expected that the eldest prince and the crown prince would have such a good relationship. When the entire court was condemning the crown prince, the only one who stepped forward was actually the first prince. The ministers were equally bewildered, each internally complaining. If you're not the eldest prince, what's going on? Did a donkey kick your brain? Only by removing His Highness the Crown Prince can everyone have a chance to rise to power. Don't you know such a simple truth? Just as the ministers were so shocked that they forgot to debate with the crown prince, Lu Qingtian seized the opportunity and replaced all the servants in the Eastern Palace, bringing the matter to a satisfactory conclusion. The other princes and ministers, having come to their senses, secretly regretted missing such a good opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Zexu, who was eating potato chips and reading the latest storybook in the Eastern Palace, was eagerly awaiting the imperial edict declaring his removal from office. He never expected that what he would receive was an imperial decree for a major reshuffle of the crown prince's palace. Lu Zhan, with his hand behind his back, looked smug and asked for credit. How about that? I'm still the most reliable one, aren't I? Look at your palace. It's full of all sorts of shady characters. Take this opportunity to replace all these spies. This is the Eastern Palace, the residence of the crown prince. People who don't know any better would think this is some kind of spy headquarters. Lu Zhan simply couldn't stand it. Lu Zexu, having learned of everything that had just happened in the court, stared blankly at Lu Zhan. Brother, what a great opportunity. Why didn't you cherish it? Lu Zhan was completely confused. What opportunity? My chance to be crippled. Now that I've been deposed, as long as you quell the plague, a throne is yours for the taking, and perhaps even a direct appointment by Father Emperor to make you crown prince. Lu Zexu was truly disappointed in his son. Chapter 46, A Holiday, is necessary. Lu Zhan scrutinized him carefully and asked seriously, do you really not want to be the crown prince and not want to inherit the throne? Really? Lu Zexu responded decisively, without any hesitation. Why? Lu Zhan was very puzzled. As a prince, which one wouldn't want the supreme position? Too tiring, too annoying, not worth it, Lu Zexu said sincerely. The struggle for the throne is too bloody and ruthless. If you're not careful, you could die without a burial place. I don't want to take the risk. Is that all? Liu Zan pressed. Liu Zexu smiled. Not exactly. The emperor is the emperor of all people, the emperor of all under heaven. Although he holds a prestigious position and possesses supreme power. But it was also busy and tiring. I devoted myself to the affairs of the country, had sleepless nights, and was bound to the palace by the affairs of the country, without freedom. In comparison, I preferred to go out and travel around the mountains and rivers. Liu Zexu smiled brightly. So, big brother, if this happens again in the future, you don't need to help me clean up the mess. I really don't want to be the crown prince. After saying that, he threw a potato chip into his mouth. Crunching away, it smelled delicious. Seeing how much he enjoyed eating, Liu Zan subconsciously took out a piece from his pocket and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. It was so crispy. 1 piece, 2 pieces. This is so delicious. I'll have another slice. It gets better and better with every bite, so let's eat the last piece. When Falu came over, he saw the 2 brothers eating potato chips with both hands, one at a time. At first, they ate 1 chip at a time, but then they gradually started eating 2 or 3 chips at a time, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, Liu Zexu was more experienced and simply tilted his head back and poured the few remaining potato chips into his mouth. He ate while showing off. It's so delicious. I can never get enough of it. Now, potato chips are Liu Zexu's favorite snack, definitely number 1. Liu Zan took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and asked, feeling he hadn't had enough, "Is there any more?" Liu Zexu was quite generous with his golden leg, referring to his powerful connections, saying, "Yes, but I'm afraid you'll have to give something in return. Tell me, what do you want?" Liu Zan asked with a smile. Looking at his younger brother, who was 8 years younger than him, his heart softened for once. "Your Majesty's sister-in-law comes from the Jiangnan Textile Bureau. I've heard that the silk from Jiangnan is of the highest quality, and the embroiderers there have a better needlework than those in the capital. Could you get some?" Liu Zexu was not polite at all. There was nothing he could do. Leaving the palace was already the maximum freedom he could have. Leaving the capital was simply impossible for him. Liu Zan certainly didn't refuse. His mansion was never short of good materials. After all, he had a princess consort from Jiangnan. This time, the crown prince gave him all the credit, and he was willing to give up anything, even the most precious things, let alone just some silk embroidery. At the end of July, the last patient recovered, and the 45-day epidemic was completely over. Liu Chantian bestowed great rewards upon Liu Zan, directly granting him the title of prince. The eldest prince was beaming with joy, feeling that his chances of winning were getting better and better. The other princes didn't look so pleased. He'll be made a king. Without great merit, the emperor will absolutely not grant me the throne. The happiest person among them is probably Crown Prince Liu Zexu. Now that his patron is a king, how far is he from becoming the crown prince? His free and wonderful life is beckoning to him. During this time, Sang Ian felt that she was not a supermarket owner, but a pharmaceutical delivery person. Every day, she either drives to the pharmacy to buy medicine or receives medicine by courier at home. She feels like she's running a freight truck, not a supermarket. Fortunately, after the last batch of medicine was delivered, she managed to get a week off by using threats and inducements, and by going out for a walk. This week, the trading door will not be open again, which will allow her to take a break. Just then, Wunan finally returned from his business trip, and the 2 of them were able to get together. The renovation next door is almost finished. Basically, only the final furniture needs to be moved in. If it weren't for Wu Nan's introduction, how could she have gotten the director of a top-tier interior design company to personally oversee such a small project? Moreover, he was incredibly conscientious and responsible. He not only personally supervised the construction, but also expedited the process. Now all that's left is for the furniture to arrive, all thanks to Wu Nan's help. Now that I finally have some free time, I should definitely thank them properly. A meal and shopping spree are a must. The 2 hadn't seen each other for a long time. Although they both lived in Anshan, they had their own jobs and were so busy that they didn't have time to meet. Meeting once every 6 months was already considered good. The last time the 2 met was when they went back to their hometown for the spring festival. The 2 met at a shopping mall in the city center, determined to have a complete shopping and dining experience. Sang Ian wore a moon-white orchid cheongsam today, her long hair casually tied up with a jade hairpin, exuding gentle elegance. yet also revealing a sense of casualness and freedom. This contradiction within her possesses a paradoxical harmony, like a fine jade pendant, exuding a soft luster that captivates the eye. Woonin was stunned when she arrived. "My goodness, girl, when did you become so beautiful? Who are you trying to seduce?" Sang Ian rolled her eyes at her. That's over. It's my treat today. Order whatever you want." Woonin put down her bag, sat down, and said sincerely, "I genuinely think you look much prettier than you did during the new year, and your complexion is much better too. And where did you buy this cheongsam? The fabric and the workmanship, it doesn't look cheap. Is it new style from some brand?" Sang Ian looked down at the cheongsam she was wearing. To be honest, it was the most comfortable fabric she had ever worn. I basically don't shop at brand stores. With my meager salary, how many times can I afford to shop at designer stores? When she was working before, she only had a few sets of business attire that she'd bought as designer brands to maintain a professional image, and the prices of those outfits made her feel the pinch for a long time. This cheongsam was custom-made by a tailor near my home. If you like it, you can go and have your measurements taken next time, and I'll give you one for free. Woonin didn't stand on ceremony with her. Then I'll be waiting. I've never worn a cheongsam in my life. Sang Ian, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The cheongsam will take a while to arrive, but this is a thank you gift I prepared especially for you. I really owe you a lot for the renovation of my small supermarket. Looking at the designer bags on the dining table, Woonin smiled and said, "Perfect timing. I also prepared a gift for you. It's exactly what you've been wanting." Sang Ian, "What am I thinking about? How come I don't know?" Woonin took out 2 tickets from her wallet. "Isn't your crush the one you've been longing for? It's his event. Want to go?" Sang Ian's eyes lit up, and she immediately snatched the tickets back with both hands. "Go. We have to go." Chapter 47. The first time she wore it, it got a big tear. Regarding her pursuit of celebrities, Sang Ian had never actually done so. During her student years, amidst the heavy academic pressure, watching variety shows, following dramas, and doing online data analysis for her idols was already the limit of what she could do. Unlike other people who get picked up at the airport, visit the venue, or attend birthday parties, she has never been treated to such treatment. It's not that I don't have time, it's that I don't have the money. After starting work, she finally had a source of income, but her busy work left her with no time to even watch TV dramas, and her idol worship was limited to Weibo. Her experience perfectly illustrates what it means to have time, but no money, and to have money, but no time. Now, she has finally reached a stage where she has both the time and money to appreciate her stunning beauty up close. And just thinking about it is exciting. Sang Ian was very happy with the meal. Woonin's attention was drawn to the silk scarf that Sang Ian had given her. The pattern of the scarf is the same as that of the cheongsam worn by Sang Ian. It is not hard to tell that they are made from the same fabric. Woonin, who has been dealing with major brands for many years, can tell as soon as he touches the silk that it is definitely of the highest grade. As a fashion professional, Woonin's wardrobe is full of silk scarves from various big brands, and this one is in no way inferior to her collection in terms of material. Woonin was a little worried. This isn't cheap, is it? You're buying a house, renovating it, and opening a shop. How can you still afford to spend money like this? Sang Ian was enjoying her meal when she heard this and smiled. How can this be considered extravagance? This silk is new to me. I plan to put it in my store to sell after my supermarket is renovated. This is just a sample. Upon hearing this, Woonin asked incredulously, "They sell silk in supermarkets?" Sang Ian nodded. "Besides silk, there are some other small items. Come and browse after I've finished preparing them. You might find something you like." Woonin became curious and said, "Okay, I'll bring my colleagues with me." After lunch, the two strolled around the mall. Woonin's shopping prowess was top-notch. Even wearing high heels couldn't stop her from shopping like a madwoman. During this period, Sang Ian's savings visibly decreased sharply. Not to mention anything else, the medical supplies she traded alone cost her nearly 2 million yuan. Even so, she's now quite wealthy. She's not interested in designer clothes, but she can have a few pairs of comfortable sneakers. She had even less interest in jewelry. The box Lu Zex's scent was enough for her to wear for a long time. Therefore, after walking around for a while, Woonin was already carrying 8 or 9 designer bags, while Sang Ian was only carrying 2 pairs of sneakers, making the contrast quite obvious. Woonin was a little embarrassed. "Where do you want to go? I'll go with you." She thought the mall was full of international brands, and the prices were too high, which Sang Ian might not be able to afford. To everyone's surprise, Sang Ian smiled and said, You said it yourself. Yes, I said it. Tell me, where do you want to go? Wu then adopted a posture of accompanying him at all costs. Then Sang Ian pulled her to the beauty section. The staff at the counter were very friendly. If you hadn't dragged me over, I would have almost forgotten. My eye cream is almost empty. At our age, we need to take good care of ourselves to keep our youth. The two linked arms and entered the nearest department store counter. What do you want to buy? Let me take a look first. Sang Ian walked around the counter. She actually has her own skincare routine, but lately she's been staying up too late, so she feels she needs to take better care of herself. Wu had already paid the bill, but Sang Ian hadn't made a decision yet. She was holding a product brochure in her hand, standing in front of the counter, looking at it carefully. Suddenly, someone rushed over from the side, shouting, "Make way! Make way!" Sang Ian instinctively turned to the side, but the other person was too fast, and with a studded crossbody bag on her back, the bag passed right by Sang Ian's side in the narrow aisle. With a ripping sound, the beautiful and elegant Chong Sam was torn, leaving a long rip that revealed a section of her fair and slender waist. Sang Ian fell to the side, due to inertia, bumping into a lady who had just entered. "Ah!" The woman who was hit instinctively cried out in surprise, staggered, and crashed directly into the counter. The chaos here immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sang Ian quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, are you all right?" "How could she be all right? Didn't you see Miss Luo almost fall? What's wrong with you? Standing here like a statue. Are you some kind of telephone pole?" A shopping mall employee in a suit shouted sternly. "The mall is a place for shopping. If you don't intend to buy anything, don't waste other customers' time here." "Sister Luo, I bought it. The perfume endorsed by my idol." The girl who had bumped into Sang Ian earlier ran back, waving her handbag like she was showing off a treasure. Seeing this, Sang Ian laughed in anger. "Miss Luo, I take back my apology. It was your sister who was running around recklessly and bumped into me, which caused me to bump into you. She is the culprit." The girl with a head full of braids turned around, chewing gum, her chin slightly raised, looking arrogant. You think you're worthy of comparing yourself to Sister Luo? My sister Luo has work to do later. If you hurt my sister Luo and delay her work, even if you sold yourself, you couldn't make up for it." The girl was extremely arrogant, and every sentence she uttered was laced with sarcasm. "You little brat, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Even if your sister Luo gets hurt, it's only because you're blind and don't know how to walk properly." Wu Nan's mouth is like a machine gun. When she starts roasting someone, her fighting power is astonishing. "Also, you just bumped into my sister and tore her clothes. Don't you know how to apologize? Finally, my sister is very precious. If you damage her, someone like you deserves to die." When it comes to verbal sparring, Wu Nan has never lost. Sang Ian's initial anger vanished instantly upon Wu Nan's assertive protection. Jiang Yuan, her head full of braids, turned red with anger. "Her? Precious? She's not even worth a single hair of my sister Luo's." She angrily opened her wallet and her purse. "You just want money, right? I've seen plenty of people like you. You think you're worthless? What a joke." As she spoke, she casually pulled out a wad of red bills and slapped them directly across Sang Ian's face. Sang Ian casually tossed the stack of 100 yuan bills across the counter. "Young lady, this is the first time I've ever seen someone as brain dead as you. You think you can pay for my clothes with this little bit of money?" This was the first time Jiang Yuan had been mocked so mercilessly, and she was speechless for a moment. Luo Qingying walked over again, smiling gently. "Manager Wu, let me introduce you. Yuan is President Jiang's youngest daughter. If I remember correctly, your company has a partnership with the Jiang Group, right?" Sang Ian then realized that the two knew each other. It seemed that their relationship wasn't very good. Chapter 48, You're doing charity work, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately understood. Just a moment ago, she looked like a wilted little cabbage, but now she instantly transformed into a spirited little rooster. "So you have a business relationship with my family? How dare you offend me? Let me tell you, you have to pick up all this money, bill by bill, today, or you can forget about cooperating with me." Wu Nan has been a successful professional for many years, rising all the way to the position of deputy manager. She is not someone who can be easily intimidated. She casually put one hand in her pocket and said, "Young lady, although your surname is Jiang and you are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, business is business. Businessmen are all about profit. The cooperation between the two companies is not something a young girl like you who is still in school can interfere with. Jiang Yuan was not intimidated at all. Instead, she crossed her arms and mocked. I'll give you one more chance. Now, pick up all this money, one bill at a time. Otherwise, I'll have someone terminate this cooperation immediately. I've already said it. This money of yours isn't enough to compensate me for my clothes. Sang Ian stared into Jiang Yuan's eyes. And is this the Jiang family's upbringing? You hit someone, didn't apologize, didn't compensate, and are now standing here bullying others with your power? Luo Qingying also took out her wallet and pulled out all the cash from her purse. Is this enough? Sang Ian glanced at them. There were only 10, no more than that. She smiled slightly. Not enough. Joke. This is a tribute item. It was fabric presented as tribute to the royal family. They thought they could just fob her off with a little over 2,000? Impossible. Luo Qingying's expression also turned ugly. There's a limit to how much you can ask for. It's just a Cheongsam, not some big brand. Don't be so greedy. Jiang Yuan, standing to the side, was even more ruthless. She turned to the staff beside her and said, have someone kick her out. I don't think she came to the mall to shop. She's just here to extort money. We have to think about the other customers in the mall and create a good shopping environment for them. We can't let people who like to stage accidents and are greedy get away with it in the mall. Without a second thought or hesitation, the staff member in the suit said, please, gentlemen. Sang Ian hooked the bar stool next to her with her foot and sat down directly. You think I'll just leave if you tell me to? Don't I have any pride? She crossed her legs, slightly raised, revealing her fair and slender calves beneath her plain Cheongsam, exuding an air of gentle elegance. The things they say are extremely offensive. They can infuriate someone or leave them speechless. At this moment, the beauty section has attracted a large number of onlookers, some of whom are taking photos with their phones. This lady in the Cheongsam is really bold, daring to offend this person. Who doesn't know that Jiang Yuan is President Zhang's precious daughter? The Jiang family is one of the richest families in Anqing. This is going to be a good show. These days, money makes you superior. Jiang Yuan hit someone and tore their clothes, but instead of apologizing, she mocked them. Who can blame them for being rich? Haven't you heard? This entire shopping mall belongs to them. You're all just jealous of the rich. I think it's that woman in the Cheongsam who's greedy. It's just a torn dress, and 2,000 yuan isn't enough? What kind of dress is that? I think she's deliberately trying to scam someone. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, but Sang Ian pretended not to hear. Jiang Yuan, however, was different. She had always been the youngest in her family, and had always been pampered and spoiled by her family. Well, have I ever been mocked and belittled like this? How much money do you want? How much money is enough to compensate for this tattered Cheongsam? Jiang Yuan shouted. Actually, Sang Ian didn't know either, but comparing it to the big brands Wu Nan had just shopped at, she casually said, it must cost at least 10,000. Jiang Yuan stared at her in shock. 10,000? Do you think I'm stupid? Wu Nan, your salary isn't low either. So how come you have such a money-grubbing sister? Don't let the upper beam be crooked and the lower beam be crooked too. Luo Qingying chuckled. She's extorting money. What extortion? A cool, deep voice came from outside, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. Jiang Huaijing, dressed in a black three-piece suit, appeared here, followed by other mall managers, presumably on an inspection tour. Jiang Yuan ran over. Uncle, you have to help me. I was scammed in my own shopping mall. I just accidentally tore her clothes, and she wants me to pay 10,000 yuan. Sang Ian met Jiang Huaijing's gaze and smiled slightly. I've truly learned a thing or two about Fourth Master's upbringing today. The young girl, dressed in an elegant Cheongsam, sat casually on a high stool. The fine brocade accentuated her exquisite figure, making her look as beautiful as if she were glowing. Jiang Huaijing's gaze fell on the fair skin exposed on her waist. He lowered his eyes and asked, what happened? Miss Jiang bumped into me and tore my clothes, which caused me to bump into Miss Luo. As the victim, I not only did not receive an apology, but I was also ridiculed by these two. These two first threatened us with the cooperation with the Jiang group, and then had their staff kick us out. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed that Fourth Master, such a refined, gentle, and courteous person, would have such an arrogant and domineering niece. Jiang Huaijing turned to look at Jiang Yuan. Go back and copy the Book of Rites 50 times. Your bank card will be unfrozen whenever you finish copying it. 50 times? Uncle, are you trying to cripple my paws? Jiang Yuan exclaimed in terror. Jianghuai scenery 100 times. Jiang Yuan. She swallowed all her anger. 100 times it is fine, but uncle, she wants me to pay her 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for just one Chong Sam. She's extorting me. With the mindset that if I can't have a good time, then none of you can either, Jiang Yuan directly complained. Jiang Huaijing stepped forward a few steps, and the elegant silk shimmered under the spotlight. With each step he took forward, Sang Ian would subconsciously lean back. This man exudes an imposing aura and a powerful presence. Being near him always makes people subconsciously hold their breath. Jiang Huaijing stopped in front of her, bent down, and reached out to pinch the hem of her Chong Sam. What are you going to do? Sang Ian stared at him warily with her large eyes wide open. Jiang Huaijing felt the silk's smoothness against his fingers, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. Such fine material, 10,000 yuan, that's practically charity. Chapter 49, Is Your Knee Stupid? The little voice in Sang Ian's mind widened in shock, but she remained outwardly calm and sneered. Even this is considered extortion and staged accident by your people. Jiang Huaijing turned his head, his eyes filled with a deep, cold indifference. At another 50 repetitions of the anilex, Jiang Yuan could already feel the soreness in her right hand. She was on the verge of tears. Why? The anilex has more than 16,000 characters, and I have to read it 50 times. Jiang Huaijing said coldly. As a member of the Jiang family, you can't even tell that this is top-grade silk, and you still ask me why? Jiang Yuan glanced at Sang Ian cautiously. She disliked the old-fashioned things in her house at all, but she had to learn them since she was a child. She usually just got by and didn't really learn them. Then it would be even more impossible for them to know how rare the Chong Sam she was wearing was. With this quality, go look around the market. If you can find one, you can use my supplementary card as much as you want. Is this precious? Jiang Yuan was almost in tears. It's priceless, Jiang Huaijing said calmly, but Jiang Yuan's heart pounded. He continued, your grandmother has one, which she treasures immensely, but it's still a bit inferior to this. If this were in ancient times, it would have been a tribute, exclusively for the royal family. Jiang Yuan fell silent. She walked up to Sang Ian, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going and bumped into you, tearing your Chong Sam. I also misunderstood that you were greedy and trying to extort money from me. I was wrong. Sang Ian was stunned. She looked at Jiang Huaijing in shock, covering her mouth with one hand and lowering her voice. Has your niece been traumatized? Jiang Yuan suddenly sat up straight, glaring at Sang Ian, her braids flying wildly. How could you talk like that? I'm apologizing because I realized my mistake. Also, I apologized, so shouldn't you, as my sister, apologize to me too? What kind of things did she say before? Why are you so precious? Why am I not worth your life, just because I pushed you and hurt you? Jiang Yuan started to feel indignant again. Just as Wu Nan was about to explain, he was interrupted by a low laugh from the side. Although saying that he is not worth dying for is a bit of an exaggeration, the word precious is not wrong. Sang Ian, standing to the side, couldn't help but wonder, a faint smile flashing across his handsome face. This is a princess. Wouldn't you say she's precious? Sang Ian felt her cheeks burning as those captivating eyes swept over her, and she heard his amused tone. These are just two ordinary words, but they sound so strange coming from his mouth. Princess. Jiang Yuan's tone changed in shock. She walked over to Sang Ian in a few steps, grabbed her arms and shoulders with both hands, and said with great curiosity, I've never seen a princess alive before. Sang Ian quickly slapped her hands down, jumped off the high stool, and hid behind Jiang Huaijing. Let's talk this out. Don't get physical. Jiang Yuan rubbed her fingers together. Light, soft, delicate, smooth. Is this really fabric? It feels like skin. Jiang Huaijing. So, they only asked for 10,000 yuan from you, which is a bargain for you. Jiang Yuan remained silent, only staring at Sang Ian with curiosity overflowing in her eyes. Jiang Huaijing took out a black card and handed it over. This is a discount card from the mall. Consider it my apology on behalf of Yuan. I also want a 20% off card. Jiang Yuan muttered to herself. These are all international brands, and the 20% off card can save a lot of money. Jiang Huaijing asked in a nonchalant tone. You want to copy the Analects in the Book of Rites a few more times? Jiang Yuanyuan quickly shook her head and didn't dare to say anything. It's estimated that this is the only 20% discount card the mall has had since it opened. When she first learned about the card, she tried to coax her parents and grandmother, but no one in the family could make decisions for her uncle, and in the end, her hopes were dashed. Unexpectedly, this only discount card was given away. Jiang Yuanyuan stared intently at the 20% off card, demonstrating with her actions what it meant to be longing for it. Sang Ian accepted it without hesitation. She doesn't come often, but Wunan likes to shop, so it wouldn't be a waste to give it to her. There will be an intangible cultural heritage exhibition here in a little while, with performances, exhibitions, and some small activities. You could take a look around. Jiang Huaijing took the initiative to extend an invitation. Sang Ian looked at Wunan. She really wanted to go and see. As she picked up calligraphy again, which she had practiced since childhood, she grew to love traditional Chinese culture more and more. Since it doesn't matter where you go, Wunan naturally had no objection. The dispute was resolved just like that. The previous staff members were demoted and had their wages deducted, and they had to take the most basic training courses again. Of course, Sang Ian was unaware of these things. Having received 10,000 yuan in compensation and a discount card, why not use it now? She has to pave the way for the young prince to curry favor with her, because no woman can resist the temptation of skincare and cosmetic products. Wunan saw that her best friend, who rarely bought clothes from high-end clothing stores, was incredibly generous when it came to buying skincare and makeup products. I saw Clarins, Lancome, Estee Lauder, CPB, SK2, YSL, Dorn, and many other brands lined up. While other customers bought items one by one, Sang Ian bought them as sets. Whether it's basic hydration and moisturizing, or whitening, wrinkle reduction, anti-aging, lifting, and firming, I'll get a set of each. When it comes to lipsticks and perfumes, it's all about buying them from series to series, wanting the complete set of shades and fragrances. Basically, it's about buying everything in sight. In less than half an hour, the entire beauty section knew that a generous young lady had come today, buying whatever she liked without caring about the price. One order from her can earn them a lot of money. Are you just shopping? Other people buy things one by one. Picking them out one by one, that's shopping. What are you doing? Wunan held up both hands, each holding 5 or 6 high-end bags, which were quite heavy. Are you here by goods? I couldn't help it. It was the first time I'd ever had a discount card. I was so excited and overjoyed that I couldn't stop myself. Sang Ian opened the trunk of the car. This was their 3rd time in the parking lot, and the car was already piled with many luxury bags. The 3 seats in the last row were also filled with cosmetic bags. But these things all have an expiration date. You only have one face and one pair of hands. If you don't use them all, they'll expire. Wunan offered a reminder. Little Sheep is the crown prince, so the royal family must be large. With just a few sets of cosmetics, I don't know if he has enough to go around. How can we possibly not use it all? It's okay, my mom and brother are here too. Sang Ian casually made up an excuse. Wunan nodded in agreement. Yes, our brother probably uses more than you do, so there will definitely be no waste. By the way, what's going on between you and Fourth Master? I feel like Fourth Master treats you differently. On the way to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition, Wunan asked in confusion. Chapter 50. Values shouldn't be dictated by physical appearance. What's different? Sang Ian couldn't tell. That's President Jiang, the Fourth Master. So many socialites in Anqing are eyeing this hot commodity, but none of them have succeeded. Even Luo Qingying, who was just now, is one of President Jiang's admirers. But you saw just now, didn't you? Wunan knew all about these gossip stories very well. President Jiang wouldn't even bother to give her a second glance. That's Jiang Huaijing for you. All he cares about is work, and all he has to do is look at those old things. There isn't even a female mosquito around him. But he just invited you to see the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition. That's so unusual. You must be special to him. Wunan was very excited, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Also, how did President Jiang know you were a princess? Did you tell him? How did you two meet? What's the story between you two? However, whatever your story may be, I must remind you, don't let Jiang Huaijing's handsome appearance and powerful aura fool you into letting your values follow his looks. Master Jiang of Anqing is unfathomable. Someone like you can be completely manipulated by him without him even having to think. Wunan gave a serious reminder. Is it really that scary? Sang Ian immediately pictured Jiang Huaijing in a suit, composed and gentlemanly, speaking of traditional Chinese culture with gentle elegance, exuding an air of asceticism, so handsome that one couldn't take their eyes off him. Of course, who in the business world doesn't know the name of Master Jiang? He's ruthless when it comes to scheming against people. He's the kind of person who digs a pit and makes you walk into it willingly, burying yourself in it. Wu Nen spoke seriously, reminding him earnestly. Anyway, remember, it's fine to appreciate male beauty, but you absolutely cannot let lust cloud your judgment. He's not a good romantic partner. Sang Ian nodded repeatedly. I know. Don't you know me? I'm just a sucker for good looks. At most, I'll just take a second look and enjoy the view. Don't overthink it. A romantic partner? Wu Nen was relieved. There's no way around it. Men like Jiang Huijing are incredibly attractive to women. They're good-looking, well-educated, and rich. Many socialites have been drawn to him like moths to a flame, and she didn't want her sisters to become one of them. However, seeing Sang Ian's carefree demeanor, Wu Nen knew that she truly had no feelings for Jiang Huijing, so she didn't need to worry about her. The Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition is very lively. It is located in the largest exhibition hall on the first floor of the mall, divided into areas, with a wide variety of exhibits, including embroidery, calligraphy, and painting, writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstones, ceramics, wood carvings, shadow puppets, and more. Each exhibit comes with a detailed description, from which one can clearly understand the origin and development of these crafts. There was also a trading area next door, which looked like it was full of old items. Across from the trading area, various items of the same origin as the exhibited products were being sold, including exquisite tea sets, wood carvings, embroidery, and the four treasures of the study, which also attracted some people. The Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition also features various interest classes related to traditional Chinese culture. For example, calligraphy, guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, wood carving, and folk dance are also the focus of attention for some parents at this time. This Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition was very lively and attracted a lot of people. Sang Ian could feel the strong cultural atmosphere as she strolled around inside. You say that fourth master is a deep thinker and a master strategist in the business world, but there's no way to make a profit from this Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition. He probably won't even be able to recoup the investment in setting it up. From this perspective, he's not that good at shrewd calculations, is he? Sang Ian casually made a comment. Wu Nen rolled her eyes at her. What do you know? He just didn't want to settle the score. Everyone in Anqing knows that fourth master loves traditional culture. Besides work, he spends his time collecting old objects. He has always been committed to promoting traditional Chinese culture and protecting traditional folk crafts. He has donated money, organized exhibitions, and supported these veteran craftsmen. He has done many things like this, spending money like water. Just think of this Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition as fourth master's hobby. He never intended to make money from it in the first place. Sang Ian raised an eyebrow. That hobby is really expensive. It's not something ordinary people like us can afford. Who says people are poor, but rich these days? I see some interesting little things being sold over there. They'd be nice to buy as decorations. Let's go take a look. Wu Nen took her arm and led her towards the busiest area among the stalls on both sides. Once I got there, I discovered that not only were traditional stationery items sold there, but many people were also practicing calligraphy. The person now gathered in the middle is none other than Luo Qingying, who had just clashed with Sang Ian. At this moment, she is sitting upright at her desk, holding a calligraphy brush and writing large characters. There was even a camera filming her. Sang Ian peeked over on tiptoe and saw that it seemed to be live streaming. The screen was full of praise for her sister, calling her a talented woman and saying how amazing she was. Now I know why that staff member in the beauty area was so arrogant and worried about Luo Qingying getting hurt. It turns out she was going to show off her skills at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition. San Yan Sikit. Wu Nen chuckled lightly. It's just a show. Everyone says that calligraphy can cultivate one's character, but I haven't seen her cultivate her temperament at all. She has the temper of a spoiled young lady and is very difficult to please. Sang Ian understood. There must have been a grudge between them. Come on, let's go right to. Wu Nen took her arm and walked straight inside. When they were young, Wu Nen and Sang Ian studied calligraphy together, and they were quite talented, always being praised by their teacher. However, once they entered junior high school, the classes became too demanding, and the two gradually lost this hobby. Sang Ian only picked up calligraphy again after resigning. In addition to copying the calligraphy model given to her by the young prince, she also practiced every day by following Zhao Xuhuai's live broadcast. Seeing Wu Nan so confidently pick up the pen, dip it in ink, and start writing, Sang Ian knew that she probably practiced calligraphy in her spare time. His gestures revealed him to be an expert, not a novice, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Sang Ian walked to the far corner, where there were few people, giving her plenty of room to maneuver. Her calligraphy has improved rapidly during this period. She can write as soon as she picks up a pen. It's so easy for her. The four characters, Dili, Chanshin, diligence, and inheritance, are vividly displayed on the paper. After finishing her writing, she put down her pen and went to admire other people's calligraphy. She now has a strong interest in calligraphy, and even when she is standing on the sidelines, she listens attentively to their conversation. Chapter 51. Enemies always meet on narrow roads. The comments were mostly praising Luo Qingying's calligraphy. At such a young age, her skill was comparable to that of renowned contemporary calligraphers. The key point is that she clearly comes from a family with a strong scholarly tradition. Having been immersed in it since childhood, Luo Qingying exudes the air of a scholarly family. In addition, her skillful display immediately drew praise from the entire audience. Sang Ian finally squeezed to the front and saw the beautiful regular script. The characters were neat and tidy, and every stroke was very well organized. It must have been practiced systematically and according to extremely strict requirements. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to write such neat and beautiful characters. This calligraphy is truly beautiful. Most people couldn't write it like this without years of systematic practice. In this respect, Luo Qingying is indeed remarkable and deserves everyone's praise. However, precisely because this calligraphy is so regular, it looks somewhat rigid, and Sang Ian doesn't particularly like this kind of rigid writing style. She learned regular script from a young age, and her writing was neat and beautiful. Every little square was written with great elegance, which earned her praise from her teachers. However, after resigning, she picked up her pen again. Perhaps her mindset had changed, or perhaps the experience of sudden death had made her more open-minded. When she picked up her pen again, although her handwriting was still neat and beautiful, there was always a sense of flamboyance and unrestrainedness between the strokes. She liked it quite a bit, but every time she showed it to the young prince, he would always send her some paper and calligraphy practice books the next day, as well as some works by famous calligraphers from the Great Liang dynasty, subtly indicating that she needed to practice more. Although I don't practice calligraphy to become a great calligrapher or to gain fame, I just enjoy it. But if a 12-year-old kid thinks it's no good, don't you have any pride? This little brat even calls her sister. A strange competitive spirit welled up in Sang Ian's heart, which made her practice calligraphy even more diligently in her spare time. She followed Zhao Xuhuai's live broadcast every day and asked him for advice whenever she had the chance. Her progress was truly visible to the naked eye. Even so, he only managed to get a not bad from the young prince. The young prince single-handedly raised Sang Ian's eye for calligraphy. Therefore, when she saw Luo Qingying's calligraphy, she felt that the level was average. Although it was well written, it was still completely incomparable to the works of calligraphers. On the contrary, Sang Ian felt that her own sisters wrote better. Nan, you're amazing. Have you been practicing all these years without stopping? Your teacher said you had talent when you were little, and if you keep practicing, you'll definitely achieve great things. Wunan was also very satisfied with what she wrote today. I have to say, a teacher is a teacher. They are really amazing. I was able to gain a foothold in the company because of my calligraphy skills. Actually, it was during an event that she impressed the leaders with her calligraphy, which gradually gave her opportunities. Otherwise, she doesn't know when she would have been able to end her days of serving tea and water. Sang Ian was full of admiration and gave her a thumbs up. I think yours is the best among all these works. I just heard that there are judges awarding prizes. If you submit this calligraphy, you will definitely win an award. At Wunan's urging, Sang Ian also submitted what he had just casually written. Sang Ian thought that this was just a small part of the intangible cultural heritage exhibition meant to motivate the visitors. Even if there were prizes, they would probably just be souvenirs from the exhibition. Little did she know that this was an intangible cultural heritage exhibition spearheaded by the Jiang Group. How could it be so ordinary? Over the years, the Jiang group has been committed to promoting traditional Chinese culture. The small competition set up in this intangible cultural heritage exhibition is actually for selecting teachers, judges, and amateur guests for an upcoming Chinese-style variety show. Today happens to be the calligraphy competition. Luo Qingying came here specifically for this reason. In fact, if Sang Ian had carefully read the promotional leaflet for the intangible cultural heritage exhibition, she would have seen a detailed introduction to the calligraphy competition. But these two people were just there to see the exhibition, and neither of them paid any attention to the flyers. When Luo Qingying saw Sang Ian and Wu Nan, her usual gentle and dignified demeanor felt momentarily out of place, especially when she saw the young and beautiful Sang Ian. A flash of hostility crossed her eyes. Today's judge is Mr. Zhao Xihuai. Mr. Zhao is always strict, especially in calligraphy. You should be prepared, Luo Qingying gently reminded him. Upon hearing the name Zhao Xihuai, Wu Nan immediately elevated the calligraphy competition to a higher level, and she felt a surge of excitement. To receive feedback from teacher Zhao is already a rare opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to it. That's right. Professor Zhao has been retired for so many years. He doesn't take on any students and rarely appears in public. It's an honor for us to receive guidance from such a great person. A refined-looking middle-aged man spoke from either side. Luo Qingying smiled and said, "This was my oversight. I was only worried that amateur players like you hadn't received professional guidance, so there might be some things that weren't up to standard. Teacher Zhao has extremely high standards, so you might not be able to accept this kind of feedback so suddenly. You might forget that this is also an opportunity for you to improve." Sang Ian raised an eyebrow slightly. Was this person's sense of superiority a bit too much? She smiled faintly. Although we don't have the same family background as Miss Luo, who has been taught by her family since childhood and can easily find calligraphy masters to consult, we amateur enthusiasts are not necessarily worse than you. Besides, calligraphy is a matter of personal opinion. Anyone can learn and practice it if they like it. Whether they have received professional instruction or have a family tradition of calligraphy is not important. The refined-looking middle-aged man spoke up again. You can't say that. Passing on traditions is still very important. Those like Miss Luo who learn from their parents and elders are much more capable than us who just bury ourselves in writing. If I could become Teacher Zhao's apprentice and have a master to guide me, I would definitely improve very quickly. Stop daydreaming. Old Master Zhao is already this old. He's not going to take on any disciples. Someone interrupted his fantasy. Luo Qingying smiled softly and said, "That's not necessarily true. If we encounter someone with good aptitude who can dedicate themselves to research, Teacher Zhao will accept them. Teacher Zhao cherishes talent very much. Then only someone as talented and hardworking as Miss Luo could catch Teacher Zhao's eye." Someone casually offered a compliment, which was immediately echoed by the onlookers. Sang Ian looked around, leaned close to Wu Nan's ear, and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? These people are all quite old. Why are they fawning over Luo Qingying, a girl in her early 20s? Wu Nan scoffed. Luo Qingying's grandparents were both renowned scholars of Chinese classical studies. Her uncles and aunts are university professors, and her parents are businessmen. She belongs to the group of people who have connections in high places. Sang Ian immediately understood. A rich, famous, and powerful young lady. Wu Nan nodded. Let's go take a look at the 4 treasures of the study over there. Chapter 52, Best Friends and Friends are always different. The people watching the calligraphy set were all elderly, even retired, and clearly calligraphy enthusiasts. His eyes lit up when he saw all kinds of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Inside the glass case, inkstones, ink sticks, brushes, and stacks of Xian paper quietly tell their unique history. It truly embodies the charm of ancient times and the fragrance of ink. The monitor next to it was also playing a loop of the production process of these writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, using this method to popularize how these things left by our ancestors were made. Sang Ian watched a parent holding a little boy's hand, intently watching the video presentation. The little boy's eyes sparkled. "Mommy, that's amazing. I think calligraphy is so cool. Can I learn?" The young mother ruffled his hair. Of course. Watching her mother lead her child to a nearby educational institution to inquire about calligraphy courses, Sang Ian suddenly understood the significance of what Jiang Huaijing was doing. It's all for the sake of inheritance. The splendid culture left by our ancestors, those cultural treasures that still shine brightly after a long history, will be submerged in the torrent of the times if no one protects them, no one promotes them, and no one passes them on. That would be such a pity, such a shame. Looking at the elderly, the little ones who came with their parents, and the old people on the big screen who still insist on making paper, inkstones, ink, and brushes using traditional methods. Sang Ian suddenly made a decision. She wants to pass on the wisdom of her ancestors. If such crafts are lost, or even disappear, it would be a loss for all Chinese people. Xiao, and come and look. This paper is so beautiful. It's really hard to imagine the wisdom of the ancients. How do you think they created such beautiful paper in that era? Wunan was captivated by the watermark paper. Sang Ian really wanted to say that these were exchanged from her, and that she had a lot of this kind of watermark paper. I don't know either, but I could try to find out. Wunan thought she was joking and instinctively retorted, "Where are you going to ask? Are you dreaming?" Sang Ian, however, was extremely serious, saying, "Ask the brothers on the path." Wunan gave a thumbs up. "You're awesome." "Miss Sang, please don't make such jokes. This is watermark paper, a famous paper from the Tang dynasty, which has long been lost. Even my grandparents couldn't find any watermark paper that has been preserved to this day and has not been used, except for fourth master." Luo Qingying had walked over at some point and overheard their conversation. She subconsciously retorted to Sang Ian. Miss Luo is truly knowledgeable. There's a real difference between someone with a proper background and an amateur enthusiast. Some people flattered him. That's right. Miss Luo is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She's a professional. Unlike some people who know nothing and expose their ignorance as soon as they open their mouths, making them too easy to make a fool of themselves. She has such a fiery temper. Nan, I'll send you a ream of watermark paper when I get back. Your handwriting is so beautiful. You should use good paper. Wunan naturally had to support her sister. Even though she knew it was fake, she still looked on with anticipation, saying, "That's great. I'm waiting for it." Luo Qingying couldn't stand it anymore. If you said this elsewhere, it would be one thing, but everyone here is an expert. Saying such things is just too ridiculous. There's really no need to be stubborn about this. It only exposes your shallowness. She looked at Sang Ian and said softly, "I've already said that the art of watermark paper has been lost for more than 1,000 years. If it weren't for fourth master bringing out the watermark paper for exhibition, we would never have been able to see this magical paper with our own eyes. I can guarantee that in today's society, only an ancient family like the Jiang family might have some kind of paper like water pattern paper that has been lost for a long time. No one else can. Not even people of my grandparents' level of traditional Chinese learning can get their hands on it, let alone an amateur calligraphy enthusiast like you." Sang Ian met her slightly mocking gaze and said casually, "But I am a princess. Although I am an amateur calligraphy enthusiast, I am a proper princess." How is she supposed to respond to that? Just because your grandparents couldn't get watermark paper doesn't mean others can't, Sang Ian said earnestly. A person can only represent themselves, not everyone. What you just said was rather shallow and arrogant. Luo Qingying was angry. The words she had just used to mock Sang Ian were now being used back at her verbatim. Wunan laughed. "Then I'll be waiting." Sang Ian was very generous. "I'll send it to you tomorrow. One cut is one cut. Give me another stab. They're such good actors." Luo Qingying found the two of them utterly ridiculous. "Since we're all friends, aren't you being a bit too biased? I used up a whole warehouse to get these few sheets of watermark paper." Jiang Huijing's usually cool voice was now warm. Sang Ian could detect a hint of complaint in his voice, especially the slight smile in his peach blossom eyes, which was so captivating that it was impossible to look away. This guy is so handsome. She couldn't help but smile, looking completely innocent. Well, there's no way around it. There's a difference between friends and besties. Everyone understood and looked at Sang Ian in disbelief. Did fourth master mean that the watermarked paper on display was obtained from this little girl? Luo Qingying's face turned deathly pale. Jiang Huijing's words felt like a slap across her face. She thought Sang Ian knew nothing and only knew how to spout nonsense, making herself a laughingstock. However, they really do have the ability to produce a ream of watermark paper. The onlookers fell silent, feeling embarrassed for Luo Qingying. "As a friend, shouldn't I have the right of first refusal?" Jiang Huijing asked, settling for second best. Sang Ian shrugged and spread her hands, looking completely sincere. But I really didn't intend to sell. Jiang Huijing was a bit of a headache. He hadn't encountered someone so stubborn in a long time, and dealing with this young girl always made him feel helpless. Teacher Zhao is here. It seems the calligraphy award results are in. With Miss Luo here, I don't expect to win any awards. I only hope to get Mr. Zhao's feedback so that I can improve a bit more. Luo Qingying raised her chin slightly and immediately looked at Jiang Huijing. But Jiang Huijing had already walked to Zhao Xuhuai's side and was completely unaware of what was happening here. We have lived up to expectations. There were indeed many excellent works. Together, we selected the 3 best ones, Zhao Xuhuai said with a smile, dressed in a tang suit. Luo Qingying stepped forward confidently. Chapter 53 Would Sang Sang, who doesn't work, be willing to become my apprentice? Student Luo performed steadily, as expected of someone with a family tradition of calligraphy. Her small regular script is already better than many others. Zhao Xuhuai praised without reservation. Luo Qingying had long anticipated this outcome. She was confident in her calligraphy. Teacher Zhao, I wonder if I could become your student? I know you are also very knowledgeable in running script, and I've been wanting to learn it recently. Zhao Xuhuai was somewhat surprised, seemingly not expecting that Luo Qingying, who already came from family with a strong academic background, would want to become his disciple. I'm already this old, and I don't have the energy to teach 2 more students. As far as I know, Mr. Luo's calligraphy is also superb, even better than mine. This is a blatant rejection. Luo Qingying pursed her lips tightly. She hadn't expected to be rejected. Has teacher Zhao recently taken on any new disciples? Zhao Xuhuai smiled and looked at Sang Ian. I wonder if Sang Sang, who's off work today, would be interested in learning calligraphy with me. Why? Sang Ian and Luo Qingying spoke in unison, one expressing doubt and the other disbelief. You've been learning calligraphy in my live stream, right? We even connected online before. I remember you, Zhao Xuhuai said. You have such a good memory, Sang Ian exclaimed. The live stream has nearly 100,000 fans, and many have been randomly selected to connect with her in recent days. She can't even remember who all the fans are, but Zhao Xuhuai can remember them all. Isn't it said that the older you get, the worse your memory becomes? Your set of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones is truly impressive. Whether it's that Juga brush or those 8 ink sticks, they are rare treasures. Zhao Xuhuai looked on with a sigh, as if he were reminiscing about some delicious delicacy. Well, this isn't the person I remember. People remember it was that set of the 4 treasures of the study. It's a pity I didn't have the chance to see it in person. This blatant hint left Sang Ian somewhat amused and exasperated. When teacher Zhao has time, you can visit my place. Feel free to look around. Zhao Xuhuai's eyes lit up, eager to set off right now. I have time. I have plenty of it. There's no rush. It's best to perform the apprenticeship ceremony first, Jiang Huijing reminded him. Yes, little girl. You haven't said whether you want to become my disciple or not. Zhao Xuhuai asked. Sang Ian thought about it carefully for a moment. After becoming an apprentice, how should I teach? Are there any rules or regulations involved? Zhao Xuhuai became interested. Under normal circumstances, if he took the initiative to say that he wanted to take on a disciple, any calligraphy enthusiast would not ask any questions and would definitely agree immediately. Although the little girl was also very happy, she was not blinded by her joy. Zhao Xuhuai had a teasing thought. Since you have become a disciple, you will naturally have to study with me at all times. I wouldn't say you're never without your pen, but that's close enough. Then I can't become his disciple. Sang Ian refused decisively, without feeling any regret. Why? Zhao Xuhuai asked, puzzled. This is the helplessness of adults. I also have to work to earn money to support my family, otherwise I would starve. Her small supermarket can't stay closed forever. She can't afford to be short-staffed. Zhao Xuhuai could understand this. Then you work during the day and spend a few hours in the evening taking classes and practicing calligraphy. Is that okay? Isn't staying up late at night bad? After all, staying up late can easily lead to sudden death. We should take care of our health so that we can live a long and healthy life. Sang Ian spoke seriously, without a hint of joking. It's quite funny that this little girl, with her baby face and who looks no different from a high school student, is starting to focus on health and wellness. Isn't it a bit early for you to start focusing on health now? Shouldn't this be something I should be doing at my age? Zhao Xuhuai was quite helpless. Sang Ian didn't feel anything was out of place at all, saying, "You should start taking care of your health as early as possible." She immediately began to explain to Zhao Xuhuai how to maintain health, when to soak his feet, what to use, the temperature, and how long to soak them. Besides goji berries, you can also use a thermos to brew chrysanthemums, roses, and any type of water you like, depending on the time of day. His theoretical knowledge was truly extensive, leaving everyone speechless. He was definitely a health and wellness expert. Jiang Huaijing looked at her with a smile in his eyes the whole time, full of curiosity. "So what have you been through?" Sang Ian gave him a look that suggested he had seen a lot in life. "That's quite a lot. I almost died from overwork while staying up all night. Most people can't go through that. Having gone through so much, it is quite rare that your regular script can still exude a sense of unrestrained elegance and agility." Zhao Xuhuai really liked Sang Ian's calligraphy. One can more or less see a person's character and personality from their calligraphy. Sang Ian was very happy to receive such high praise. After all, she had been learning it since elementary school. After so many years, to pick it up again and be praised by professionals was a kind of fulfillment. "Thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly if I had just followed the calligraphy model and practiced on my own." Sang Ian was genuinely grateful. "Teacher Zhao, look, after I become your student, we won't stay up late for class anymore. You can assign me homework, and I'll complete it at home and then bring it to you for checking. Is that all right? After all, in the early stages of my business, I really don't have much free time." Cough, cough, cough. "You call that starting a business?" Lu Jiao, who had been pretending to be dead and keeping quiet, couldn't hold back any longer and was so shocked that he broke down. As Jiang Huaijing's special assistant, his reaction immediately attracted a lot of attention. Sang Ian was indignant. No one could slander her small supermarket. How can that not be considered starting a business? I invested several million in total. Lu Jiao was speechless. You used those millions to buy a house and renovate it. People who didn't know better would think you did some big project or major construction. It's just a small supermarket. Sang Ian narrowed her eyes slightly. Why doesn't opening a supermarket count as starting a business? Or do you look down on my little supermarket? Lu Jiao suppressed a laugh. Sorry, this is really the first time I've ever heard of opening a supermarket being called starting a business. Sang Ian turned to look at Jiang Huaijing, who stood ramrod straight, and complained to his face. Your assistant is too ignorant. It's embarrassing for him to go out in public. I advise you to find a new one as soon as possible. Lu Jiao almost rolled his eyes at her. This was his uncle. How could his uncle possibly protect an outsider? Jiang Huaijing lowered his eyes in deep thought. Indeed, I still need more experience. Lu Jiao's eyes widened in shock, and he subconsciously raised his voice. President Jiang. Sang Ian thought Jiang Huaijing was a good boss. He was willing to humbly accept other people's suggestions, which was quite rare. She smiled and looked at Lu Jiao. Since you look down on my little supermarket so much, then you're the first customer on my supermarket's blacklist. My supermarket is not open to you. Lu Jiao snorted. Who cares? There's so many supermarkets on the street, I could go to any of them. Even if you begged me to go to your remote place, I wouldn't go. Chapter 54. Jiang Huaijing, the expert at sabotaging others. After some discussion and deliberation, Sang Ian decided to become Zhao Xuhuai's last disciple. Sang Ian thought it was just a matter of a few words, very simple. At most, she would have to pay some tuition. Little did she know that her new master would give her a big surprise, insisting on a formal apprenticeship ceremony and showcasing it an intangible cultural heritage exhibition, all as a way to promote traditional folk customs. She was no longer in the mood to continue viewing the exhibition. She was genuinely flustered about having to formally become an apprentice in front of everyone. She thought that was the end of it, but little did she know that she would receive a contract in the end, a calligraphy teacher position at a traditional Chinese culture variety show, which was said to be a prize for a calligraphy competition. Why would an ordinary person like her participate in a variety show? Compared to Luo Qingying's excitement, Sang Ian was left completely dumbfounded. She waved the contract in her hand. Are you all playing this big? This is a variety show spearheaded by the Cultural Bureau. Celebrities in the entertainment industry would definitely be vying to be on it. Is it really appropriate to just casually offer this spot as a prize? Jiang Huaijing remained calm, saying celebrities are there to attract traffic and increase publicity, but for a program to truly convey its core message to the audience, It needs real people with real skills to demonstrate. Got it. Celebrities are just pretty faces. Sang Ian summed it up perfectly. Jiang Huijing's peach blossom eyes immediately softened with a faint smile. Clever. Sang Ian pondered for a moment. Can I give this contract away? But don't worry. The other party may not be proficient in everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting, but they're definitely not just a pretty face. Jiang Huijing raised an eyebrow. He had never encountered anything like this before. In this internet age where traffic is king, too many people want to become famous because traffic can be monetized. The promotion of this intangible cultural heritage exhibition capitalized on this public sentiment, creating a segment where participants could win a calligraphy award and sign a contract with a traditional Chinese variety show. The first day of the intangible cultural heritage exhibition was so lively, with so many people participating. We have to thank the Calligraphy Awards for this event. Everyone was putting in their best effort to get the contract, but Sang Ian insisted on giving it away. Fourth Master, as you know, I'm in the early stages of starting my business right now, and I'm extremely busy every day. I simply don't have time to participate in variety shows. If she participates in the recording, what will happen if customers come to the store in the middle of the night? It's really busy. Busy sleeping in. Other places open at 6 o'clock, but you're considered early if you open at 8. You often don't open until noon. It's really rare to see someone this busy. Lu Jiao couldn't help but complain, feeling frustrated as he recalled waiting outside the supermarket for 2 hours. Sang Ian sighed deeply, her voice full of helplessness. Alas, in the early stages of starting a business, we can't afford to hire employees, so we have to do everything ourselves, which makes things a bit inefficient. Nothing compares to Mr. Liu, who provides shade under a big tree and makes his work easy. Why didn't Lu Jiao spit out a mouthful of blood? Is it really that easy to be so busy that you don't even have time to go to the toilet? Do you have some misunderstanding about what relaxed means? After criticizing Lu Jiao, Sang Ian brought the topic back, saying, if you're worried about the other person's skill level, you can test them yourself. If you're satisfied, let them play. If not, then forget it. Jiang Huijing was curious. What kind of person could this young girl recommend so highly? Do you know how important this variety show is? How much money did the Jiang group invest? All the guests who participated in the recording underwent very strict background checks. You can't just throw anyone in here. Lu Jiao shattered her illusions. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Huijing immediately contradicted him, saying, give me their information, I'll investigate. Sang Ian smiled radiantly. As expected of Fourth Master, he's so flexible in his work, several levels above those rigid and dogmatic people. That day, after returning home, Sang Ian began rummaging through his belongings, searching for a suitable gift for becoming an apprentice. She was completely unfamiliar with the ancient ways of becoming an apprentice, and now she had to publicly become an apprentice at an intangible cultural heritage exhibition. Sang Ian was a little flustered. The frequent transactions during this period have allowed the life gate to accumulate enormous energy. Today it flew out and had a great time, feeling incredibly relaxed. Aside from the food not being very good, everything else was very satisfactory. There's nothing it can do. It's a little parrot now, and even if it had money, it couldn't just walk into the store and order a plate of braised pork. If it were to actually go to a restaurant, whether it would get to eat braised pork is another matter, but it would very well become a braised parrot, a dish on someone else's dinner table. Upon hearing that Sang Ian was going out again tomorrow to seek a master, it immediately flapped its wings, crying, take me with you, take me with you. Sang Ian was engrossed in choosing the apprenticeship ceremony gifts when she asked, I'm going to become an apprentice, what are you doing there? The little parrot raised a claw and poked at its pointed beak, let's eat. Sang Ian suddenly raised her head, a smile playing on her lips. Old men, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You want to go out for a banquet? Fine, but what are you going to offer in exchange? The little parrot tilted its head and instinctively took 2 steps back. What do you want me to do now? The word again is very clever. Sang Ian smiled even more gently. Look at me, I'm so busy that when I get busy, there's not even anyone to watch the shop. This is really delaying the business. The little parrot was puzzled and cautiously asked, so, how about you work as a cashier for a bit? Sang Ian said with a smile. The little parrot opened its beady eyes wide, and its wings suddenly sprouted. You actually enslave a cute little parrot. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sang Ian smiled brightly. Don't you feel embarrassed pretending to be young when you're an old hag? A person and a bird stand facing each other. A moment later, Sang Ian and the little parrot turned their heads at the same time. One flew to the luxurious birdcage at the side entrance of the supermarket, while the other continued to search for a suitable apprenticeship gift. It was as if nothing had just happened. After careful consideration, Sang Ian finally selected the 6 rituals for becoming an apprentice and is now waiting to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow. As for her clothes, her Chong Sam was torn, so she had to change into another one. She was just glad that Chun Yi had made 8 sets for her, so that she wouldn't be left without suitable clothes for the occasion tomorrow. However, even though Sang Ian had made ample mental preparations and expected the apprenticeship ceremony to be very grand, she was still shocked by what she saw when she arrived. Chapter 55, Shouldn't We Accept Some Gifts? The Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition was exceptionally lively today, with even more visitors, especially many middle-aged and elderly people. These people were all well-dressed and exuded the refined and scholarly aura of intellectuals. Sang Ian was just marveling at how well this intangible cultural heritage exhibition was organized, attracting such cultured and refined people to come and see it. Then Zhao Xuhuai informed them that these were all people who had come to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony. Sang Ian's smile immediately froze. Zhao Xuhuai didn't notice her expression. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced her to Sang Ian, saying that this was the president of the Calligraphy Association, and that was a professor at a certain university. This one is called Shirshu, junior uncle, and that one is called Shirbua, senior elder brother. Looking at these uncles and aunts with intimidating titles, Sang Ian suddenly felt her legs go weak. She instinctively grabbed Zhao Xuhuai's arm. Master, aren't there too many people coming? Zhao Xuhuai straightened his back, somewhat smugly. After all, he's the last disciple, so he has to maintain a certain image. Looking at these big shots, could Sang Ian say that she couldn't handle this level of influence? Unbeknownst to Sang Ian, while she was secretly observing these people, those invited by Zhao Xuhuai were also observing her. Zhao Xuhuai was a first-rate calligrapher with many students, but not many disciples. However, the few disciples he did take on have achieved great success to this day. It is very appropriate to describe Zhao Xuhuai as having a worthy successor. Many calligraphy enthusiasts wanted to become his students, but Zhao Xuhuai refused them all. After retiring, he started a calligraphy live-streaming class, which became incredibly successful. Now he's a veteran internet celebrity with over 100,000 followers. Just when everyone had given up on becoming his disciple, he suddenly announced that he was going to take on a final disciple and invited them to come and witness the ceremony. Can they not come? They were incredibly curious. Just how good a talent had Zhao Xuhuai encountered that made him consider taking him as a disciple. When they saw a girl in a grass-green, knee-length Chong Sam following Zhao Xuhuai, everyone's eyes lit up. It has to be said that Sang Ian's baby face, her bright and lively eyes, and her curvaceous figure are incredibly eye-catching. A Chong Sam perfectly blended her innocence and sexiness, making her so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. The apprenticeship ceremony was very formal. Sang Ian, who had never had a master, was like a puppet, worshipping the ancestral master when told to do so. If you ask someone to serve tea to your master, then serve tea to your master. When told to listen to the master's admonitions, one should obediently stand still and listen to the master's admonitions. During the apprenticeship ceremony, a large crowd gathered below the stage. Sang Ian was completely focused and tense, afraid of making a mistake. After the apprenticeship ceremony, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. When it finally ended, she subconsciously breathed a small sigh of relief. At least she hadn't embarrassed herself in front of everyone. However, it turned out that she relaxed too soon. A sprightly old lady handed over a red envelope, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother, on finding another excellent disciple. This is just a small gift for my junior nephew. I hope you will study hard in the future and not waste your master's teachings." Sang Ian hesitated for a moment, but Zhao Xuhuai readily agreed, saying, "Since it's a gift to mark our meeting, please accept it." Sang Ian was very obedient. She accepted the red envelope, smiled, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Master." This seemed to be the beginning. Zhao Xuhuai led Sang Ian around the venue, and then Sang Ian received a stack of red envelopes or gifts. Looking at the thick stack of red envelopes, Sang Ian lowered her voice and said, "Master, is it a bit inappropriate for me to accept so many red envelopes and gifts? Otherwise, would you like to take them all home?" Zhao Xuhuai also lowered his voice. "What's wrong with that? Don't you know how many red envelopes your master has given out over the years? These old guys keep taking on disciples one after another, and every time they do, they send me an invitation. Tell me, at my age, how can I go empty-handed? That definitely won't work." Looking at the thick stack of red envelopes, Zhao Xuhuai smiled with great satisfaction. "This is the last time I'll take on apprentices. What's wrong with accepting some red envelopes and gifts from them? It's only right." Looking at the two tall stacks of red envelopes, Sang Ian couldn't help but twitch her lips and lowered her voice even further. "Don't tell me you decided to take me on as your apprentice just to get back all the gifts you've given out over the years." Zhao Xuhuai's face turned serious in a second. "How could that be? Am I the kind of person who holds grudges? I'm so hurt that you've misunderstood me like this. Do older people all love to act?" The little parrot at home is also incredibly dramatic, but luckily she has a keen eye. Otherwise she would definitely have been fooled by the old man. "I took you in as my last disciple because I saw your talent and potential," Zhao Xuhuai said righteously. Sang Ian said helplessly, "Fine, whatever makes you happy. Congratulations, Master, on accepting your last disciple. Junior sister, congratulations on joining the sect." Finally, Jiang Huijing also came over and presented a small gift box. Sang Ian looked at him in surprise. "Junior sister?" Jiang Huijing smiled slightly. "Teacher Zhao is also my master. He has been teaching me calligraphy since I was a child. You are my master's last disciple. According to seniority, I am your senior brother, and you are naturally my junior sister." Zhao Xuhuai, who was standing to the side, lifted his eyelids and said, "When did I become your master? How come I didn't know? Although you learned calligraphy from me when you were little, you've always called me teacher. Okay, when did you start calling me master?" Jiang Huijing naturally saw Zhao Xuhuai's doubts. It's not too late to shout now. Suddenly having a handsome senior brother, Sang Ian was even more surprised than having a master. "Thank you, fourth senior brother." Sang Ian almost stammered. "Have your senior brother take you to put away the red envelopes and gifts, and then come out to entertain the guests," Zhao Xuhuai said. Looking at the tall stack of red envelopes, with several gift boxes in the middle, Sang Ian realized that carrying them around all the time wasn't a good idea. Jiang Huijing took the tray and led her to the mall's lounge. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuhuai was completely surrounded by a group of old friends. With the newcomers no longer present, these old guys no longer needed to put on airs. One by one, they started asking, "Old Zhao, what exactly do you see in this girl? I heard that the girl from the Luo family wanted to become your apprentice, but you refused." Zhao Xuhuai smiled smugly. "My precious disciple is exceptionally talented. You'll see in time." "Talent? Your little apprentice's talent is higher than that of the younger generation of the Luo family?" Some people didn't believe it. The girl from the Luo family was influenced by her family environment from a young age, which is different from Song Song's simple liking. Zhao Xuhuai had an inscrutable expression. "Today is a joyous day, and it's time for our regular apprenticeship ceremony. Let's see what kind of gift your little apprentice has brought for the ceremony." Someone changed the subject. Chapter 56. Let's settle this score. Everyone immediately felt the urge to watch the show. Today, all the people who have come here are old friends who have been deeply involved in calligraphy and painting. Over the years, no matter who has taken on a disciple, they have always publicly displayed the apprentice's gift at the end. Actually, everyone just likes to join in the fun. You know, they've received all sorts of apprenticeship gifts over the years. Some people bring the 6 gifts for a formal apprenticeship ceremony, following the ancient tradition: celery, lotus seeds, red beans, dates, longan, and dried lean meat strips. Some gifts are health supplements given according to modern thinking. Some people still give cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea according to the older generation's thinking. These are all normal apprenticeship gifts. Some rather unusual ones include a blessed amulet from a temple. This student is clearly quite superstitious. Some people give homemade chocolates as gifts. The problem is that this master has high blood sugar and high cholesterol, so he can't eat this stuff at all. Some companies even give you bank cards directly, which shows they're very wealthy. Some people give away antiques, but they're almost always fakes. It's unclear how the other party manages to consistently find counterfeit goods, but this master has an exceptionally sharp eye. Every time his apprentice excitedly brings him a gift, it turns out to be a fake. The master can't bear to discourage him. It's precisely because we received so many bizarre gifts and had so much fun that everyone especially loved this segment. Quick, quick, quick. Old Zhao, let me see what kind of apprenticeship gift your chosen disciple gave you. Looks like I've arrived just in time. Lao Zhao, congratulations. Luo Zhengtian walked in with a smile, leaning on his cane. Luo Qingying was supporting him. After they arrived, they exchanged pleasantries. Those who have been there know that Zhao Xuhuai rejected Luo Qingying, and now that they see the grandfather and grandson coming in person, they will naturally inquire about it again. Hey Lao Luo, you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Lao Zhao finally got a disciple, and this isn't fair of you. Someone spoke first, pointing directly to the heart of the problem. Luo Jingtian stood ramrod straight, his slender frame making him appear even more imposing than his already serious demeanor. What? Old Zhao, you rejected my granddaughter and chose someone else as your apprentice, and I can't even ask you a question. His shout was so powerful that all the other customers who came to see the exhibition could hear it clearly and couldn't help but glance over, their eyes full of gossip. Old Zhao, I just want to know, why is my xiaoing not as good as an amateur? Luo Jingtian asked in a deep voice. I knew you overprotective old man, would come today. Zhao Xuhuai took out the two people's work from yesterday from the storage cabinet at the scene. Luo Jingtian also has excellent handwriting. Although his fame and status in the calligraphy world are not as high as Zhao Xuhuai's, he still has a good eye for appreciating calligraphy. As soon as the two pieces of calligraphy were unfolded, he immediately noticed the difference. Both pieces are in regular script. One is neat and meticulous, without any mistakes, as if each stroke was measured with a ruler. The other piece, although also in regular script, exudes a lively, unrestrained, and free-spirited quality in its strokes and structure. Although this piece of calligraphy does not follow the rules of the first one, it is precisely this unconventional and casual style that has given it its own unique character and made it a work of art with the distinctive temperament of the person who wrote it. No matter what kind of work it is, if it has its own characteristics, its own qualities, and its own style, it will always be unforgettable. Many people can write beautiful characters through hard work, but very few can truly develop their own style. This style is one of the necessary conditions for becoming a calligrapher. Luo Jingtian was a little jealous. You old geezer, how come you're so lucky? You could just casually get such an outstanding disciple. Why can't I have such good fortune? Zhao Xuhuai grinned from ear to ear. What can I do? I'm just lucky. Luo Qingying, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and asked, Grandpa? Luo Jingtian then remembered the important matter he had come here for today. Xiaoying, you didn't lose unjustly this time. Even if I had to choose between the two of you, I would still choose her. Luo Qingying frowned, clearly unconvinced. Why? What did I do wrong? Before Zhao Xuhuai could speak, Luo Zhengtan straightened his face and entered lecturing mode. Such a huge difference. And you actually tell me you can't see it? They've already developed their own style. What about you? Do you? Or are you just copying without any soul? What you need is to break through your own limitations and find your own style. Luo Qingying remained silent. She wasn't that fond of calligraphy. She preferred the attention and glory that came with having beautiful handwriting to practicing calligraphy every day. After she established her persona as a calligraphy beauty, she gained many more fans in her live stream. She originally wanted to take advantage of becoming Zhao Xuhuai's apprentice to participate in the recording of the entire Chinese-style variety show, rather than just a small segment, so as to attract another group of fans. Otherwise, since she doesn't like calligraphy and writing large characters at home every day is already annoying enough, why would she find herself a teacher? Luo Qingying was already feeling a little guilty, and now that she had been scolded by her grandfather, she naturally had no words to refute him, which meant that she had to admit that Sang Ian's calligraphy was better than hers. When old Zhao's little apprentice comes out later, remember to apologize to him. This time it was your fault. Luo Zhengtian spoke with conviction and force, leaving no room for argument. Luo Qingying grew up by her grandfather's side since she was a child. She admired and feared him greatly. When her grandfather spoke, even if she was unwilling in her heart, she had to agree verbally. In a Luo family, No one can disobey the old man. So when Sang Ian came out carrying a bulging handbag that looked like it was about to burst, Luo Qingying strode towards her first. I am very sorry for my rudeness yesterday. Sang Ian was so frightened that she took 5 or 6 steps back, carefully carrying her handbag behind her back, her eyes full of vigilance. Yesterday? What happened? Luo Qingying felt as if she had punched cotton, and the anger she had been holding back was bursting out. What do you mean you don't know what happened yesterday? The things that I care about so much are completely ignored by her. Doesn't this just show that you're not broad-minded enough, and you're petty and calculating when things happen? Luo Qingying gritted her teeth, so angry her head was practically steaming. She could only quickly change the subject. Everyone is very curious about your apprenticeship ceremony. Would you mind if I stay to watch? Sang Ian was very generous. Of course I don't mind. It won't hurt me to look at it. Chapter 57, a no small matter for the apprenticeship ceremony. Sang Ian was very confident in the apprenticeship ceremony she had chosen. Especially after receiving so many red envelopes, she felt even more fortunate that she had spent so much time last night selecting a few suitable ones. Otherwise, she would have felt guilty for not being able to receive all the red envelopes and gifts she received today. Moreover, with so many colleagues, old friends, and fellow disciples of her master here, if her apprenticeship ceremony is ordinary, wouldn't her master be ridiculed? Although she only officially became Zhao Xuhuai's apprentice today, she had already been practicing with him through live streams for more than 2 months. She still held Zhao Xuhuai in high esteem. Naturally, I don't want him to lose face because of me. Zhao Xuhuai had no idea that his little apprentice would think so much. Luo Jingtian watched as Lu Jiao and a staff member carried in 6 gift boxes wrapped in exquisite wrapping paper and circled around these colorful gift boxes. Old Zhao, the apprenticeship gift from your last disciple, is quite lively. Those who have been waiting to see the spectacle gathered around. It's really quite lively. I've never seen an apprenticeship ceremony made so elaborate and colorful. It looked a bit like the gift my grandson gave when he was pursuing a girl. Look at the packaging, so thoughtful. They put their heart and soul into it. Every Teacher's Day, I have a whole row of these exquisite gift boxes on my desk. Luo Qingying looked at Sang Ian. You didn't actually use the apprenticeship ceremony as a Teacher's Day gift, did you? Sang Ian wasn't an insider and didn't understand many of the rules, so she asked, puzzled, what's the difference between these things? She was a little uncertain and looked at Zhao Xuhuai. Master, is there any such thing as owing a gift for becoming a disciple? If what I gave wasn't quite right, I can make it up next time. Zhao Xuhuai waved his hand casually. No need, no need. Your senior uncles and aunts just want to watch the show. There's no need for any formalities in the apprenticeship ceremony. It's all from the disciples' heartfelt wishes. Whatever you give is appreciated. You don't know, Professor Huang. You've even accepted peace and blessings from your disciples before. A sprightly old lady standing nearby said proudly, my disciple was just worried about my health. It's a kind wish. Everyone immediately chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. It's all thanks to the disciples' filial piety. Seeing this, Sang Ian was relieved. This group of people were broad-minded and wouldn't care about such material things. Only Luo Qingying remained silent. It was just a broken ping and fu, a type of amulet, not even worth 50 yuan. What was there to brag about? Let me see what's inside this fancy gift box, and see if there's anything new to enjoy. Professor Huang pointed directly to a small rectangular box at the top, gesturing for Zhao Xuhuai to open it quickly. This was the first time Zhao Xuhuai had received such a brightly colored gift box. It was indeed a young girl. Only a young girl could give such a vibrant gift. He carefully peeled back the wrapping paper along the creases with a small blade. This was a gift from his young apprentice to mark his apprenticeship, and he had to keep it safe as a keepsake. Inside the wrapping paper was not an ordinary gift box, but a long, gleaming rosewood box. Zhao Xuhuai subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't directly scratched 2 X's on the wrapping paper and violently tore it open. Otherwise, who knows if he would have used too much force and left 2 irreparable scratches on the wooden box. Just thinking about it made him shudder. You brat, why didn't you say so sooner? If I had cut into it, I would have ruined the box. Such a beautifully patina. It would have been such a waste to destroy it. Dead child. No, why don't you just bring the sandalwood box directly? Why wrap it in all that fancy wrapping paper? Zhao Xuhuai was very puzzled. Sang Ian was equally puzzled. Shouldn't gifts be wrapped up nicely? If you don't wrap them up nicely and add a flower, it's just not very thoughtful. When I was in school, we always gave our teachers gifts like this every Teacher's Day. Looking at her serious expression, Zhao Xuhuai was somewhat doubtful of life. Was the generation gap between them really that big? Isn't a sandalwood box more formal and prestigious than a few pretty wrapping papers? He opened the box directly, and inside was a zhuge brush, a purple-haired one, which is the most precious type of Xian brush. Zhao Xuhuai was overjoyed. You silly child, this zhuge brush is so precious. How could you just give it away like that? Wow, good heavens. It really is a zhuge brush, a genuine ancient zhuge brush, the quality of which cannot be compared to those mass-produced by machines. Professor Huang propped his neck up to look ahead and subconsciously praised it. Let me see. I've never used a proper zhuge pen before. The person who said this was Chairman Liang, the current president of the Calligraphy Association. He is very lively and a complete internet addict. He possessed the zhuge brush, a gift from his master when he became an apprentice, but he was reluctant to use it. The brush tip is as sharp as a cone, the bristles are even, the base of the brush is round and full, and the bristles are evenly covered. It is indeed a genuine zhuge brush. Chairman Liang's eyes lit up. He wished he could take the zhuge pen home with him. Even Luo Zhengtian, who was standing to the side, was a little envious of Zhao Xuhuai. What kind of good luck did you have to get such a thoughtful little apprentice? Zhao Xuhuai was extremely pleased with himself, feeling truly relaxed and happy. However, after admiring the brush, he still put it back in the box. I am very touched by your filial piety. However, you may not know how precious this ancient pen-making method is now. It is extremely difficult to find one. You don't know, your Uncle Tang has always wanted a zhuge brush. Every year on his birthday, his apprentice would spend a lot of money to search for Xian brushes from all over the place, but every time it was a fake. Your Uncle Tang has told him many times to stop searching, but that apprentice is very stubborn and still insists on sending them. We don't even know how much money he's wasted. Tang Guixian glanced at him and said, Old Zhao, you've gone too far. Don't expose someone's shortcomings when you're meeting them. Besides, my apprentice just has a slightly poor eye for talent, but then again, failure is the mother of success. He'll gain experience after a few more times. Zhao Xuhuai didn't continue the conversation and handed the small wooden box to Sang Ian. This is too valuable. Listen to me. Take it back and use it yourself. You don't have to keep it as a keepsake. Sang Ian raised her hand to tidy up the stray hairs by her ear, somewhat embarrassed. It's probably not that valuable. If I take this back, I might not be able to keep any of my apprenticeship gifts today. Wow, judging from that, the remaining 5 items are quite impressive. Come on, let's take a look. Chairman Liang leaned closer, showing great curiosity about the remaining items. Chapter 58. Their ancestors were emperors. Zhao Xuhuai opened the items one by one. Besides the zhuge brush, there was also Huizhou ink and Duan inkstone. These are all traceable. Although they are very precious, they do exist. Some of the people present also have collections. However, when a piece of watermarked paper appeared in the 4th wooden box, everyone was truly shocked. Even Jiang Huijing, who was standing to the side, was a little envious. Junior sister, I'm your senior brother, so we're practically family. Could you sell me some more watermark paper? Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately had an idea and began to speak up. Little girl, name your price. I'm not greedy. No need for a full cut. 50 pieces will do. That's watermark paper, which is now extinct. You say you're not greedy with 50 sheets? I'll only buy 30. I'll take 20. I'll be satisfied with just 20. Then I'll take 10. I'm the one who's truly not greedy. In no time, the traditional apprenticeship ceremony turned into a buying frenzy. Surrounded by people, Sang Ian smiled and said, It's fine. My little supermarket will be stocking watermark paper in a few days, and everyone can come and buy it then. However, it won't be cheap. For watermark paper, which has already disappeared, people are just grateful to be able to buy it. The price is no longer the most important issue. When will your supermarket start stocking watermark paper? I'll have my assistant buy some, Jiang Huijing asked. Sang Ian immediately looked at Lu Jiao, who was standing to the side, and said, Then you may need to send a different assistant to the store. Mr. Lu is already on my small supermarket's blacklist, so I don't serve him. Is this guy serious? Is she that vengeful? Sang Ian looked at everyone and said, 3 days from now, my family's small supermarket will be stocking watermark paper. I hope you will all come and join us then. Sang Ian presented 6 gifts. In the remaining 2 wooden boxes, one contained a calligraphy copybook by a famous calligrapher from Dalian, and the other contained silk with a bamboo pattern. Zhao Xuhuai was immediately drawn to the calligraphy copybook, his eyes glued to it, his joy evident in his expression. Sang, where did you get this calligraphy copybook? It's so well structured, with flowing lines and a powerful yet elegant style. What beautiful calligraphy! Sang Ian had already prepared her answer. It's a family tradition. Zhao Xuhuai then reluctantly looked away from the calligraphy copybook and looked at his young apprentice with a puzzled expression. What did your ancestors do? They actually left behind such elegant calligraphy copybooks. Sang Ian said thoughtfully, perhaps it's the emperor. Zhao Xuhuai, huh? Everyone, the emperor? Jiang Huaijing chuckled. Master, if the Qing dynasty hadn't fallen, Junior's sister would be a proper princess now. Everyone seemed to understand. Their ancestor really was an emperor, no doubt about it. Princess, no wonder you have so many good things here. You even have the lost art of watermark paper. Zhao Xuhuai remarked with emotion. Sang Ian suddenly felt her face burning. She had brought up the princess's identity to justify selling her items, but now it seemed that the matter was spreading more and more widely. She didn't want to talk about her identity. She pointed to a piece of silk that had been cut off and said, Master, I asked the tailor who made my clothes. This silk is also very good for making tang suits. You can ask the tailor to make one. Zhao Xuhuai didn't know much about silk, and the clothes he was wearing weren't bought by himself, so he couldn't tell at a glance what was different about the silk. However, this was a gift from his apprentice to formally become his disciple, and he was happy no matter what it was. Okay, once it's finished, I'll definitely wear it every day. Jiang Huaijing had a sharp eye and immediately noticed the unusual nature of the silk. Master, this is the finest silk. You should cherish it. In ancient times, it would have been a tribute item. Zhao Xuhuai, not understanding, asked, Is it that precious? At the Zhanghuai scenic spot, someone said, My mom has one of those horses. She treasures it so much, she's reluctant to use it. Over the years, I've always wanted to buy her some more, but the silk I've found, in terms of both quality and color, can't compare to the one my mother had. Zhao Xuhuai was surprised. I really don't know anything about this. I didn't know there were so many intricacies to silk. This piece should be given to your master's wife. She likes this kind of material too. Jiang Huaijing looked at Sang Ian. It seems you still have some of this silk. Since I'm your senior brother, could you sell me some? These silks were originally intended for her small supermarket to attract customers. Okay, they'll be on the shelves in my supermarket in a few days. Lu Jiao, who had been standing to the side, looked puzzled. I can understand selling paper in a supermarket, but selling silk. Sang Ian, is there a problem? It's my supermarket. As long as it's not illegal, I can sell whatever I want. Lu Jiao's expression twisted slightly as he looked at Jiang Huaijing. Is there no problem? Jiang Huaijing nodded seriously. What problem could there be? The selection of goods in a supermarket is decided by the owner. Don't you know something as simple as that? Lu Jiao looked at Lu Jiao, then at Sang Ian, and forced a smile. Fine, you're the bosses, whatever you say goes. Upon hearing that the supermarket also sold silk, the onlookers prepared to buy some. Old Zhao, I've never felt jealous of you before, but today I really am. You just taken on a disciple, haven't you? You found a treasure trove. Chairman Liang was deeply moved. That's right, your little apprentice is too honest. It's just a gift for becoming an apprentice, but she's given you all the finest items. Tell me honestly, are you taking her on as an apprentice, or just trying to get more gifts? Dan gu su kan gom lai. Uncle Tang, it is my good fortune to be able to learn from Master. As an amateur, I am able to receive guidance from a professional teacher. Others would be extremely envious of me. Sang Ian opened her big eyes wide, looking very sincere. Luo Zhengtian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Old Zhao, have you been to a temple to burn incense lately? You're so lucky to have found such a good apprentice so easily. I'll go to a temple to pray too. Zhao Xuhuai raised his chin slightly, quite smugly. This is ordained by heaven. You can't force it. Luo Zhengtian really wanted to swing his cane and give Zhao Xuhuai a good whack, so he could show off. Before leaving, Sang Ian handed the prepared information to Jiang Huaijing, saying, You can take a good look at him. If you think he's suitable, please keep an eye on him. Jiang Huijing took the documents and flipped through them. Mu Chinen, the boyfriend who made Junior's sister ask for his care? Cough, cough. Sang Ian was shocked by this astonishing guess. Boyfriend? This little brat? You're dreaming. This is my brother. Jiang Huijing nodded slightly and took the opportunity to ask, could you sell me some silk first? My mother's birthday is coming up soon. Whether her younger brother could participate in this traditional Chinese culture variety show depended entirely on this person's word. So given the current situation, she naturally had no choice but to agree. As expected, Nan was right. Fourth Master Anqing is shrewd and calculating. He's not one to suffer losses. Chapter 59, My Parrot Has Become a Spirit. In the evening, the urban village was filled with the lively atmosphere of everyday life. Students ride bicycles home from school. They rode side by side in twos and threes, passing through the shade of the thick sycamore trees, talking about all sorts of interesting things at school, their faces beaming with youthful energy. The workers finished their day's work and bought some braised food and peanuts from a roadside vendor, along with a small bottle of erguo too, a type of Chinese liquor. The perfect way to treat themselves. The roadside snack stalls are doing brisk business. A bowl of beef noodles is enough to fill you up. They've been around for decades and are very popular with the surrounding residents. Sang Ian and Jiang Huijing drove for a long time on this road because it was too narrow. The two of them walked into the everyday life of ordinary people. Sang Ian liked this kind of atmosphere very much and could always feel the flavor of life in it. Sometimes just watching the people coming and going fills her with joy. This is a completely different life from when she was working. Relaxed and comfortable. Jiang Huijing had never seriously observed the lives of these ordinary people. He was usually too busy with work, and even when he was in the car, he was busy processing various documents. Sitting quietly like this, undisturbed by work, watching people come and go, observing their joys and sorrows, is a new experience. This is life, Sang Ian remarked. Jiang Huijing's gaze fell on her, and seeing the joy in her eyes, his expression softened. You like this kind of life? Sang Ian extended her index finger and waved it at him. It's not that I like this kind of life, but rather, this is what life is all about. I used to go to work as soon as I opened my eyes. There were 16 hours in a day, 3 hours of commuting, and only 4 hours of sleep. I'm so busy every day, I feel like I was born to work. I don't have any time for myself at all. I'm just a work machine, let alone a life. Sang Ian continued with her feelings of deep emotion. I almost died from overwork before, but luckily I was rescued in time, and my life came back to life. At that time, I thought to myself, if I had died like this, what a loss I would have suffered. I didn't see the scenery I wanted to see. I didn't eat the food I wanted to eat. I didn't buy the things I wanted to buy. I didn't see the guy I wanted to see, and I'm not with the person I love. Then wouldn't my whole life consist of nothing but studying and working? Wouldn't that mean I've lived in vain? Sang Ian thought about her past life and felt it was somewhat terrifying. Jiang Huijing, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly lost in thought, as if she was talking about him. It took the two of them 10 minutes to finally reach the entrance of her family's small supermarket. The supermarket's roller shutter door was wide open, and a neighbor rushed out of it, carrying a bottle of soy sauce, just as he bumped into Sang Ian, who had just returned home. Sang, you're amazing. You can have your pet watch the shop even when you're not home. That's incredible. Sang Ian smiled and said, our family's elders are quite formidable. Jiang Huijing was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Pets can guard shops? Are they that smart? Other people's pets aren't good enough, but my little parrot is exceptionally smart. Sang Ian was very pleased. The supermarket's stock clerks, cleaners, warehouse managers, and now cashiers. The small supermarket's workforce was complete. The two entered the store and saw the little parrot standing on the cashier's counter, holding a longan in one claw and happily munching on it. Just then, someone walked over carrying a bag of toilet paper. The little parrot glanced at it and said, 25 yuan. Scan the code. The customer was intrigued and immediately took out her phone to take pictures of the little parrot. She then grabbed a piece of chocolate from the cashier's counter and handed it over. The little parrot plopped the longan it had just finished eating into the trash can next to the cashier, then glanced at the chocolate. 9 yuan. Scan the code. The other person was deliberately teasing the little parrot, saying, how much do you say is how much? I don't know, you're lying to me. The little parrot's beady eyes suddenly fixed on the other side, and even the crest on its head bristled. Suddenly, it stretched out one wing and scanned the barcode scanner on the other side. Sweep it yourself. Sweep it yourself. The customer was even more surprised. She immediately recorded the message with one hand and picked up the barcode scanner with the other, scanned it twice, and the result immediately appeared on the screen. 25 and 9. Aren't parrots these days a bit too smart? Not only can they understand human speech, but they can also remember what things cost how much. The other party was already starting to have an existential crisis. Hearing the praise, the little parrot's anger at being doubted vanished instantly. Instead, it raised its little head and strode confidently across the checkout counter, brimming with pride. Clever. The female customer was so charmed that she deliberately spent 30 yuan to see how the little parrot would react. Just as she was about to leave with the tissues and chocolates, the little parrot suddenly took flight, its two tiny claws grabbing the tissue wrapper. Not enough. Not enough. The other person's eyes lit up. You really know how to do accounts. Give me the money. Give me the money. The little parrot flapped its wings, grabbed a piece of toilet paper, and flew into the store. It didn't quite get the strength right, and pulled the customer so hard that he almost fell over. The female customer had no intention of leaving. She just wanted to see the little parrot's reaction. Watching it try so hard to protect the small supermarket's assets, she couldn't help but want to pat its fluffy little head. What if I don't give it to you? Go ahead and hit me. The little parrot got angry, loosened its claws, and poked the customer's hand with its sharpened beak. The female customer subconsciously let go of the toilet paper she was holding, and the little parrot took the opportunity to fly over, grab the outer packaging, flap its wings, and drag it into the store. It all happened so fast that Sang Ian didn't even have time to step forward to stop it before the female customer's hand was pecked. I'm sorry, but my husband is quite particular. He won't let you take these things unless you pay enough. Sang Ian tore open a Band-Aid and stuck it directly onto the back of the girl's hand. Are you the boss? Do you own this parrot? It's so smart. It seems to understand everything I say. It's practically a genius. The girl was extremely excited. Sang Ian scooped up the little parrot that had flown to the cashier and reached out a finger to stroke a tuft of green feathers on its head. Are you this strong? You can't attack people like that in the future, understand? The little parrot, being taught a lesson, is unhappy. Who is it doing all this for? It turned its head away, no longer wanting to pay attention to this indiscriminate host. Chapter 60, that man has ulterior motives towards you. You're so small. If you hurt someone, you might end up as a braised parrot. You know that? Sang Ian is a serious educator. The little parrot glanced at the human who wanted to leave without paying enough money and asked, what if you encounter someone who would even have the heart to deceive a little parrot? Looking at the girl who really wanted to explain, Sang Ian gave her a serious suggestion. You can call 110 to report it. The little parrot is staring blankly at the ceiling, its head tilted back. Call the police. It hasn't been reported yet, but it seems quite interesting. I really want to report on what it's like to experience it. Upon seeing its little eyes, Sang Ian immediately warned it seriously. Don't call the police so easily, or you'll be locked in a birdcage and won't be able to go out and have fun anymore. The little parrot trembled, its small body huddled tightly together, its beady eyes wide open. If it had never experienced the feeling of freedom, it wouldn't understand why it was stuck in a cage. However, once it has enjoyed the feeling of swimming freely, it will find it hard to bear not being allowed to go out. It suddenly shook its head violently. No. How can we not let it out? This is a crucial period for it to dominate the park, and there are so many underlings waiting for it to subdue them. For the sake of freedom, the little parrot will remember not to call the police casually. Sang Ian breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the stunned female customer, asking, do you still want these? The girl was still marveling at how intelligent the parrot could be, and instinctively answered, yes. She immediately paid the difference, picked up the chocolate, grabbed the toilet paper, and strode out of the small supermarket. Jiang Huijing stared at the little parrot standing on the cashier counter, cracking sunflower seeds. What breed is this? Did you have it specially trained? I've never seen such a smart parrot before. Sang Ian placed the red envelopes and gifts she received on the cashier's counter. Looking at the little parrot happily eating sunflower seeds, she introduced it with a smile. This is an Amazon parrot named Lao Min. It is very intelligent, can do arithmetic, and has a great talent for languages. The little parrot couldn't help but move its head closer to Sang Ian, wanting to hear more clearly. Every time Sang Ian said something, it would nod its little head. That's right, that's how smart and capable it is. My place is rather simple. You can sit behind the cashier for a while and rest. I'll go get you some silk. Sang Ian was always thinking about her younger brother's variety show, so she was very polite to Jiang Huaijing. She stomped upstairs, boiled some water, and prepared to make tea for a certain wealthy patron, as she needed his help to look after her younger brother. After boiling the water, she carried a simple tea set downstairs. My skills are SOSO, just have whatever you like. Sang Ian scooped out some tea leaves from the tea caddy, picked up the freshly boiled water, and poured it along the sides of the teacup, the steam slowly rising with the aroma of tea. The leaf buds gradually unfurled, swirled, and rose in the cup. Sang Ian quickly poured out the tea, and then poured in hot water again. Watching the tea leaves rise and fall in the cup, carrying a calming aroma, relaxes both body and mind. Jiang Huaijing loves tea, and he usually conducts business in tea houses. He had seen many professional tea ceremony performances, but none of them had ever made him feel so relaxed. As his thoughts raced, a cup of hot tea was poured into the blue and white porcelain teacup in front of him. That's all my skill is at. Just make do with this to quench your thirst. I'll go get you some silk. Sang Ian learned her tea-making skills from watching live streams. It's just a hobby, something to add some fun to her life when she has nothing else to do. Jiang Huaijing picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The tea was fragrant and refreshing. This tasted even better than his special tribute tea, which cost 6 figures per ounce. He couldn't help but look towards the stairs. His junior sister was truly extraordinary. She could even get her hands on such a top-grade Hong Pao. The little parrot noticed his gaze and realized it had to warn its host that this man was no good. Sang Ian currently has a total of 16 bolts of silk in different colors and patterns. She has used some of the 8 bolts to make Chong Sams, but these 8 bolts are not really suitable for the elderly. Don't people say that older people like bright colors? After much deliberation, Sang Ian finally took down a piece of silk adorned with blooming peonies. She believed the old man would surely appreciate the auspicious symbolism of peonies. Jiang Huaijing looked at the colorful silk, then glanced at the confident young girl, and finally swallowed the words, "Not quite suitable." "How much does this bolt of silk cost?" Sang Ian didn't set a price. "Fourth master, just give me whatever you think is fair. As long as the price is commensurate with the status of a tribute item, that's fine." Jiang Huaijing smiled faintly, as cunning as ever. He dared not give her a low price. If he gave her too little this time, would he ever be able to buy anything good from her again? The example of Lu Jiao is right before our eyes. His junior sister is very vengeful. When Sang Ian saw the 7-figure deposit notification from a bank, she was overjoyed. She counted the zeros twice very carefully before confirming it. "I've been losing money every day for a while now, but today I finally got some cash back. Think about the 15 bolts of silk upstairs. We can keep them for our parents and brother to make clothes, and we can still sell them for a good price. I just don't know when Mom and Dad will be able to come back this time." Every year, this couple travels together, enjoying a relaxing trip. They've practically covered the entire country. Before Jiang Huaijing left, Sang Ian reminded him, "Senior brother, my brother is counting on you. He's just a nobody, but he's very capable. Your show features big names, so just make sure my brother isn't bullied." Jiang Huaijing, "Don't worry, I will pass on the instructions." As soon as Jiang Huaijing left, the little parrot started demanding its reward, shouting, "Feast! Feast! No problem. I'll take you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll eat your fill." Sang Ian readily agreed, since someone else was paying. The little parrot was satisfied. By following its host, it could go to farther places and was no longer limited to the area around the park. Thinking of this, the little parrot immediately flew to her and earnestly warned, "You need to be careful of that man. I think he has ulterior motives towards you." Sang Ian asked in confusion, "Jianghuai's scenery?" The little parrot nodded, a glint of shrewdness in its eyes. "That's right. You've already gone upstairs, and this person has been staring at your back the whole time. He's definitely plotting against you." Sang Ian waved her hand with a smile. "Impossible, impossible. He is the president of the Jiang Group. The Jiang family is a powerful family among powerful families, with generations of accumulated wealth. Why would he scheme against a small supermarket owner like me?" The little parrot forgot to fly and suddenly plummeted. Sang Ian reacted quickly and caught it with both hands. Oh no, that jerk must have his eye on me. The little parrot preened its feathers. I'm so beautiful, smart, and capable. He must have ulterior motives toward me. Okay, whatever makes you happy. Chapter 61, The Fickle Old Man. The Jiang family's old residence. 70-year-old Pei Ran is writing invitations in her study. Yes, invitations to her birthday celebration. Her calligraphy skills were taught to her by her husband, and after years of practice, even Jiang Huaijing couldn't match her. If she weren't indifferent to fame and fortune, her calligraphy skills would surely make her a renowned master of her time. Jiang Huaijing returned with the newly acquired silk. Mom, didn't you say last time that you didn't know what to wear to the birthday banquet? What do you think of this fabric? Pei Ran finished writing the last character, slowly put down her pen, and then stood up. Seeing the peonies in full bloom, so magnificent, so vibrant and bright, she couldn't help but ask, what happened to you? Pei Ran looked worried. You can never earn all the money in the world. It's okay to fail once or twice. Don't push yourself too hard. Jiang Huaijing was speechless. Mom, everything is normal at the company. Don't worry about it. Pei Ran asked in confusion, pointing at the silk. What made you buy such a gaudy piece of silk for your mother? Jiang Huaijing sighed helplessly. Mom, feel it with your hands. It took me a lot of effort to get my hands on this piece of silk. Despite being 70 years old, Pei Ran still loves beauty to the extreme. It can be said that she has been beautiful from her youth to the present. She noticed the difference as soon as she touched the fabric. It was so soft and silky, just like a young girl's skin. This was definitely the pinnacle of silk. Her arms were trembling slightly. It must have been really hard for you to find silk of this quality. Jiang Huaijing, it's this color. Pei Ran glanced at him sideways and slapped his shoulder. Stop teasing your mother. What's wrong with the color? Isn't it pretty bright? I'll have a tailor come to my house to take my measurements right away. I'm going to splurge today and have a cheap pound made for me. I'll stun all my old ladies at my birthday party. Looking at his 70-year-old mother, who was radiant and full of energy in her beautiful clothes, Jiang Huaijing felt very satisfied. He was his parents' youngest child. His mother was 40 years old when she gave birth to him. He cherished the time he spent with his parents and hoped that his mother could be happy every day. Back at the company, Jiang Huaijing personally inquired with the person in charge of the Chinese-style variety show, handing over Mu Xingchen's information. Not only that, he also specifically instructed Lu Jiao to keep an eye on the project's progress and prevent Mu Qinan from being bullied. Meanwhile, Mu Qinan, as an 18th-tier celebrity, in the star-studded entertainment industry, he could only be considered a 32nd-tier celebrity who was practically unknown. Mu Qinan participated in a talent show by chance during his summer vacation before his senior year of high school. With his outstanding appearance, barely passable singing and dancing skills, and a few unexpected events, he barely managed to become the last one to debut. However, the limited-time group only lasts for 1 year. During that year, he can still get some gigs by taking advantage of the popularity of the audition. But once the limited-time group disbands, he will immediately be back to square one. Some of the resources that the company had promised have also disappeared. However, this suited him perfectly. Without any announcements, he could focus on his university studies. Over the years, he has basically spent his time hanging out with the trainees and learning at the company in his spare time. Putting everything else aside, the 3 years of study have greatly improved his professional skills, making him vastly different from when he participated in the talent show. However, now that his professional skills have improved, there are more and more newcomers in the company. Artists like him, who have already signed contracts but are not very popular, have no chance at all. Mu Qinan took this situation in stride. After all, in a place like Beijing, the company provided dormitories, free courses, and a base salary, which he thought was pretty good. He signed a 5-year contract with the company, and there's still 1 year left on the contract. With the skills he's learned over the years, he should be more than capable of becoming a live streamer. Watching the other people in the dormitory gradually get opportunities, get gigs, accumulate fans, and their fame rise little by little, Mu Qinan wasn't envious at all. If opportunities can only be obtained through drinking parties, he would rather obediently attend classes at the company every day. Although many of his contemporaries ridiculed him for being useless, having been signed for many years but failing to make a splash in the entertainment industry, Mu Qinan didn't care at all. He goes to various classes at the company every day, enjoying the opportunity to learn all sorts of skills without paying tuition. However, if he misses even one class, It is considered disrespectful to the top teachers in each professional field. Mu Chinen is good-looking and has a good personality. He has also made some friends in the company. Of course, these people are either not yet in the industry or, like him, are unknown figures. Just when everyone thought Mu Chinen had no chance and would never become famous no matter what, his agent, whom they hadn't seen for several months, reappeared. And it appeared carrying a large pancake. No, it should be called a giant pancake. Although Fu Yong is not a top-tier agent in the company, he is still a well-known figure. After all, he is a veteran with a distinguished career. He just doesn't have many resources, but he has so many artists under his management that you can't count them on two hands. He focuses on promoting whichever artist is able to make a name for themselves. Over the years, he has managed to bring out a second-tier artist using this method. The rest of them he would call out for work whenever he had a chance, or he would take them to some low-profile gigs to earn a meager living. He soon forgot about minor artists like Mu Chinen, who brought him no benefit whatsoever. If the director hadn't called him to his office and asked about Mu Chinen, he would have almost forgotten that he had such an elderly person in his care. It can only be said that Mu Chinen has very little presence in the company. In the entertainment industry, if you don't take the initiative to make yourself known and create a presence, it's basically impossible to make others remember you on your own. Mu Chinen, with his laid-back, Buddhist-like personality, is actually not very suitable for a career in the entertainment industry. But no one expected that this person, who had been squatting in the corner of the company and was about to grow mushrooms, would be hit by such a huge pie. The artist-director was also quite surprised when he heard the production team's request. Of course, after the initial shock subsided, he immediately found out who Mu Chinen's agent was and told them to treat the matter with utmost care. Furthermore, the director, who knew Fu Yong's character and conduct very well, gave him a few warnings, emphasizing that Mu Chinen was an artist the production team had specifically requested and that he should absolutely not have any ulterior motives. It's important to know that this traditional Chinese-style variety show was spearheaded by multiple parties, including the Cultural Bureau and the Publicity Department, each of which has a prestigious reputation. This is a show that many celebrities in the industry would love to appear on, but the production team is very strict and careful in selecting participants, not allowing any capital forces to interfere. Those who are selected to participate in this program are absolutely chosen based on their own abilities. Under such circumstances, the other party chose Mu Chinen, whose company had absolutely no reputation. What does this mean? Fu Yong, being such a cunning person, understood everything immediately upon hearing this. Mu Chinen, you have connections. Chapter 62, there's an older sister above. After Fu Yong led Mu Chinen away in front of the entire classroom of trainees, the trainees who were resting craned their necks to look down the corridor, filled with envy. That's the difference between having an agent and not having one. Although Mu Chinen is virtually unknown in the entertainment industry, he has an agent. As long as his agent gives him work, he can get gigs. It's different for those trainees who haven't debuted yet. They can only endure it day after day. Little did they know, Mu Chinen was also very uneasy. He hasn't worked for many years, but he attends various training courses at the company every day. He's probably the most diligent student in all the courses. Could it be that the company has finally had enough of his underhanded exploitation of loopholes and is preparing to ask him for tuition fees? These teachers are all highly professional. For ordinary people, it would be impossible to get a class from them, let alone pay for the class. He's been happily taking advantage of the company for years. But if the company makes him pay for the missed lessons, he's doomed. He had just graduated from university. Although he had saved up a little money from his basic salary at the company over the years, it was far from enough to cover the expensive tuition fees. While Mu Chinen was lost in thought, he had already arrived at Fu Yong's office. Chinen, tell me honestly, do you have some special background? Fu Yong asked in a low voice. There was no way around it. He was just too curious. Mu Chinen was completely bewildered by this sudden question. He blinked blankly. Background? Haven't I always been a background figure? Everyone who signed with the company at the same time as me is now a second-tier employee, but I'm still nowhere to be found. Speaking of this, Fu Yong felt a little guilty. He had given most of his resources to the person he favored, and he had indeed successfully pushed him to the second tier. He had sent opportunities to other artists, but Mu Chinen was someone who wouldn't even attend dinner parties. At first, he just wanted to ignore him for a few days to let him know the consequences of offending his manager. Little did he know, he would forget about him as time went on. He pulled out a contract for a Chinese-style variety show, saying, "The production team specifically requested your participation. This is an S-level resource for the year. In our company, only our top male star has a regular guest position, and then it's your turn." Mu Chinen was also stunned by this huge offer. He remained very rational and said, "Brother Fu, do you think it's possible that our company has another artist named Mu Chinen?" Seeing the big eye roll from his agent, Mu Chinen knew that his guess was unreliable. He said sincerely, "I really don't have any background. You're my agent. Don't you know my family situation?" Fu Yong actually knew this. He lived in a small, third-tier city. His parents ran their own studio. One taught the Guqin and Pipa, and the other taught the Shao and Suona. They lived a harmonious and happy life. There's also an older sister, who is just an ordinary white-collar worker. Apart from that, I really don't have any strong personal connections. Fu Yong looked at his laid-back artist with suspicion and asked in a low voice, "Did you find a sugar daddy?" If he wanted to find someone with his face and physique, he would have already done so. Why would he have waited until now? He gave Fu Yong a look that said, "What the hell are you thinking?" Fu Yong thought of his Buddha and felt it was impossible. He decided to give up and stop thinking about it. Maybe some deity was blind and threw this pie at his own artist. This is the contract for a total of 12 installments. In the next few days, the company will arrange for an instructor to give you an emergency training in various skills. Please study it carefully. After Fu Yong finished speaking, he met the bright, sparkling eyes of his own artist. Well, there was no artist in the entire company who was more eager to learn than him. Whether it's singing and dancing, physical education, acting, or even screenwriting or playing musical instruments, he attends every class, making the teachers very familiar with him. No need to worry about that. Furthermore, traditional Chinese-style variety shows are S-level resources this year. All the big actresses, little actresses, and popular young actors in the industry are eyeing them covetously. They can't get in, but you, an unknown 32nd tier artist, got the contract. You should know how hated you are, right? Mu Chen nodded. He just didn't want to take shortcuts, not because he was stupid. So you have to keep this news a secret. You absolutely cannot let it leak out. You also need to be careful lately and not cause any scandals. Otherwise, even if you sign the contract, you won't be able to participate. Fu Yong reminded him. Mu Chen bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Fu. I understand." Fu Yong laughed. "All right, this is a golden opportunity. If you seize it and become famous through the variety show, you'll have finally made it." Mu Chen nodded obediently and signed his name in a flourish. As he walked out of the agent's office, he was still in a daze, wondering how such a great opportunity had fallen into his lap. Then his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately smiled. "What's up? Did your little supermarket finally go out of business, and now you need me to help you out?" Hearing that familiar, irritating voice, Sang Ian rolled her eyes at the void. "Can't you think of me in a good way? It's such a waste of all the effort I put into sending you resources. Is this how you treat me?" Mu Chen stared in shock. Holy crap. Sang Yan frowned deeply. What a terrible habit. Why are you even swearing? If Mom hears this, she'll definitely give you a good whack with a feather duster. "No, Sang Ian, is this the time to talk about this? Did you win the lottery? You managed to snatch such an incredible prize." Mu Chen was a little anxious, fearing that his not-so-bright older sister would be taken advantage of by others in order to grab resources for him. Speaking of this, Sang Ian became proud. "Isn't your sister amazing? Come on, call me sister and let me hear it." Mu Chen replied dismissively, "Amazing. Amazing. You're really amazing. So, how much money did you win in the lottery?" Sang Ian was speechless. "I didn't win the lottery, but I did have some opportunities. I'm going to the capital tomorrow, and we'll meet and discuss it in detail. Seriously, I gave you such a big piece of pie. It's not too much for you to treat me to a meal, is it?" Mu Chen laughed. "Roast duck is plentiful. All right, I'll skip breakfast and head over. You get the money for 4 roast ducks ready." Sang Ian waved her phone, grabbed the little parrot that was taking a walk, and started stroking the feathers on its head. "I kept my word, didn't I? I said I'd eat at the banquet, and I did." Chapter 63 is clinging to someone's coattails really this blissful? She'd finally managed to visit her younger brother, who was muddling through in the entertainment industry. She couldn't just go with 2 mouths to feed. She had so many good things to offer him. She was definitely going to share some with him. After all, the entertainment industry is notorious for its opportunistic nature, and clothes make the man, so no matter what, one still needs to put together an outfit. Hearing that they were going to choose a gift for the guy who was going to treat everyone tomorrow, the little parrot became very enthusiastic, hopping around on several camphor wood boxes and constantly offering its opinions. Little parrot, this hairpin is nice. It's made of mutton fat jade. It looks very elegant. Sang Ian recalled her younger brother's short hair and realized that he didn't need this hairpin at all. Little parrot, this jade thumb ring is nice. It's made of yellow jadeite. It looks like something you shouldn't mess with. Sang Ian glanced at it, thought about his younger brother's hands that played the piano, and said, "Okay, this is a good option. I'll put it in." The little parrot said, "These prayer beads are nice. They're made of golden enamel wood and were a gift from the young prince. They might even have been blessed." Sang Ian immediately put it on. Regardless of whether it could ward off villains or ensure safety, this could completely replace a watch. Those celebrities often own watches worth 7 figures, but his younger brother has never worn one. After all, he's a celebrity, so he should at least have something to wear. The little parrot thought this was the most presentable gift. This jade crown is amazing. It's obviously from the little prince. It's incredibly valuable. Sang Ian thought about it and put it in too. After all, she was participating in a traditional Chinese culture variety show, and it might actually come in handy. In the end, she still took a set of calligraphy supplies. She wondered if her younger brother had neglected his calligraphy in recent years, and whether he should practice it again. Of course, she selected some suitable jade pendants, sachets, and even handkerchiefs to pack in her bag. Since she was participating in a variety show, she needed to get along well with everyone. Seeing that the 20-inch suitcase was almost full, Sang Ian finally managed to stuff Liu Zexu's greatsword into it as well. Her younger brother had also taken martial arts classes when he was a child. In summer, it gets light as early as 4 o'clock. Breakfast shops in urban villages are already getting busy. Sang he had a large bag of snacks, a case of soda, and a luxurious birdcage in the passenger seat. The car started and headed towards Beijing. If Sang Ian hadn't agreed to take Lao Min to the banquet, he could have taken the high-speed train. Now that he wants to take Lao Min with him, he'll have to drive. The little parrot was overjoyed the whole way. Sometimes it would stand in front of the windshield, looking at the road ahead, and sometimes it would fly out, circle around, and come back, as if it were scouting the way. When tired, it can simply plop down on the birdcage to catch its breath, or fly directly into the cage to eat some sunflower seeds or nibble on a grape. The perfect travel mode. It was already afternoon when they arrived in Beijing. As Muchinen left the company, he saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz MPV. "Why didn't you take the high-speed rail? Driving is so tiring." Before Sang Ian could speak, a small parrot suddenly flew out of the car and landed directly on her shoulder, shouting, "Eat at the feast! Eat at the feast!" This was the first time Muchinen had ever seen a parrot talk, and he found it fascinating. He reached out and stroked its fluffy head. "Let's go eat now. I've already made a reservation. Now you know why I don't take the high-speed rail, right?" Sang Ian was also helpless. After driving all morning, her back and waist were really sore. "Then I'll drive. You rest first." Muchinen took the car keys and drove to a private restaurant specializing in roast duck. The roast duck at this restaurant was exceptional. The owner had been making roast duck his whole life. The restaurant wasn't big, but it was always packed with customers. This is a hidden gem of a restaurant. Muchinen usually wouldn't dare to come here to eat. Sang Ian hadn't eaten such authentic roast duck in a long time. Unfold a dough sheet, add a thinly sliced piece of duck meat with skin and meat, dip it in the prepared sauce, and then add cucumber strips and scallion shreds. Wrap it up in the dough sheet, take a bite, and it's incredibly delicious. Sang Ian ate with great relish. The little parrot on the side got upset and started hopping around on the table, shouting, "Me too! Me too!" Sang Ian deftly rolled one up and placed it on the plate in front of the little parrot. Then, the moment of truth arrived. Muchinen saw the tiny parrot squeak once, and a third of the meat roll was gone. When he looked up again, the whole meat roll he had just wrapped was gone. Muchinen stared in shock, then slapped Sang Ian's arm. "Your little parrot might have gotten a stomachache, right? I've never kept a parrot before, but I remember parrots are vegetarians, aren't they?" Sang Ian glanced at the little parrot that was drinking cola with its head down, and smiled. "It's all right, my old man is different from others. He has extraordinary talent." The little parrot burped and nodded, confirming that it wasn't a real parrot, but rather had borrowed a parrot's body. It spread its wings and declared proudly, "One more." Sang Ian suppressed a laugh, quickly rolled up another one, and handed it over. The The little parrot ate it with great relish. You still haven't told me how you got me such a big pancake? Did you really win the lottery? Mu Chunin asked suspiciously. Sang Ian then began to talk nonsense in a serious manner, recounting her experience of participating in the calligraphy competition at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition. Why would an ordinary person like me participate in a variety show? I don't have the time for it either, so I'm just giving you the contract. Mu Chunin glanced at her sideways. I'm all grown up now. Do you think I'm as easily fooled as I was when I was a kid? My contract is for the whole season, which is completely different from your calligraphy teachers. Sang Ian began to make amends. I forgot to tell you, the judges saw that I was very talented and insisted on taking me as their apprentice, so I became their apprentice. Coincidentally, another apprentice of my master is the person in charge and the chief investor of the Chinese-style variety show. Mu Chunin's mind raced. Does that mean your senior brother is the main investor in this traditional Chinese culture variety show? Smart. Sang Ian continued to show off the roast duck. Mu Chunin was still uneasy. Is that all? You're not hiding anything from me. Sang Ian wrapped another one for the little parrot and handed it over, hiding her guilty conscience. It's just this, such a simple thing. I have no reason to hide it from you. Mu Chunin felt somewhat relieved for the time being. Sang Ian seemed to remember something and, still worried, instructed, the guests on this show are all big names, so don't let them bully you. If anyone deliberately makes things difficult for you, go talk to the director. Mu Chunin's lips twitched. Me, do I have such a powerful backer? Sang Ian nodded. Anyway, I've already told my senior brother that I can't let you be bullied on the show, and he agreed. Mu Chunin, so it turns out I really do have connections. Is this the happiness of clinging to someone's coattails? Chapter 64, this family will ultimately depend on me. 3 people, 4 roast ducks, although not all of them were eaten, it was almost done. When Mu Chunin paid the bill, he was a little doubtful about life. Could they really eat so much? You know, those guys in their dorm, they only come over occasionally, and the 4 of them share 1 duck. Mu Chunin looked at the bill, lost in thought. Upon seeing this, Sang Ian, who followed behind, glanced at the bill showing a glaring 1,200 yuan and felt a little guilty, realizing that they had indeed eaten a bit too much. My brother just graduated and hasn't had a proper job yet, so these expenses are really a bit high. Don't worry about it. I'll transfer you some pocket money. Mu Chunin shook the bill in his hand. It's not that I'm worried about the cost of the meal. I just feel that I have a lot to do and I need to perform well on this show. Sang Ian patted his shoulder with satisfaction and said earnestly, it's good that you know how to work hard. Your parents are really looking forward to seeing you on TV. Mu Chunin gave her a meaningful look. Was my hard work for Mom and Dad? I did it all for you, with your enormous appetite and your penchant for good looks. Do you think you'll ever get married if I don't prepare a substantial dowry for you? Mu Chunin sighed. Sure enough, this family still depends on him. After the 2 people and the bird finished their meal, Mu Chunin drove to the shopping mall closest to their company. Sang Ian asked in confusion, what do you want to buy? It's not about what I should buy, but that you should buy some clothes. Look at what you've been wearing since you quit your job. Your short-sleeve shirts are all pilling. Mu Chunin pointed to the area near her waist, where a few balls had formed, probably from the small bag she always carried across her body. Tell me, are you even a woman? You live a rougher life than a man. What a waste of your face. Mu Chunin immediately launched into a tirade of criticism. After finishing, he pulled Sang Ian into a women's clothing store, and then quickly grabbed 6 outfits as he walked, pushing them all towards Sang Ian, saying go try them on. Sang Ian blinked blankly and inexplicably took a bunch of clothes into the fitting room. After she went in, she came to her senses and looked at herself in the dressing mirror. Was she really living a very rough life? It's just that she hasn't bought new clothes for 3 or 4 months. The key is that she doesn't go out much and spends all her time in the store, so she doesn't need to buy new clothes. However, she naturally wouldn't refuse her brother's kind offer. After trying them on one by one, she realized that Mu Chunin had excellent taste. Whether it was a dress or pants paired with a top, he matched them very well and they suited her perfectly. This time, Mu Chunin spent more than 7,000 yuan on his phone, and when he came out, he had 3 more luxury bags in his hand. Seeing that he showed no sign of stopping and wanted to continue shopping, Sang Ian quickly grabbed his arm. No, are you trying to become a money-spending angel? Mu Chunin himself is very frugal, but he is always very generous to his family. Sang Ian, just a reminder, Mom and Dad may end their trip and come home at any time. If they were to suddenly visit you and see how your daily attire has changed drastically since you quit your job. Do you think your mom would make you close down the shop and go back to your hometown, and maybe even introduce you to some of her friends' sons, the neighbor's brother, or the nephew of a student's parent? Sang Ian shook her head violently at the thought of that disastrous blind date. It was simply too terrifying. When she resigned, she didn't go back to her hometown to open a supermarket, but chose to stay in Anqing for another reason. She didn't want her mother to urge her to get married every day. She could even imagine that if she went back home to open a small supermarket, it would probably turn into a matchmaking corner instead of a supermarket. Last year, during the Spring Festival, she felt the power of her mother's urging to get married. During that Spring Festival holiday, she met with a different man every day for 7 consecutive days. The speed and efficiency were terrifying. Brother, you're my own brother. If Mom really does something like this again, you'd better save me. Muchinin gave her a reassuring look. I'm saving you. You must present yourself as a strong woman who is actively starting a business and working hard to build her career. It's that feeling of being focused on your career and not interested in dating. Anyway, you're only 26, so there's no rush. Just tell Mom that it will be easier to find a boyfriend once you've achieved success in your career. Over the years, Muchinin has become quite adept at this kind of thing. If my older sister didn't have him as her strategist, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape the relentless pursuit of blind dates. Sang Ian agreed to his plan. For the next 2 hours, the two spent their time in various women's clothing stores in the mall. I bought a ton of clothes and shoes. Muchinin was very satisfied. Girls should dress up beautifully and look radiant. His sister is so pretty, he couldn't let her face go to waste. Sang Ian was very satisfied. These were all props she used to deal with her mother's pressure to get married. She stayed in the capital for one night and returned to Anqing the next day. Before leaving, she handed the suitcase to Muchinin, saying, "These are some new items that my little supermarket recently got. I brought some over for you. Take a look and see what you like, then let me know and I'll go and get more for you." Muchinin, carrying a 20-inch black suitcase, smiled and revealed a row of white teeth. "Take care of yourself. Don't worry if the supermarket business isn't good. Even if we have to close the store, I can still support you." Sang Ian glared at him. "You're the one who's closing the shop. No one can say anything bad about her small supermarket. Not even her own brother." She drove back in a huff. Muchinin returned to the company with his suitcase. He was also very busy, as his schedule was almost full of classes today. Because of the popularity of traditional Chinese culture variety shows, the company has recently added some related courses to its curriculum. As the company's top male star, Song Xiao has already signed a contract with a traditional Chinese culture variety show and is confirmed to be one of the 6 guests. He is the focus of training. If you're the only one participating in the training, that would be fine. But now, another artist from the company is also going to participate. If Muchinin were to attend the class with Song Xiao, even a fool would know what's going on. They're still hiding something. Left with no other option, the company simply launched a series of courses, which could be booked online by those who wanted to attend. In a small class of 10 students, Muchinin's presence here is not at all out of place. After all, he is a big shot who is said to have a record of attending all the courses in the company. Some people may not be interested in such ancient etiquette, historical illusions, or the 6 arts of a gentleman at all. They come here more to establish some connection with Song Xiao. This person is a top influencer in the industry, having held the top spot in terms of popularity for 4 years and still enjoying immense success. If you can get involved with him, even just a photo or a Weibo post can bring them huge attention online. However, Song Xiao has a busy schedule and doesn't come to the company to teach often, which disappoints many artists who hope to gain popularity by associating with him. None of this concerned Muchinin. Throughout the entire class, he was the one who listened most attentively, and he was writing notes rapidly, just like a senior high school student. Teachers naturally prefer motivated students. If everyone is not paying attention, that's one thing. But if there's one student who is very attentive among so many inattentive students, then that's quite outstanding. After the teacher praised Muchinin again, some people couldn't stand the disappointment of the past few days and vented their anger on Muchinin. "You're studying so diligently, you don't actually think these things will make you famous, do you?" Chapter 65. These are all cheap trinkets brought by family members. Muchinin looked up. The hair and clothes were all different colors, and he didn't recognize them. I continued looking down at my notes. This teacher is very skilled. He explains historical anecdotes in a very interesting way. Seeing Muchinin's reaction, the man immediately became furious, slamming his fist on the table and shouting, What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? You've been in the industry for 4 years, and you're still a nobody. What right do you have to look down on me? Muchanin slowly raised his head, looking puzzled. Are you talking to me? I advise you to stop daydreaming. Even if you get praised by the teacher in every class, so what? Will you get any gigs? Will you become famous? Yang Kai debuted in a talent show this year and became popular due to his outstanding appearance and cool dance skills, attracting a large number of fans. However, he encountered the same problem as Muchanin before. This kind of attention and traffic is time-limited. Once the limited group ended, his topics and attention dropped sharply. With Muchanin serving as a cautionary tale in the company, he worried that he would eventually end up like Muchanin, so he immediately snapped up the core series after learning about it. Thinking of finding an opportunity to ride on Song Xiao's popularity, little did they know that Song Xiao never showed up. Now, seeing Muchanin's attitude, 19-year-old Yang Kai is truly showing the full extent of youthful arrogance. He looked down at him condescendingly and said, I heard you've taken every single course the company offers. What a joke. The entertainment industry isn't a school. You can't just get ahead by being praised by a teacher. Are you stupid? Someone like you think you can make it in the entertainment industry? In your next life? Yang Kai vented all his anxiety and panic on Muchanin. After saying that, he stormed towards the classroom door. He caught sight of a black carry-on suitcase on the side, which Muchanin had brought up to class. He decided to kick it. Clang! The suitcase that was standing upright was kicked aside. Muchanin's eyes narrowed slightly. The smile that had been on his face just moments before vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling coldness. He kicked the table leg hard with his long, awkward legs. With a loud crash, the wooden table toppled forward, and by sheer coincidence, it struck Yang Kai's inner thigh, causing him to stumble and nearly fall against the doorframe. Muchanin didn't even glance at him, and walked straight towards the suitcase that had been thrown far away. This was a gift specially given to him by his sister. Although it was just new stock in the store, it was something his sister had specially chosen for him. He picked up his suitcase and walked toward an empty table to check if anything inside was broken. Little did he know that Yang Kai, having regained his balance, felt he had lost face in front of everyone, and raised his fist to strike Muchanin in the back. Seeing this, none of the onlookers dared to join the fun. Firstly, they didn't want to get involved in such a fight, and secondly, this matter had nothing to do with them. They were happy to just watch the spectacle. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Muchanin sensed the wind of the punch. Without turning his head, he reached out, but the expected fist did not appear, and he grasped nothing. Muchanin turned around in confusion and saw that Song Xiao, who had not appeared until now, had entered the classroom at some point, and suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder just as Yang Kai was about to attack from behind. They stopped him from going crazy. It took Muchanin a while to sort out everything before him, and he greeted her blankly. Thank you, Teacher Song. Song Xiao nodded slightly, then turned to look at Yang Kai. Calm down. Yang Kai felt that his luck was really bad today. If he had known that Song Xiao would come to class today, he definitely wouldn't have lost his temper and would have left a good impression on Song Xiao. But now, there's nothing worse than this. Brother Song, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Song Xiao showed no extra expression, but said very rationally, you haven't wronged me. This is a company, and you're public figures. Before doing anything, don't forget your identities. Being reprimanded in public made Yang Kai feel even more humiliated, and he blamed Muchanin for it, saying that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have lost his composure like that. Brother Song is right. As a public figure, my behavior just now is indeed inappropriate. If it gets out, it will have a bad impact. Yang Kai looked at Muchanin, who was still nervously packing his suitcase, and said, even if you don't have such concerns, you should still be careful. If you encounter a good opportunity in the future and become famous, and this dark history is brought up again, it will be a huge blow. Yang Kai sudenli smiled. Although the chances are pretty low, people still have dreams, right? What if they come true? Such sarcastic remarks were child's play to Muchanin. He had his own logic since childhood, and the influence of unimportant people on him was extremely minor. You're right, Muchanin said sincerely. So, don't kick other people's things casually in the future. You have to pay for damaging other people's things. Yang Kai's anger, which had just been extinguished, suddenly flared up again. Before he could vent his anger, he heard Song Xiao beside him nod. Damaging other people's property does require compensation. Did you break your suitcase? Mu Chunin lifted the box onto the table with one hand and turned on the combination lock. The box is fine, but I don't know if the contents inside are damaged. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously. What expensive items could they be? You wouldn't put expensive things in your suitcase anyway. It's not anything expensive. My family brought it to me when they came to visit. It's just a piece of paper and a pen, but it's their way of showing their love. It can't be measured in money. Mu Chunin opened his suitcase as he spoke, and then everyone was dumbfounded. Aside from some boxes with exquisite carvings, the first thing everyone noticed was a large sword inlaid with rubies and sapphires and carved with intricate and ancient patterns. Song Xiao took on a role in a martial arts drama and had some knowledge of weapons like swords. At first glance, he knew this sword was extraordinary. Your family sent it? Song Xiao's usually proud expression became somewhat out of control. Mu Chunin was also surprised. Yes. What exactly is my sister thinking of writing? Why would she think she needed a sword? Yang Kai, standing to the side, scoffed. I never expected that someone your age would still be so childlike and like playing with toys. Mu Chunin ignored him and picked up his longsword. He pulled it out of its sheath with a swish, and the blade clearly reflected the faces of the onlookers. Chapter 66, Don't try to guess what your sister is thinking. Song Xiao stared at the blade. This doesn't look like a toy. Impossible. This is at most a toy that's made to look realistic. As he said this, he recklessly reached out and touched the blade. Then everyone saw a bloodstain appear, and on Yang Kai's fingertip, a cut oozing blood immediately appeared. Whoosh! Mu Chunin quickly sheathed his sword. Now you believe me, this really isn't a toy. Yang Kai looked at his bleeding fingers. It's only scary if it's not a toy. Why would your family give you a long sword that has been sharpened? He pressed his fingertips hard, almost losing his temper at this unexpected turn of events. Mu Chunin had no idea. He shrugged slightly. Maybe he's worried I'll be bullied? What's wrong? Does he have to stab someone with a sword if he's bullied by them? In an instant, Yang Kai immediately stepped back half a meter to maintain a safe distance from him. This is a terrorist. He just offended him. Will he pull out a sword and attack him? The onlookers' gazes changed as they looked at this celebrity who was practically unknown in the entertainment industry. This is a ruthless person wielding a controlled knife. Never mess with him. What if he gets angry and starts wielding a sword to kill someone? After all, he really did have a sharp greatsword. Song Xiao, who was observing more closely, asked, Your sword drawing and sheathing movements are very professional. Did you receive special training? Mu Chunin tossed the greatsword in his hand, then suddenly threw it away with force, switching from holding the sword in his right hand to his left. I learned a little from a master when I was a child. Which boy didn't dream of traveling the world with a sword when he was a child? Song Xiao was very interested in him. Show me. Mu Chunin was not intimidated. He drew his sword from its sheath again. The onlookers had already consciously retreated, standing with their backs against the wall. They did not want to see blood. Mu Chunin stood upright with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding a long sword, the blade reflecting a cold light. Just his standing posture gives him a bit of the feel of a young swordsman. Mu Chunin wielded his long sword with swift, agile, and graceful movements, displaying remarkable skill in executing several sword flourishes. It was clear he had practiced, leaving the onlookers stunned. Mu Chunin got too caught up in the game and, instead of focusing on chopping at the air, accidentally chopped off the wooden table next to him. With a snap, a corner of the wooden table was chipped off. Mu Chunin was stunned. The onlookers were stunned, and their gazes toward Mu Chunin were filled with admiration. Could this person be a martial arts master who had been hiding for a long time? The person most terrified was Yang Kai, who felt the cut on his finger hurt even more. Should he formally apologize to Mu Chunin? This is a ruthless person who can chop off a corner of a table with a single sword strike. Looking at the child with wide, incredulous eyes, Song Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? Are you stunned by your own sword moves? Mu Chunin then came to his senses. No, I was thinking I shouldn't have to pay for this table, right? His money was meant for his sister's dowry. He couldn't waste it on something like this. Mu Chunin swung his long sword and thrust it into the scabbard on the desk. With a whoosh, the sword went into its sheath. It has to be said that this move was quite cool, and even Song Xiao couldn't help but secretly praise it. Then he heard Mu Chunin shift the blame. Teacher Song, you were the one who asked me to demonstrate just now. If there's to be compensation, shouldn't you pay half? Song Xiao was so angry he laughed. He had been famous for so many years, and had seen all kinds of people, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone so forcefully shift the blame and make him pay compensation. The onlookers were all thinking, "Are you out of your mind?" Or, "Did you forget your brain when you left home today? You even dare to stage an accident with Teacher Song. It's just a desk, isn't it? Are you serious?" If Mu Qinan heard their doubts, he would definitely shout them out loud. As for, losing money is a big deal. Seeing his serious expression, Song Xiao chuckled. "I've already lost it all." Mu Qinan refused, saying, "It's fair to split it in half." Song Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking this was indeed an interesting kid. "I've taken on a role in a movie, a small one, a young swordsman wandering the world. Are you interested?" Mu Qinan was surprised. Was this a way of sending him resources? The onlookers were immediately filled with intense envy and jealousy. They were all there, so how come Mu Qinan was so lucky? He caught Song Xiao's eye. How could the quality of the works that Song Xiao has starred in be bad? If this opportunity were given to them, they would definitely accept it immediately. To everyone's surprise, Mu Qinan asked, "Do you have an approximate filming schedule?" "No, what do you mean? If the timing isn't right, are you going to refuse?" Yang Kai, standing to the side, was so jealous that he forgot the pain in his finger. "You don't have any work, so you can film any time. Asking this is completely unnecessary." Mu Qinan really wanted to shut him up. He was a working man too. He picked up the great sword again. Yang Kai immediately muted his microphone. "Song Xiao has such high emotional intelligence. Filming will start next month, but all participating actors must join the crew for training in advance. So you haven't had time to come to the company to attend classes during this period?" Mu Qinan asked subconsciously. Song Xiao nodded helplessly. "Then I might not be able to do it." Mu Qinan reluctantly declined, as he didn't have time to join the training program. He also wouldn't be able to make it for filming next month, as it would clash with the recording schedule of a traditional Chinese culture variety show. Everyone was stunned. He actually refused such a great opportunity. This person must have forgotten to bring their brain when they went out. No normal person would refuse such a good opportunity. Song Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Got work?" Mu Qinan nodded. "Can't we make some adjustments? Director Zhang's works are very difficult to get accepted." Song Xiao's eyes were smiling, like a wizard leading a child astray, throwing out another bait. Upon hearing that it was the top-notch director Zhang, everyone wished they could have this opportunity themselves. As he is a first-rate director, they can brag about even a small role for a year. Although Mu Qinan was tempted, he still refused, saying, "It's a pity, but there's nothing I can do about it. Song Xiao is so clever. Are you the last guest on this traditional Chinese culture variety show?" Everyone. "What variety show? Say it again. Are they hallucinating?" That traditional Chinese-style variety show, which was fiercely sought after by numerous celebrities in the entertainment industry, actually ended up in the hands of an artist from their company who had been out of the spotlight for 4 years. "Damn. Why am I even more jealous?" Mu Qinan said helplessly. "Brother Fu told me to keep it a secret." Song Xiaoye realized he had been a bit rash, and he quickly tried to make amends. "If it's for this variety show, then there's no problem with you joining the crew. Director Zhang will give you a fake one." Mu Qinan's eyes lit up, sparkling like stars. "Thank you very much, Teacher Song." Yang Kai, standing to one side, looked like a defeated rooster. In some ways, being able to participate in a traditional Chinese-style variety show is much more difficult than participating in Director Zhang's works. Mu Qinan definitely has connections. We absolutely cannot afford to offend them. Let's check if anything else in the box has been damaged. If it is, I'll pay for it. Yang Kai's attitude was very proper, a stark contrast to his arrogant demeanor just moments before. Chapter 67, Will I be able to keep my wallet today? Mu Qinan then remembered the pile of boxes in his suitcase. My sister said it was some new stock from the small supermarket, and she just brought some over to let him see what he liked. But this sharpened greatsword can't be a brand new one, can it? This is a control knife that can cut through iron like mud. Is the new supplier for my sister's small supermarket reliable? Could we be implicated because of this unreliable supplier? Mu Qinan was somewhat worried. He then opened a wooden box beside him, and what he saw was a pile of handkerchiefs, white, blue, yellow, green, and other colors. Each handkerchief is embroidered with a different pattern. Whether it's the elegant plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, or the lively swallows and koi carp, or even simple Chinese characters, no matter the color or the embroidery pattern, they all give people a refreshing feeling. This looks much more high-end than the handkerchiefs sold in stores. Although Song Xiao had not come to the company for classes, he had been taking extra classes in private. He picked up the handkerchief on top, a pure white silk handkerchief with only a light green bamboo embroidered on the lower right corner. Is this Suzhou embroidery? Mu Chunin then snapped out of his reverie from the box of handkerchiefs. I don't know either. I don't know much about embroidery. He didn't understand why his older sister gave him so many handkerchiefs. Is it for wiping his mouth after he finishes eating? But isn't it a bit of a waste to use such a delicate and elegant handkerchief to wipe your mouth? Then he found a neatly folded piece of paper on one side of the wooden box. When he opened it, he saw beautiful handwriting in small regular script. It's never wrong to be polite. Remember to bring small gifts for the guests when recording the show. They probably won't take advantage of you too obviously because of the gifts. Mu Chunin felt a warmth in his heart. It was still his older sister who mattered. Song Xiao had no intention of invading other people's privacy. It was just that Mu Chunin hadn't been discreet when he opened the app, and he had only glanced at it and seen everything clearly. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Did the child's family think the production crew was some kind of den of thieves, still being bullied? However, the thought of owning a handkerchief actually made him very happy. While he was lost in thought, Mu Chunin opened a slightly larger wooden box, inside which were a pile of exquisite sachets and pouches. The patterns on these are even more exquisite than those on the handkerchiefs, and some have delicate tassels at the bottom. The workmanship is superb, and if any Hanfu enthusiasts see them, they will definitely cheer. With such craftsmanship, a purely handmade embroidery piece can cost quite a bit of money. Often it's not about the money. You also have to order in advance, since embroidering a purse takes quite some time. Mu Chunin found another piece of paper, familiar with the place, still written in small regular script. If any guests don't like handkerchiefs, then give them a sachet or a fragrant pouch. There's bound to be one they'll like. Song Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. How worried are your family members about you being bullied? Mu Chunin didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he proudly boasted, she loves to worry about things. She's been like this since she was little. She always likes to stand in front of me and protect me. Song Xiao glanced at him sideways. All right, the smugness in your eyes is practically overflowing. You know that. Only Yang Kai, who didn't recognize the value of the items, breathed a sigh of relief. They're just handkerchiefs and sachets, nothing valuable. They're not afraid of being dropped and won't break. Then Mu Chunin opened a box the size of a Rubik's Cube, and on the white velvet cloth was a yellow jade thumb ring. Mu Chunin raised an eyebrow. This was mentioned in class. In ancient times, some powerful and wealthy people liked to wear thumb rings to show off their status. He took it off and put it directly on his thumb. It was just the right size. As the sunlight streamed in through the window, the yellow jade thumb ring emitted a warm and delicate luster. Even someone blind could tell that this ring couldn't be cheap. Yang Kai, who had just felt relieved, felt a sting on his face. He had just said that he didn't have any valuables and wasn't afraid of dropping them, and now someone had given him a thumb ring. He really knew nothing about these things. He only knew about luxury goods and trendy brands. He didn't know anything about jade and emeralds. He had only heard that there were few genuine pieces now and that many were fakes. Undeterred, Yang Kai asked, "Is this made of glass or plastic?" Mu Chunin felt that it didn't seem to be glass or plastic, but he wasn't sure since it was a new item from his older sister's small supermarket. They couldn't recognize him, but Song Xiao could. He was wearing an endorsement for Jean Luge, a renowned jewelry brand with a strong Chinese classical style that has gained fame both domestically and internationally. No, it's not that. This yellow jade is a type of jadeite. Just based on its clarity and color, this thumb ring would cost at least 6 figures. If you really like it, it could even go up to 7 figures. Yang Kai immediately looked at Mu Chunin and asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" It's not that he can't afford to pay the compensation. It's just that if he accidentally kicked away hundreds of thousands of dollars, he would still feel the pain. Mu Chunin took it off and carefully examined it against the sunlight. He was relieved to find that the ring was very strong and had no cracks at all. "You're lucky. Nothing bad happened." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had saved several 100,000 yuan. Then he saw a simple jade hairpin in the newly opened wooden box. Yang Kai felt he was about to have a heart attack. Even a healthy person can't withstand this kind of back-and-forth torment. Even though he had no knowledge of jade and emeralds, just seeing this hairpin lying quietly in the box made him feel that it must be expensive. He quickly looked at Song Xiao, his expression tense. Brother Song, is this expensive? Song Xiao was also surprised that Mu Chunin had such a good thing. He didn't take it, but leaned over and examined it carefully. Mu Chunin felt it was inconvenient, so he took it out and handed it over. Song Xiao took it, its smooth surface warm to the touch, its white surface gleaming with a gentle light. He looked at Mu Chunin with a hint of complexity in his eyes. What considerations led your family to send you a mutton-fat jade hairpin worth tens of millions? As his thoughts raced, his eyes lit up. Is it possible that this is a fake? Just a very realistic one. Song Xiao, I'm not blind. If you understand, then it's true. Excuse me, can this thing be sold in supermarkets? Is there really nothing wrong with my sister's small supermarket? Chapter 68, is this small supermarket normal? Although I'm not very familiar with our ancestors' customs, with your hair volume, you don't seem to need this jade hairpin at all, do you? Yang Kai felt that his wallet was in danger of being emptied at any moment, and with a trembling heart, he couldn't help but complain a little. In fact, Mu Chunin also felt that there was some truth to what he said. But this was brought to him by his older sister from Anqing. It was a gift from my older sister. How could it be bad? Maybe she's worried I'll starve to death, so she wants me to exchange my money for cash when I'm broke? Mu Chunin came up with a quick idea and finally made up a reason for his older sister. Song Xiao chuckled softly. If you really want to make a move, could you consider me first? I quite like me. Mu Chunin, who had never even considered making a move, said speechlessly, What's wrong with you? A top celebrity? So approachable. Can't you just buy what you want yourself? He didn't respond to that, but instead opened 4 boxes in a flash, diverting everyone's attention. As luck would have it, this time it just so happens to be a set of the 4 treasures of the study. Having just finished their calligraphy course, the group was no longer complete novices. They could immediately discern some of the intricacies of the art. Putting everything else aside, this inkstone and inkstick are so typical that even Yang Kai, who didn't pay much attention in class, knew that these things were quite valuable. This further solidified everyone's opinion of Mu Chunin. Goodness, this guy definitely has connections. Otherwise, how could he have all these good things by himself? As the teacher just mentioned, Duan inkstones, Huizhou ink, and Xian brushes were highly praised by ancient literati, and in some periods of ancient times, they were even tribute items. These items were already difficult to obtain in ancient times, let alone in modern times 1,000 years later. Mr. Mu, tell me honestly, are you some rich young master from a wealthy family, here to dabble in the entertainment industry? Someone couldn't help but ask. Does this escalate to the point involving teachers? He has practiced calligraphy since childhood, and everyone here knows the value of just one set of the 4 treasures of the study. If I had money, I wouldn't be in this industry to make money. He quickly put the lid back on. What's wrong with my sister? Are all the new goods she received this level? How did she manage to wholesale such expensive goods to the store? She shouldn't have that kind of financial means. As he was about to close the last box, he paused. The neatly carved koi carp on the long, square grinding block was suddenly broken in the middle. When Yang Kai saw it, he thought, Damn it, this is going to be a disaster. He asked nervously, Brother Song, how much do I have to pay for this ink stick? Song Xiaohai genuinely didn't know this, so he looked at Mu Chunin and asked, What do you think? With a snap, Mu Chunin closed the box. Never mind. If Yang Kai loses money, then this excellent piece of Huizhou ink should be compensated to him. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. What a good person. Yang Kai, who had initially thought his wallet was going to be empty, realized for the first time how terrible his behavior had been. How can you take out your anger on others? That was absolutely wrong. Mu Chunin is truly a magnanimous person. If anyone dares to laugh at him behind his back again, he will definitely not let them get away with it. It has to be said that this misunderstanding is quite serious. Only Song Xiao noticed the hint of heartache and reluctance that flashed in Mu Chunin's eyes. A note, Song Xiao reminded him. Mu Chunin reopened the wooden box and found a small square next to the ink stick. Upon opening it, he discovered that it was not small regular script this time, but running script. Remember to practice your terrible handwriting. You can't embarrass yourself on TV. Otherwise, watch out for mom's feather duster. In the Sang family, the mother is the absolute authority. Back then, when Sang Ian and Mu Chunin were learning calligraphy, it was Ms. Mu who personally forced them to learn. When Mu Chunin was a child, he didn't like practicing calligraphy. He felt that calligraphy was too soft and difficult to control. Every time he put pen to paper, his writing looked like tadpoles looking for their mother. He would throw a tantrum and not want to practice, and then Ms. Moo would give him a good beating with a feather duster. Now he feels a conditioned reflex of pain in his hands. Even now, he still maintains the habit of writing 2 large characters a day. As he grew older, he discovered that calligraphy truly can calm the mind and bring peace of mind. He carefully put the note away. His older sister had actually started practicing cursive script. Only Song Xiao, who saw the handwriting, secretly guessed that this child's family background must be extraordinary. Such beautiful calligraphy is not something just anyone can write. Mu Chunin had already opened another box, but this one didn't cause much of a stir. It was just an ordinary bracelet. The artists in the classroom are mostly in their early 20s, and they focus on big brands, trendy brands, and luxury goods. I know absolutely nothing about collectible items or bracelets. When everyone saw that it was just an ordinary bracelet, they felt a little relieved. At least they had an ordinary item. This is what it looks like when family members give gifts. Mu Chunin didn't really understand either, but he saw the note inside. If you have a bracelet, you don't need to wear a watch. I heard this one was blessed by a master. You can wear it occasionally. Mu Chunin readily agreed and slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. The size was just right. He had originally thought that since he was going to participate in the show, he should buy a watch to show off, but now he can save that money. He was very pleased with the gift. Yang Kai felt a little relieved. It seemed that Mu Chunin's family wasn't so heartless after all, and the gifts they gave weren't the kind that were ridiculously expensive. Then Mu Chunin opened the last box. Not only was Yang Kai dumbfounded, but everyone else was also stunned. Can anyone tell them why there's a jade crown here? No, what's wrong with you rich people? Such expensive items are just casually packed in a suitcase and carried around everywhere. Aren't you worried about being robbed? This jade crown is translucent, with auspicious cloud and dragon patterns carved around it, and a round pearl inlaid on it. Yang Kai's legs went weak. Brotherin, are you really a rich second generation? Mu Chunin was speechless. His status had risen a bit too fast. He was Teacher Mu just a moment ago, and now he's Brotherin. He could already imagine what the company would say about him after today. He's probably not just any ordinary rich kid. He can just casually give away gifts worth tens of millions. He must come from a wealthy family. Someone chimed in. If he didn't know his own family situation, he might have made the same guess. After carefully inspecting the jade crown and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Mu Chunin closed the box. You might not believe it, but my sister runs a small supermarket. These are some of her new products. She picked out a few items to bring to me when she came to visit me. My family is very ordinary, when not at all wealthy. Although I haven't graduated from university yet, I do know what supermarkets sell. Yang Kai asked seriously, do you think these things should be on supermarket shelves? Mu Chunin lowered his eyes in deep thought. He also felt that these things didn't quite fit the supermarket, but this was his older sister's supermarket. He closed his eyes and blew. Don't you think it's really cool that supermarkets have these kind of products? Is it a question of whether it's cool or not? Song Xiao was unusually curious. Does your sister's small supermarket have any other names? Like pawn shop, exhibition hall, showroom, auction house. Mu Chunin also had some doubts. There shouldn't be, right? Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his eyes lit up. It's possible that my sister took the wrong suitcase, and this isn't the gift she prepared for me. No, he has to ask. Chapter 69, The Real Purpose of a Gift. Sang Ian felt like her back was no longer her own after driving all the way home. She vowed never to take her husband out with her again. If she had just taken a high-speed train or a plane, she wouldn't have been this tired. The little parrot was very perceptive. As soon as it got home, it took on the roles of cleaner, stock clerk, and cashier, allowing Sang Ian to rest peacefully upstairs. Sang Ian had just sat down when her phone rang. Then she heard her younger brother's question, full of doubt. How could I have picked the wrong one? I picked these out one by one especially for you. You'll definitely need them. Even the last possibility was shattered. Mu Chunin sighed. Tell me the truth. Where did you get all this stuff? Did you rob a bank? Sang Ian lay on the sofa with her legs propped up on a round table that was being used as a coffee table. Putting everything else aside, that jade crown alone is something you couldn't get even if you robbed 10 banks. What a joke. That's the little prince's jade crown. Money can't buy it. Where did you get these things? Are you sure your little supermarket is okay? Mu Chunin was very worried because the child had never worn jewelry worth 8 figures before. As I've already said, this is a new business I've started. This business is very profitable, and my little supermarket will definitely be a great success. Sang Ian was already imagining the bustling scene that would unfold after the new products went on sale tomorrow. Mentioning this made Mu Chinen even more worried. The things you sell are so unusual. Do you have security guards in your small, 120 square meter supermarket? What if someone comes to rob you? Sang Ian was never worried about the safety of the small supermarket. She covered her phone with one hand and shouted downstairs, "Old men, the store is short of a security guard." The little parrot had already finished cleaning and stocking the shelves and stood on a withered bonsai tree that had been specially placed for it at the checkout counter. Upon hearing this, it flew up the stairs in a flash. The little parrot landed on the sofa and began to make its demands. "I need a very expensive microphone." Sang Ian has now joined the ranks of the wealthy. Problems that can be solved with money are no longer problems. Make a deal. With Lao men around, this little supermarket is probably the safest place in the world. Moreover, she doesn't have to worry about others finding out about the supermarket secrets. A few days later, when she found out why her little parrot wanted the microphone, she wished she could turn back time. At this moment, Sang Ian, who was resting, was chatting with his younger brother on his phone, saying, "Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Oh, and take a look at these gifts. See which ones you like best, and let me know. I'll buy them for you next time I order more." Sang Ian asked. Mu Chinen immediately stopped her. No, I still don't understand how you carefully selected the jade crown and hairpin for me. What made you think I would need these things? Sang Ian blurted out, "If you want to terminate the contract but can't afford the penalty, then both the jade crown and the hairpin will be useful to you." "Okay, I understand. At the very least, you can exchange these two items for money." Mu Chinen was genuinely moved, but he was the one who took advantage of the company. The company couldn't possibly get a single penny out of him. There's only 1 year left. He can afford to wait. According to his original contract, the penalty for breach of contract was 50 million. His time is worthless. What about the longsword? Is it also intended to be sold to cover the breach of contract penalty? Song Xiao was so curious that he asked instinctively. Upon hearing other voices, Sang Ian realized that there were other people around his younger brother. The previously lazy Sang Ian became serious in a second. "Oh, then consider that a weapon. When you're out and about, you need a tool for self-defense." The students in the classroom looked at the sharp sword and thought, "Isn't this self-defense tool a bit too dangerous?" Yang Kai felt his already healed wound hurt even more. After Sang Ian ended the call, she started searching for microphones online. As for Mu Chinen, he can forget about attending classes. He needs to settle this box of stuff first. He lives in a dormitory, which is really inconvenient for storing such expensive things. Then Mu Chinen was taken away by Song Xiao and taken directly to director Zhang's film crew. Then he landed the minor supporting role of the young swordsman. Fu Yong was completely stunned when he received the call from his own obscure, third-tier celebrity. When did his family, a nobody from a small town, become so successful that they can even find resources for themselves? He originally wanted to squeeze his second-tier actors into director Zhang's film, but it was difficult to get them to work. Who would have thought that he would just visit the film set and get the role? Fu Yong was once again certain that his family's 32nd tier village definitely had powerful connections, and he would have to be more careful in the future. Meanwhile, the news spread throughout Brilliant Entertainment that Mu Chinen was actually a young master from a wealthy family who had come to the entertainment industry for fun. If it weren't for this, how could he have been sidelined for the past 4 years without any announcements or getting anxious, and without looking for a way out? Instead, he spent every day in the company's various training courses. It turns out that their ambitions lay elsewhere. After hearing this, Mu Chinen tried to explain several times, but found that no matter what he said, no one believed him, so he simply stopped explaining. The only good thing is that no one is being sarcastic towards him anymore, and everyone treats him politely whenever they meet. Although the news of him becoming the last regular guest on a traditional Chinese-style variety show spread, no one in the company tried to sabotage him. After all, this is a young master from a wealthy family. How could they possibly afford to offend a wealthy family that can even influence such a big project as a traditional Chinese culture variety show? This can be considered an unexpected bonus. After talking to her younger brother, Sang Ian focused all her attention on her small supermarket. That evening, she ordered a delivery service to buy a 10-inch cake, as well as some freshly made small cakes such as black forest cake, tiramisu, red velvet cake, fruitcake, etc. She basically ordered one of everything the store had. To ensure that the food would still be edible when it reached the young prince, she even bought a refrigerator. The price of one refrigerator is enough to buy another large cake. At midnight, the door, which had been closed for more than a week, was open again. The first thing to appear wasn't Lu Zexu, but rather one finished piece of furniture after another. That's right, the various pieces of furniture that Sang Ian commissioned the young prince to make have finally been completed. Long tables, round-back chairs, zither tables, root-carved tea tables, wooden carved screens, drum stools, round stools, armchairs, square tables, Kong tables, lampstands, antique display shelves of various styles. And then there are shelves. The empty space on the first floor of the supermarket is almost completely filled with these pieces of furniture. Chapter 70, it's truly remarkable that the little prince has survived until now. The little parrot is now very self-disciplined. Without Sang Ian even saying anything, it immediately begins its hard work. As for the level of effort involved, please refer to the one-click cleaning process for details. Before Lu Zexu officially entered, many pieces of furniture in the supermarket had already been moved by the little parrot to the newly renovated area next door and placed in their designated locations according to the design plan provided by the designer. They really went all out for a top-of-the-line sound system. Lu Zexu had witnessed too many amazing things, so he wasn't surprised to see the furniture in the supermarket disappearing one by one. Sister, what do you think of the workmanship? These were hastily made by the servants of the imperial household department. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll have them redo them. Sang Ian pushed the cake she had bought over, saying, "It's already very good. However, you used all golden Manhwa wood, which is too expensive." Lu Zexu didn't take it seriously. "They're using my allowance. I've pretty much finished being the crown prince. Before I'm deposed, I should use what I can get my hands on as soon as possible." The little prince's eyes lit up even more after taking a bite of the Black Forest cake. "This is so delicious." He quickly used a small fork to cut off 2 more large pieces, stuffed them into his mouth, and ate with a beaming smile. "I declare that cake has now defeated potato chips and become my favorite food." "That's more like a 12-year-old boy," Sang Ian asked with a smile. "So, do you want potato chips again this time?" "Want." Lu Zexu answered with great force. "And please ask for more candies too. You don't know how much the kids in the clan like me now. It's all thanks to the candies." Sang Ian didn't know much about the royal family of the Great Liang dynasty. "You still deal with the royal family?" "During this period of time, I came to a conclusion. If you're going to be clinging to someone's coattails, you can't cling to just one person's coattails. You can't put all your eggs in one basket." As he spoke, Lu Zexu had already finished the Black Forest cake and reached for the tiramisu. "For example, I have to carry my uncles and my aunt who is named Grand Princess so that I can be safe." Sang Ian raised an eyebrow. "So, what heinous crime did you commit that makes you need so many powerful backers?" Lu Zexu wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he looked completely innocent. "I didn't do anything. It's just that Father Emperor is too petty." After the last pandemic, everyone in Beijing realized the importance of washing hands, which is why the already popular soaps and bar soaps suddenly became even more popular. The demand was already far exceeding the supply, and with the store closed for so long, the shopkeeper came up with a plan to raise the price of the soap. Then they ruthlessly exploited powerful families, royalty, and high-ranking officials, making a fortune. I wasn't even finished being happy when my father found out that I owned the shop. My father said that I was competing with the people for profit, and that as the crown prince, I was engaging in the ways of a merchant. He was so angry at the time that he smashed several teacups. I was so happy, thinking that my father would depose me and that my suffering would be over. Sang Ian, and the result? Lu Zexu sighed. "I was so happy that I couldn't hide my emotions, and my father noticed. He was so angry that he forced me to resume attending classes every day and even selected a large number of tutors. If that's all there is to it, you shouldn't need to be begging for help, right?" Sang Ian asked. "I've been free for several months now. How can I suddenly go back to my old diligent and hard-working routine? I don't want to succeed to the throne, so I skipped a little bit of classes." Well, Sang Ian thought it was a miracle that Lu Zexu, who had been so reckless, was still alive. To dare to repeatedly provoke the emperor's wrath is something that not everyone can do. Given his frequency of self-destructive behavior, he definitely needs a few powerful backers to save his life. She turned and went to the warehouse, pushing over cartloads of 10 large boxes of soap and 10 large boxes of bar soap that she had recently bought directly from the soap factory. Let him earn more money. If he really angers the emperor to the point of illness, he'll have money to run away. After driving for 7 or 8 hours and now acting as a porter, I pushed the truck 4 times to get all these soaps over. In addition, she also packed the skincare products she bought at the mall last time into a cardboard box to give to your aunts and royal aunts when you go back. Sometimes, if you want to get closer to your royal uncle, it's easier to go through the royal aunt route. Lu Zexu's eyes lit up. Not only can it be given to my imperial aunt, but it can also be given to my imperial sister-in-law. Sister, let me tell you, my eldest sister-in-law's products are made in Jiangning. In short, all the best fabrics in the world go through her family. I used my eldest brother's connections to get you a batch of very fine silk and clothes. I had the Imperial Clothing Bureau make a few, and I also bought some ready-made clothes for you from a silk shop in the capital. Most importantly, I also brought you a batch of embroidered handkerchiefs, purses, and sachets. Some were bought from silk shops, some were made by the Imperial Wardrobe, and others were made by palace maids who wanted to earn some copper coins. Although the sources are a bit mixed, don't worry. I had Falu carefully check them, and the embroidery is completely up to standard. Sang Ian really liked it. Tomorrow, the small supermarket will be stocking new watermark paper and silk, and she doesn't plan to set a low price. A supermarket can't only have high-end products. It also needs to have some low-priced items. These handkerchiefs, purses, and sachets were the props she used to attract customers. There's something else very important. I need the method for making watermark paper. Can you get it? Watermark paper is now extinct. If we want to recreate it in modern times, we can only rely on little prints. I need to find out. You know, these things are usually kept by large families and wouldn't be easily made public. Lu Zexa didn't agree immediately. Getting a prescription wouldn't be easy. Sang Ian was very open-minded. She smiled and said, "It's okay. Just keep an eye out for any paper-making methods you have over there." She took out a tablet. "Also, I think it's too inconvenient for you to come here to buy goods every time. Furthermore, I can't guarantee that this door will always be there. As for soap and bar soap, the production methods are very simple. Once you learn them, you can build a workshop and produce and sell your own products." After that, the iPad was playing a video showing how to make handmade soap. Lu Zexu stared wide-eyed. Chapter 71, The Little Parrot Faces Its Biggest Professional Crisis. Lu Zexu had never actually considered learning the production method directly. In Daliang, the social hierarchy was scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. The status of artisans was only slightly higher than that of merchants. As the crown prince, he had never paid attention to this aspect, nor had he ever thought of becoming an artisan himself. However, Sang Ian's suggestion opened up a new world for him. The soap business was so good. If he could learn how to make it, wouldn't he never have to worry about supplying goods again? Moreover, he can open shops in Jiangnan, the Northwest, and every part of Daliang. If an imperial censor were to impeach him, that would be even better. Competing with the people for profit and using strange and frivolous skills are not serious crimes. Even if he is deposed, he would not be guilty of capital offense. Lu Zexu truly felt that this was a win-win solution. He was engrossed in watching the video, and Sang Ian wasn't idle either. The little prince hadn't come over for so many days, so the snack stock must be running low. She pushed the shopping cart to the snack section. What child doesn't like snacks? You can eat by yourself and also cling to someone's leg. This is an essential household gadget. Lu Zexu didn't stand on ceremony. "Sister, give me more embroidery needles." You wouldn't believe it. I've set aside a special area in the shop to collect all kinds of embroidery. I will give each of the embroiderers I work with some embroidery needles, depending on the quality and quantity of the embroidery they send. Because of this, my shop gets a lot of people delivering embroidery every day. Wait here. I'll send the ones that are being transported to my bedchamber over first. Lu Zexu didn't even have time to put down the tablet in his hand before rushing back to his bedroom. Looking at his agile movements, Sang Ian realized that he seemed to be doing quite well after letting loose, and his personality had become even more lively. The small supermarket didn't have many needles. She had only bought some when she went to stock up before the store opened, but since then, almost no one had bought any. She put all the needles into her shopping cart. The moment she saw the sewing box, she suddenly realized that ancient silk threads certainly didn't have as many colors as modern ones. Once she got a batch of richly colored silk threads and took them over, the embroidery would probably be even better. That night, Lu Zexu absorbed knowledge like a sponge. The little prince, who had never been exposed to any chemistry knowledge, was amazed when he saw this series of reactions in the video. Why do these things change color when mixed together? Why does adding something else to water turn it into a solid block? The young prince's worldview was once again shaken, as it was different from the knowledge he had acquired from childhood to university. He developed a strong interest in this series of chemical reactions. Then she transformed into a walking encyclopedia of questions, chattering away with questions like, what's this sodium hydroxide all about? What is this alkaline solution? Calcium carbonate settles to the bottom. So why is the water on top a sodium bicarbonate solution? Sang Ian felt her brain buzzing. Heaven knows she was a liberal arts student. She had long forgotten all that knowledge. However, looking into the little prince's inquisitive eyes, she picked up the tablet again and found a basic chemistry course, the kind for children that teaches kids about the chemical world. I promptly paid for it and let the little prince see and learn on his own. She really can't teach. Never underestimate the learning ability of the ancients, especially someone like Lu Zexu, who has a photographic memory and a great interest in chemistry. He learns incredibly fast. All I can say is that interest is the best teacher. 4 or 5 hours, Lu Zexu watched videos and explored the mysteries of chemistry. When Sang Ian sorts through various embroidered items, she always categorizes them into different grades to determine their prices. Under the bright lights, the two of them did not interfere with each other, engrossed in their own tasks. Yet a warm atmosphere permeated the air. Only the little parrot stood on the long table next to the side door, watching the little prince who had already fallen into an ocean of chemistry. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed. It remained motionless, staring intently at him. Lu Zexu couldn't take it anymore and briefly looked up. Is there a problem? Sang Ian also looked over. The little parrot lowered its head heavily. I really didn't expect that a transaction could be conducted like this. Sang Ian laughed. Isn't this just a normal transaction? What's the difference? The little parrot suddenly turned its head, stared intently at Sang Ian, and accused. You guys are cheating. Sang Ian asked, puzzled. Foul? Do you have some hidden rule? The little parrot stomped its feet in anger, leaned forward, and huffed. No, there isn't. Sang Ian smiled and shrugged. That's settled then. The little parrot got even angrier and paced back and forth on the long table. I have had so many hosts over the millennia, and almost every one of them used me to buy and sell things. Never before have we solved a problem so directly at its root, even trading technology. Sang Ian looked completely innocent. Is there a problem with this? With a whoosh, the little parrot spread its wings, its beady eyes seeming to gleam. The problem is huge. Sang Ian put down her embroidery and walked directly to the long table. What's the problem? The little parrot tilted its head back and glared at her angrily. If you trade technology directly, doesn't that mean you won't be trading soap and bar soap in large quantities anymore? It stretched out one wing, pointing to its chest. And I can only gain energy through your trades. You traded technology, but I suffer the loss. Mine. Thinking about how much energy it lacked, the little parrot got so angry that it plopped down on the table, looking utterly dejected. I've already foreseen that the energy that belongs to me is waving goodbye to me. Without enough energy, how can it roam freely and dominate the small park? Most importantly, without sufficient energy, when will it be able to open the gate of life in the second dimension? The more the little parrot thought about it, the darker the future seemed. It tilted its head to the side and closed its eyes tightly. Heavens above, what sins did it commit to deserve such a host? It has now begun to miss its former hosts, is obsessed with money, and is particularly easy to fool. They were all begging me to open more doors, receive more customers from other worlds, and conduct more transactions so that they could earn enough money and I could gain enough energy. But what about this one? Damn it. Opening the door a few more times is like it's going to kill her. For more than 3 consecutive days, she worried that she would suddenly die. In order to conduct more transactions and gain more energy, even the mighty Life Gate, which traverses 3,000 minor worlds, has to sell itself into hard labor. Little did they know, this was not the end of it. Now she's gone even further, using direct trading techniques to reduce the frequency of trades from the source, causing his profits to plummet. The little parrot has encountered the biggest challenge of its career. Chapter 72, New Arrival. If it were still the white-bearded old man, Sang Ian could have heartlessly ignored it. But now, it's a cute little parrot. Sang Ian glanced at it. Actually, this matter isn't unsolvable. Well, the little parrot suddenly opened its eyes. How we solve this? Sang Ian implied. Actually, as long as the small supermarket does well, I need a continuous supply of goods. The little parrot raised its head slightly, becoming even more interested in what she was saying. Sang Ian suppressed a laugh and continued to deceive, especially things like silk and embroidery. Even if I obtained the technology, I wouldn't be able to mass-produce them in a short period of time. We still need to rely on the young prince. Lu Zexu immediately raised his hand and said seriously, "Leave it to me, no problem." So you see, as long as the supermarket does well, our transaction frequency will not decrease, but will actually increase. If you're after energy, then you'd better work hard tomorrow. No problem. The little parrot flapped its wings and flew up, landing next to Lu Zexu, its whole body perking up. "It seems our old sect really likes you," Sang Ian said with a smile. Lu Zexu had never kept a pet before, but since deciding not to be the crown prince, he has kept a chubby black cat. However, the cat doesn't like to get close to people, and it's too difficult to get it to approach him on its own initiative. He was overjoyed to see the little parrot fly to his side. He was also very fond of small animals. He scooped up the little parrot with one hand, stroked its emerald green down, and said, "You are truly the smartest and most beautiful parrot I have ever seen." Then Sang Ian saw the little parrot lower its head, gulp down the strawberry on the small cake. Lu Zexu was still muttering to the little parrot, talking about the chemistry lesson being shown in the video. Sang Ian watched the little parrot devour another small piece of mango mousse, and then looked at Lu Zexu, who hadn't noticed at all. She was just glad that she had filled the insulated box in advance. Otherwise, the young prince wouldn't even have enough to eat, let alone be able to curry favor with powerful figures. When the chemistry class ended, Lu Zexu realized that of the 4 small cakes beside him, only one remained. Lu Zexu looked at the pretty little parrot in his palm, its beak still smeared with cream. He had to accept the reality that the little parrot hadn't come over because it liked him, but just for a bite to eat. "Sis, you need to be careful. This little parrot is too cunning. Don't be fooled by its appearance." Lu Zexu chose to complain. Sang Ian suppressed a laugh and said, "Okay." To her surprise, the little parrot glanced at her sideways and said, "When it comes to cunning, who can compare to you? You're the most cunning one." Thinking about all the mistakes it had made and all the work it had done recently, the little parrot felt ashamed. With a whoosh, it flapped its wings and flew directly into the luxurious birdcage hanging on the side door. In preparation for launching the new products tomorrow, Sang Ian went to rest first. She needed to be well rested so that she could receive guests tomorrow. Lu Zexu learned 5 points with great enthusiasm, until he was forcibly sent out through the side door. Of course, the tablet in his hand also followed him to his bedroom. However, when he wanted to continue studying, he discovered that the tablet that could play in the supermarket was completely unresponsive in his bedroom, just like a stone, serving no purpose whatsoever. Seeing the words that had once again become a jumbled mess, Lu Zexu understood perfectly well that this method was useless to him. He still had to rely on his own intellect. Lu Zexu didn't even sleep. He had his bodyguards come in and pack up the goods, and then he began to record the new knowledge he had learned that night so that it could be passed on in the future. That's right. Lu Zexu doesn't cling to outdated ideas. Chemistry is so amazing, and he wants more people to know about it. Modern. Sang Ian was so excited that she woke up after only 3 hours of sleep. Today is a crucial day for her small supermarket to attract enough customers. She woke up at 7 o'clock. The little parrot didn't need to rest at all. Before Sang Ian went downstairs, it had already cleaned up all the supermarket, just waiting for her to wake up and order food. Steamed dumplings, salted duck eggs, seaweed and egg drop soup, beef pie, plus a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. I wandered around the supermarket, including the main areas for today, and it was truly spotless. She was very satisfied. "I'll give you an extra egg tart as a reward." The little parrot's eyes lit up. "Nice." Sang Ian was equally shocked. "Wow, Lao Min, you're fluent in English now." The little parrot landed on the potted plant on the checkout counter, shook its feathers, raised its head and puffed out its chest with pride. "That's right. I'm just that smart and capable." "Great. You can now serve foreign customers as well," Sang Ian said with a smile. "What is that?" "I was just showing off a little. How did I end up with another job? The little parrot stood blankly on the branch, entering a state of sanity. Sang Ian has already gone out to buy breakfast. A wonderful day begins with a hearty breakfast. Of course, she didn't just go to buy food. When she saw her neighbors while buying food, she would naturally promote the new product from her family's expanded supermarket while greeting them. In Sang Ian's words, regardless of whether people consume or not, they still need to have popularity. Sang Ian's place has been under renovation for over a month, and everyone knows that it's finally going to open for business. Everyone wants to see what the old house looks like now. Of course, there were also those who spoke ill of her behind her back, and no one knew how the rumor about the barbershop's renovation cost got out. It was 140 square meters across 2 floors, costing a total of 600,000 yuan. Many people thought Sang Ian was wasting money. Many families living in this urban village are not wealthy. The wealthy ones have already moved away. In their eyes, 600,000 yuan is not a small amount. Spending so much money on renovations is simply a waste of money. In the eyes of these people, Sang Ian is synonymous with a spendthrift. However, Sang Ian never paid any attention to these comments. When she saw the finished renovation after all the furniture was put back in place, she felt that the money was well spent. The director is indeed a director. The finished product is much better than the renderings on the computer. At 8 o'clock sharp, the lively sound of firecrackers rang out, immediately attracting the attention of surrounding shops and pedestrians on the road. This was the auspicious time calculated by Sang Ian. Since it concerned a small supermarket, Sang Ian was extremely careful and meticulous in every step. Wow, this looks very formal. Sang, are you reopening? The beef noodle shop owner asked with a smile. No, it's just that the new store is finished being renovated, and we're launching new products today, so we're setting off firecrackers to make it more festive. Looking at the neighbors, Sang Ian said cheerfully, new product on the shelves, everything is 10% off. Really? A silver-haired old lady was overjoyed. Of course, I'm the boss, what I say goes. Sang Ian said generously. Today's main focus is on popularity. No matter how good something is, it still needs people to support it. Chapter 73, The Ruthless Boss Sang. Chinese people have absolutely no resistance to discounts, especially supermarket discounts. Sang Ian watched as her neighbors, one by one, brought their own plastic bags and cloth bags and entered the supermarket with great enthusiasm. Sang Ian went straight to the newly renovated area, where she had personally arranged all the shelves. She was all prepared to give a detailed explanation, but little did she know that the first thing these customers rushed towards upon entering was eggs. No, isn't something wrong? As Sang Ian stood there contemplating life, she heard someone shout, "Boss, how much are the eggs?" What else can Sang Ian do? I had no choice but to hurry over and, seeing the long queue, become a merciless weighing machine. Looking at the happy elderly people, Sang Ian turned to look at the little parrot who was eating sunflower seeds and watching SpongeBob SquarePants, and sighed deeply. I think I made the decision too hastily back then. The little parrot skillfully spat out the sunflower seed shells. That's right. The people living here are all ordinary folks. They're all concerned with basic necessities like firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. They'll save as much as they can. Your expensive silks and traditional paper-making techniques are simply not their cup of tea. Sang Ian glanced at it. That's not what I meant. I meant if we hadn't chosen a parrot, if we had chosen a puppy instead. Stop. The little parrot immediately stretched out its 2 wings and made an X sign. Even a puppy can't help you weigh things. This is your job, so just give up. Sigh. Sang Ian sighed and continued weighing. All I can say is that the people living in these urban villages are all savvy and know how to manage their lives. Putting everything else aside, in just 1 hour, the 3 baskets of eggs in the small supermarket were completely sold out. Not even the eggshells were left. If there were a ranking of customers' most popular items, eggs would be number 1 and toilet paper would be number 2. All the rolls of toilet paper that were on the shelves are now empty. It can only be said that these kinds of daily necessities that won't spoil easily are the top choice during discount periods. The third item is laundry detergent, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and the like. Sang Ian noticed that the items on the shelves were decreasing rapidly, but so far, not a single customer had walked through the ancient moon gate to look at the newly stocked products in the adjacent area. Sang Ian was very sad. Her original plan was to use the customer traffic from the otherworldly goods to boost sales of other products in the small supermarket. However, Judging from the current situation, it seems that this plan is going to fail. Boss Sang became even more distressed. Just then, a plump middle-aged woman walked over with a smile. Boss Sang, how long will this discount event last? This is the owner of a small shop not far from her, whose business is much better than her small supermarket. On the day her small supermarket opened, this person passed by it 8 times. Tell me, what kind of event are you organizing when it's neither a holiday nor a festival? Look at the mess you've made. Several shops around here have no business. Fu Li smiled, but her words were barbed. Your market disruptions are affecting us. Sang Ian returned the smile. My shop has expanded, and everyone in the neighborhood knows that I spend a lot of money on renovations. It just opened today, so we have to make it a bit lively. The event will only last 1 day. Fu Li's brows were so furrowed, they could trap a fly. I'm not saying this to be mean, but what do you kids know about running a shop? All you know is buying shops, decorating them, and then offering discounts. Who does business like that? I heard you spent over 600,000 yuan renovating your 2-story house. I really don't know what you were thinking. Spending 600,000 yuan renovating a small supermarket? Did a donkey kick your brain? How much can your supermarket make in a year? You probably won't break, even on 600,000 yuan in 10 years. Fu Li crossed her arms over her chest and said coldly, I forgot, with you constantly offering 10% off, forget about making money. You'd be lucky to break even. That's 600,000 yuan. Even if you threw it into the water, you'd still make a splash. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't have the talent for business, then don't bother. Otherwise, you'll end up losing all your money and your supermarket going out of business. Look at your little supermarket. Everyone comes here for the discounts. How much money do you make? I advise you not to do this promotion. It's no use. Sang Ian, who hadn't cared about anything just moments before, immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. She said she could say anything about her, but not about her small supermarket. With a baby face and a sincere expression, she said, Sister Fu, I think you're absolutely right. This discount promotion really doesn't do much good. Fu Li was overjoyed and very proud. She was just a young girl. It was too easy to fool her. So I've decided that the event will still last for 3 days, Sang Ian added seriously. Originally, she would only lose 1 day's business, but now she's going to lose 3 days' worth. You did this on purpose. Fu Li's already plump body trembled with anger. Sang Ian's large eyes sparkled with sincerity. I was inspired by you. Didn't you say that organizing events is useless? I reckon if 1 day of the event won't be enough, then let's do it for 3 days. Fu Li. I'm even angrier now. Sang Ian smiled at everyone. To celebrate the launch of our new products in our small supermarket, all items are 10% off. The promotion starts today and will last for 3 days. Everyone is welcome to come and shop. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. What a fool not to take advantage of such a good deal. Fu Li glared angrily at Sang Ian, pointing at the newly renovated windows and doors with their antique carvings. Humph. So what if you spent a lot of money renovating the shop? All that money is wasted. What's the point of decorating the supermarket so nicely? Nobody visits. No customers. She stood in front of the small supermarket, one hand on her hip, and mocked Sang Ian. With a brain like yours, I bet your store won't last a month. You're not cut out to run a supermarket. These words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. Sang Ian smiled casually. Don't say such harsh things. I have a problem. When I'm unhappy, I want to do a promotion to cheer myself up. Fu Li, isujin li filtretend. She retorted defiantly. Can't I even speak the truth? Do you see anyone going to your little supermarket in the new district? Then a series of horn blares sounded behind Fu Li. Chapter 74 Ding Dong. Your friend has arrived at the battlefield with reinforcements. Wunan's side had a total of 3 cars, which parked directly in the open space in front of the supermarket. All I can say is that Sang Ian did an excellent job of preparation. When she came back last night, she parked her car directly in the back warehouse area, leaving all the open space in front of the supermarket cleared out. Wunan had long wanted to see what Sang Ian's place looked like after the expansion. She had run into Su Shuai by chance before, and he had subtly suggested that she persuade Sang Ian to have all the soft furnishings from their decoration company so that the design effect could be fully realized. However, she knew Sang Ian well. She was very reliable. Since Sang Ian had offered to take responsibility for all the furniture herself, she must have had her reasons. So, she didn't bring it up. She could have arrived earlier, but she got a call from Su Shui halfway there. As soon as he heard that Sang Ian's new area was officially opening today, he couldn't stay put, so he went too. Su Shuai's car was being serviced, so Woonan had to come and pick him up first. After all that back and forth, it was almost 10 o'clock when we arrived. Of course, it was also a novel experience to find our competitors blocking the doorway and giving our girlfriend a lecture. I knew it. Your little supermarket was bound to be a hit. Look, even your competitors are coming to you for advice. With her short hair and stylish business suit, Woonan looked every bit the professional elite. Fu Li, who came looking for trouble, was shocked by this shameless statement, and then remembered to retort, "I'm not." Sang Ian immediately interrupted, "Sister Fu, look at all the customers I have here. I really don't have time to share my experience with you." With her baby face full of envy, she said, "I'm so busy with new products launching today, unlike you, Sister Fu, who is so leisurely, able to shop at other stores while keeping your shop open." Fu Li was even angrier. Did she want to be this leisurely? If it weren't for your 10% off sale, would my little shop be completely empty of customers? She was about to turn around and go back, but then she felt resentful and decided not to leave. She wanted to see how much money Sang Ian could make today. Fu Li looked at the several well-dressed and handsome young people who got out of the car, snorted coldly, and said sarcastically, "Opening a shop isn't just about inviting a few friends to support you and making money." Sang Ian didn't have time to deal with her anymore. Her first batch of customers had finally arrived, including Su Shui, who came uninvited. Woonan brought a total of 6 people, which is quite generous. "This is my half-sister, the owner of this small supermarket. Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. This supermarket has a lot of hidden charm." Sang Ian warmly welcomed everyone, saying, "Please feel free to browse around." The little parrot flew over unnoticed and seized the opportunity to shout, 10% off everything. 10% off everything. It always remembers that the more it sells and the more it buys, the more energy it has. Everyone was immediately drawn to the beautiful parrot and couldn't resist teasing it. But as soon as they reached out, the little parrot flapped its wings and flew away. "It's the cashier today." Sang Ian was very satisfied with its conscientiousness and responsibility. "Everything is 10% off today." Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. "I really haven't been to a supermarket in years." A woman with long, wavy hair and wearing high heels walked out. "Woonan, you really have a unique idea. President Zhang took time out of his busy schedule to come to Anqing, so you brought President Zhang along." She looked around, her disdain undisguised. Taking President Zhang to a supermarket in an urban village? Even if you want to help your friend make a good impression, you can't drag President Zhang here to spend money. Aren't you wasting President Zhang's time? She looked at the elegant woman standing beside Woonan, her voice softening several degrees. "President Zhang, you are a distinguished guest of our company. If you don't want to go to the supermarket, I can take you to a shopping mall in the city." Zhang Jianing smiled gently. "Manager Wu said this is a very interesting place. Since we're here, let's take a look." Woonan smiled slightly at her persistent competitor. "Sister Exant, I knew you didn't like shopping at the supermarket, so I didn't tell you in the first place. If you don't like it, you can leave first." Sang Yan understood. This woman with big waves was Nan Nan's rival, and their rival seemed to be the elegant President Zhang. All right, it's time for her to step in for her friend's career. Who knew? Someone was one step ahead of her. Su Shui, who had been silent all along, walked straight to the front and said, "Woonan wasn't exaggerating. There really is something special inside here. I personally designed and decorated the moon gate." Zhang Jianing had heard of Su Shui's reputation. "Then I must take a look." Director Su's designs can be called works of art. The group headed towards the moon gate, completely forgetting about Sang Ian, the supermarket owner. Sang Ian glanced at Su Shui, then at her best friend, and sensed a subtle, romantic tension between the two. Can she now invite the elders to the banquet? After the project was completed and accepted, he never came back. He was very confident in his design, but since Sang Ian was in charge of the furniture, he couldn't really be sure about the final result. To avoid setting Zhang Jianing's expectations too high, Su Shui explained the situation while there was still some distance from the moon gate. "This overall design is the one I'm most satisfied with among all my works over the years. Apart from some furniture and decorations, I personally oversaw the entire project. Now that the furniture has arrived, this is the first time I've seen the finished product. Everyone here is smart, they understand. The furniture and decoration have nothing to do with the renovation company. Su Shuai is in charge of the hard furnishings. As the group approached the moon gate, Zhang Jianing, Su Shuai, and Wu Nan, who were at the head of the group, instinctively stopped in their tracks. The three of them were stunned by what they saw. The ancient atmosphere that greeted them made them feel as if they had traveled through time and arrived in ancient times. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of Manhwa wood, and what came into view was a warm yellow antique furniture, the kind of furniture they usually only saw in period dramas. The most shocked person was Su Shuai. He recognized these pieces of furniture all too well. They were all made by him. Looking at the exquisite workmanship and beautiful carvings, they were on a completely different level from the products produced by his company's factory. He now understands why Sang Ian insisted on being in charge of the furniture and decoration himself. If he had the resources, he wouldn't care about the machine-made product from the factory either. He would also want furniture handcrafted by old artisans. Chun Yi-sin, lagging behind, saw that the people in front had stopped moving and said with a smile, "These are all old houses in the urban village. Even if they are renovated, the basic facilities are still here. What can you possibly make fancy?" "Mr. Zhang, please don't be too disappointed." Before she could even utter the word look, Chun Yi-sin had already squeezed to the front and gotten a clear view of the interior decoration inside the moon gate, experiencing a tremendous visual impact. Chapter 75, Is This a Shady Business? Several calligraphy and landscape paintings hung on the walls of the room, all taken from the young prince's private treasury. Absolutely masterpieces of the contemporary masters. The entire floor is covered with walnut-colored wooden flooring, which balances the brightness of the warm yellow Phoebe Jinan wood furniture, giving the whole space a classic charm. "Everyone, come on in. These are all new products that just arrived today," Sang Ian, who was walking at the back, reminded everyone. Everyone then came to their senses, but they still took careful steps, afraid that their steps would be too heavy and ruin the ancient atmosphere. In the end, Sang Ian took on the role of introducer. As you enter through the moon gate, on the left side of the entrance, 3 square tables are arranged in a row, with 6 armchairs on each side of the tables. This is the writing area that Sang Ian has prepared for customers. To put it simply, if someone buys paper here and wants to write here, they can come here. The 8 immortal table and armchairs were designed according to the drawings provided by Su Shuai. They were only carved with simple fretwork patterns. However, the lines of each part were upright and beautiful, combining strength and gentleness, and were soft but not weak. At first glance, one can feel the impact of its concise, simple, and elegant aesthetic. At the far end of the octagonal table was a floor-standing screen painted with portraits of ladies, which separated the area from the staircase. Behind the screen, besides the staircase leading to the second floor, there was also a chaise longue measuring 2 meters by 180 meters. Su Shuai stood in front of the screen depicting court ladies and couldn't move. The screen in his design also featured a painting of court ladies, but it was a machine-printed work and couldn't compare to the one in front of him, which was clearly the work of a famous artist. A 6-panel floor screen displays 6 maids, some standing facing forward, some gently waving round fans, some chasing butterflies among the flowers, some leaning against the railing in deep thought, some lightly smelling plum blossoms, and some dressing in front of a mirror. 6 maids, 6 poses, each one vivid and expressive, full of charm. This is the allure of traditional Chinese painting. While Su Shuai was admiring the paintings on the screen, Wu Nan had already walked around the screen and headed towards the lotus-patterned chaise lounge. The chaise lounge was placed against the wall at the very back of the room. This chaise lounge was requested by Sang Ian in private. It was prepared for herself. After all, her current place needs renovation, and she needs a place to sleep at night. Of all the furniture here, only this chaise longue is not new. It was taken out of the storeroom by the young prince. The young prince said that this was his mother's dowry. This chaise lounge is the most elaborate and ornate of all the furniture pieces. One side of the chaise lounge features a magnificent and intricate design of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. With such intricate wood carvings, only a master craftsman could capture the unique spirit of each bird and the noble majesty of the phoenix. Every edge of the chaise longue has been polished smooth and rounded, and with the phoenix tail grain of the wood itself, the whole chaise longue is truly beautiful in form, classical and gorgeous. Not only Wu Nan, but everyone else who saw it also liked it very much. Zhang Jianing even sat down to experience it, reaching out to touch the edge of the couch. "It's cool," smooth texture filled her with joy. To the right of the moon gate is a simple and elegant root carving tea table. Its irregular appearance is full of design and artistry. A set of white porcelain teaware was placed on the tea table, and on the right side was an adorable tea pet depicting a little monk meditating. Opposite the tea table was a long table with 8 drum stools underneath. If customers get tired of shopping, they can sit down at any time, have a cup of tea, and rest their feet. Further inside from the tea table is an oval-shaped water feature. The landscape pond extends all the way to the wall. A half-person-high artificial mountain sits in the pond, covered with lush greenery. Opposite the artificial hill is a small, exquisite pavilion, connected to the artificial hill by a small wooden bridge. Several beautiful koi carp were kept in the pond, and a few blooming pale, purple water lilies floated on the surface, along with a small patch of emerald green pennywort. The entire water system appears simple, yet it is exquisite in every detail. The tranquil sound of the guqin in the shop truly soothes the mind and body. On the right side of the water feature, near the window by the street, there is a piano table, but it is empty except for a white porcelain vase with 2 eucalyptus flowers in it. Under the sunlight, the emerald green eucalyptus trees gain an extra touch of vitality, while a shadow cast on the piano table added a sense of zen. On the left side of the water feature, a display cabinet stands against the wall, with vases, teacups, and other porcelain items arranged in a pleasing and orderly manner. Between the chaise lounge and the water feature, there is a floor standing screen, also with 6 panels, but all 6 panels are decorated with landscape paintings. The screen effectively separated the 2 areas. In the very center of the room, which is the most eye-catching and prominent spot, stands a round counter that is 1 meter high. The countertop is divided into 4 fan-shaped areas by shelves of varying heights. Paper occupies 2 areas, pens occupy 1 area, and ink and inkstones share the other area. Sang Ian divided the watermark paper into 4 sizes: half size, quarter size, 8 size, and 6 size, and made corresponding grids according to the size of the paper. Each square has a small hook underneath, just big enough to hang a palm-sized wooden sign. The price on the wooden sign was written by Sang Ian herself with a brush. Everyone was truly amazed by the store's decor and layout, completely absorbed in its design and layout. Suddenly, a startled female voice broke the silence. 1,000 yuan for a piece of paper. Is this robbery? Chen Yisin's words drew everyone's attention away from the store's layout and decor and towards the new products inside. This drew everyone's attention to the huge, circular platform in the center. Then everyone was shocked. Chen Yisin glanced at the price tags and was even more shocked. 16-page prints cost 1,000 yuan, 8-page prints cost 2,000 yuan, 4-page prints cost 4,000 yuan, and half-page prints cost 8,000 yuan. Are you treating us like suckers? The price tag really shocked her. Her monthly salary was only 15,000 yuan, which, according to the price tag, wasn't even enough to buy 2 sheets of paper. That's a joke. Chen Yisin simply couldn't accept this. She immediately turned her anger towards her competitor, Wu Nan, and launched into a tirade. Wu Nan, even if you want to help your best friend, you can't betray President Zhang or our colleagues, can you? The cheapest sheet of paper costs 1,000 yuan, and a calligraphy brush is even more outrageous, costing 10,000 yuan. This price is outrageous. Even gold isn't that expensive, is it? Is your friend running a shady business? Wu Nan was also shocked by the price of the new product. But no matter what, she stood on her best friend's side. Sister Xin, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means you're a bit ignorant. Gold may not be that expensive, but how do you know that these watermark papers and brushes aren't even more precious than gold? Chen Yisin snorted. No matter how luxurious your decor is, your products are overpriced. I want to see which sucker would spend 1,000 yuan on a piece of paper. Just as Sang Ian was about to step forward to explain, Zhao Xuhuai and a group of old friends rushed over, shouting, little apprentice, where's the watermark paper? Where is the watermark paper? Chapter 76, Making a Fortune. Sang Ian hurriedly went to greet him. Here you are. I said it would be on the shelves today, and it definitely will be on the shelves. I am a very trustworthy supermarket owner. Zhao Xuhuai was incredibly excited as he looked at the watermark paper in the grid. Each grid contained a thick stack of it, and Zhao Xuhuai felt as if he were dreaming. He lunged closer to the shelf, his arms trembling. This is real watermark paper. Real watermark paper. Really? Chairman Liang was equally delighted. He quickened his pace, successfully overtaking a group of retired elderly people, and came to the front, saying, Let me see quickly. Liang Yongdong is the president of the Calligraphy Association. He not only has excellent handwriting, but he is also very knowledgeable about famous historical papers. His eyes are sharp. Boss sang, 10 of each kind. I need them now. How do I pay? Should I scan yours, or you scan mine? Scan me. Scan me. The little parrot flew over at some point, with a small card with a QR code hanging around its neck, and it was incredibly eager to collect payments. Liang Yongdong pointed at the little parrot that had landed on the shelf and exclaimed in astonishment, What's its name? It's so smart. For the first time, the little parrot ignored the compliments, lifted its leg, and gestured to the crowd with the small card on its chest, indicating, Scan me to pay. As soon as Liang Yongdong took out his phone, he heard a notification that 300,000 yuan had been deposited into his WeChat account. He turned his head sharply and met Zhao Xuhuai's smug smile, who was also showing off by waving his phone. Little apprentice, 20 of each kind. Pack them carefully and make sure the edges don't curl. Sang Ian gave an okay sign, and Boss Sang immediately got to work. Before the small supermarket opened, she bought a lot of craft paper file folders. Several months after opening, not a single one had been sold. Now they are perfect for storing A4 size watermark paper. She also prepared appropriately sized cardboard boxes for the remaining sizes. It's fair to say that she, as the owner, has made a considerable effort for the sake of her small supermarket business. She prepared everything she could think of. The cabinet under the round platform was filled with packing tools. Old Zhao, you're too cunning. Didn't you say last time that buying 50 tickets would be enough? You come with 80 this time? Are you trying to buy them all yourself? Luo Zhengtian, leaning on his cane, sternly reprimanded Zhao Xuhuai for his panic buying. Alipay payment received, 600,000 yuan. Liang Yongdong waved his phone and said to Sang Ian, Boss Sang, I've changed my mind. 10 sheets of each is too few. 40 sheets of each is fine. I'm the second person to pay, so you can't shortchange me on the paper. Uncle Liang, don't worry. After I finish wrapping Masters, I'll wrap yours. Sang Ian, wearing white gloves, didn't stop working for a moment. Liang Yongdong's actions were as if he had pressed the start button. The sounds of payments echoed throughout the store. 150,000 yuan received via WeChat. 300,000 yuan received via WeChat. Alipay payment received, 300,000 yuan. This is a watermark paper that has been lost to time. Money could be earned again. Having missed this opportunity, at their age, they don't know if they'll ever be able to buy the lost art of watermark paper again. Sang Ian was busy packing when the store's notification sounds kept coming in. She was too busy to keep up. Seeing this, Wu Nan immediately helped fold the cardboard boxes. Sang Ian was only responsible for packing, and Wu Nan sealed them. The two worked together perfectly. With Wu Nan joining, the speed has doubled. However, the notifications of the funds arriving in my ear continued. Looking at the dwindling number of papers in the grid, Sang Ian turned to everyone and said, Dear senior uncles and aunts, please stop paying now. There's only so much watermark paper left, and it's not enough to go around. Good heavens, these words only made things worse. When everyone heard that there wasn't enough to go around, they became even more eager to pay. Especially those calligraphy, painting, and even history enthusiasts who arrived late because the urban villages were hard to find. They were all very excited after confirming that it was genuine watermark paper. Those in the know won't care about the price tag. This is watermark paper that has disappeared into the annals of history. Buying it is a sure win. Sang Ian was truly helpless. She knew these people would be excited to see the watermark paper, but she hadn't expected them to be this excited. Once it's sold out, it's really gone. Even if you've already paid, I still have to give you a refund. Looking at the customers, most of whom were over 40 years old, Sang Ian decided to change her target. Besides watermark paper, I also have various Xian brushes, Huzhou brushes, Qizhou brushes, and Hozhou brushes. We also have various types of Duan inkstones, Qingni inkstones, and top-grade Huizhou ink, which are extremely rare and worth a fortune. Everyone was so focused on the watermark paper that they hadn't noticed the other items on the shelves. Sang Ian's reminder immediately shifted everyone's attention. Goodness, another bunch of payment notifications are popping up. Sang Ian was both happy and troubled. Chen Yisin was already numb. She stared blankly at the group of elderly men and women who exuded a cultured air. At first, she thought they were shills hired by Sang Ian. Now, she just wonders, is money really that easy to earn these days? She thought no one would be so foolish as to buy such expensive paper, but these people were arguing and quoting classical texts over it. At first, she could understand a few sentences, but the more she listened, the more confused she became. These bigwigs have truly proven her ignorance through their actions. These watermark papers are definitely worth the price. Amidst her busy work, Wu Nin glanced at Chen Yisin and asked, "So, Sister Exin, was this trip worthwhile? Did you learn a lot?" Chen Yisin felt a little embarrassed. Wu Nin had no intention of letting her off so easily. She said earnestly, "In the future, if you see a piece of paper that costs 1,000 yuan, don't question whether it's a rip-off shop. You've seen it all before." Chen Yisin was both embarrassed and angry. She glared back and walked straight toward the target client she wanted to win over. Zhang Jianing was sitting on the chaise longue, caressing the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, painting on one side of the chaise longue, her eyes filled with undisguised delight. "Mr. Zhang, since you like this bed so much, I will buy it and give it to you as a token of my and our company's sincerity." This statement opened a new world for customers who hadn't managed to buy the extinct watermark paper, and they began to notice the store's decor. Then, things went off track. Chapter 77. The furniture in the shop is really not for sale. "Little apprentice, I think that official's hat chair is quite nice. May I buy one?" Zhao Xuhuai stared at the chair with its smooth lines and solid wood construction, growing more and more fond of it the more he looked at it. "Boss Sang, you have so many 8 immortal tables. Sell me one. I'm just missing one for my study." Liang Yongdong walked to the writing area, stroking the smooth, polished tabletop, seemingly reluctant to put it down. "I think that zither table is quite nice. My granddaughter has been learning the guqin for many years. If we had this zither table, and she could wear a traditional costume, it would be such a wonderful experience." Professor Huang's eyes were full of loving kindness. He was definitely an elderly man who doted on his granddaughter. "I think this root-carving tea table is really charming. I like to brew a pot of tea and have a few sips whenever I have a spare moment. Putting this tea table in my tea room is just perfect." Tang Guoxian had already sat down at the tea table and was already imagining what it would feel like to be brewing tea there. "I'm different. I really like that screen with the painting of court ladies. It's definitely the work of a master. I want to buy it." "Then I'll take the 6-panel screen with landscape paintings. Have you looked closely at the paintings on that screen? The artistic conception is profound and leaves a lasting impression. It's definitely a masterpiece." Sang Ian couldn't listen anymore. Her eyes widened in shock. If this continued, her newly renovated apartment complex would be completely emptied out. "Stop, stop, stop. Master, fellow disciples, these are all for display in the shop, not for sale." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a little regretful. To be honest, it's really not easy for people their age to find something they like. It's hard not to feel a little itchy and restless when you finally come across something like this and can't buy it. The older folks were easy to talk to. They'd lived most of their lives and were quite reasonable. Since Sang Ian said she wouldn't sell, they were disappointed but didn't insist. But Chen Yisin was different. Once she said something, it was like spilled water. She originally wanted to win over Zhang Jianing, a big client, so naturally, she couldn't go back on her word. She walked to the edge of the round platform and adopted a transactional attitude. "Boss Sang, Mr. Zhang really likes this chaise lounge. Price is not a problem. Just name your price." Sang Ian was busy packing and refused without thinking. "It's not about the money. I need the chaise longue for myself. Director Su will be helping me renovate my house in a few days, so I need to stay here." Su Shuai spoke up. "The design drawings are already finished. You can choose one, and I guarantee it will be installed beautifully for you." "Are you offering a discount?" Sang Ian asked, taking a moment to look up. Su Shuai had no reason to refuse. "Sure. I've got my eye on the drum stool here. I want one. Will you sell it to me?" "No, what's wrong with all of you? You ignore the real merchandise in the store and only buy furniture. Then let's not offer a discount. She absolutely cannot open a furniture store. Otherwise, her shop will definitely be sold out. And how will she do business then?" Su Shuai was quite disappointed. The drum stool had smooth and beautiful lines, combining strength and gentleness, and he could feel the craftsman's dedication. "I'll pay 50,000 yuan for this chaise longue." Shanisin didn't believe that a businessman who runs a business would turn down money. Sang Ian was exhausted. It's not about the money. I'm really not selling. Have you ever seen a supermarket that sells its shelves and decorations? I'm not going bankrupt and clearing out my stock. Shanisin's lips twitched. Is this a normal supermarket? What supermarket sells paper by the sheet? A single sheet costs 4 figures. Speaking of this, Sang Ian had to argue with the other party. How is this not a normal supermarket? I can also sell by the bundle, 100 sheets per bundle. However, watermark paper is extinct, and the remaining quantity is too small. If it's sold like this, many customers won't be able to buy it. The elderly people who arrived late still don't know if there's enough watermark paper to go around. They've been mentally complaining about the old guys who came before them, saying they're too greedy and didn't even leave any for them. Upon hearing Sang Ian's words, they nodded repeatedly. If they were really selling by the knife, then those of them who came later would have no chance at all. Shanisin didn't believe Sang Ian's explanation at all and continued to raise the price. 80,000. Even if this is just a physical bed, this price is enough. It's better not to be too greedy. Sang Ian was too lazy to waste time with someone who couldn't understand human language and continued to pack. The watermark paper in the shelf was almost gone, but there are still several orders that haven't been filled. Feeling ignored, Chun Isin's anger surged, and she vented on Wu Nan. President Zhang was invited here by you. You're the one who invited people to come and shop. Now that President Zhang has found something he likes, you just stand there and watch. Is this how you treat the company's distinguished guests? Wu Nan had just finished folding a cardboard box. Upon hearing this, he put down the tape in his hand, looked at Zhang Jianing who had already walked over, and explained, President Zhang, I'm really sorry. If you like the design of this chaise longue, I can contact a master craftsman to make one, but this one really won't do. Zhang Jianing's smile remained gentle. Because it's not for sale? Wu Nan nodded, hesitated for a long time, and then said, there's another reason. This chaise longue is a bit pricey. Zhang Jianing raised an eyebrow. Does Manager Wu think I can't afford it? 88.88 million. Do you want it? Sang Ian quoted directly. Zhang Jianing was stunned. A bed? This price was simply outrageous. Chun Isin scoffed. Wu Nan, now I finally know why you specifically brought President Zhang here today. So you and your best friend conspired to swindle President Zhang out of his money. It's just a bed. I'm already asking for 80,000, which is an astronomical price. It's not some international brand. It's just made of wood. And you want 88.88 million. Are you out of your mind? At this moment, Chun Isin was like a leader from the Price Bureau, scolding people without any mercy. Mr. Sang was very tired. Running a small supermarket was a tough job. You're such a difficult person to please. I don't want to sell, but you insist on setting a price and buying it anyway. Then when I actually set a price, you think it's too high. Are you here to shop at a supermarket? It feels like you're here to cause trouble. Chun Isin was furious. Who's picking a fight between us? Who charges 8 figures for a bed in a supermarket? Sang Ian remained calm and serious, replying, my home. I'm so angry. Zhang Jianing remained calm and softly asked, Ms. Sang, could you tell me why this chaise longue is so expensive? Sang Ian prefers to communicate with people who are emotionally stable, and since this was a client that her friend had worked hard to win over, she was even more patient. Chapter 78, Is this boss Sang a little too rich? This chaise longue is made of top-grade golden Manhwa wood and was handcrafted by a master craftsman with superb skills. The golden Manhwa I'm talking about isn't the new material on the market now. It's the old material used in ancient times, the ancient material. It would be very difficult to find a master craftsman with such exquisite craftsmanship in modern times to create this open-work carving of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Sang Yan explained it softly. Zhang Jianing turned to look at the chaise lounge, her gaze gentle. Is there any special significance to this golden Manhwa wood? Sang Ian, since ancient times, Phoebe Jinan has been regarded as the most ideal, precious, and high-grade building material, and has been widely used in palaces, gardens, temples, and mausoleums. It has always been known as the Emperor's Wood. The book, Boalon records that the wood with golden threads comes from the valleys and streams, and the wood grain has golden threads. The most beautiful Manhwa is the Manhwa. In ancient times, the Emperor's dragon throne was made of high-quality Manhwa. It is resistant to decay and can remain intact for thousands of years when buried in the ground, which is why many emperors' coffins were made of it. It repels insects, and a golden Nanmu wood has a Nanmu fragrance, so its wooden chests and cabinets can preserve clothes, books, and paintings intact. Moreover, it is not cold in winter and not hot in summer, and it does not harm the body, while other hardwoods do not have this excellent property. As Sang Ian spoke, she walked toward the chaise lounge. It's because the wood is so good that the royal family, in their extravagance, wanted to use it. As a result, by the Ming and Qing dynasties, the number of Phoebe Jinan trees had decreased dramatically and was on the verge of extinction. She raised her hand and gently stroked the pattern on the side railing of the bed. Antique materials like this are extremely rare and valuable, with very high collectible value. Zhang Jianing understood. Her asking price was not high at all, and it was actually very good value for money. Well, 88.88 million is somehow associated with good quality and low price, which sounds rather strange. In this short time, Luo Jingtian had already looked around and examined all the furniture. As a master of Chinese classical studies, he knew the value of these pieces of furniture all too well. He looked at his old friends and said, "Forget about it. Every piece of furniture here, whether the table, chair, or stool, is made of Phoebe Jinan wood. Ordinary people really can't afford it." The group, who had just been lamenting why the furniture wasn't for sale, immediately changed their minds. It was better not to sell it. That way, they could still come and sit and look around whenever they wanted. If it were really for sale, they wouldn't be able to afford it, but plenty of others could, like Luo Zhengtian. If he bought it, they wouldn't even be able to see it, and they would suffer a huge loss. Chun Yisin, who had just been shouting, had shrunk behind the screen depicting court ladies. She had been slapped in the face twice today and was finding it hard to take it anymore. She glanced at Sang Ian furtively, realizing that neither of these two incidents today could be blamed on her. Wunan's best friend is just too weird, and the supermarket she runs is weird too. Which supermarket would sell watermark paper that has lost its traditional craft? Which supermarket would use precious Phoebe Jinan wood for its furniture? Is this a supermarket? This is clearly an antique shop. No, even antique shops aren't this extravagant. Chun Yisin looked around calmly for a week. One bed cost 88.88 million, but what about the 8 immortal table? There are 3 of them. Where's the Chintai? Display cabinets, counters, shelves, chairs. She calculated it all the way up and realized it must be several hundred million. Chun Yisin's legs suddenly went weak, and she quickly stretched out her arms to hold onto the wall. She didn't even dare to touch the screen that was closest to her. Given how eccentric this supermarket owner is, how could this screen be cheap? Considering her monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, she'd better avoid it if possible. If she breaks it, her annual salary might not be enough to cover the damage. Looking at Wu Nan, who was packing up for the boss again, Chun Yisin was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. She really underestimated Wu Nan. She never expected that someone from a small town would have such a wealthy best friend. At the company, Wu Nan is her biggest competitor, and Chun Yisin is under a lot of pressure. If she also gets to win over Zhang Jianing, wouldn't her influence in the company be even lower? Chun Yisin carefully walked around the screen depicting court ladies, and then moved away from the octagonal table and official's hat chair, making sure she kept a safe distance from those ridiculously expensive pieces of furniture before she spoke. Wu Nan, it's time for you to step in. Look how precious this chaise longue is, and how much President Zhang likes it. This is a shop owned by your friend, so asking for a friend's price isn't unreasonable, is it? Wu Nan ground his back teeth hard. Wasn't this blatant provocation? They tried to sow discord between her and the Sang and undermine the trust that had just been established between her and Zhang Jianing. Chun Yisin is such a troublemaker. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. Sang Ian finally finished packing everything. Upon hearing Chun Yisin's suggestion, she immediately came over, her tone very serious and her attitude very solemn. This completely stunned Chun Yisin. Her expression twisted in disbelief. No, you two aren't best friends. Are you half-sisters? You opened a supermarket, and Wu Nan brought her friends to support you. That's all out of friendship. Now she's just asking you for a discount, and you won't even agree. What kind of sisters are you? Sang Ian said expressionlessly, plastic flower sisters. One sentence from her, and she was speechless. This was the first time she had ever been confronted with someone who openly admitted that she and her best friend were just fake friends. Wu Nan struggled to suppress her laughter. She realized that since resigning, Sang had truly become more and more unrestrained. Zhang Jining burst out laughing. Boss Sang, right? You're quite an interesting person. Sang Ian's eyes curved slightly. I'll take it as a compliment, Mrs. William. Zhang Jining was stunned. Since her husband passed away, no one had called her Mrs. William anymore. Whether at the company or in the shopping mall, everyone was used to calling her President Zhang. In an instant, happy memories of her and her husband flooded her mind. It was these tender and happy times that had sustained her until now. When Chun Yisin saw that Zhang Jianing's expression was not right, her spirits, which had been dampened, finally perked up again. She had to get back at them today. Boss Sang, that's where you're wrong. President Zhang is a modern, independent woman, a career-driven businesswoman. Isn't it a bit disrespectful of you to address her by her husband's surname like that? Sang Ian smiled faintly. You're too extreme and too sensitive. Being given your husband's surname not only ignores the woman as an individual, but could also be a way of commemorating a happy and sweet past. Zhang Jining snapped out of her daze, her smile growing even gentler. Boss Sang, I'm really growing to like you more and more. How did you find out about my husband and me? You came to Anqing 4 years ago and had a collaboration with the company I worked for at the time. Actually, Sang Ian had just started working at the time and had only seen it from afar. She had heard a colleague mention it, but it had been too long. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken so long to remember it. Zhang Jining smiled even more gently. So our fate began from that day. Sang Ian nodded shamelessly. That's right. What a coincidence. You're Nan Nan's client, and I'm Nan Nan's best friend. And so, we've rekindled our old friendship. Zhang Jining turned to look at Wu Nan, and their eyes met. They smiled at each other. Wu Nan knew that this client was secured. As for Chun Yisin, what else could she say? She's not going to be able to snag Mr. Zhang as a client. She followed them all day, sweating profusely, and hadn't even had a sip of water yet. In the end, she didn't manage to snag any clients and was repeatedly humiliated. It's like a blind man lighting a lamp, a complete waste of time. Chun Yisin was a little jealous of Wu Nan. If it weren't for Boss Sang's help, Wu Nan definitely wouldn't have been able to win over Zhang Jining so easily. Why doesn't she have such a plastic flower sisterhood? Chapter 79 Fourth Master needs a good tutor today. Sang Ian was a little worried. The shelf for rippled paper was already empty. However, 3 people had already paid, but she was out of stock. Looking at their eager eyes, Sang Ian couldn't return the item. How about you 3 negotiate with the other customers who have already bought some, and ask them to share some with you? All 3 are members of the Calligraphy Association. Although Zhao Xihuai has retired, he has not left the association. When his apprentice was going to put watermark paper on the shelves, Zhao Xihuai sent the location of the small supermarket to the group 3 days in advance and spread the news widely, so that those who were interested in watermark paper could come to the store to take a look. Some people in the group believe it, while others don't. Zhao Xihuai sent the message and then stopped paying attention to it. As the former president of the Calligraphy Association, he had already done a great service by informing everyone of this news. Whether these people believe it or not, and whether they could buy watermark paper, depends on their luck. The 3 people who didn't buy the watermark paper were hesitant because they didn't believe Zhao Xihuai's message and were confused by the numerous small supermarkets in the urban village, which made them arrive a little late. Sure enough, the people in front of them bought a lot, and the 3 of them were at the end of the line. Before they even got a chance to pack the leftovers, they were all sold out. When the 3 of them arrived, they immediately went up to confirm that it was genuine watermark paper, and they were incredibly excited. What a joke. Every calligraphy enthusiast would want the now extinct watermark paper. Then, during the packaging process, the 3 of them were on tenterhooks the whole time. Every time Sang Ian finished packaging a package, their hearts would tremble, and their eyes would be fixed on the shelf, worried that they wouldn't get their turn. Good things don't come true, but bad things do. They really never got the chance. Teacher Zhao, look, you bought so much, and you only spare me a tiny bit. The other person held out their little finger, pitifully pinching out only a small portion. Zhao Xihuai was inwardly resentful. Tell me what you were thinking. I sent the time and place so clearly. Why couldn't you have come sooner? Liang Yongdong, the current president of the Calligraphy Association, felt it was very necessary for him to help the association members. Old Zhao, look at this supermarket opened by your little apprentice. Now there isn't enough watermark paper to go around. As his teacher, how can you not come out and help? Zhao Xihuai rolled his eyes at him. According to you, You're the president, so shouldn't you help your members? Give away 40 tickets, and you'll still have plenty left. Liang Yongdong hugged his newly acquired watermarked paper tightly. Then I'd better resign now. Sang Ian, no way, no way. It really isn't that serious. Fortunately, the final result was good. Zhao Xuhuai dragged Liang Yongdong and the wealthiest Luo Xingtian along, and forced them to pay as well, so that the three of them wouldn't leave empty-handed. Seeing that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily, Sang Ian thought to himself that he should limit the amount of such incidents in the future to prevent similar things from happening again. Then a gentle male voice came from behind. Boss Sang, have you forgotten about my watermark paper? Oops, how could I forget my little brother's sugar daddy? Business must have been so good today that she got too carried away. Sigh, it was her first time starting a business, and she really had no experience. With so many customers coming into the small supermarket all at once, she was so busy that she neglected the matter. Jiang Huijing was a man of his word. He could tell at a glance that she was guilty. He walked straight over, smiled slightly, and said, You didn't leave out my share, did you? Sang Ian, you are really smart. Jiang Huai stopped half a meter away from her, his peach blossom eyes filled with laughter. Also, is there something wrong with your pricing? How come I remember that I once paid for a 500 square meter warehouse just for a few sheets of watermark paper? Sang Ian felt even more guilty. The watermark paper she gave Jiang Huijing back then would cost less than 200,000 yuan if priced according to the store's current prices. A 500 square meter warehouse would cost at least 7 figures. However, she is Boss Sang. We're both capitalists. Even if we lose face, we won't back down. Even though she only owns a small supermarket. Sang Ian adopted a matter-of-fact attitude. Fourth master, it's obvious you have no life experience. It's like when you go shopping at a mall and buy a piece of clothing at the original price. After a while, the mall has a promotion and the clothes you bought at the original price are on sale. Even if you go back to the mall, they won't refund the difference. Jiang Huijing was amused by her sophistry. Isn't your special offer a bit too outrageous? The mall is offering discounts, but you're ripping people off. Sang Ian ignored what he was saying and continued. You needed watermark paper before so that it could be exhibited at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition and increase the exhibition's influence. You've seen the results. The Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition went very smoothly and had a huge impact. From this perspective, your extra expenses were not unjustified. Jiang Huijing stared at her, raising his handsome eyebrows slightly. You have good eloquence. Sang Ian waved his hand modestly, but a hint of pride was hidden in his eyes. So. Jiang Huijing bowed his head. So, how are you going to compensate me for my watermark paper? Damn it! Are you pulling a millstone like a donkey? Why have we brought the topic back again? Seeing her furious expression, Jiang Huijing unconsciously smiled and pointed to the screen with the painting of court ladies. Let's use this as collateral. Sang Ian, whose temper had been flaring up, finally snapped. Are you trying to rob me? Jiang Huijing, dressed in a black suit, exuded understated luxury. His handsome and composed face held a half-smile. Or you could take out the watermark paper you promised me. Sang Ian was furious. Nan was right. He was a shrewd businessman. She glanced at him. Do you think you've got this in the bag? Jiang Huijing continued to tease her, and he nodded slightly. Isn't that right? Sang Ian gave him a bright, radiant smile and said defiantly, No. Chapter 80 Jiang Huijing, the supermarket clerk, is online. Jiang Huijing was wondering what other trick Sang Ian had up her sleeve when she saw her turn to look at Zhao Xuhuai, who was sitting at the octagonal table. Master, aren't you going to do anything about your disciple? He's gone too far. This is a classic case of bullying the weak and harming fellow disciples. He really hadn't expected this move. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Huijing couldn't help but chuckle. How long had it been since he'd experienced something like a primary school student tattling on him? Zhao Xuhuai wanted to say that he couldn't control this person. The title of master was something that had been forced upon him. Seeing that Jiang Huijing was just teasing his little apprentice, Zhao Xuhuai wasn't too worried. He adopted the air of a master and asked repeatedly, Bullying others with your power? Bullying the weak? Harming fellow disciples? Sang Ian nodded very seriously. That's right. What kind of senior brother is he? He must be severely punished this time, and this kind of unhealthy trend must be stopped. Zhao Xuhuai smiled faintly, his gaze falling on Jiang Huijing. who was leisurely watching the show. Then expel him from the sect. Sang Ian's pupils widened slightly, her already round eyes resembling those of a frightened cat. Master, are our sect rules really that strict? Is this enough to expel someone from the sect? God knows, she was just angry. But unexpectedly, Jiang Huijing was actually expelled from his sect by Zhao Xiuhuai. After all, it was she who made the mistake first. Zhao Xiuhuai looked at her with a smile. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on your senior brother? Sang Ian gave an awkward but polite smile and sincerely suggested, we can also use corporal punishment. Zhao Xiuhuai understood. For example, Master, look how busy I am today. With so many customers in the shop, I'm overwhelmed. As your senior brother, shouldn't you lend a hand? This wasn't just an implication from Sang Ian. It was an explicit statement. Zhao Xiuhuai raised an eyelid, eager to see more drama unfold, and said, of course. All right, Jiang Huijing, who was originally a customer, immediately became a shop assistant. Feeling refreshed after getting her little revenge, Sang Ian was radiant and full of energy. How about it? Still confident of victory? Jiang Huijing didn't think much of it. He had cut back on his work so he could come to the supermarket today, and he actually had the time. He just smiled and asked again to confirm. You really want me to be a shop assistant? Sang Ian gestured for him to begin. Fourth master, get to work. You'll be responsible for answering customers' questions. Jiang Huijing didn't mince words. He straightened his suit jacket with both hands and said with a half smile, just don't regret it. Sang Ian was puzzled. Why would she regret having an extra knowledgeable free shop assistant? Then, the newly appointed sales clerk, Jiang, reminded them, everything in the store is 10% off today. Did everyone pay in full just now? Sang Ian. How could she forget that? Everything is 10% off, and it's only for 3 days. That wasn't all. Jiang Huijing continued. Everyone can choose to get a refund or continue to purchase other items in the store at the same price. Sang Ian looked at the few remaining items on the shelves. Each person had a price difference of tens of thousands, and she didn't have enough items to make up the difference for these people. She had a bad feeling. Then she heard Jiang Huijing's voice, but seems the store's merchandise isn't enough to cover the price difference. Otherwise, how about we use these furniture and decorations to pay off the debt? Sang Ian gritted her teeth. She regretted giving the great sword to her younger brother. Otherwise, this matter will definitely not end well today. As expected, Nan was right about people. Jiang Huijing is too cunning. What a waste of his handsome face that's so good-looking it's infuriating. Sang Ian's eyes were practically spitting fire. Fourth master of Anqing, is it? She'd rather shave his head than accept the surname Sang. Don't worry, everyone. There's a second floor in our shop. You can go upstairs and choose items that are reasonably priced. The wooden staircase was specially widened and is the same walnut color as the floor. The handrails and railings are polished to an extremely smooth finish. On the wall leading to the second floor, there were several framed embroidery works and Thanka paintings with a strong clan style. This is the most beautiful one that Sang Ian chose, and she considers it the store's prized possession. In short, it boils down to 2 words, not for sale. She caught a glimpse of the admiration and longing in Jiang Huijing's eyes, then looked away. Envious, aren't you? I won't sell a single one of these. The layout and decoration of the second floor are completely different from those of the first floor. The second floor was divided into 3 areas by Sang Ian, with the largest area being the period costume area. The coat racks in the lobby are made of Phoebe Jinan wood, which shows how luxurious the decoration here is. However, the clothes racks in the store are different from modern ones. They are all the kind used in ancient times. It occupies a larger area, but can display every piece of ancient costume clearly, down to the embroidery and stitches in every detail. 12 clothes racks are arranged in 3 rows, each displaying a different set of ancient costumes, each with a unique style and color. The air was filled with the fragrance of camphor wood, and everyone was almost immersed in the scene before them. The silk display area is right next to the costume area, and it features top-quality silks that are extremely rare and hard to find. However, the 8 royal tributes that the young prince initially sent were still kept in her small storeroom. She didn't want to sell them. She wanted to keep them for herself and her family. Therefore, there are only 6 pieces of silk with different colors and patterns here. Even so, it still had a significant impact on everyone. Those in the know, in particular, were so excited that they quickly walked over. For the first time, Sang Ian felt that human potential was limitless. Didn't they see how fast Luo Zhengtian, who was using crutches, ran? Even Wu Nin had to give way to him. Of course, it wasn't that Wu Nin couldn't outrun the old man, but rather that the old man was too old, and the risk of him getting hurt was too great, so it was better to let him pass. Besides, Sang made her a Cheongsam. These people can only buy silk, but she already owns a ready-made garment. That's how proud I am. The silk display area is right next to the general merchandise area, which is a bit more complicated. The display stand was still made of Phoebe Jinan wood, with shelves of varying heights on it, displaying or hanging various small items in different categories. Handkerchiefs and purses constitute a large category. The handkerchiefs are placed in uniformly sized wooden compartments, each one unique, and you can never find a second one. The purses were hung on hooks of various sizes and colors, forming a magnificent display in rows and columns. Another counter is dedicated to displaying various jewelry items, such as hairpins, hair ornaments, earrings, bracelets, jade pendants, and so on. These were all selected from the several boxes of jewelry that the young prince had sent from the Golden Pavilion. Don't misunderstand, these aren't the selected masterpieces, but rather, Sang Ian picked out all the ones she liked, and these are what was left over. Even though she had already picked out many items, there were still many left. However, due to limited space in the store, she only put some of them on display. Compared to the goods on the first floor, the second floor is filled with a dazzling array of items, and no woman can resist the allure of clothes and jewelry. Especially these unique clothing and jewelry. Everyone was stunned.